I had planned to commit suicide by jumping off a building, but I was reborn back in 1996, the day Chen Mei and I got married. Chen Mei's brother Chen Sen blocked me at the door and demanded 10,888 yuan red envelopes. I was penniless, and in my previous life, it was Xia Luoxue who lent me money to get in. Chen Mei's family has always been a burden to me. After marriage, I worked hard to start a business, but she gave the shares to her brother, and teamed up with the rich second generation to cheat me, leaving me with a huge debt. As for Xia Luoxue, she is Chen Mei's best friend, my neighbor and classmate. We grew up together. She has always had feelings for me, but I failed her in my previous life. At this moment, I watched Xia Luoxue wipe the blood off my forehead, feeling guilty. I decided not to repeat the same mistake. I didn't want to marry Chen Mei. I asked Xia Luoxue, "Will you marry me?" The whole audience was shocked. How would Xia Luoxue answer? What kind of dilemma would we face? "Oh my God, why did you hit the groom?" Lin Yan heard the matchmaker's sharp cry. His consciousness was a little fuzzy and he hadn't figured out what was going on. "Didn't I commit suicide by jumping off the building?" "Humph, he asked for it. He didn't even prepare the red envelope for the wedding, but he wanted to force his way into my house and marry my sister. Dream on." Lin Yan forced himself to open his eyes, and saw a young man who looked like a street urchin standing at the door of a two-story cement house opposite. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a look of disdain on his face. Behind him stood a group of relatives who were blocking the door and villagers from Qinjia village who were watching the fun. The moment he saw Chen San, Lin Yan suddenly became more sober, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, because the role this kid played in his life was that of a parasite. Chen San's sister Chen Mei is his wife. Because her parents had instilled in Chen Mei the idea that an older sister should help her younger brother more, since she was a child, every time Chen San asked for money, Chen Mei would not hesitate to use the money that Lin Yan had saved from hard work to support her mother's family and younger brother. Even if her own husband was so hungry that he had a stomachache, she would not care. Fortunately, in the late 1990s, with the continuous development of the market economy, many people went into business and Lin Yan became one of the individual business owners. With his perseverance and fearlessness of hardship, he soon founded a company. After accumulating capital, he was worth tens of millions in less than 20 years. From then on, he could be said to have no worries about food and clothing. But a nightmare began from this moment on. It was because he didn't know what was wrong with him at the beginning. It was obvious that Chen Mei only had her parents' family and her younger brother in her heart, and didn't care about his life or death, but he still loved Chen Mei to death. He even gave Chen Mei a lot of shares when he first started the company. Even when he bought a house and a car later, he only wrote Chen Mei's name on them. Even so, Chen Mei was still not satisfied. She was worried that her brother would not have enough food and clothing in the future, so she pestered Lin Yan and asked him to give some more shares to her brother Chen San. As a result, Chen San became a decent person, going to high-end places all day long, and met a rich second generation from the city. And this rich second generation is very fond of his sister Chen Mei. Since Chen San was unwilling to be suppressed by Lin Yan, he secretly instigated his sister Chen Mei to help the rich second generation to invest in Lin Yan's company. Then the three of them joined forces to set up a scheme, and soon diluted and swallowed up Lin Yan's shares, kicking him out. Not only that, the rich second generation set several traps for Lin Yan, and with the assistance of Chen Mei and her brother, signed several loan mortgage agreements. When the company went bankrupt and Lin Yan realized it all, Chen Mei's siblings and the rich second generation had already left, leaving him with a huge debt. Under the urging and pressure from the bank and countless creditors, Lin Yan had no other choice but to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Even before he died, he received a video from his brother-in-law Chen San. In the video, his wife Chen Mei was hugging the rich second generation, sitting in a bar room, kissing him passionately. It can be said that Lin Yan lived a very miserable life. His heart was blinded by greed, and he lived his entire life under the burden of Chen Mei and her brother. He only saw the truth until his death. He hated Chen Mei and her brother. He hated that rich second generation. He wanted to skin them alive. Chen San, today is Lin Yan's big day, just give him a red envelope as a token of your appreciation, don't waste time. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yan's ears. He quickly turned his head and saw a beautiful girl in a bridesmaid dress wiping the blood from his forehead. Charlotte. Lin Yan clenched his hands tightly, and his fingers inserted into the palms were bleeding, but the piercing pain still could not erase his guilt towards Xia Luoxue. But this scene also made him believe that he was really reborn and returned to the day 20 years ago when he married Chen Mei. Xia Luoxue, are you my sister's maid of honor or his best man? Which side are you on? Chen San glanced at Xia Luoxue and snorted coldly. I heard that your relationship with Lin Yan has always been unclear. You are so supportive of him, don't tell me that you like him. As soon as these words were spoken, all of Chen Mei's relatives from her mother's side looked at Xia Luoxue with hostility. The Chen family villagers also looked curious. I didn't expect that there is such a pretty girl in Dashi village. Why didn't this boy marry her but Chen Mei instead? You know, the Chen family is a group of powerful people, and they have a lot of trouble. Hush, stop talking, don't let the people of Dashi village laugh at our Chenjia village. Hearing Chen San's words, Xia Luoxue also looked a little flustered. Don't talk nonsense, today is the wedding day of Lin Yan and my best friend Chen Mei. I'm just thinking about your sister. If you delay it any further, you will miss the auspicious time. Stop talking nonsense. My sister is one of the most beautiful women in Chenjia village. Chen San sneered, pointed at Lin Yan, and said to Xia Luoxue, if he doesn't take out 10,888 red envelopes today, don't even think about coming in and taking my sister away. Chen San. In order to marry your sister, Lin Yan's family has already given a betrothal gift of 10,000 yuan, plus 3 golds. Where does he have the money? Xia Luoxue said with gritted teeth, her pretty face slightly angry. In his previous life, in order to marry Chen Mei, Lin Yan even agreed to the exorbitant price of bride price and 3 golds proposed by the Chen family. For this, he emptied out all the savings of the Lin family, which resulted in his younger sister being admitted to university but having no money to go to school. Even so, on the wedding day, Chen San, the brother-in-law, still made things difficult for Lin Yan and even asked for 10 red envelopes of 888 yuan each before letting Lin Yan go in to pick up the bride. You have to know that it is 1,996 in the rural areas, and the average monthly salary of people is only about 400 yuan. These 10 red envelopes are equivalent to 2 years' salary income for ordinary people. I remember this day in my previous life. Lin Yan was penniless and begged Chen San to let him in, but Chen San ignored him. Chen Mei's parents also looked on coldly and acquiesced to this. In a hurry, he tried to force his way in, but was beaten up by Chen San and a group of relatives from her mother's side. In the end, Xia Luoxue couldn't bear it anymore and lent all her savings to Lin Yan, which allowed Lin Yan to successfully enter the house and take Chen Mei away. It's none of my business. No one is allowed to enter without a red envelope. Chen San spread his hands in a shameless manner. Finally, he looked at Xia Luoxue and said with a wicked smile, Luoxue, I heard that your parents left you a dowry before they passed away. Since you and Lin Yan are neighbors and classmates, and have played together since childhood and have such a good relationship, you can lend it to him first. The other relatives from her mother's side also had sly smiles on their faces, they were just enjoying the fun. You. Xia Luoxue bit her teeth lightly, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she stomped her feet and turned to Lin Yan and said, wait for me here. I'll go back to get the money. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, her snow-white arm was grabbed by Lin Yan. Luoxue, there's no need to go get the money. Lin Yan shook his head and said softly. I remember that in the previous life, not long after Xia Luoxue lent him money for his marriage, Xia Luoxue's grandfather fell seriously ill and was in urgent need of money. By then, he had become a self-employed business owner and had made some money. The principal plus the profit was just enough to repay Xia Luoxue, but Chen Mei stopped him, saying that, if he paid back the money, their family would be left starving, and refused to pay him back, even threatening him with divorce. In his previous life, Lin Yan was an extremely cowardly person. He obeyed Chen Mei's orders and was reluctant to divorce her. After hesitating for many days, when he finally made up his mind to pay back the money to Xia Luoxue's grandfather had passed away due to illness, and Xia Luoxue also went out to work and never came back. This incident also made Lin Yan feel guilty for half his life. It was not until the day before Lin Yan committed suicide by jumping off the building that Xia Luoxue appeared in front of him and expressed her feelings to him. That day, he realized that this silly girl had never blamed him, and even wanted to stay with him and bear the huge compensation together. Only then did Lin Yan realize that he had loved the wrong person in this life. He wasted a girl's life in vain. Afterwards, a strong feeling of guilt surged in his heart. He drove Xia Luoxue away, got drunk, and chose to commit suicide by jumping off the building. He didn't want to drag down the girl who loved him. If he died, perhaps Xia Luoxue would give up and start her new life. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? She is willing to lend you money to give you a red envelope, why don't you take it? Chen San was a little excited. He pointed at Lin Yan's nose and cursed, don't you want to marry my sister? The villagers of Qinjia village stared at Chen San with disdain. With the character of the Chen family, how could ordinary people dare to marry her? Only those elderly local bosses would consider Chen Mei because she was young and beautiful. I'll lend you this money. Don't rush to pay it back. Just take care of your family first. Xia Luoxue thought Lin Yan was worried about paying back the money, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan's big hand gripped even tighter. Lin Yan, you. Feeling the strength coming from her arm, Xia Luoxue looked confused. Chen San is right. I regret it. I don't want to marry Chen Mei anymore. Lin Yan looked at Xia Luoxue and said seriously, so, you don't have to go get the money. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Mr. Lin, do you know what you are talking about? Chen San's eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, what's your attitude? If you hadn't promised to give me a 10,000 yuan betrothal gift and 3 golds, and if Xiaomei hadn't kept begging me, I would never have agreed to marry my daughter to you. Chen Mei's mother, Feng Fang, also ran out from the inner room, pointed her sharp fingertips at Lin Yan's nose, and yelled, just because of what you said, if I don't double the betrothal money today, you can't even think about marrying my daughter. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers of Qinjia village around were in an uproar. In this era, a dowry of 20,000 yuan is equivalent to 4 or 5 years' salary for an ordinary person. Are you crazy? Lin Yan, apologize to them quickly. Don't let them not get married because of me. Xia Luoxue showed an anxious look on her face and pulled Lin Yan. But Lin Yan seemed not to have heard what the Chen family mother and son said. He looked directly at Xia Luoxue and said with a smile, yes, you made it impossible for me to get married, so. Will you marry me? Boom. Hearing this, Xia Luoxue's mind went blank, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her, leaving her frozen in place. Everyone around also widened their eyes in an instant. The whole audience was shocked. Xia Luoxue and Lin Yan were neighbors and childhood sweethearts. When she was 10 years old, her parents had an accident while fishing and never came back. Only she and her grandfather were left to depend on each other. All the children in the village isolated her and said she was an ominous person. Only Lin Yan didn't care. He often played with her and treated her like a younger sister. Lin Yan's parents also treated her as half a daughter, filling the lack of family affection in her childhood. Her heart was also unknowingly filled with love for Lin Yan. Even later, as Xia Luoxue grew up, her situation changed. More and more men flirted with her. Not only from Dashi village, but also from the neighboring Qinjia village and even from villages farther away, matchmakers came to her house, but in the end, they were all rejected by Xia Luoxue. She just wants to marry Lin Yan. However, she never expected that one day, Lin Yan would tell her that he was going to marry his best friend Chen Mei. She was stunned, but she finally made up her mind and attended the wedding of Lin Yan and Chen Mei. In her heart, she had already prepared herself to never disturb Lin Yan's life again after he got married. The 8888 red envelope was to be regarded as the last gift from her, as a sister, to her brother. But now, Lin Yan suddenly said that he didn't want to marry Chen Mei anymore, and asked herself if she was willing to marry him. There was a storm in Xia Luoxue's heart. Of course she wants to get married. But if she agreed, it would ruin the marriage of Lin Yan and Chen Mei. Not only would the villagers in Qinjia village talk about her behind her back, but people would also make fun of her when she returned to Dashi village. Lin Yan, who do you think you are? You can marry whoever you want. Chen San said disdainfully, Xia Luoxue has already been favored by the son of our village boss Wang, who has also promised to give a betrothal gift of 10,000 yuan, plus a 3 electric conversion. Can you afford these things? Hearing this, the villagers of Qinjia village around were also shocked and looked at Xia Luoxue. You have to know that the 3 electricities and 1 revolution in the 1990s referred to color TVs, air conditioners, refrigerators, and motorcycles, which were not affordable for ordinary people. Lin Yan, you don't want to marry my daughter. Okay, get out of here now. The banquet has been set up at your house and all the relatives are here. Let me see how you are going to explain to me when you go back. Feng Fang on the side had a mean face and a sharp voice. The relatives from his mother's family around him also looked at Lin Yan with hostility, and they wished they could beat him up again. But Lin Yan seemed not to hear their words. He just looked at Xia Luoxue intently, waiting for her answer, but Xia Luoxue didn't speak for a long time. Am I too anxious? Even if Xia Luoxue has feelings for him, he is now marrying in the Chen family after all. Why did he suddenly change his mind and decide not to marry Chen Mei and marry Xia Luoxue? Maybe Xia Luoxue thought that he was being treated as a backup because the Chen family was making things difficult for him. It's okay, think about it again. Lin Yan forced a smile on his face and said to Xia Luoxue. Chen San looked at Lin Yan with contempt, as if mocking him for being self-indulgent. I do. Just as Lin Yan was about to turn around and go back to the Lin family, Xia Luoxue suddenly spoke in a firm tone. Lin Yan paused, turned around suddenly, and stared at Xia Luoxue. What did you say? Are you willing? Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed and she lowered her head slightly shyly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xia Luoxue's affirmative answer, Lin Yan laughed heartily. In this life, being able to be with a girl who truly loves me means that my life is not in vain. He swore that he would never let Xia Luoxue suffer any hardship again. He would make a lot of money and dress Xia Luoxue up beautifully. He would take good care of Grandpa Xia and not let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. Wow. The Chen family relatives around were all in an uproar when they heard Xia Luoxue's words, and those aunts and uncles started to speak ill of her. Where did this bitch come from? How dare you come to our Chen family to steal a man? You stole my Chen Mei's groom, and you are Chen Mei's best friend. You slut, I'm going to tear your clothes off and make you too ashamed to stay in Dashi village. Many evil women had ferocious looks on their faces, baring their teeth and claws, ready to rush up and tear off Xia Luoxue's clothes. Xia Luoxue's face changed drastically. Women of this era were all extremely vicious. Get lost. Lin Yan's back, full of security, stood in front of Xia Luoxue. He yelled at the Chen family relatives, his eyes wide open and looking extremely terrifying. All the relatives of the Chen family were frightened by Lin Yan's eyes and retreated back in fear. Mr. Lin, you can't marry my sister just because you want to. Chen San got a wooden stick from somewhere and hit Lin Yan fiercely. Want to break off the engagement? Then leave one hand and one foot behind. Chen San has always been a gangster in Qinjia village. He is ruthless and reckless in his actions. Many honest people have been injured by him. The relatives of the Chen family saw that Chen San's wooden stick was about to hit Lin Yan on the head, and a sneer appeared on their faces. Only the villagers from the surrounding Qinjia village had a look of sympathy on their faces, but they and Chen San were from the same village after all, so it was not easy for them to help an outsider from Dashi village. But unexpectedly, Lin Yan took the initiative. He grabbed Chen San's wooden stick and kicked Chen San in the abdomen. The latter flew backwards and stopped only after hitting the door. The pain in his back and abdomen made him roll on the ground, screaming. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Son, what's wrong with you? Feng Fang hurriedly helped Chen San up, and then looked at Lin Yan with resentment. Mr. Lin, how dare you hit someone? What a joke. He wanted to hit me, but I couldn't fight back. Lin Yan said indifferently, is this the upbringing of your Chen family? Fortunately, I didn't marry Chen Mei, otherwise my life would be over. In his previous life, he was blinded by love and loved Chen Mei wholeheartedly. Even if Chen San attacked him, he would block it if he could and dodge if he could, and never fight back. But now, he doesn't plan to marry Chen Mei. His ex-wife's brother is going to attack him. Then don't blame him for fighting back. You have to know that after he got rich in his previous life, he learned fighting in Sanda for a period of time during his leisure time. Not to mention Qin San alone, even if all the ruffians in Qinjia village came together, they would not be his match. Lin Yan glanced at the Chen family's relatives. Everyone who came into contact with his sharp gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the face, and no one dared to stand up for Qin San. Luoxue, let's go. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Yan took Xia Luoxue's hand and said gently, let's go back to Dashi village and meet my relatives. When Xia Luoxue heard this, her face turned red, her heart pounded, and she even felt a little nervous. At this moment, a woman in red ran out of Chen's house and said in a soft and pitiful voice, Lin Yan, do you really not want to marry me? Chen Mei has a sweet appearance and a petite figure. She is the kind of woman that any man would want to hold in his hands and protect at first sight. In addition, her voice is soft, even a bit like what people in later generations often call a clip tone. Just a random soft word from her can make a man let down all his guard. I remember that in the previous life, every time Chen Mei used the family's money to support her parents' home, she would pretend to be pitiful in front of Lin Yan, saying that she was the eldest daughter in the family, and if she didn't help her parents' home, who would? Because of this pitiful tone, Lin Yan was controlled to death. But now, Lin Yan, who has been reborn, no longer buys into this. Chen Mei, from the time we were dating to the time we were talking about marriage, you were either your mother or your brother telling me where all my money went in the past 2 years. You should know better than me. Facing his ex-wife Chen Mei, Lin Yan had a cold expression and said indifferently, now, your mother and your brother have raised the price and forced me into a desperate situation. Have you said a word? My mother and my brother are doing this for my own good, can't you just give in to them? Chen Mei bit her teeth lightly and looked at Lin Yan pitifully, marriage is the most important thing in my life. If you love me, you should give everything for me. Lin Yan smiled. He laughed at himself for being so stupid in his previous life that he actually fell in love with this mama's girl and brother-supporting demon for 20 years. He considered her in everything and went through thick and thin for the Chen family, but in the end she ended up committing suicide by jumping off a building. Yes, your mother and your brother are doing this for your own good. I'm the bad guy, so I don't plan to marry you. Let's part ways from now on and live our own lives. Lin Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Mei anymore, so he took Xia Luoxue's hand and walked out. Seeing this, Chen Mei's face suddenly showed a trace of panic. She wanted to go out to chase Lin Yan back, but was stopped by Feng Fang, daughter, why would you marry such a poor boy? The wealthy Wang from the next village has always wanted to marry you. He's a little too old, but if you marry him, you can become his young mistress. Isn't that better than marrying Lin Yan? Listen to Mom, that's right. After hearing what her mother Feng Fang said, Chen Mei paused in her steps, a look of hesitation appeared on her face, and finally she covered her face and cried a few crocodile tears. At this time, in Dashi village, in the Lin family yard, there were 7 or 8 banquet tables, which were already filled with Lin family relatives. Everyone had a smile on their face, waiting for the groom to bring back the bride so that they could start the meal. Lao Lin, your boy is marrying the girl from the Chen family in the Qinjia village next door. I heard that he has to give a dowry of 10,000 yuan, and 3 golds in addition. This is not a small amount. Dashi village chief Qin Jiangwo took a puff of his pipe and sighed to the middle-aged man beside him, your savings over the years have been emptied, right? The Chen family relatives around also looked at Lin Yan's father, Lin Shan. The child likes it. As a father, I can only do my best to help him. Lin Shan forced a smile on his complicated face and said, money can be earned again if it is lost. The child's happy event cannot be neglected. Lin Yan, who had just returned to the gate, looked at his father Lin Shan's hunched figure with a complicated expression, and his eyes became moist. I remember that in his previous life, in order to raise the 10,000 yuan dowry for his marriage, his father not only took out all the family savings, but also owed a lot of foreign debts. In order to pay off the foreign debts quickly, his father went out day and night to do cement and tile work. His lungs inhaled too much dust, and he died of lung cancer within a few years. Fortunately, in this life, he did not marry Chen Mei, so his father did not have to spend all his money on him and work hard to pay off debts. Lin Yan, why are you and Luo Shui the only ones back? Where's the bride? Lin Shan also noticed Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue standing at the gate and asked in surprise. Everyone stood up and looked at Lin Yan in confusion. Lin Yan, what's wrong with the wound on your head? A kind old man standing next to Lin Shan noticed the scar on Lin Yan's forehead and asked with concern. This old man was Xia Luoshue's grandfather. He had watched Lin Yan grow up since he was a child. Normally, the Lin Shan family took good care of him, so the two families were not relatives, but were better than relatives. At this time, Father Lin Shan and Mother Li Tsuehua also noticed that Lin Yan had a wound on his head, and hurriedly applied medicine and bandaged it. I heard yesterday that Qin San from the Qin family in Qinjia village was going to ask for 10,888 red packets when Lin Yan picked up his sister's bride today before he would open the door. Otherwise, he would kick Lin Yan out. Could it be true? Lin Yan's head is already broken, how could it be fake? The people in Qinjia village are really too arrogant. This is not marrying off a daughter, this is clearly selling a daughter. Hush! On such a happy occasion, please keep your words to yourself. The villagers from the surrounding Dashi village were talking at once, and the noise was noisy. Lin Yan, is this true? Hearing the discussions around him, Grandpa Xiada's face suddenly became angry and he asked while tapping his cane. Yes. Lin Yan nodded slightly and told the whole story. When Xiada heard that the Qin family went back on their word and wanted to double the betrothal gift, he was filled with anger. That family is such a jerk. How dare they treat Lin Yan, such a good child, like this? After hearing this, the villagers of Dashi village and relatives of the Qin family in the yard all showed an angry look on their faces. Grandpa Xia, Dad, Mom. Lin Yan looked at Xiada, Lin Shan, and Li Tsuehua, and said seriously, before, I was ignorant and loved the wrong person. It was not until today that I saw the true colors of Qin Mei and her family. So, I don't plan to marry Qin Mei anymore. I want to break off the engagement with Qin Mei. Okay. No matter what you do, Dad will support you. Lin Shan's face was solemn, and he nodded, Dad will take care of the cancellation of the engagement. When the surrounding villagers and Chen's relatives heard that Lin Yan wanted to cancel the engagement, they were very supportive. What a pity to waste such delicious food. Li Tsuehua looked at the delicious dishes on the tables around her and sighed. What a waste. With so many friends and relatives here today, let's just have a good meal together. Lin Shan interrupted Li Tsuehua and said, it's a good thing that my son didn't marry a woman like the Qin family's daughter. Today, everyone can eat to their heart's content. If you are happy, take the money back. When the relatives and friends around heard this, they all smiled. Wait a minute. Lin Yan waved his hand and said to Lin Shan, Dad, we won't have a wedding banquet today. Let's change it to an engagement banquet. He took Xia Luoshue's hand, and under everyone's surprised gaze, he slowly knelt in front of Xiada. Grandpa Xia, Luoshue, and I grew up together and accompanied each other. When I was not feeling well, she stayed by my side to take care of me. When I was unhappy, she comforted me. Today, when I went to the Qin family to marry and was made difficult by the Qin family, it was only Luoshue who protected me. It suddenly dawned on me that I had been loving the wrong person. Luoshue is the one I should love for the rest of my life. I swear, from now on, every penny I earn will be given to Luoshue. When she is not feeling well, I will take care of her. When she is unhappy, I will comfort her. When she is bullied, I will protect her. In a word, she has everything that other women have. She also has things that other women don't have. At this point, Lin Yan raised his head, his eyes clear and bright, his eyes firm. Grandpa Xia, I want to marry Luoshue, do you agree? Okay, I'll be the first to support Lin Yan and Luoshue getting married. At this time, the village chief Qin Jiangwo stood up and applauded, saying, these two children have been playing together since they were young, they know each other very well, and have a deep relationship. The two families are so close, and they can take care of each other after marriage. The villagers in the surrounding Dashi village also agreed. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiada was slightly moved. He turned to look at Xia Luoshue, Xiaoxue, are you willing to marry Lin Yan? How could he not see what his granddaughter was thinking, but he still wanted to hear it from Xia Luoshue herself. The people around looked at Xia Luoshue nervously. Hearing this, Xia Luoshue's face turned red like an apple. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I do. Everyone smiled when they heard this. Xiada also showed a kind smile on his face. He looked at Lin Yan and said, although Xiaoxue is willing to marry you, I only have this one granddaughter. I can't just marry her off carelessly. Today's wedding banquet doesn't count. I will ask Mr. to pick an auspicious day to marry Xiaoxue. Lin Yan said hurriedly. Xiada nodded in satisfaction, looked at Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua, and discussed, let's give 3333 as the betrothal gift according to the custom in the village. Xiaoxue still has the dowry left by her parents. The quilt and other things are all new. She will bring them over when the time comes. How can this be possible? Lin Yan and his father Lin Shan spoke at the same time, and the two looked at each other. Lin Shan spoke first. I have watched Xiaoxue grow up. She is very outstanding, gentle, and virtuous. My son is lucky to marry her in his previous life. The bride price and the 3 golds must be of high standards. But before Lin Shan could finish his words, Xiada angrily knocked his cane and said, I'm not selling my granddaughter, why do I need so much money? It's decided. Everyone has seen my granddaughter, and the engagement ceremony is complete. Xiaoxue, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Xiaoxue and walked out. Seeing that Grandpa Xia was so stubborn, Lin Yan and his father Lin Shan could only look at each other and smile helplessly. When relatives and friends saw that Lin Yan was re-engaged, they were all happy for him. When the engagement banquet was almost over, Chen San brought a group of relatives from Qinjia village to make a big fuss, but they were all blocked by the villagers of Dashi village. In this matter, the people of Qinjia village were in the wrong. With the help of Qin Jiangwo, the village chief of Dashi village, they negotiated the details of the cancellation of the engagement on the spot. The Qin family returned the betrothal gift and 3 golds to the Lin family, and the Lin family paid 1,000 yuan to the Qin family as compensation for the cancellation of the engagement. By the time everything was done, it was already dark. Lin Yan sat at his desk, writing down his next plan. Soon, the desk in front of him was piled with notes filled with what he needed to do. The first note, Grandpa Xia only wants 3,333 yuan for the betrothal gift, so I will provide his wife with other things. In this era, a refrigerator, air conditioner, and color TV are essential for a wealthy family to get married. I want to make Xiaoxue the happiest bride in the area. The second picture, within 3 months, earn enough money to build a villa as a wedding house with a yard area of at least 300 square meters. The third picture, let my sister pursue her art dream with peace of mind, without the worry of tuition fees, and get admitted to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. The fourth picture, advise Grandpa Xia to smoke less and take him to have a physical examination. The fifth picture, in a few years, there will be a new round of stock bull market. First, make the first pot of gold, then invest in the stock market to accumulate capital, and then invest in real estate. The sixth picture, don't let the Chen siblings live too comfortably. After Lin Yan finished reading the plans on dozens of pieces of paper, he collected them all and hid them in an iron box. He patted the iron box in his arms, and a smile rose on his lips. When I complete the goals on these notes, will my net worth rank first on the national rich list? He was reborn, and in this life he not only wanted to live happily and without regrets, but also to make money faster and quicker. Let parents, sister, Grandpa Xia, and Xiaoxue all live a happy life. As for the rich second generation who framed him, Lin Yan also wanted to find him out and let him have a taste of being deserted by his friends and relatives. After putting the iron box away, his mother Li Tsuehua called him out to dinner in the yard. After dinner, the family sat in the yard and held a family meeting. Son, although your marriage with Qin Mei has been cancelled, Grandpa Xia has also agreed to your marriage with Luo Shui. But what happened today has always wronged Luo Shui. Lin Shan took a puff of his pipe and told Lin Yan, after you marry her, you must treat her well. With the development of the market economy in the 1990s, people's thinking has been broadened and improved, but things like temporarily changing brides during marriages will still become a topic of laughter among villagers in the surrounding villages. In the future, when Xiaoxue goes out, she will definitely be pointed at by everyone. If the man in her husband's family is not capable, he will even be bullied and insulted. I will. Lin Yan nodded seriously. You are already in your 20s and are about to start a family. It is not a good idea for you to always follow me out to do odd jobs. Lin Shan nodded and continued. The Chen family returned all the betrothal gifts and the 3 golds. Apart from the compensation, my father still has 7,888 yuan. Grandpa Xia only wants 3,333 yuan for the betrothal gift. Dad means that the second floor will be used as a wedding room for you and Luo Shui, and we will live in the rooms on the first floor. We will clean up the lobby and yard on the first floor, and use the remaining money to open a rice and flour shop for you. You and Luo Shui will run this small home well in the future. In the 1980s and 1990s, the country gradually opened up the market, allowing and supporting people to go into business and set up individual businesses. Therefore, many villagers who had some savings at home would run grocery stores at home. Dashi village is a large chicken-raising village, with every household raising chickens. There is a huge gap in the demand for feed. At this time in his previous life, Lin Shan had thought about opening a rice and flour feed shop. But in order to help his son get married, Lin Shan had to use all his savings as a dowry, and he owed a lot of money for this. After Lin Yan got married, he could only go out to work as a cement worker to pay off his son's marriage debt. Later it was proved that Lin Shan had a sharp vision. Anyone who opened a rice, flour, and feed shop in the village made a lot of money. Within a few years, many people's homes were upgraded from bungalows to 5- or 6-story villas, and they even replaced their bicycles with Honda motorcycles. Dad, I don't plan to open a rice, flour, or feed store. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan shook his head and said. Although opening a rice, flour, and feed shop can indeed make some money, it can only solve the problem of food and clothing and save a little money. The prices of rice, flour, and feed sold in the rice and flour shop are transparent, with little price difference, and the profit from both purchase and sale is only a few cents. But it is different when setting up stalls. No matter whether you are selling tapes, small accessories, or other daily necessities, as long as you get the goods from the wholesale market, the cost price is extremely low, and the profit is often several times more. Brother, if you don't open a rice and flour shop, what do you want to do? You are going to marry Sister Luo Shui soon, and you have to give Sister Luo Shui a stable home. Before Lin Shan could speak, his sister Lin Qing said worriedly. Dad, Mom, Sister, I have my own plan. My family doesn't need to pay for the betrothal gift. Lin Yan looked at Lin Shan, Li Cuihua, and Lin Qing seriously, and said firmly. Luo Shui and I are getting married in 3 months. During these 3 months, I will work hard to make money. Not only will I give her the highest dowry in the village, but I will also buy her 3 electric cars and 1 turn. Luo Shui's willingness to marry me is a blessing from my previous life. I will not let her suffer any grievances or do any hard work. I want her to have the best things and become the happiest bride in Dashi village, no, in the whole area. Hearing Lin Yan's powerful and resounding words, Lin Shan, Li Cuihua, and his sister Lin Qing all widened their eyes, as if they saw a very unfamiliar Lin Yan. In the past, Lin Yan was stubborn, indecisive, and childish. He liked Chen Mei and forced his parents to propose marriage to her. Even though the Chen family asked for a high price for the bride price and wanted to take away his parents' life savings, he didn't care. Could it be that after experiencing the blow of today's wedding, Lin Yan has really matured and grown up? Bang! The gate of the yard was suddenly pushed open, and the graceful figure leaning against the door attracted the attention of everyone in the yard. Sister Luo Shui. Why are you here? Lin Qing looked delighted. She went over and held Xia Luo Shui's hand, and asked affectionately. Being caught eavesdropping, Xia Luo Shui blushed with shame. She really didn't mean to eavesdrop on Uncle Lin and his family meeting. She just happened to walk to the gate of the courtyard and heard Lin Yan's voice. He mentioned her in his words, so she couldn't help but lean against the door to listen. Grandpa asked me to bring the horoscope on red paper and ask Uncle Lin to find a fortune teller to calculate the date. I just arrived and didn't hear anything. I'll leave first. Xia Luo Shui raised the red paper in her hand and said hesitantly. After saying that, she stuffed the red paper into Lin Qing's hand, without even daring to look at Lin Yan, and turned around and fled. Everyone smiled when they saw this. Xia Luo Shui only breathed a sigh of relief after she escaped back to her own yard. When she thought of what Lin Yan had just said to his parents in the yard, her face turned red. It turns out that Lin Yan was serious when he swore in front of his grandfather that he would treat her well, take care of her for the rest of her life, and never let her suffer any grievances. He seemed to have really changed and become much more mature, and it seemed that all this changed because of himself. Idiot, it's enough for you to just say that you won't let me suffer any injustice. How can you say in front of Uncle Lin and Aunt Li that you won't let me do hard work? What if Uncle Lin and Aunt Li think I'm a lazy woman? Xia Luoxue bit her teeth lightly, her face flushed with shame. After returning to the room, Xia Luoxue tossed and turned in bed, her mind constantly recalling the love words Lin Yan had said. The more she thought about it, the more difficult it became for her to fall asleep. She could only cover herself in the quilt, occasionally letting out shy laughter like a girl. Fortunately, Grandpa Xia is old and goes to bed early, so he was not woken up by her. After tossing and turning for half the night, Xia Luoxue finally fell asleep and had a dream. In the dream, she and Lin Yan got married as they wished, and they were very happy and loving after marriage. She gave birth to 2 pairs of twins for Lin Yan. She sat in the yard, watching the children playing around Lin Yan, vying for him to hold them. She held her chin and smiled happily. The next day, at daybreak, Lin Yan got up from the bed, washed up simply, and walked into the kitchen on the side of the yard. He wanted to make breakfast for Xia Luoxue and her family. Although he and Xia Luoxue have a relationship confirmed by their parents, they still have to get married and pamper their wife. Lin Yan said that he would not let Xia Luoxue suffer at all, and this was definitely not just talk. He wanted to raise Xia Luoxue to be plump and white. He glanced around the kitchen and saw only some eggs, a bag of white rice, some rice noodles, and 2 jars of homegrown bean sprouts. In this era, refrigerators were still a luxury. Not many people in the village, even in the town, could afford one, so meat was basically air-dried or made into bacon. Most of the families in the village have kitchens like his, with only some eggs, vegetables and rice noodles that are easy to preserve. Seeing that there was no meat, Lin Yan had to turn his attention to the bags of rice noodles and bean sprouts. With just these ingredients, an ordinary family in the village might just cook a pot of porridge and blanch a plate of bean sprouts to have breakfast. But since it was Lin Yan's first time cooking for Xia Luoxue, he naturally didn't want to just keep things simple. I got it. I'll make some rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts for Luoxue, which are only available at the provincial capital Zoucha market. Lin Yan slapped his thigh and immediately thought of what to eat for breakfast. Rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts is a specialty of Guangdong province. In this era, it is usually only sold at the morning tea market in tea houses in provincial capitals. Luoxue has not been to the provincial capital yet, she will definitely like the food. If you want to capture your wife's heart, you must first capture her stomach. After deciding to make bean sprout rice noodle rolls, Lin Yan immediately prepared the ingredients. In his previous life, when he started his business, he tried all kinds of businesses. For a while, he wanted to open a restaurant and worked as an apprentice to a Cantonese chef for a few months. The preparation of bean sprout rice noodle rolls itself is not difficult. The first step in making rice rolls with bean sprouts is to add water to the glutinous rice flour, stir it into rice paste, and then add salt to increase the chewiness. Originally, some cornstarch should be added to increase the smoothness of the rice rolls, but there was none in the kitchen, so he had to give up. The dough skin for bean sprout rice noodle rolls does not need to be kneaded or left to rest. Lin Yan took all the long winnowing baskets in the kitchen, 5 in total, brushed oil on each of them, poured the batter on it, stacked them together, and then started steaming. The rice noodles are steamed very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, 5 portions are ready. Brush a layer of oil on the rice noodles and place them on a chopping board to cool. After cooling, the rice noodles will become smooth and chewy, and the rice aroma will be fragrant. After making 5 servings of rice noodles, Lin Yan did not stop and made another 40 sheets of rice noodles in one go. "Brother, are you making breakfast?" At this time, Sister Lin Qin came in from the kitchen rubbing her eyes. When she saw Lin Yan cooking, a look of shock appeared on her face. In the past, she wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Ever since Lin Qin could remember, she had been responsible for all the housework at home. Every day, Lin Yan would either go out to catch crabs and fish with his friends, or go up the mountain to dig out bird nests and beehives. Today, the sun rose from the west. "Make something for Luoxue," She has to help Grandpa Xia grow bean sprouts to sell every day and often skips breakfast. Lin Yan said. At this time, he had cooked a pot of bean sprouts. He spread the bean sprouts on 2 pieces of rice noodles and slowly rolled them up. The 2 pieces of rice noodles became the shape of 2 pig intestines. Lin Qing suddenly realized, with a playful look on her face, "Brother, Sister Luo Shui hasn't even come in yet, and you're spoiling her like this. You've never made breakfast for me before, and I'm angry." Lin Yan ignored his sister and cut 2 pieces of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts into small pieces. He poured soy sauce, peanut butter, and chive oil on them, and finally put a layer of white sesame seeds on them. A strange aroma suddenly spread in the kitchen. "It smells so good. Brother, what did you cook?" Lin Qing swallowed and asked curiously. "Bean sprout rice rolls are a delicacy from the provincial capital. When I was in school, a classmate who came back from the provincial capital treated me to it." Lin Yan filled 2 plates of bean sprout rice rolls and handed them to Lin Qing. Seeing the white and smooth dough of the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, as well as the aroma that burst out from the collision of bean sprouts, mixed sauce, chive oil, and white sesame seeds, Lin Qing felt her appetite growl and she picked up the chopsticks to prepare to taste it. "These 2 plates are for Grandpa Xia and Luo Shui. You can deliver them first and eat them when you come back," Lin Yan reminded. Lin Qing's face froze. She glared at Lin Yan resentfully, then went out with her plate and chopsticks. Seeing his sister's angry back, Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled, then immediately made 4 more servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts and waited for his parents to get up and eat. He rummaged through the drawers and took out all the wooden plates and chopsticks that had been used for banquets at home and washed them. Lin Yan has already figured out how to make his first money. On the other side, Xia Luoxue walked out of the house with a pair of panda eyes, ready to check the growth of several jars of bean sprouts in the yard. Then she would put the sprouts into bags and let her grandfather ride a bicycle to the market in town to sell them. Their family's income depends entirely on these bean sprouts. At this moment, Xia Luoxue suddenly smelled a strange fragrance coming from outside the door, and her stomach couldn't help but growl. "Sister Luo Shui, open the door." At the same time, Lin Qing's voice came from outside. When Xia Luoxue opened the door, she saw Lin Qing holding 2 plates of snow-white pig intestine-shaped rice noodles in her hands. The fragrance came from them. "Xiao Qing, why are you here?" Xia Luo reluctantly moved his eyes away from the 2 plates of vermicelli and asked Lin Qing curiously. "My brother is worried that you won't eat breakfast again this morning, so he asked me to send you 2 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts for you to try." Lin Qing looked at Xia Luoxue with a playful look on her face, and said jokingly, "My brother said that this is a delicacy that can only be found in the provincial capital. It's just out of the pot, so the first bite should be given to you, my sister-in-law." When Xia Luoxue heard that Lin Yan made this breakfast, she was stunned. She and Lin Yan have been friends since childhood, so how could she not know that Lin Yan never cooks? "I never thought that one day, I would be able to eat breakfast made by Lin Yan himself. This scene was so similar to the dream I had last night. Could it be that I would really give birth to 2 pairs of twins for Lin Yan just like in my dream?" Thinking of this, Xia Luoxue's face suddenly turned red. Noticing Xia Luoxue's expression change, Lin Qing couldn't help but tease, "Sister Luoxue, you are about to marry into my family and become my sister-in-law, why are you still shy?" Xia Luoxue took the pink skin with a red face and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Xiao Qing, thank your brother for me. Don't worry, I'll go back and tell my brother that you like the breakfast he makes very much and you want to eat it for the rest of your life," Lin Qing said with a playful look on her face as she ran out. Hearing this, Xia Luoxue's face turned even redder. She looked down at the white and elastic rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts in her hand, and couldn't help but pick up a piece with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The rice noodles are chewy, the bean sprouts are crispy, and the unique taste of soy sauce, mixed sauce, and chive oil instantly conquered Charlotte. When Lin Qing returned to the Lin family's yard, Lin Shan and Li Cuihua had already finished washing up and were sitting in the yard eating rice rolls with bean sprouts, with an intoxicated look on their faces. "Why did you start eating first? Leave some for me," Lin Qing said nervously. Her soul had already been hooked by the bean sprout rice noodle rolls. "There's plenty of bean sprout rice rolls. Come and eat." You can give me your opinions on the taste. Lin Yan came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of bean sprout rice rolls and said with a smile. Seeing that she could finally eat rice rolls with bean sprouts, Lin Qing picked up her chopsticks and began to gobble it up. The pink and chewy rice rolls, the crispness of the bean sprouts, and the aroma of the mixed sauce and chive oil all whetted her appetite. Even Lin Qing, who had the smallest appetite, ate 3 or 4 dishes before she was so full that she couldn't stop. Brother, this rice noodle roll with bean sprouts is so delicious. How did you make it? After satisfying her craving, Lin Qing asked curiously. The method is very simple, the ingredients just need to be tasty. If you all think the taste is good, then I can open a stall to sell breakfast without any worries. As soon as Lin Yan said this, everyone's face showed strange colors. Brother, are you going to set up a stall? Lin Qing showed surprise on her face. Brother, I support you. Li Tsuehua said with some concern. Xiaoyan has never set up a street stall before, and he is selling breakfast. Will anyone buy it? Nowadays, most families in rural areas have breakfast at home. It is not like 20 years later when they would go downstairs to sell breakfast or order takeout directly. Li Tsuehua is worried that Lin Yan's rice rolls with bean sprouts will not be marketable. It's a good thing that you want to set up a stall to make money. You are still young and at the age when you can dare to fight and work hard. Try it first. If you can't sell it, we can think of other ways. Lin Shan patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and encouraged him. But in his heart, he didn't really believe that he could make money by selling breakfast at a stall. Thank you, Dad. Lin Yan said. His success in business in his previous life had a lot to do with the support and encouragement from his parents. He wanted to tell them that he could earn enough money to build a villa and buy 3 electricity companies with this dish of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, but he was worried about scaring them. Lin Yan finally decided to wait until he finished setting up the stall tonight and come back to show them the money he earned, which would be more convincing. Brother, do you need my help with setting up the stall? Lin Qing asked. Lin Yan shook his head and said seriously, no, just study hard and don't worry about making money. I'll sign you up for a summer art class in a few months when I make some money. My younger sister Lin Qing is now only a sophomore art student. After breakfast every day, she has to walk 20 minutes to go to school in town. She attends cultural classes during the day and teaches herself painting at night. She had a high talent for art, but because she had not received professional art training, her score in the art exam in her senior year of high school was just enough to get into a very ordinary art school with expensive tuition. In the previous life, because of his marriage, the family savings were emptied. After the college entrance examination, his sister went out to work and later found an ordinary worker to marry. Unexpectedly, her brother-in-law had both legs amputated due to a job and was unemployed at home. The burden of supporting the family fell on Lin Qing all of a sudden. No matter how hard she worked, a weak woman could only barely maintain food and clothing for a family of 3. She lived a very poor life. Even though Lin Yan later made some money from business, because Chen Mei was in charge of the family's money and Chen Mei didn't like him to have any contact with her sister, he could only secretly give some money to Lin Qing every time to support his sister's life. Really? Thanks, bro. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Qing's face showed joy and she said happily. After breakfast, Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua went out to work, while Lin Yan moved the 40 steamed rice rolls with bean sprouts onto a wooden board, covered them with gauze, and moved them to the back of the tricycle in the yard together with the leek oil can, mixed sauce can, sesame can, wooden plates, etc. After preparing all this, Lin Yan and Lin Qing gave some instructions and went out to set up their stall on their tricycle. It is now bright, and every household in the village has started to make fire and cook breakfast. Lin Yan's tricycle is driving on the country road. There are big trees on both sides and green rice fields all around. He can faintly hear the chirping of insects and birds in the morning. Smelling the scent of fireworks in the air, he can't help but smile. Although this era was not as prosperous as later generations, with heavy traffic and steel jungles everywhere, it had green mountains and clear waters, gurgling streams, the fragrance of rice and the chirping of birds. His spirit was unprecedentedly relaxed and free. Although he had earned tens of millions in his previous life, the fast-paced life, the betrayal of those around him, and the cunning and treacherous nature of his business rivals all made him feel exhausted. God gave him a chance to be reborn, and he wanted to live every day well with Xia Luoxue and enjoy life. Half an hour later, Lin Yan rode a tricycle to the county town. He did not choose to set up a stall in the market, but came to the gate of the county number 1 middle school. Those who can go to the market are either buying vegetables for breakfast, or have already eaten breakfast and are preparing to buy vegetables for lunch. But it is different for college students. No matter they are boarding students or day students, they need to eat breakfast in the school cafeteria. The school cafeteria has limited opening hours and closes after the time. Therefore, day students often go to early classes on an empty stomach because they go to bed late. His rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts are already ready. You just need to cut them into pieces, drizzle them with soy sauce, mixed sauce, chive oil, and white sesame seeds, and you can start eating. For high school students who are about to be late for class, it is definitely the most convenient breakfast. Lin Yan chose a location far away from the school gate, lifted the gauze on the back of the tricycle, and started shouting. The bean sprout rice noodle rolls you can only get in tea houses in the provincial capital are 2 yuan a portion, and there are only 80 of them. Leave when they're sold out. Eating rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts for breakfast is nutritious and delicious. I don't have to go to class hungry anymore. It's only 2 yuan a portion. If it doesn't taste good, it's free. Come and try it. At this time, many students were rushing to school. They were attracted by Lin Yan's shouting, and many students who had not had breakfast came over. Their stomachs rumbled when they saw the rows of rice rolls with bean sprouts placed on the back of the tricycle and the aroma wafting from the can of chive oil nearby. "Brother, how do you eat this rice noodle roll with bean sprouts?" An obese student compared the length of rice noodle rolls and asked curiously. "Cut into pieces, pour soy sauce, secret sauce, and chive oil on it and you can eat it," Lin Yan said with a smile. "How much is it?" 2 yuan a copy. So expensive? The fat student showed hesitation on his face. In those days, a pound of pork only cost 5 yuan. You can try a piece and taste it. Lin Yan had expected a student to say this, so he quickly cut out half a strip of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, cut them into sections, drizzled them with soy sauce, mixed sauce, chive oil, and white sesame seeds, put them on a wooden plate, and handed a pair of chopsticks to the fat student. Tasting. It was the first time that the fat student heard such an interesting word. He took the chopsticks, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. His expression suddenly changed. The rice noodle skin was smooth and chewy, the mung bean sprouts were crispy, and the unique sauce constantly hit his taste buds. He was instantly conquered by this delicacy. He snatched the bean sprout rice noodle roll from Lin Yan's hand and wolfed it down, muttering, "It's so delicious, big brother, I want another one." Lin Yan smiled when he heard this, and quickly made a second serving of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and served it to the student. After the fat student finished the first serving, he immediately took the second one and started eating. The students passing by saw the fat student eating with gusto, as if he was about to swallow his tongue, and his stomachs began to growl. "Brother, I want a bowl of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, here, 2 yuan. And me, I want one too." Immediately, a group of students rushed up with money in their hands, their eyes like hungry wolves. In less than half an hour, the 80 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts that Lin Yan brought were sold out. Many female students who didn't get to eat rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts pulled Lin Yan's hand and begged him to make more tomorrow. As Lin Yan rode his tricycle away from the county's number 1 middle school, he couldn't stop smiling. "Today I sold 80 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls, each at 2 yuan, for a total of 160 yuan. The glutinous rice flour used to make rice noodle rolls costs 1 yuan per pound, and 1 pound can make 8 sheets of rice noodles. The bean sprouts are grown at home, and with ingredients such as soy sauce and chive oil, the cost is only 7 yuan. Excluding costs, he still earned 153 yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary person in that era. And it only took him half an hour. More importantly, seeing how hot the bean sprout rice rolls are selling today, 80 servings a day are far from enough. He plans to make 80 sheets of rice noodles tomorrow, which means 160 servings of bean sprout rice rolls, and make a fortune. After leaving the number 1 middle school of the county, Lin Yan did not return to the village immediately. Instead, he went to the market in the county town to buy some meat, glutinous rice flour and cornstarch. If he had cornstarch, the skin of his rice noodle rolls would be more chewy and smooth, and he would have more repeat customers. Before leaving, Lin Yan saw a grocery store selling Arctic Ocean and Coke. At that time, Arctic Ocean was only 1.5 yuan, and Coke was only 2 yuan. He remembered that his sister once told him that a classmate in the class had drunk beibinjiang and it tasted very sweet. When she talked about it, she couldn't stop swallowing her saliva, so he took out 5 yuan, bought a bottle of beibinjiang, a bottle of Coke, and some candied fruits, and then left the market and went back to the village. It was already noon when Lin Yan returned to the entrance of Dashi village. He saw his sister and a group of friends from the same village hurriedly walking towards the village entrance. "Xiaoqing, why are you here?" Lin Yan asked puzzledly. After seeing Lin Yan, Lin Qing's panicked face turned a little tearful. "Brother, it's bad, Sister Luo Shui has been kidnapped." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Yan's face changed drastically, a burst of anger exploded from his chest, and his voice became cold. "What's going on?" It was Chen San from Qinjia village. Sango saw him lead a group of ruffians from Qinjia village into Grandpa Xia's yard and took Sister Luo Shui away. Lin Qing looked flustered, pointed at a young man beside her and said. Lin Yan turned his head and looked. Besides Sango, there were several village youths beside Lin Qing, all of whom were his good friends. In his previous life, after Lin Yan became rich, these friends did not become jealous and alienate him because of his wealth, nor did they set their sights on his wallet because of his money. On the contrary, when Lin Yan went bankrupt and returned to the village, unable to afford even food, these friends often found various reasons to invite him to their homes for meals and drinks. In his previous life, during the last few days of Lin Yan's life, he regretted why he did not help these good brothers after he became rich so that they could also become rich. The feelings these brothers have for him are much more sincere and simple than those of the Chen siblings. I just saw Chen San leading people into the village and walking towards Grandpa Xia's yard, and I realized something was wrong. When I called Huizi, Xiaobin, and the others to go, Sister Luo Shui had already been taken away by them. Sangha said with a look of self-blame, "Brother Yan, I am sorry for this." After hearing what Sangha said, Lin Yan guessed that this was directed at him. He broke off the engagement with Chen Mei, which brought shame to the Chen family. Based on his understanding of the character of his former brother-in-law Chen San, he knew that Chen San must be very angry, so he brought people to Dashi village and captured Xia Luoxue. Chen San is a scoundrel, and there is no telling what he will do to Xia Luoxue. He must save Xia Luoxue now. Sango, this matter is not your fault. I want to save Luo Shui now and teach that kid Chen San a lesson. What do you think? Lin Yan's face darkened and his tone was cold. He patted Sango's shoulder and asked. He is not a good-tempered person. In his previous life, he married Chen Mei and suffered a lot from his brother-in-law Chen San. In this life, he has cut off all ties with Chen Mei. If Chen San dares to touch his woman, don't blame him for being rude. Yesterday, Chen San hit him on the head with a stick. Today, he wants to get the stick back. Brother Yan, is there any need to say more? Just decide who you want to deal with. We brothers will follow you to deal with him. Sangu patted his chest and said seriously. Other villagers also echoed this. How dare you bully my sister-in-law? Do you really think there are no men in our Dashi village? Brothers, grab your weapons and help Brother Yan rescue his sister-in-law. Hearing what Sangu and the others said, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth slightly raised. Thank God for giving him a second life, giving him another chance to live out his youth and make a fortune with these brothers. Okay. Then let's go to Qinjia village together today. Sango reminded, Brother Yan, Chen San and his friends always like to play over there on the seawall. I think they might have taken my sister-in-law to the seawall. Then let's go to the seawall. Lin Yan nodded, handed the tricycle to Lin Qing, and said, Xiao Qing, push the tricycle home first, I'll be back soon. Brother, you guys, be careful. Lin Qing glanced at Lin Yan and Sango and the others with a worried look on her face, but still gritted her teeth and nodded. Lin Qing knew how bad her brother's temper was. When I was in school, there were fights every day at school. Whether it was at school or in the nearby villages, there were ruthless people who would fight to the death. Before, when my brother was obsessed with Chen Mei, a thug from the neighboring village whistled at Chen Mei. My brother chased him and beat him for several miles, and almost killed him in front of the gate of the village. Later, the head of the two villages stepped in, and my father Lin Shan paid a lot of medical expenses, and the matter was finally settled. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Yan turned around and took San Go and others to the seawall outside the village entrance. Dashi Village and Qinjia Village are both seaside villages, nestled between mountains and the sea. Most of the villagers in Qinjia Village make a living by fishing at sea, while most of the villagers in Dashi Village make a living by raising and selling chickens. Because of their different ways of living, few villagers from Dashi Village come to the seawall. When Lin Yan led his men to the seawall, he heard sobbing sounds from afar. His heart tightened and he quickened his pace. Don't let Xia Luoxue suffer any injustice. Xia Luoxue, tell me, you are fine, why do you want to interfere in the matter between Lin Yan and my sister? Chen San stared at Xia Luoxue with anger on his face. You said my sister is your best friend, but you stole her men on her wedding day. You are such a despicable person. Xia Luoxue grabbed the two young men from Qinjia Village with both hands and stood on the seawall. Behind her was a black mudflat exposed after the tide receded. But she didn't show any sign of nervousness, her face was calm. Chen San, you know better than me who is right and who is wrong in this matter. In the past 2 years, Lin Yan never brought home any of the money he earned from working with Uncle Lin. Instead, he gave it all to Chen Mei. But when it came time to talk about marriage, Chen Mei insisted on marrying him according to the highest bride price standard in the village, forcing Uncle Lin to lose everything he had. Knowing that Uncle Lin and Lin Yan were penniless, you, as their brother-in-law, still demanded an exorbitant price and a huge bonus. When Lin Yan refused, you beat him until his head was bleeding. Your mother even went back on her word and demanded double the betrothal gift before she would let Chen Mei leave the house. It was you who gradually extinguished Lin Yan's love for Chen Mei, which is why he became disheartened and chose to break off the engagement. After hearing what Xia Luoxue said, the young men from the surrounding Qinjia village all looked at Chen San with strange expressions. They really didn't know the details. Now it seems that Chen San's family has indeed gone a bit too far. The groom asks for a red envelope for the wedding gift and to welcome the bride, just for good luck. Asking for such an exorbitant amount is undoubtedly too much. Xia Luoxue, if you hadn't agreed to Lin Yan's proposal, my sister wouldn't have been broken off on the wedding day. Noticing that his fellow villagers were looking at him strangely, Chen San's face turned ugly. He shouted angrily, "It's you who made it impossible for my sister to marry Lin Yan. It's you who made our family lose face in the village." His face was somewhat ferocious, staring at Xia Luoxue, gritting his teeth and saying, "Aren't you trying to be a slut and steal a man? I'm going to throw you into the mud right now, let you roll in the stinky, black mud, and then call the whole village over to see. I want you to know that this is what happens when you are a bitch." After saying that, he pushed away the two fellow villagers, came to Xia Luoxue, and prepared to push Xia Luoxue off the seawall. Although the seawall and the black mudflat below are less than 2 meters high, people would still get injured if they fell from them. "Chen San, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, an angry roar came from not far away. I saw several figures holding hoes, tridents, and wooden sticks rushing up and controlling several young men from Qinjia village. At this time, when the young men from Qinjia village saw that the person who was roaring was Lin Yan, they were so scared that their legs went weak. They had heard from Chen San that Lin Yan was not in the village and just wanted to teach Xia Luoxue a lesson, so they dared to follow him to Dashi village and capture Xia Luoxue. All the young men in the surrounding villages know Lin Yan, a ruthless fighter. In the past, Lin Yan was friendlier to the young people in Qinjia village out of consideration for Chen Mei's feelings. Now that Lin Yan and Chen Mei have broken off their engagement, and Chen San has brought people to capture Xia Luoxue, I'm afraid Lin Yan will not show any mercy to those people from Qinjia village. It's still unknown how this ruthless man will deal with them next. When Chen San saw Lin Yan, his expression changed slightly, but he thought that Lin Yan had always been afraid of her sister. Although she had cancelled her sister's marriage, she probably wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He pushed Xia Luoxue aside and said to Lin Yan arrogantly, "Lin Yan, you are getting more and more daring. You dare to talk to me like this?" Xia Luoxue staggered and fell to the ground. Her snow-white palm was scratched by the ground, bleeding, and her face was in pain. Seeing Xia Luoxiwe injured, Lin Yan felt a surge of anger in his chest. Then, seeing Chen San's arrogant attitude, he suddenly became furious. Without saying a word, he rushed to Chen San and kicked him hard in the stomach. A huge force spread across Chen San's stomach. The latter's face changed, his eyes widened, his expression was painful, and he took a few steps back. Bang! After kicking him, Lin Yan was still not satisfied, so he took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Chen San, throwing a set of sanda punches at Chen San's face and body. Suddenly, Chen San was beaten black and blue by Lin Yan, with blood flowing from his nose and mouth, and he ran away in panic. When Sangu and the others saw how ruthlessly Lin Yan attacked, their eyes widened and they swallowed hard. It seems that Chen San caught Xia Luoxiwe, and Brother Yan was really angry. When the villagers of Qinjia village saw how ruthlessly Lin Yan attacked and that Chen San was about to be beaten to the point of being unable to get up, they hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Lin Yan, stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die. No matter what, he is still Chen Mei's brother. For Chen Mei's sake, stop it now. Lin Yan, if you don't stop, we will find the head of your village. Hearing this, Lin Yan stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the villagers of Qinjia village with a cold and stern look, looking for the village chief. Okay, wait until I finish dealing with him, and then we can go find the village chief together. I want to see what kind of law I broke when people from your Qinjia village came to our Dashi village and forcibly took my fiancée away. I chased them to save her. Will the village chief help me or you? After hearing Lin Yan's words, the villagers of Qinjia village fell silent. After all, if this matter got out, they would not know whether they could leave Dashi village upright. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Yan clenched his fists and prepared to continue dealing with Chen San. At this time, Chen San also recovered and shouted at Lin Yan angrily, "Lin Yan, you dare to attack me. It seems that the blow I gave you on the head yesterday was too light. I will kill you." He picked up a big stone on the ground, with a ferocious look on his face, and was ready to smash it on Lin Yan's head again. "Lin Yan, be careful." Seeing this, Xia Luoxiwe showed a look of panic on her face and hurriedly reminded. But Lin Yan didn't take Chen San seriously at all. When it came to fighting, he, Lin Yan, was the master. Seeing Chen San's stone coming, Lin Yan moved close to Chen San's inner arm range, clenched his right fist, and hit Chen San's nose. The latter's nose immediately became red and swollen, and blood flowed. Then, Lin Yan snatched the stone from Chen San's hand and hit him on the forehead. Blood immediately flowed out of Chen San's forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen San looked dazed. He touched the blood on his forehead and looked at it for a few times, still a little bit unbelievable. Then he burst into tears. "Lin Yan, you dare to hit my head. I'm bleeding. I'm going to go back and tell my sister." When the people around heard what Chen San said, they all showed disdain on their faces. If you can't beat someone, you go to the parents. This is not like a man at all. Even the villagers of Qinjia village regretted helping Chen San to cause trouble in Dashi village. "You hit me on the head yesterday, and now I hit you back. We are even now. If you want to tell your sister, go ahead." Lin Yan looked at Chen San with contempt and sneered. This kid is, after all, a mama's boy, a sister-dependent, a child who never grows up. He only knows how to cause trouble on weekdays, and looks for his mom and sister when something happens. In his previous life, after he married Chen Mei, whenever Chen San got into trouble, he would ask his brother-in-law to clean up the mess. If he didn't help, Chen Mei would cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide in front of him. In the end, Lin Yan was forced to help his brother-in-law solve the trouble again and again. Several times, Chen San got into big trouble and had to face lawsuits. It was only after Lin Yan spent a lot of effort and money that the situation was barely settled. However, this kid didn't know how to be grateful. He even complained to his sister and mother, saying that he was incompetent and couldn't even settle such a small matter. Now that Lin Yan and Chen Mei have no relationship anymore, he naturally won't fall for Chen San's tricks. He took a step forward and grabbed Chen San by the collar, scaring him so much that he quickly protected his head with his hands, fearing that Lin Yan would hit him on the head again. Lin Yan patted Chen San's face and said word by word, "I'll reiterate to you one last time that your sister and I have no relationship anymore. My family paid 1,000 yuan in compensation to your family before we got rid of this piece of cowhide plaster. I don't think it's worth it, so I'm very angry. Today you brought people to bully my wife, so I'm going to give you a blow on the head. This is just a warning. If you dare to come to Dashi village to mess with my wife again in the future, I'm going to break both of your legs. Did you hear that clearly? Lin Yan's ferocious expression frightened Chen San so much that his legs went weak. He looked terrified and stammered, I know. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan smelled a strong odor of urine. He looked down and found that Chen San had wet his pants out of fright. His face darkened and he slapped Chen San twice. A grown man gets scared to death after just a few words. How shameful. At this time, the villagers on both sides of Dashi village and Qinjia village also noticed the movement on the seawall and came to help with their weapons. After seeing Chen San being beaten by Lin Yan and bleeding from the head, the villagers of Qinjia village all gasped and were immediately furious. Lin Yan, you dare to hit the people from our Qinjia village. Do you really think that the people from our Qinjia village are afraid of you? You are too cruel. Chen San is Chen Mei's brother. You must have had a relationship with Chen Mei. You are too heartless. Catch him first and see what the village chief says. After saying that, the newly arrived villagers from Qinjia village were ready to attack Lin Yan, but the villagers from Dashi village who came later all knew that Chen San had brought people to the village to capture Xiao Luoxue. When they saw that the villagers from Qinjia village still wanted to capture Lin Yan, they immediately refused. Who dares? Lin Yan is from our Dashi village. If there is any problem, it will be handled in our Dashi village ancestral hall. Are all of you in Qinjia village so shameless? Chen San has captured Lin Yan's wife, and you won't help him save her. You want to bully the people of Dashi village? No way. Seeing the villagers of Dashi village holding hose and harpoons and protecting him, Lin Yan felt warm in his heart. Although the villagers of Dashi village were usually petty and liked to take advantage of small things, when it came to major issues, they were still very united and protective of each other. This was completely different from the customs of other villages where people were harmonious on the surface but secretly wished that other families would live worse than themselves. At this time, the village chief of Qinjia and the village chief of Dashi, Chen Jiangwo, also learned the news and rushed over. When the village chief of the Chen family saw that Chen San was beaten to a bloody mess, he flew into a rage and accused Lin Yan. Lin Yan, how could you hit someone? He turned to Chen Jiangwo and said angrily, Village Chief Chen, look at what your villagers have done. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, our village will never let you go. The aggressive attitude of the Qinjia village chief also encouraged the arrogance of the villagers in Qinjia village. They looked at Lin Yan, Sangu, and others arrogantly, as if they would not give up until they were given an explanation. When Dashi village chief Chen Jiangwo saw that Chen San was beaten black and blue, he knew that this matter would not be easy to handle today. But he still pointed at Chen San and said to Lin Yan, Xiao Yan, even if Chen San hit you on the head with a stick yesterday and made your head bleed, you can't hit him back. After all, you and Chen Mei were in a relationship. It's too impulsive to do this. Why don't you apologize to her quickly? It seems that what Dashi village chief Chen Jiangwo said was a scolding to Lin Yan, but in fact, it was an excuse for Lin Yan to hit someone. Chen San injured Lin Yan yesterday, and he did not fight back because of Chen Mei. But now Lin Yan has broken off the engagement with Chen Mei, so isn't it reasonable for him to fight back? When the Chen family village chief heard what Chen Jiangwo said, his face suddenly darkened and he was about to speak. I hit him, he deserved it, and I still think that the beating was not severe enough. I asked him to apologize to him, does he deserve it? Unexpectedly, Lin Yan spoke first and said in a cold voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the young people from Qinjia village all around were furious. They had never seen such an arrogant person who beat someone up and did not apologize, and even said that Chen San deserved it. Chen Jiangwo, listen to this, is this the quality of the villagers in your village? The head of the Chen family's village was furious, and he yelled at Chen Jiangwo, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, I will have no choice but to call the police station. No, we can solve this matter privately. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo hurriedly stopped the village chief of the Chen family. In this day and age, fighting is no small matter. If you mess up, you will end up in a brothel. Call the police station. Okay, I agree with you. I want to see who the police will arrest when they come. Lin Yan snorted coldly, looking solemn and speaking in a grim tone. You. Okay, then don't blame me for not giving face to village chief Chen Jiangwo. The Chen family village chief was furious when he saw Lin Yan was still so arrogant after beating someone up. He turned around and shouted to a villager, Xiao Lu, go to the police station and tell them what happened here. The young man from Qinjia village named Xiaoliu was one of the companions who came to Dashi village with Qin San. When he heard the words of the village chief, he showed hesitation on his face. Village chief, this. What are you doing? Don't you even listen to me? The village chief of the Qin family frowned and shouted angrily. Xiaoliu was frightened and took a few steps back, but still didn't dare to leave. The head of Qinjia village frowned slightly, and was about to call other young people from Qinjia village, but those companions who were with Qin San all looked embarrassed and lowered their heads. Chief Qin, there's no need to call them. None of them dared to go to the police station. At this time, Lin Yan spoke again, pointing at Qin San under his feet, and said to Chief Chen, because they kidnapped my wife, if they go to the police station, isn't it the same as surrendering themselves? When these words were spoken, all the villagers in Qinjia village present were shocked. Kidnap your wife? The village chief of the Chen family looked surprised and asked in confusion, didn't you just break off the engagement with Chen Mei? Where did you get your wife? Lin Yan took Xia Luoshue's hand and said, after Chen Mei and I broke off our engagement, I got engaged to Luo Shui. My parents and Luo Shui's grandfather all agreed to this marriage, and our village chief can testify to that. Lin Yan and Xia Luoshue got engaged yesterday, and I was there. I know about this. Dashi village chief Chen Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Lin Yan pointed at Qin San with sharp eyes and said to the village chief of Qin family in a deep voice, Qin San and his men kidnapped my wife, took her to the seawall, and tried to push her into the mud several meters deep in an attempt to hurt her. In order to save my wife, I stopped Qin San's evil behavior. You said, if the police station knew about this, who would be in trouble, me or Qin San and the villagers of Qinjia village? Kidnapping and intentional injury are serious crimes. At the end, Lin Yan pointed at Xiaoliu and the other young people from Qinjia village who came with Qin San. Xiaoliu and the others hadn't expected this matter to be so terrible, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Thump. They all knelt down and kowtowed to the village chief of Chen's family to admit their mistakes. Village chief, don't go to the police station, we don't want to stay in the brothel. Chen San instructed us to do this. We thought we were just coming to Dashi village to scare people. We didn't expect things to be so serious. Village chief, save us. Village chief Chen had never expected things to turn out like this, and he complained bitterly in his heart, cursing Chen San and the Chen couple. Even though his engagement was broken off and he was so angry, he couldn't bring people to Dashi village to cause trouble and arrest people. If this matter gets out of hand, not only will Chen San, Xiao Lu and other villagers have to work in brothels, but even he, the village chief, will probably be removed from his position. Now, Chen San was beaten and bleeding, and the matter could not be resolved peacefully. Village Chief Chen, it seems that everything has been figured out. It was Chen San from your village who brought people to kidnap the villagers of our Dashi village. Lin Yan stopped Chen San's evil deeds just to protect his wife. Chen Jiangwo took the opportunity to speak and said aggressively to the village chief of Chen. Do you think we should settle this matter privately or report it to the police? Forget it, I think we should report it to the police. Chen Jiangwo made a gesture and prepared to call his fellow villagers. No, Brother Jiangwo, this matter can still be discussed, it can be discussed. The village chief of the Chen family hurriedly grabbed Chen Jiangwo, smiling and saying all the nice things he could. Everyone gasped when they saw the Chen family village chief patting his chest and promising that not only would Chen San apologize to Lin Yan and Xia Luoshue, but he would also have to sign a letter of guarantee in the ancestral hall of Qinjia village, promising that he would never cause trouble for Lin Yan and Xia Luoshue again, otherwise he would be removed from the family tree. Being removed from the family tree is a very severe punishment. It seems that the village chief is really disappointed with the Chen couple and the Chen siblings, and he wants to drive them out of Qinjia village. For a moment, the way they look at Chen San changed. Why? He was the one who wronged my sister, how come I am the one who is wrong now? Chen San was a little angry and refused to admit his fault after noticing the strange looks from all around him. You guys, just because the people in Dashi village have made some money from raising chickens in recent years, you're helping outsiders bully me. Chen San's words not only angered the villagers of Dashi village, but even the villagers of Qinjia village looked unhappy. They tried their best to protect Chen San and prevent him from going to the brothel because of this matter, but he turned around and took advantage of them. Bang! Lin Yan slapped Chen San in the face and said coldly, "You really haven't stopped breastfeeding. You don't even know who is helping you. If it weren't for your sister and your parents protecting you, you wouldn't be alive today." Lin Yan, you are so. After being slapped by Lin Yan in front of so many people, Chen San was so angry that his face turned red and he wanted to curse. Snap. Snap. Lin Yan opened his hands left and right and slapped Chen San in the face. Still want to curse? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. While slapping her, Lin Yan also cursed, "Your sister and I have no relationship anymore. Don't think I will still let you go. Luo Shui is my wife from now on. I will kill anyone who dares to bully my wife. Who do you think you are? Besides causing trouble and being lazy, what else can you do?" This time, no villager from Qinjia village stood up to accuse Lin Yan of beating Chen San. This kid deserves a beating. Lin Yan stopped after slapping him for 5 minutes. Chen San's face was already as swollen as a pig's head. No one from the surrounding Dashi villagers or Qinjia villagers sympathized with Chen San. They all felt that Chen San deserved it and that such a person should be beaten to death. "Xiaoyan, you have beaten the man and your anger has subsided. What happened today?" At this time, the village chief of the Chen family looked at Lin Yan with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter if Chen San was beaten into a pig's head, but Xiao Liu and the others are the few good young people in Qinjia village. If they were implicated by Chen San's affairs and ended up working as a brothel, it would be a huge injustice. But whether this matter can be resolved today depends on Lin Yan's opinion. "Uncle Chen, our Dashi village and Qinjia village have always kept to themselves. Don't let a few people affect the relationship between the two villages." Lin Yan had a calm face and a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. He said to the head of Qinjia village, "Just do as you promised us before. Let Chen San make amends and write a letter of guarantee in the Qinjia village ancestral hall. There is no need for an apology. I don't want to see him again." Seeing that Lin Yan finally gave in, the village chief of Qinjia breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and promised to complete the task within 2 days, and then asked someone to take Chen Sancha away. Xiao Lu also looked at Lin Yan with gratitude, tears in his eyes, and he almost knelt down to Lin Yan. After all the villagers from Qinjia village had left, Lin Yan took Xiao Luoshua's hand and thanked the villagers from Dashi village one by one. "Thank you all uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters for your help. When Luoshue and I get married, everyone must drink at the wedding." Everyone agreed when they heard this, and when they saw that everything was all right, they all went about their own business. After returning to the entrance of Dashi village, Lin Yan said to San Go, Huizi, Xiaobin and other friends who rushed to rescue Xiao Luoshue at the first time, "If you hadn't informed me about what happened today, your sister-in-law would have been bullied. Come to my house tonight and I'll treat you to dinner." Hearing this, San Go and the others waved their hands. "Brother Yan, you are too polite. We are all brothers from the same village. How can we just watch people from other villages bully our sister-in-law?" "That's right. You and Sister Luo Shui are engaged, and the brothers are very happy. We have long felt that Chen Mei is not a good woman, but we have always been embarrassed to say it." Seeing Lin Yan's friends calling her sister-in-law in a few words, Xiao Luoshue's face turned red involuntarily. Lin Yan didn't give Sangu and the others a chance to be polite. He asked them to bring stools to dinner in the evening, and then left holding Xiao Luoshue's hand. After returning to Xiao Luoshue's home, Grandpa Xia was still outside selling bean sprouts and had not come back yet. Lin Yan went home to get gauze and disinfectant, and in Xiao Luoshue's yard, he carefully disinfected her abraded palm and then put on a bandage. I can do it by myself." Xiao Luoshue blushed, looking at Lin Yan's careful actions, her beautiful eyes full of smiles, and she retracted her hand embarrassedly. In the past, it was always Lin Yan who was walking the dog or catching crabs outside, and would ask her to bandage his wounds when he got injured. This was the first time she saw Lin Yan bandaging her wound. "Don't move. You are my wife. Isn't it my duty to bandage your wound? Lin Yan looked at Xia Luoxue seriously and said. When the latter heard this, his ears immediately turned red. After bandaging Xia Luoxue's wound, Lin Yan told her that her hand was injured and asked her not to cook in the evening but to come to his house for dinner, and then he went home. Looking at Lin Yan's back as he left, thinking about how Lin Yan had fought with Qin San today to protect her, and how he had called her wife, Xia Luoxue's face turned red, her legs went weak, and her whole body went numb. When Lin Yan returned home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lin Qing had gone to school. He took the dirty dishes and chopsticks down from the back of the truck, rummaged through the drawers and took out 80 more pairs of wooden dishes and chopsticks, and started washing them all. Today's 80 servings of bean sprout rice rolls are not enough to sell, so Lin Yan plans to make 160 servings tomorrow. After washing the dishes, Lin Yan took out the 3 pounds of fat and lean pork that he had bought during the day. He decided what dishes to cook at a glance: braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried lean meat with green peppers, and 2 green vegetables. He remembered that Xia Luoxue loved spicy food, so the stir-fried green peppers with lean meat was prepared for Xia Luoxue. At this time, Lin Shan and his wife came back from working outside. When they saw Lin Yan busy in the kitchen, they were slightly surprised and sighed. This brat has really changed his character. He is actually cooking. I thought he cooked for Luo Shui in the morning. He was just in a spur of the moment. When he was with Chen Mei before, he never stayed at home for a long time. Li Tsuehua patted Lin Shan on the head and said unhappily, "Your son has grown up, and you're still not happy. You don't have to eat if you don't want to." Lin Yan came out of the kitchen with 2 dishes in his hands. He happened to hear what Lin Shan and his wife said, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Since he was little, his parents doted on him and gave him all the good things. Even after he grew up, even though he often fought and made trouble, his parents never gave up on him. Later, he wanted to marry Chen Mei. Faced with the high price of the bride price, his parents did not hesitate to take out all their savings to help him start a family. Later, after Lin Yan became rich, he and Chen Mei moved to the county town and rarely returned to the village to accompany his parents. Looking back now, I really am nothing. After being reborn in this life, he wants to spend more time with his parents, make a lot of money, and let his parents live a good life. Dad, Mom, the food is almost ready. Wait a minute, Luo Shui and San Go will come over to eat. Lin Yan set up a small table, put the dishes on it, and told his parents what happened today. Lin Shan's face was a little ugly. The people of the Chen family are such bastards. We have given them the compensation, and they still dare to cause trouble. If Sangu and the others hadn't helped, Luo Shui might have been bullied. We really should treat them to dinner. Li Tsuehua nodded after hearing this. Dad, Mom, the matter has been resolved. Don't pay attention to them. Lin Yan looked calm and chuckled. I made some money from setting up a stall today. Don't let that kind of person bother you. Li Tsuehua was attracted by Lin Yan's words and asked curiously, Son, have you sold all the bean sprout rice noodle rolls you made this morning? How much did you sell them for? Mother, no matter how much money the child makes from the stall, he gets it himself, so don't ask. Lin Shan didn't think he could make much money by setting up a stall, and was worried that his wife's question would upset his son, so he changed the subject. It wasn't much. I only made 160 yuan. Lin Yan walked into the kitchen and said with a smile while frying the remaining dishes. When these words were spoken, Lin Shan and his wife were shocked. How many? Li Tsuehua's eyes widened and she asked in a trembling voice, You really made 160 yuan? Mom, didn't you hear everything clearly? Lin Shan was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. Wow, 160 yuan. I have to work for half a month to earn this much. Xiaoyan earned half a month's income in one day. The quantity made today is not enough to sell. I plan to make 300 copies tomorrow. Lin Yan brought out the braised pork and stir-fried pork with green peppers and said, 300 copies, this is the number that Lin Yan just decided on temporarily. Confident in his craftsmanship and business ability, Lin Yan believed that even if there were only 300 copies, he could sell them all out in minutes. When Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan heard this, they were stunned. 80 copies sold for 160 yuan, so wouldn't 300 copies sell for 600 yuan? Be good. Drink, you must drink 2 cups today. Lin Shan smiled, his eyes reddened, and said to Li Tsuehua, wife, bring me some wine. In the past, Lin Yan did not make any progress, and as a father, he was always worried about his son's future. Now that he sees Lin Yan can make money on his own, and earns more than him, Lin Shan can finally put his worries aside. Dad, what made you happy and want to drink? At this time, Lin Qing walked in from outside holding Xia Luoshue's hand and asked curiously. Uncle Lin, Aunt Li. Xia Luoshue blushed as she greeted Lin Shan and his wife. She was not that nervous before, as she and Lin Yan were just friends. But now that she was engaged to Lin Yan, she was nervous about what Uncle Lin and Aunt Li would think of her. Luo Shui is here, come and sit down. Xiao Yan is still cooking in the kitchen, and will be ready to eat soon. Li Tsuehua took Xia Luoshue's hand and asked her to sit down. Then he said to Lin Qing, Xiao Qing, your brother set up a stall to sell rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts today and made 160 yuan. Your dad is happy and wants to have a couple of drinks. Hearing this, Lin Qing and Xia Luoshue were both shocked. At this time, Lin Yan had already cooked all the dishes and came out of the kitchen. When he looked up, he noticed that Lin Qing and Xia Luoshue were looking at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face? Lin Yan put the dishes on the small table, touched his face and asked. Brother, you are amazing. If you keep setting up a stall like this, it won't take long before you can earn enough money for the bride price to marry sister Luo Shui and buy 3 electric cars. Lin Qing gave a thumbs up and praised Lin Yan. Xiao Qing. Hearing this, Xia Luoshue blushed and pulled Lin Qing's hand. When Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan saw Xia Luoshue's shy look, they smiled at each other. Soon, Sangu, Huizi, Xiaobin and others came out from outside the yard, holding small stools in their hands. Uncle, Aunt, Sister Xiao Qing. They greeted each one of them, and finally said to Xia Luoshue seriously, Hello, sister-in-law Luoshue. Hearing this, Xia Luoshue blushed like an apple and waved her hands. Xiao Yan and I haven't officially gotten married yet. Okay, let's all sit down and eat. Lin Yan waved his hand, signaling Sangu and the others to take their own bowls and chopsticks to eat. Lin Shan took out the mitai that he had been reluctant to drink and poured a glass for Sangu and the others. If it weren't for Sangu and the others' help today, his daughter-in-law and son might have been bullied by the people in Qinjia village. Lin Yan took out Arctic Ocean and Coke and asked Lin Qing, Xia Luoshue, and her mother to share them. Although there were 8 people eating 5 dishes, 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes were enough to fill everyone up. After finishing the meal, Lin Yan said to Xia Luoshue, Luoshue, I specially left a portion of Grandpa Xia's meal in the kitchen. You can take it back to Grandpa Xia later. Xia Luoshue didn't expect that Lin Yan was thinking of his grandfather while cooking, and she felt a little touched. After Xia Luoshue left, Sangu and the others also planned to leave, but were stopped by Lin Yan. Sangu, do you want to make money? Lin Yan asked. We want to, but we don't know anything. We only have brute force. Sango said without hesitation. As long as you have the strength. Lin Yan smiled and said, there are a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain in our Dashi village. You can pick them and I will pay you by the pound. Wild vegetables. Sango looked puzzled. Brother Yan, why do you want that? There are wild vegetables everywhere in the mountains, and they are not tasty. No one in our village eats them. If you collect wild vegetables, aren't you losing money and gaining publicity? Don't worry about it. I'll charge you $1 per pound. I'll charge you as much as you pick. Lin Yan said. Hiss. When Sangu and the others heard this, they all gasped. Nowadays, rice only costs 1 yuan per pound, other vegetables only cost 50 or 60 cents per pound, and wild vegetables are worthless. Lin Yan actually offered to buy it at a price of 1 yuan per pound. Not only them, even Lin Shan and his wife were stunned. Brother Yan, this is what you said. I see there is a bunch of wild vegetable bushes at the foot of the mountain at the end of the village. I'll go pick them now. Sangu said excitedly. Every household in Dashi village has access to electricity, and there are lamp posts at the head and end of the village. As long as Sangu and his friends do not go up the mountain, there will be no danger for them to pick wild vegetables in the dark. Okay, you pack them in bags and give me the ones you pick tomorrow morning. I'll settle the payment for as many as you pick during the day and when I come back. Lin Yan nodded and agreed. After Sangu and the others left, Li Tsuewa asked in confusion, Xiaoyan, why are you buying wild vegetables? Who still eats wild vegetables in this day and age? They taste bitter and not tasty. Lin Shan also frowned and said, Xiaoyan, isn't the purchase price of 1 yuan per pound too much? Mom and Dad, please trust me when it comes to purchasing wild vegetables. Lin Yan smiled and said, whether I can earn enough money to build a villa within a month depends on it. Lin Shan and his wife were surprised to hear that Lin Yan was going to make money to build a villa. The next day, Lin Yan got up early, washed up, and walked into the kitchen. Not only did he have to make breakfast for Luo Shui and his sister, he also had to make some bean sprout rice noodle rolls to sell. He originally planned to make 80 sheets of rice noodles, but thinking that he was going to sell wild vegetables today, and perhaps he could sell more breakfast through other channels, he simply made 150 sheets of rice noodles in one go, or 300 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls. When he finished making breakfast and rice rolls with bean sprouts for the stall, Sangu and his friends came to him with 3 bags of wild vegetables. Lin Yan weighed them and found that each bag was about 20 kilograms. Without further ado, he gave 20 yuan each to Sangu, Huizi, Xiaobin, and the others at the price of 1 yuan per kilogram. Brother Yan, can this wild vegetable really be sold for money? Looking at the 20 yuan in their hands, each of Sangu and the others showed an excited expression on their faces. In the mid-1990s, villagers in ordinary villages earned less than 300 yuan a month, and less than 10 yuan a day. Sangu and his friends only picked wild vegetables for a few hours last night and earned 20 yuan. How could they not be happy? Of course, I still say the same thing. I'll charge you 1 yuan per pound for as much as you pick. Lin Yan loaded 3 bags of wild vegetables onto the back of the tricycle and added. But when you pick them, you have to pay attention to the quality of the wild vegetables. I don't want the ones that are wilted or bitten by insects. After receiving Lin Yan's reply, Sango and the others were excited and patted their chests to promise. Brother Yan, don't worry, we promise to pick the greenest ones for you. After saying that, Sangu and his friends turned around and went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables without waiting for Lin Yan to ask them to stay for breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Yan loaded all the rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts onto the back of the tricycle and headed for the county town. It is still early for students to go to class, but those working in the catering industry have already started purchasing ingredients and preparing food. After Lin Yan arrived in the county town, the first thing he did was to go to the largest tea house in the county. He had no intention of taking the wild vegetables to the market to sell. In this day and age, although people have become wealthy, most ordinary people still prefer to eat meat rather than vegetables. Only those well-off people who often go to tea houses have some understanding of green vegetables and the concept of health preservation. When they eat, they don't care about the amount of ingredients, but pursue whether the ingredients taste good, are nutritious, and are healthy. In order to provide customers with a better taste experience, many tea houses in provincial capitals have begun to pursue pure natural ingredients, such as pheasants, wild vegetables, etc. The purchase price of wild vegetables has reached 4 yuan per catty, which is almost close to the price of a catty of pork. Longfenglu, the largest tea house in the county, was once a state-owned restaurant in the 1980s. Later, with the development of the market economy, it gradually changed from a state-owned to a semi-state-owned and semi-private unit. Lin Yan remembered that the Longfeng Tower was completely transformed into a private tea house in the next 2 years, and eventually closed down due to poor management and limited menu items. When Lin Yan parked the tricycle at the back door of Longfeng Tea House, he saw a fat middle-aged man who looked like a tea house manager counting the ingredients sent by the supplier, cursing at the same time and with a bad attitude. Lin Yan walked up to the fat middle-aged man with a smile on his face and asked, "Hello, are you the manager of the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House? So what? If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now," the middle-aged man next to him said impatiently. When the tea house was a state-owned unit, he either drank tea or walked his bird every day. His life was so comfortable. Even after it was changed to a semi-private one, he still lived a good life. Recently he heard that the tea house was going to be bought out by a businessman and completely privatized. His workload suddenly increased several times. He had to get up early in the morning to count the ingredients, and he was in a bad mood. Seeing the fat middle-aged man's bad attitude, Lin Yan did not get angry, but smiled and said, "Manager, I have a batch of high-quality wild vegetables here. If they are made into snacks, they will definitely sell well. Do you want to take a look? What kind of shitty vegetable is this? Does anyone eat this? Take it away now." Before Lin Yan could finish his words, the fat middle-aged man interrupted him impatiently and said with a look of disdain, "The tea and snacks at Dragon Phoenix Tea House are made with only the finest ingredients. They are not like those street-side restaurants that take all the junk." The suppliers of the Longfeng Tea House around noticed the commotion here, raised the corners of their mouths, and looked at Lin Yan with contempt. Hearing this, Lin Yan's expression remained calm and he was not angry. He rode away on his tricycle very calmly. When the fat middle-aged man and other suppliers saw Lin Yan leaving in dejection, their faces showed even more disdain. Bah! What the hell? After leaving the Longfeng Tea House, Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled. These wild vegetables were all top-quality natural green ingredients, in no way inferior to the top-quality ingredients mentioned by the fat middle-aged man. He was reborn and could not bear to see a landmark tea house in the county in his previous life disappear, so he thought of cooperating with them. What a pity, they didn't seize the opportunity. "Little brother, wait a moment." At this moment, a bright female voice came from behind Lin Yan. Lin Yan braked the tricycle and looked back in confusion, then he saw a 30-year-old lady with neat hair driving a Santana chasing after him. His face couldn't help but become serious. In the mid-1990s, a Santana sold for 140,000 yuan, which was equivalent to the income of an ordinary family without eating or drinking for 20 years. The background of this lady was definitely not simple. The car stopped in front of Lin Yan, and the lady got out with a smile on her face. "Hello, little brother, my name is Lu Ying. I'm the owner of the Jixiang Tea House next to the Longfeng Tea House. I think I saw you want to sell wild vegetables just now." The owner of Jixiang Tea House, Lu Ying. A strange look appeared on Lin Yan's face. He was not unfamiliar with this name. She was the most outstanding female entrepreneur in the county in the late 1990s, a catering tycoon, and a real estate tycoon. After 20 years of hard work in his later life, he only had a net worth of tens of millions, while this woman's assets in the late 1990s were close to this number. "Little brother." Lin Yan suddenly came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Yes, there are 60 kilograms of wild vegetables in total. Can you take a look?" After saying that, he opened the bag of wild vegetables and let Lu Ying check it herself. Lu Ying took just one look and a hint of joy appeared on her face. These wild vegetables were the same ones she had eaten in the largest tea house in the county. A small plate could be sold at a high price of 3 or 4 yuan. She had always wanted to introduce this kind of wild vegetable snacks to the tea house in the county, but she had never been able to find the source. "How much do you sell this wild vegetable?" $3 a pound. "It's a bit expensive." "It's not expensive. A plate of wild vegetable snacks costs less than 3 taels. And for a pound of wild vegetables, the gross profit of the tea house can reach 10 yuan. Lin Yan said confidently. Lu Ying was speechless. Her beautiful eyes began to carefully look at Lin Yan. This rural young man dressed in simple clothes was not as simple and honest as one might imagine. Instead, he had a bit more shrewdness of a businessman. If the customers don't like the vegetables, this batch of wild vegetables will be wasted. Lu Ying bit her red lips. "Can it be a little less?" "Sister Lu, you are a big boss, you even drive a Santana worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, but you bargain with a country boy like me. Isn't this inappropriate for you?" Lin Yan flattered Lu Ying just right. Okay, $3 is $3. Lu Ying looked helpless. She took a quick glance and noticed that the back of Lin Yan's tricycle was covered with gauze. She asked curiously, "What's in this?" "Bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Would you like to try the flavor, Sister Lu?" As Lin Yan spoke, he quickly lifted the gauze, prepared a portion in no time, and brought it to Lu Ying. Lu Ying wanted to say that she had already had breakfast, but she didn't expect Lin Yan to move so quickly. She could only take the plate and chopsticks and taste a little. Lin Yan remembered that Lu Ying was from the provincial capital, and should know that this rice noodle roll with bean sprouts was very popular in the provincial capital's tea houses. As long as she tried the taste, she would not refuse its deliciousness. Sure enough, after taking the first bite of this bean sprout rice noodle roll, Lu Ying's eyes widened. How much do you sell this bean sprout rice noodle roll for? It's 2 yuan a portion. If you want a large quantity, I can charge you 1.5 yuan a portion. I want 100 copies first, and if the response is good, I'll increase the quantity. Okay. Lu Ying raised the corners of her mouth. It was easy to talk to a smart person. Let's go, let's weigh it over there. When Lin Yan followed Lu Ying back to the back door of Jixiang Tea House, he happened to meet the manager of Longfeng Tea House. When he saw Lin Yan carrying wild vegetables down to the scale of the Jixiang Tea House, he knew what was going on. Boss Lu, why are you buying even such cheap ingredients as wild vegetables? Is the Jixiang Tea House going to fail? If you can't continue to operate, you can talk to me and I can let you work as a waiter here. Lin Yan looked at the manager of Longfeng Tea House with a strange look. After Longfeng Tea House went bankrupt in later generations, it was acquired by Lu Ying, the owner of Jixiang Tea House. Lu Ying was not angry either. She smiled and said, I plan to try some new dishes. Although the scale of Jixiang Tea House is not very large, I still have enough money to buy food. Thank you for your concern, fat manager. The manager of the Longfeng Tea House is named Pan Wen. Because he is fat, everyone often calls him the fat manager. Haha, if any customer likes to eat this wild vegetable as a snack, I will take off my head and let that kid kick it. The fat manager sneered and turned away. Lu Ying turned around to comfort Lin Yan and said, don't pay attention to him. Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled. After weighing the wild vegetables, there were exactly 60 kilograms. Together with the 100 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts that Lu Ying ordered, Lin Yan earned 330 yuan. Before leaving, Lin Yan slipped a note to Lu Ying and said, Sister Lu, most of the wild vegetables in the provincial capital's tea houses are blanched. Although the taste is good, if you want Jixianglu to become the most popular tea house in the county, you have to be innovative. This is a new way of eating wild vegetables that I developed. You can refer to it. After saying that, Lin Yan rode away on his tricycle. Lu Ying opened the note out of curiosity and was stunned when she saw it. What Lin Yan gave Lu Ying was the most popular recipe for cold mixed wild vegetables in high-end tea houses in Guangdong province in later generations. The wild vegetables were washed and blanched, the water was squeezed out, and then minced garlic, white sesame seeds, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, chili oil, and sesame oil were added and mixed. The cold wild vegetables made in this way are not only spicy and crispy, but also chewy and delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and without any earthy smell. Coupled with the reputation of being healthy and clean, it will definitely attract countless diners who pursue health. When Lin Yan arrived at the gate of the county's No. 1 middle school, there was already a group of students waiting at the gate. When they saw him coming, they all rushed up eagerly. Lin Yan quickly set up the stall, waved the kitchen knife rapidly on the chopping board, and started selling rice rolls with bean sprouts. Because many students missed out on eating it yesterday, and with the help of regular customers, the rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts on the back of the tricycle were consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an hour, all 200 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls were sold out, and many students strongly requested Lin Yan to make more tomorrow. After Lin Yan loaded all the things into the back of the car, he hummed a little tune and headed for the market. He sold 200 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts at his stall today, earning 400 yuan. Together with the rice rolls and wild vegetables he sold to Jixiang Tea House, he earned a total of 730 yuan. After going to the market and carefully selecting a batch of ingredients, it was almost noon. Lin Yan decided to go to the Jixiang Tea House again. He wanted to know how the sales of the bean sprout rice noodle rolls he made and the cold wild vegetables he taught Lu Ying to make were doing. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the back door of the Jixiang Tea House, the manager of the Longfeng Tea House rushed up and said, "Little brother, I'm glad you're here. Do you have any wild vegetables? I'll buy them at a high price." Seeing the fat manager's attitude, Lin Yan roughly guessed that the cold mixed wild vegetables at the Jixiang tea house were selling well in the morning, and said lightly, "Didn't you say that my wild vegetables are all garbage and cheap?" The fat manager smiled and said, "Little brother, I was blind this morning. How about this? I will add 50 cents to the price of your wild vegetables that Jixiang tea house pays for." Today he saw that the cold wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts became popular items at the Jixiang tea house as soon as they were launched. Many customers asked if they had these snacks. After being denied, they turned around and went to the Jixiang tea house. The fat manager immediately became anxious. If this continued, within a few days, all the customers of Longfeng tea house would be snatched away by Jixiang tea house. He hid behind the Jixiang tea house, waiting for Lin Yan to come again and intercept the supply of wild vegetables. At this moment, an angry voice came from not far away, "Manager Pan Wen, isn't it against the rules for you to snatch my supplier like this?" Lu Ying rushed out from the back door of Jixiang tea house, stood in front of Lin Yan, and stared at Pan Wen, the manager of Longfeng tea house, with hostility. "Boss Lu, you haven't signed an agreement with this little brother. Who can he sell the wild vegetables to?" Pan Wen had a calm expression and chuckled, "Come to think of it, this little brother was the one who came to me first to sell wild vegetables today. If you want to talk about stealing, it was you who stole it from me." "You." Hearing Pan Wen's shameless words, Lu Ying's pretty face turned slightly angry. Pan Wen ignored Lu Ying and turned to Lin Yan, smiling, "Little brother, how about you supply me exclusively with wild vegetables? I'll take as many as you can get. Jixiang tea house may not be able to handle such a large supply." It sounds like very tempting conditions. Lin Yan also smiled. He looked at Pan Wen and said, "Besides, what you said just now is also very true. The wild vegetables are mine. I can sell them to anyone I want." When Lu Ying heard Lin Yan's words, her face changed slightly. Jixiang tea house's strength was indeed not as good as Longfeng tea house, and most suppliers were more willing to cooperate with Longfeng tea house. Pan Wen also showed excitement on his face. As long as he could get the supply of wild vegetables, he would be able to attract all the customers of Jixiang tea house to his own tea house. "So, I will only sell my wild vegetables to Boss Lu." As soon as Lin Yan said this, the smile on Pan Wen's face froze, as if he had heard it wrongly. "What did you say? Say it again." "Manager Pan, I've made it very clear. Do you want me to say it again?" Lin Yan's expression was calm and he chuckled. "My price is higher than that of Jixiang tea house. Don't you want to make money?" Pan Wen frowned and stared at Lin Yan with cold eyes. "I want to make money, but it also depends on who I work with. Boss Lu has a keen eye for talent. I believe that working with her will be more pleasant. After all, Lin Yan has 20 years of business experience. People like Pan Wen will try their best to please him when they can use him, but will immediately turn their backs on him once they can no longer use him. Compared with Pan Wen, Lu Ying is more humane." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Pan Wen's face turned purple and blue, and he finally said something cruel, "Humph, I want to see how long you can cooperate with a small tea house like Jixianglu." After saying that, he turned and left. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, little brother." Watching Pan Wen's back as he left, Lu Ying showed a smug smile on her face and said to Lin Yan, "Sister Lu, my name is Lin Yan, you can just call me by my name." Lin Yan said with a smile. Lu Ying smiled and said, "Brother Lin Yan, just because of what you said just now, from now on, I will charge you 2 yuan for your rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, and 4 yuan for wild vegetables per pound." "Sister Lu, this..." A strange look appeared on Lin Yan's face. 4 yuan for a pound of wild vegetables. Only the big tea houses in the provincial capital would charge such a high price. This is just a county town and the consumption level is not even as high as that in the provincial capital. It's decided. Since you call me sister, I can't treat you badly as my brother." Sister Lu waved her hand firmly, adding a bit of charm to her pretty face. "Thank you, Sister Lu. Tomorrow I want 200 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and 200 kilograms of wild vegetables. Can you do it?" "The bean sprout rice noodle rolls are fine, but I can't guarantee the amount of wild vegetables." It may only be 100 to 150 kilograms. Okay, then I'll pay for the bean sprout rice noodle rolls tomorrow, and the wild vegetables will be paid by weight tomorrow. When Lin Yan left the Jixiang tea house, he had an extra 400 yuan advance payment for bean sprout rice noodle rolls in his pocket. Together with the 730 yuan he earned today, he made a total of 1,130 yuan. In just 2 days, he earned the income of a rural family in that era for 3 or 4 months. Patting the money in his pocket, Lin Yan thought for a while, then rode his bike to the commercial pedestrian street in the county town, found a women's clothing store and walked in. In the 1990s, people's pursuit of clothing was no longer as simple and plain as in the 1980s. It was popular for men to wear frog eye glasses, bell-bottom pants, and bat-wing shirts. There were also many imported clothing brands impacting the domestic clothing market, and even many brand stores appeared. Lin Yan was used to the dressing styles of people 20 years later, and seeing that the most popular styles of flared pants were displayed in the clothing stores on the pedestrian street, he couldn't help feeling helpless. In the end, he picked out 2 simple pairs of women's jeans and 2 short-sleeved shirts and took them away, spending a total of 40 yuan. This price is not low. If you buy it at a small clothing stall in the town market, the price can be cut in half. However, Lin Yan was planning to buy it for his wife, so naturally he had to buy a clothing brand of good quality. After returning to Dashi village, Lin Yan went home first and put all the bought ingredients into the kitchen. At this time, Lin Qing had not finished school yet, and Lin Shan and his wife were still working outside. He looked at the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, so there was no rush to cook. Immediately, he took the clothes he bought for Xia Luoxue and some snacks bought at the market, and walked towards Xia Luoxue's house. Although Xia Luoxue has agreed to marry him, he and Xia Luoxue have always been just friends. Even if Xia Luoxue likes him, he still needs to cultivate more feelings with Xia Luoxue. He wanted to let Xia Luoxue feel the sweetness of love. He said that what other women had, Xia Luoxue would also have, including the sweet process of love. But when he arrived at Xia Luoxue's house, he didn't see Xia Luoxue at home. Logically speaking, Xia Luoxue should help Grandpa Xia grow bean sprouts every day. Plus, she doesn't have many friends in the village. Her former high school classmates are either in college or working outside, so she shouldn't go out. Xiaoyan, are you looking for Luo Shui? At this time, Aunt Zhang from next door came over and asked with a strange look on her face. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. This Aunt Zhang usually loves to gossip in the village, talking about other people and criticizing others. She rarely speaks the truth. If it wasn't almost time to make dinner, she would probably still be chatting with the gossipy women in the village. However, Lin Yan wanted to know whether Xia Luoxue had gone out, so he could only ask, Aunt Zhang, do you know where Luoxue went? Xiaoyan, it's not that Aunt Zhang is being nosy, you should pay more attention to Luo Shui. She is beautiful and virtuous, so it's easy for her to be seduced by other men. Aunt Zhang persuaded earnestly for 3 minutes before telling Lin Yan that a handsome young man came to see Xia Luoxue, who seemed to be her high school classmate. The two were talking and laughing, and after a while, they went to the beach. Xiaoyan, they said they were going for a walk, but you should still go and take a look. Don't let your soon-to-be-wed wife run away with someone else. Aunt Zhang, I get it. You should hurry up and cook. Otherwise, when Uncle comes back, he will nag you for being a gossip outside all day long. Lin Yan responded with a smile, turned around and walked towards the beach. When Aunt Zhang heard what Lin Yan said, her face darkened. Lin Yan walked quickly toward the beach with clothes and snacks in his hands, a look of nervousness on his face. Judging from Aunt Zhang's description, the handsome young man should be Zhang Tong, who was a classmate of him and Xia Luoxue in the same high school. Lin Yan remembered that after Grandpa Xia passed away in the future, Xia Luoxue's mental state was not very good, and Zhang Tong also launched a mad pursuit of her during that time. But later, Zhang Tong met a rich girl from a county town. The girl admired Zhang Tong's talent very much and planned to give money to Zhang Tong to do business. Zhang Tong gave up his pursuit of Xia Luoxue without hesitation and turned to be with the rich girl. In this life, Lin Yan was reborn, so naturally he would never let a hypocritical villain like Zhang Tong get close to Xia Luoxue again. If you want to pursue his wife, you are dreaming. On the beach, Xia Luoxue took small steps. The sea breeze blew up her long black hair and brushed her earlobes. Her slender, white, oval face gave people a sense of beauty. Although she was only wearing an ordinary white shirt and a pair of washed-out jeans, she was still beautiful. This made Zhang Tong, a male college student standing next to him, stare with his eyes wide open. Even though he had been to college and had met many young and beautiful female college students, those girls' looks and temperament could not compare to Xia Luoshue's. He had had a crush on Xia Luoshue since high school, but at that time, Xia Luoshue's appearance, conversation, and temperament made him feel inferior. Later, he was admitted to a good university and learned that Xia Luoshue did not go to university because of family reasons. Only then did he begin to feel that the distance between him and Xia Luoshue had shortened. Now that he is about to graduate from college, he wants to muster up the courage to pursue his high school goddess. He wants to marry this woman and take her home. Luo Shui, I have liked you for many years. Even though I went to college and met many outstanding girls, I still think they are not as good as you. Zhang Tong suddenly spoke and said to Xia Luoshue, when I graduate from university next year and get a good job, I will be able to make you happy. I really like you, will you marry me? Xia Luoshue was stunned. In the last second she was reminiscing about their high school days with Zhang Tong, and in the next second Zhang Tong suddenly confessed to her, no, he proposed to her. This unexpected action stunned Xia Luoshue. Zhang Tong, thank you for coming to play with me, and thank you for liking me. Xia Luoshue was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses and politely refused, but I already have someone I like, and I'm engaged and will be getting married soon. What? Zhang Tong heard this and a strange look appeared on his face. Who is he? Lin Yan. Zhang Tong was even more surprised when he got this answer. How could it be him? Doesn't he like Qin Mei from Qinjia village? I remember he told many of his high school classmates not long ago that he was going to get married. Lin Yan has broken off the engagement with Qin Mei, and now I am his fiancé. Xia Luoshue said seriously. No, how can you be with him? Lin Yan is not worthy of you at all. He is just a country boy who has not even attended college. Zhang Tong was a little excited and even a little frustrated, and his tone became much higher. I'm from the countryside too, and I only graduated from high school. Do you look down on me? Xia Luoshue gave Zhang Tong a bad look. Zhang Tong waved his hands quickly. No, 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 that's not what I meant. What I meant is that he can't give you happiness. After I graduate from university next year, at the very least I'll be assigned to work in a public institution. I'll have a stable job, housing provided by the company, and many social benefits. If you marry me, you can live with me in the county. These are not things that Lin Yan can give you. After hearing Zhang Tong's words, Xia Luoshue fell silent. It wasn't that she was attracted by the conditions offered by Zhang Tong, but she felt that Zhang Tong's thoughts were from a different world from hers. Xia Luoshue even felt that this old classmate had changed and was no longer as simple and plain as before. She never cared about material things. If she really loves someone, she is willing to work hard with that person and make money to support the family together. Be it fine clothes and delicious food or simple meals, as long as the people around you are the ones you love, what does it matter? Just as Xia Luoshue was about to reject Zhang Tong, a familiar male voice suddenly came from behind her. Zhang Tong, I'm afraid that nothing you said will come true. In the end, you'll be worse than a country boy like me. Xia Luoshue turned her head and saw Lin Yan walking towards her quickly. She panicked, fearing that Lin Yan would misunderstand her and Zhang Tong when they saw each other walking on the beach, so she hurriedly explained, Lin Yan, Zhang Tong, and I have nothing to do with each other, please don't misunderstand. Seeing Xia Luoshue's anxious look to clarify, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile and comforted her. How could I not know what kind of person my wife is? I believe you. Xia Luoshue finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Lin Yan did not misunderstanding. Zhang Tong, who was standing by, couldn't help feeling jealous when he saw Xia Luoshue's attitude towards Lin Yan and her eagerness to clarify her relationship with him. After hearing what Lin Yan said just now, his face darkened. Lin Yan, what did you just say? The happiness I promised to Luo Shui cannot be realized. I am a college student at the provincial capital university. I will be assigned a job after I graduate next year, and the worst-case scenario is a job in a public institution, with housing and cars, as well as high wages and company benefits. What makes you say that I will end up worse than you? Ever since he was admitted to a university in the provincial capital, Zhang Tong has become very ambitious. He doesn't take any of his former high school classmates seriously, as he wants to work in the system in the future. He looks down even more on rural people like Lin Yan who have been struggling in the countryside. Seeing Zhang Tong bragging that he would be assigned a job in a public institution after graduation, Lin Yan looked at him as if he were an idiot. If you were a college student in the 1980s or early 1990s, you were indeed very popular. You were guaranteed a job and housing, and you received a lot of subsidies from various units. If a family in the surrounding area had a college student, they would definitely set off firecrackers hundreds of meters high and hold a 3-day and 3-night banquet to celebrate. But now it is the mid to late 1990s. Lin Yan remembers that starting this year, colleges and universities across the country began a pilot program whereby college students would no longer be guaranteed jobs. Starting next year, the work of canceling job assignments for college students will be fully implemented. In other words, Zhang Tong is complacent about his status as a college student, but he doesn't know that starting next year, he will have to send out resumes everywhere to find a job like ordinary people. Even if you are assigned a job after graduation, what's the average salary in state-owned enterprises now? 500 yuan per month. Lin Yan casually took out a wad of money from his pocket, some red and some green, at least several hundred yuan, and raised it and said, "The money I make from setting up a stall in one day is equal to your monthly salary. What can you compare with me?" When Zhang Tong saw the stack of money in Lin Yan's hand, his eyes almost popped out. It was the first time he had seen so much money. Just as Lin Yan said, even if he graduated from university next year and was assigned to a state-owned enterprise, his monthly salary would still not be as much as what Lin Yan earned in a day. Thinking of this, Zhang Tong's face turned red and he felt ashamed. Seeing Zhang Tong in a daze, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. The 1990s was a good period for the rapid development of the market economy. In addition, market information was opaque and there was gold everywhere. As long as you were willing to work hard and have a little business acumen and make good use of the information gap, you could make a fortune. Many wealthy elderly people in later generations often brag about how hard they worked when they were young to get rich, and they also mock young people for not working hard. Little do they realize that they are just reaping the dividends of the times and that heroes are made by the times. Lin Yan, let's go. Xia Luoxue was also very surprised at Lin Yan's daily income from setting up the stall, but it was not convenient for her to ask more questions in front of outsiders. Okay. Lin Yan nodded, took Xia Luoxue's hand, and glanced at Zhang Tong. Noticing Lin Yan's little action of declaring sovereignty, Xia Luoxue blushed, but did not break free from Lin Yan's hand. Before leaving, Lin Yan suddenly turned around and said to Zhang Tong, who was still in a daze, "Zhang Tong, although you have been admitted to university, don't forget that you are also a student who walked out of a township middle school. You have to remember one thing. Studying is not to escape from the poverty of my hometown, but to help my hometown escape from poverty." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhang Tong's body trembled violently. He felt that his ideological awareness was not even as good as that of Lin Yan, a country boy. Thinking of this, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. After returning to Dashi village, Lin Yan noticed that Xia Luoxue's beautiful eyes were staring at him. He couldn't help but smile. "Luoxue, why are you staring at me? Is my face dirty?" Xia Luoxue raised the corners of her mouth, and there was a little more brilliance in her beautiful eyes. "Lin Yan, I feel like you have become a different person, as if there is a middle-aged soul in your 40s or 50s living in your body." Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xia Luoxue saw that he was reborn? "My grandfather always said that men will become mature and stable after experiencing ups and downs. You should be like that, but I like you the way you are now." Xia Luoxue continued to talk to herself. "I was afraid at first. You proposed to me after you broke off your engagement with Chen Mei. You just used me as a substitute. Now I won't have those crazy thoughts anymore. Lin Yan, I'm going to marry you soon, you must be nice to me and don't let me lose the bet." Hearing Xia Luoxue's words, Lin Yan's heart softened. He reached out and touched the latter's hair, and said solemnly, "Luoxue, remember this. When I, Lin Yan, proposed to you, I was not treating you as a substitute. You are the one I love, and I will only love you in this life. I will give you the best things and make you happy every day. Lin Yan looked at Xia Luoxue seriously with sharp eyes, and said. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue's beautiful eyes softened, and she held Lin Yan's big hand with her backhand. I believe you. Xia Luoxue suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Yan curiously, how come you have so much money on you? I took a look, there are at least 400 or 500, right? It's not bad, it's only about 1,000 yuan. Lin Yan smiled and said. Hiss, so many. Xia Luoxue took a breath and her face was full of surprise. A tea house owner ordered a batch of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts from me and gave me an advance payment. Xia Luoxue showed a look of realization, and then said, you have to save this money and don't spend it carelessly, understand? I understand, wife. After we get married, you will be in charge of our family's money. Lin Yan said with a smile. Xia Luoxue blushed, that's not what I meant. Even if she marries Lin Yan in the future, she will not be like those women in the village who ask men to give their money to them for safekeeping. A man's wallet must be full so that he can speak with confidence. Luoxue, there is something I want to discuss with you. Seeing Xia Luoxue blushing, Lin Yan stopped teasing her and said seriously, don't let Grandpa Xia go to the market in town to sell bean sprouts. I want all the bean sprouts grown by your family. I will buy them from you at 1 yuan per pound. He made 300 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts today, using nearly 20 kilograms of glutinous rice flour and 10 kilograms of bean sprouts. The 2 vats of bean sprouts grown in their home have been used up. Xia Luoxue's family grows bean sprouts, so it would be great to buy from her. This way, the benefits will stay in the family. 1 yuan per pound. No, that price is too high. Grandpa won't agree to it. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue quickly shook her head. Bean sprouts are grown from mung beans, which are mostly water. They are sold for around 50 cents per pound at the market. Just don't tell Grandpa Xia. Lin Yan smiled and said, I urgently need these bean sprouts to sell for breakfast, and the demand is huge. It's hard to find other suppliers in a short period of time. Our 2 homes are so close, and I can save some shipping costs by buying from you, and Grandpa Xia doesn't have to work hard every day to transport bean sprouts to the market to sell. This is a 3-pronged approach. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue hesitated a little, but still shook her head and said, then I'll buy it at 30 cents per pound. If it's more, Grandpa will definitely not agree. I don't want others to say that I'm taking advantage of you. When saying the last sentence, Xia Luoxue lowered her head slightly, bit her red lips lightly, and her face was stubborn. Lin Yan then remembered that Luoxue was a very strong-willed girl, and it was absolutely impossible for her to sell bean sprouts to him at a price higher than the market price. It seems that if I want my wife and Grandpa Xia to live a better life, I have to pay attention to the methods and ways. Luoxue, how about this? I'll still buy the bean sprouts at 1 yuan per pound, but you have to help me make rice rolls with bean sprouts every day. I'll provide the raw materials, and the extra money from the sale of the bean sprouts will be considered your wages. Lin Yan negotiated. Make rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Hearing this, Xia Luoxue thought this was a good idea, but still hesitated, but the wages are still too high. It's settled. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to make rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. You have to make at least 200 servings for me. Lin Yan didn't give Xia Luoxue a chance to hesitate and stuffed the bag in his hand into her arms. This is the clothes I bought for you, see if they fit you. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Xia Luoxue to react. Xia Luoxue stared blankly at the brand new jeans and top in her hands, a look of happiness and shyness appearing on her face. Lin Yan, it's the first time I buy her a gift. When they returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Before Lin Yan could finish cooking, the voices of Sangu and others were heard outside the door. He walked out of the yard and saw Sangu and Huizi, each carrying a big sack, walking in with smiles on their faces. Sangu and his friends' bags were all bulging, and they must be filled with wild vegetables, which must have been quite a lot. It seems that Sangu and his friends have been picking wild vegetables in the back mountain all day today. Have you returned from picking wild vegetables in the mountains? Lin Yan poured a glass of water for each of the three people in a large bowl and asked with a smile. Sango took the bowl, gulped down the water in one breath, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said with some reluctance, "Brother Yan, it's really hot on this mountain. We are not well prepared today. We didn't bring a straw hat and a water bottle. Otherwise, we could have picked for another 2 hours." After saying that, Sangu, Wheezy, Xiaobin and others untied the sacks one after another, revealing the fresh wild vegetables inside. "Brother Yan, here are all the things we picked. Would you like to weigh them?" Lin Yan took a quick look and found that the quality of the wild vegetables was good. It was obvious that Sangu and the others were really picking them with care and were not just picking them for the sake of money. He weighed the wild vegetables picked by the three people. Xiaobin picked 50 kilograms, Wheezy picked 55 kilograms, and Sangu picked 70 kilograms. "Sangu, you're really hard-working. You picked 70 kilograms in one go." A strange look appeared on Lin Yan's face, and he smiled at Sangu. Sangu was a little nervous. "Brother Yan, did you pick too many? These wild vegetables are bought at the price of 1 yuan per pound." He was worried that if he picked too much, Brother Yan would not be able to eat them all, so he did not buy any more. "Not much. I told you I'll take as much as you pick." Lin Yan smiled and took out 70 yuan and stuffed it into Sangu's hand. "Sango, this is the money you get for picking wild vegetables. Huizai, keep your 55 yuan. Xiaobin, 50 yuan for you." When the three saw the real money in their hands, their eyes widened. Picking wild vegetables can actually make money. Xiaobin, who was the smallest, suddenly had tears in his eyes. Because he was thin, no one wanted to hire him to move bricks at the construction site, so he could only do odd jobs and could not earn more than 10 yuan a day. But now he can earn 50 yuan just by picking wild vegetables a day, which means 1,500 yuan a month, which is more than what he could earn in 5 months of hard work before. "Brother Yan, you are my second parent." Xiaobin knelt down and was about to kowtow to Lin Yan. Sango and Huizai on the side also had complicated expressions. Xiaobin and his grandmother are the only ones who depend on each other. Because he has to take care of his grandmother, he can't go to the provincial capital to work. He can only stay in the village and do odd jobs, but the money he earns is not enough to support him and his grandmother. I remember that Xiaobin's house was still a tiled house, which would leak when it rained heavily. Xiaobin's grandmother also had rheumatism and was tortured by it. But now, as long as Xiaobin works harder, he can repair the tiled house. At least it won't leak when it rains in the future. If it weren't for Brother Yan, I don't know how long Xiaobin and Xiaobin's grandmother could have survived in that dilapidated house. Lin Yan hurriedly supported Xiaobin and said, "What are you doing? This money is what you deserve for selling wild vegetables, not charity from me. Why are you kneeling in front of me? Pick more wild vegetables, repair the tile house, and take good care of your grandma. That's what you should think about now." Xiaobin's eyes were red, his face was full of gratitude, and he nodded with sobs. Although Lin Yan said this, he was still grateful to Lin Yan in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Yan, he wouldn't even have the chance to change his destiny. "I made some money today. Let's go to town and have a good meal together, bro." Sango patted his chest and shouted at everyone. "You kid, you don't know how to save the money you earn, and you spend it lavishly. How are you going to find a wife in the future?" Lin Yan looked at Sango unhappily and said. Sango scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "This is the first time I've made so much money, I'm really happy. Okay, stay here for dinner tonight. I'll make you something delicious." Lin Yan asked Sangu and the others to stay, then turned around and went into the kitchen to start preparing. In this life, he not only wants to make a fortune for himself, but also wants to make money with his good brothers from the same village. In the eyes of others, these good brothers are idle country folks all day long, but in his eyes, they are just a group of filial sons who cannot bear to go out to work in order to take care of their parents and the elderly. "Brother Yan, we have earned your money and are eating your food. Isn't that a bit bad?" I felt embarrassed, so I helped peel garlic and pick vegetables. Lin Yan didn't bother to be polite with them and threw a few garlic cloves and some vegetables to be picked to them. Sangu and his friends picked a total of 175 kilograms of wild vegetables. Although he paid 175 yuan for the purchase, Luing gave him a price of 4 yuan per kilogram for the wild vegetables. He resold them for 700 yuan. Therefore, Sangu and his friends might make a small profit, but he definitely won't lose money. When Lin Shan and his wife came back from working outside, they looked surprised when they saw Sangu and his friends peeling garlic in the yard. Seeing the 3 big bags of wild vegetables on the ground, Lin Shan's expression became even more strange. Li Cuihua even wanted to ask Lin Yan what he did with so many wild vegetables, but was stopped by Lin Shan. When Lin Qing came back, she saw 3 big bags of wild vegetables in the yard and was also confused, but her attention was quickly attracted by the fragrance coming from the kitchen. "Brother, what delicious food are you going to make tonight?" Lin Yan came out of the kitchen carrying dishes: soy sauce chicken, stir-fried pork and cucumber, lotus root meat pie, and a mixed vegetable pot. "Dinner will be served soon, go call Luo Shui to come and eat." "Brother, I've called out to you. Sister Luo Shui said that we can just eat by ourselves," Lin Qing said as she helped set up the table and put the dishes in place. Lin Yan guessed that maybe because Xia Luoxue was a girl, she was embarrassed to come for dinner every day, so he said to Lin Qing, "Then you can serve 2 portions of food, take them to Luoxue and Grandpa Xia, and then come back to eat." "Okay." Lin Qing nodded obediently. After Lin Qing came back, everyone started to eat. Sangu and his friends had been digging wild vegetables for the whole day and were starving. As they all knew each other, they no longer cared about their image and started to eat to their heart's content. After the meal, Sangu and the others helped to clean up the dishes before leaving the Lin family courtyard. Lin Shan sat in the yard, smoking a cigarette, pointing at the 3 large bags of wild vegetables, and asked, "Xiao Yan, why did you collect so many wild vegetables? We can't eat all of them at home." Lin Yan smiled and said, "Dad, these wild vegetables are for selling. This morning, San Go and his friends sent 60 kilograms of wild vegetables. I took them to a tea house in the county town and sold them. I made 180 yuan. "How much?" 180. When Lin Shan heard this, his eyes almost popped out. "This wild vegetable is so valuable." "Xiao Yan, you are not kidding us, right?" Li Cuihua asked with some doubt. "Mom and Dad, why would I lie to you? Sangu and I collect these wild vegetables at 1 yuan per pound. The tea house in the county town charges me 3 yuan per pound," Lin Yan said. "Hiss." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Shan and his wife both took a deep breath. "Be good. I buy wild vegetables for 3 yuan a pound, which is almost as expensive as pork. Are all the city people so rich?" Seeing his parents' surprise, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, now people in the city are starting to pursue healthy eating, eating less meat and more vegetables. Our wild vegetables are all natural green vegetables, which are treasures to them." Li Cuihua disagreed. "Eating vegetables means you are healthy. When there was a famine, we ate wild vegetables every day and our faces turned blue. Mom, this is called a combination of meat and vegetables. It makes work less tiring. City people are very particular about what they eat." Lin Qing agreed. The Lin Shan couple smiled at each other. They were just rural people and didn't know so many twists and turns. "It's good as long as I can make money. It's good as long as I can make money." Lin Shan sighed, and then asked, "Xiao Yan, how much did you earn from setting up the stall today?" "Luckily, I made 400 yuan from selling bean sprout rice rolls today. I also sold 100 bean sprout rice rolls to the Jixiang tea house and made 150 yuan, a total of 550 yuan. 550 yuan. When they heard this number, Lin Shan and his wife widened their eyes. This was almost enough for the 2 of them to earn in a month. Lin Qing's beautiful eyes widened. "Brother, you are too amazing. You earned 730 yuan in one day. To be precise, I earned 1,130 yuan today. Jixiang Tea House ordered 200 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts and paid me 400 yuan in full," Lin Yan said with a smile. Lin Qing was surprised. "Oh my God, setting up a stall is so profitable, I want to follow my brother to set up a stall." Lin Yan patted Lin Qing on the head and scolded her, "Nonsense, you are still young, studying is your first task, leave the money-making to me, I am still waiting for you to become the first college student in our family. Lin Qing felt pain and rubbed her head, saying aggrievedly, brother, I was just joking, why did you really hit me? Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The eldest son can make money and the younger daughter studies well, so all the hardships they have endured before are worth it. Xiaoyan, the tea house has ordered 200 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls. You have to set up a stall again tomorrow. Can you make so many? Li Tsuehua asked Lin Yan with some concern, do you need mom's help? No, I've already made an agreement with Luo Shui. I'll buy her bean sprouts at a price of £1, and she'll help me make bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Li Tsuehua nodded, that's good too. You two can support each other and slowly run your own little family. Lin Shan then took out a piece of red paper from his bosom and said to Lin Yan, Xiao Yan, I have asked a fortune teller to calculate your and Luo Shui's birth dates. The two of you are very compatible, and the wedding date has been calculated. The 25th of next month is an auspicious date, and there are only 2 suitable dates for you to get married this year. If you are any later, you will have to wait until the end of the year. The 25th of next month. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Although it was only the beginning of the month and there were still almost 2 months until the 25th of next month, if he wanted to live in the villa with Xia Luoxue when they got married, he would have to start building the house at the beginning of next month. In the 1990s, if he wanted to build a 3-story red brick house in the countryside, it would cost at least 30,000 yuan. If he wanted to build a 3-story red brick villa with a yard according to Lin Yan's requirements, it would cost at least 50,000 yuan. In other words, he must earn 50,000 yuan within a month so that he can start building the house at the beginning of the next month. A monthly income of 50,000 yuan, not only in this era, but even 20 years later, not many families can achieve this income. In addition, Lin Yan also planned to pay the betrothal gift and buy 3 electric appliances and 1 car on his own, without using any money from his family, so the expenses here would be at least 10,000 yuan. He was supposed to earn 60,000 yuan a month, but after 2 days of setting up the stall, he only earned more than 1,000 yuan, which was only 1/60th of his goal. If you want to marry Luo Shui home, you'll have a long way to go. Xiaoyan, if you think the 25th of next month is too urgent, you can wait until the end of the year. Li Tsuehua saw Lin Yan's complicated expression and said. Lin Yan shook his head firmly and said, no, it will be on the 25th of next month. In his previous life, he had hurt Luo Shui deeply and made Luo Shui wait for him for most of her life. In this life, he was unwilling to let Luo Shui wait any longer, even if it was only for half a year. Dad, talk to Grandpa Xiao about the wedding date. I'll take care of all the expenses needed for the wedding. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he walked into the house. He needs to think carefully about how to earn enough money to build the house and the bride price within a month. 60,000 yuan is not a lot, but not a small amount either. With his memory of 20 years of rebirth, he doesn't believe there is no way out. Lin Yan remembered that there was an abandoned Sanqing temple in the back mountain, which was left over from the Tang dynasty. There were many stone statues of Taoist gods in the temple. He remembered that a few years later, a villager from the neighboring village secretly cut off the head of the 3 pure one stone statue in the temple and sold it to an antique collector for 30,000 yuan. With the 90,000 yuan capital, the villager invested in business and within a few years he had a fortune of tens of millions. If Lin Yan wanted to make some quick money, it would be no problem for him to cut off the heads of the 3 pure one stone statues in the temple, package them up and sell them for 60,000 yuan. But he couldn't do such an immoral thing. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. The next day, when Lin Yan came out of the house, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Even if he was reborn with 20 years of memory, it was not so easy to make 60,000 yuan in a month. If you want to accumulate wealth in a short period of time, you can either enter the real estate industry or the stock market. He doesn't have the capital to develop real estate. And the stock market is even more impossible. Lin Yan remembers that in the mid-1990s, there was a financial storm that affected the whole world. The stock market collapsed, and many investors lost a lot of money. The rooftop was full of people. At this time, everyone wants to withdraw their shares, so who would dare to enter the market at this time? After Lin Yan walked out of the house, he saw Xia Luoxue sitting outside the yard, holding 2 bags of bean sprouts in her hands, as obedient as a kitten. "Luo Shui, why are you up so early? I'm afraid of delaying your stall setting up, so." Xia Luoxue blushed slightly. It turned out that the girl still remembered that he wanted to sell bean sprouts to make bean sprout rice rolls, so she picked 2 bags of grown bean sprouts early and waited outside the yard for him to get up, ready to help him make bean sprout rice rolls. "No rush. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I'll make something delicious first. After you're full, we'll continue cooking slowly." Lin Yan took the bean sprouts from Xia Luoxue's hand and asked her to go into the kitchen to warm herself by the fire and wait. Immediately, Lin Yan picked up some lean meat, dried shrimp, clam meat and other side dishes and cooked a big pot of seafood pork porridge. The moment the pot is opened, the whole house is filled with a faint aroma of porridge. Xia Luoxue's nose twitched slightly, and she said in surprise, "It smells so good, Lin Yan, what kind of porridge are you cooking?" "Claypot porridge is a specialty of our provincial capital." Lin Yan served a bowl to Xia Luoxue. "This porridge is not only delicious, but also nourishes the kidneys and spleen, nourishes the stomach and replenishes qi. You often skip breakfast, so it's a good time to regulate your body." Uncle Lin Shan had already come to talk to her grandfather last night about the date of the wedding with Lin Yan, so when Xia Luoxue heard what Lin Yan said, her face turned red. Is Lin Yan worried that she is in poor health and will have difficulty having children? Xia Luoxue shyly took the bowl and lowered her head and said, "I'm in good health, and having 2 children should be no problem." Ah. Hearing this, Lin Yan was stunned, then he realized what Xia Luoxue meant, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't mean that. However, the matter became more and more controversial, so Lin Yan simply chose to shut up, took out glutinous rice flour and bean sprouts, and began to prepare bean sprout rice noodle rolls for the stall. Seeing that the clay pot porridge was still very hot, Xia Luoxue put it aside and watched carefully how Lin Yan made the rice noodles for bean sprout rice rolls. In less than half an hour, Lin Yan made 120 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts. He turned around and looked at Xia Luoxue and asked, "Do you know how to make bean sprout rice noodle rolls?" "Got it." Xia Luoxue nodded. "Then let's have breakfast first, and then start work." Lin Yan smiled, picked up the bowl of warm seafood and pork porridge, and said. The 2 of them got up almost as early as before and were already very hungry. After taking a mouthful of the clay pot porridge with a strong rice aroma and a silky texture, they both had a look of satisfaction on their faces. Lin Shan and his wife and Lin Qing woke up one after another. When they saw the 2 people eating breakfast in the kitchen, they all had an indescribable smile on their faces. "Brother, sister Luo Shui, what delicious food are you eating?" Lin Qing asked jokingly after washing up and walking into the kitchen. Hearing Lin Qing's address, Xia Luoxue's face turned red again, and under the hot steam of the porridge, she looked particularly fresh and clear. "I've cooked a clay pot porridge with clams, dried shrimps and lean meat. It's in the pot. You can help yourself," Lin Yan said. Lin Shan and his wife also came over to wash up. The 3 of them each had a bowl of clay pot porridge. When the porridge went down their throats, their faces all changed. "It's delicious, brother. When did your cooking become so good?" Lin Qing asked in surprise. Lin Shan quickly slurped up a bowl of porridge, then picked up a second bowl and started eating. "The taste of this porridge is comparable to that of the ones in the hotel tea house. If we sell this porridge, someone will definitely buy it," said Li Tsuehua. Lin Yan's eyes immediately lit up at his mother's words. Yes. He can also sell clay pot porridge. Selling porridge is much easier than selling rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. There is no need to cut into pieces or pour sauce on them. The process is simple. Just prepare the ingredients and cook a big pot. Then you can give a bowl to whoever wants one. An hour later, there were 600 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, a large iron pot of clay pot porridge, and 3 large bags of wild vegetables on the back of Lin Yan's tricycle. When he sat on it, he almost couldn't step on the pedals. In the end, with the help of Lin Shan and his wife, he slowly set off. Lin Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had to buy a gasoline-powered tricycle. When the amount of wild vegetables and breakfast purchased in the future increased, he would not be able to pedal this pedal tricycle. Besides, the rear bed would not be able to bear the weight. It would be embarrassing if the rear bed tilted and lifted him up. After arriving in the county town, Lin Yan first went to the Jixiang tea house and delivered the 200 servings of bean sprout rice rolls that Lu Ying had ordered. After weighing the 3 large bags of wild vegetables, they totaled 175 kilograms. According to the wild vegetable purchase price agreed upon by Lu Ying yesterday, Lin Yan earned 700 yuan. Brother Lin Yan, including the money I paid in advance for your bean sprout rice noodle intestines yesterday, you have earned 1,100 yuan this morning. In this small county, you can be considered a small rich man. Lu Ying teased to Lin Yan with a smile on her face. Although she asked Lin Yan to buy 200 kilograms of wild vegetables yesterday, she expected at most 150 kilograms. She didn't expect Lin Yan to bring 25 kilograms more. Although 25 kilograms of wild vegetables are not a lot, they are enough for her to sell 75 servings of wild vegetable snacks. At the price of 6 yuan per serving, that is 450 yuan. Excluding the purchase cost of 100 yuan, she can still earn an extra 350 yuan. Although this amount of money is not much for a tea house owner, it can attract more customers, and that is a lot of money. Sister Lu, you're joking. If we talk about being rich, you have to be rich. Lin Yan chuckled. Lu Ying wanted to say something when her pocket suddenly vibrated. Lin Yan looked slightly surprised when he saw Lu Ying taking out a flip-cover Nokia phone. Although mobile phones began to enter China in the 1980s, only a very small number of people could own them. A Nokia phone like the one in Lu Ying's hand costs at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. After Lu Ying answered the phone, a serious look appeared on her face after just a few words. Then she seemed to promise the other party that she would help find something before hanging up the phone. After discovering that Lin Yan was still there, Lu Ying apologized, "Sorry, I have something more important to do." "It doesn't matter. Business is more important." Lin Yan chuckled. Seeing Lin Yan's calm demeanor, Lu Ying suddenly thought of something and said, "Brother Lin Yan, I remember you said you were from Dashi village." "Yes, what's wrong?" Lu Ying seemed to be organizing her words, and then she said, "I heard that there are many rare medicinal herbs in the mountains in the countryside. Can you help me keep an eye out for some aged ginseng? I'll buy it at a high price." Aged ginseng. Lin Yan's face looked slightly strange. Lu Ying explained, "I have an elder who is not in good health and needs the best ginseng to nourish his body. But as you know, good ginseng is very hard to find in the city. It can only be dug in the mountains. If you help me find it, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Don't worry, Sister Lu, I will keep an eye on it for you." Lin Yan heard it and nodded in agreement without asking any more questions. After leaving the Jixiang tea house, Lin Yan rode his tricycle slowly towards the No. 1 middle school in the county, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Lu Ying's words reminded him of an incident. It was around this time that the father of a wealthy businessman in the county had just recovered from a serious illness and needed precious medicinal herbs to replenish his body. The wealthy businessman said that as long as anyone could find the rare medicinal herbs, he would not only buy them at a high price, but also get a favor from him. For this reason, all the prominent people in the county began to buy up aged medicinal materials in large quantities, regardless of the price. Later, it was this Lu Ying who presented a 100-year-old ginseng to the wealthy businessman and won the wealthy businessman's favor, thus laying the foundation for Lu Ying to become the catering king of the county. After the Jixiang tea house became bigger, someone asked Lu Ying about the origin of the century-old ginseng. She learned that the century-old ginseng came from Dashi town and was just dug out when she came across it and bought it at a high price. Lin Yan is a villager of Dashi village, Dashi town. There are many villages near Dashi town, but only Dashi village and Qinjia village are backed by mountains. Lin Yan estimated that the century-old ginseng purchased by Lu Ying should have come from the mountain behind Dashi village. That 100-year-old ginseng should still be in the mountain and hasn't been dug out. Lin Yan raised his lips slightly, his eyes were like torches, and he said excitedly, "No matter who was so lucky in the previous life to dig out this century-old ginseng, now, this century-old ginseng belongs to me." The price of century-old ginseng is not low. When we arrived at the gate of the county's No. 1 middle school, there were already many students waiting. "Boss, you're slow to set up the stall today. We're all starving." "Hurry up, Class is about to start, and I want to eat a few more servings." Hearing what the student said, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. He quickly set up the stall and served them portions of rice rolls with bean sprouts. Looking at the students eating the breakfast he made with relish, Lin Yan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. At this time, someone noticed that there was a large iron pot on the bucket of Lin Yan's tricycle and asked curiously, "Boss, what's in this iron pot?" Claypot porridge is a specialty breakfast in the provincial capital. It is made with lean meat, dried shrimp, scallops and other side dishes. It has a sweet flavor and a smooth texture. While Lin Yan was introducing, he opened the lid of the iron pot and a fragrance immediately spread. The students around were all staring in amazement. "Boss, how much is a bowl of seafood porridge?" $2 a bowl. So expensive? It's not expensive. Lean meat, dried shrimps, and scallops are not cheap, Lin Yan said with a smile. After hearing this, the students thought it made sense. After hesitating for a few seconds, they each ordered a bowl and started eating. After taking a bite, every student had a satisfied look on their face. They thought the 2 yuan was worth it. In less than an hour, all 400 servings of bean sprout rice rolls that Lin Yan brought were sold out, making a profit of 800 yuan. He looked at the iron pot and saw that the porridge inside was almost gone. He had sold 200 bowls in total and made a profit of 400 yuan, which was shocking. "I didn't expect that this clay pot porridge sells better than rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, and most importantly, it saves time and effort." Including the 700 yuan he earned from selling wild vegetables today, he had 1,900 yuan in his pocket, and he felt a little elated. Earning 2,000 a day and 60,000 a month doesn't seem to be a dream. When the school bell rang, there was only 1 or 2 bowls of porridge left in Lin Yan's iron pot. He thought about it, filled a bowl of porridge, walked to the security room at the door, and knocked on the window. "Young man, what can I do for you?" The security guard at the gate of No. 1 middle school was an old man in his 60s named Lu. He wore reading glasses and looked at Lin Yan with vigilance. Lin Yan pointed to a stall not far away and said to Uncle Lu, "Uncle, I'm selling breakfast to students there. The students are in class. I still have some porridge ingredients left in the pot. Can I give you a bowl to try?" "I don't have the money to buy it." "No charge, just treat you to a meal," Lin Yan said with a smile. Uncle Lu's eyes lit up. He had been paying close attention to Lin Yan, who had been setting up a stall at the school gate these past 2 days. He heard that a plate of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts cost 2 yuan, and only students had that much money. His daily salary was only a dozen yuan, so he couldn't bear to buy it. When he heard that Lin Yan offered to treat him to a drink, he immediately perked up. Uncle Lu looked around and when he saw that there was no one around, he took the porridge from Lin Yan and started eating. After a few mouthfuls, he felt like he was floating in the air. "Young man, your porridge tastes good, comparable to the ones in tea houses and hotels." Seeing that the old man liked his porridge so much, Lin Yan smiled and said, "They are all cooked with good lean meat, dried shrimps, and scallops. They are real ingredients, so the taste will naturally not be bad. If you do business with students, you must have a conscience." "Well said, we should do business with conscience." Uncle Lu gave Lin Yan a thumbs up and praised him. Soon, the whole bowl of seafood and pork porridge was eaten by Uncle Lu. He smoked his pipe with satisfaction, squinted his eyes and said to Lin Yan, "You are a good cook and you have a good heart. No wonder so many students care about you. To be honest, even dogs won't eat the food in the school cafeteria." Hearing what Uncle Lu said, Lin Yan also smiled. Uncle Lu suddenly thought of something and reminded Lin Yan, "Young man, since you treated me to this bowl of porridge, I'll tell you a little tidbit. Our county's No. 1 middle school is going to be evaluated as a civilized campus these days. You'd better set up your stall a little further away in the next 2 days to avoid being noticed by the school leaders. After the evaluation, I'll tell you and you can set up your stall back." Lin Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that he could get such important information by treating Uncle Lu to a bowl of porridge. Although the market economy has developed rapidly in this era and there has been northwest curb on the street vendor economy, the urban management department still has a strong bias towards street vendors, and it is common to encounter incidents of temporary urban management workers violently driving away street vendors. If Uncle Lou had not told him about this, he would most likely have been informed by the school leaders and the urban management department to drive him away when he was setting up the stall. Uncle Lou, thank you for telling me this. I will treat you to porridge every day from now on. Lin Yen said to Uncle Lou gratefully. Hey, young man, who do you think I am? Am I telling you this just for your bowl of porridge? Yes, I misunderstood you as being old. This porridge is a little bland, add more salt and coriander tomorrow. After leaving the number 1 middle school of the county, Lin Yen, with nearly 2,000 yuan in his pocket, did not go to the market, but to the county's electrical appliance market. He now has to buy the ingredients needed for the next day in advance every day. The weather is not too hot now, so the ingredients can be kept for the next day, but if the weather gets hotter in the next few days, the ingredients might go bad by the next morning. So Lin Yen decided to buy a refrigerator first and move it to Xia Luoshua's house, completing one of the 3 electricity and 1 conversion requirements in the betrothal gift, and he could also put the purchased food in Xia Luoshua's house. From then on, I would go to Xia Luoshua's yard to make breakfast, which would allow me to get close to my wife and cultivate feelings while also being able to work at the same time. Hello, sir, what would you like to buy? As soon as Lin Yen walked into an electrical appliance store, a female salesperson came over and asked with a smile. I want to buy a refrigerator, do you have any good recommendations? Sir, as for refrigerators, the most common ones here are the Xiangshuahai single-door refrigerator and the Shuanglu brand double-door refrigerator. One is 685 yuan and the other is 1,200 yuan. Are there any imported ones? Yes, but imported refrigerators are more expensive. A Panasonic single-door refrigerator costs 1,500 yuan. It's about time for a Panasonic single-door refrigerator. Help me pick it up, move it to the tricycle outside, and tie it up. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this 1,500 imported Panasonic refrigerator? The saleswoman asked in surprise with a strange look on her face. This is 1,500 yuan, which is 4 or 5 months' salary even if she gets a good commission. This young man in simple clothes bought it without any hesitation. That's it. Where do I pay? Lin Yen nodded. It's not that he doesn't want to support domestic products, but the quality of imported electrical appliances in this era is indeed much better. Some appliances are still working normally even 20 years after being used. The dowry for his wife should naturally be the best. This way, please. The saleswoman looked excited and led Lin Yen to pay. After paying the bill, the saleswoman looked at Lin Yan's pedal tricycle outside and reminded him, Sir, our store provides door-to-door delivery of electrical appliances. We use tricycles to transport goods, which will be safer. Does rural area also have door-to-door delivery? Free delivery within 20 kilometers. Okay, send it to Dashi village for me. After leaving his detailed address, Lin Yen rode away on his tricycle. After buying a refrigerator out of the 1,900 yuan he had worked so hard to earn today, he was suddenly left with only 400 yuan. After strolling around the market and buying 30 yuan worth of food, Lin Yen went straight back to Dashi village. At this time, the entrance of the Xia family in Dashi village was extremely lively. Many villagers gathered outside the gate of the Xia family, looking at the 3-wheeled motorcycle and several freight workers outside the Xia family. There was a piece of red cloth on the 3-wheeled motorcycle, and no one knew what was hidden inside. Sangu and the others heard the noise and ran down the mountain. They were worried that Sister Xia Luoxue would be bullied, so they stood outside the door to block it. Even Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan, who were painting a house outside the village, rushed back. Xiada's old face was full of confusion. He smoked a pipe and looked at the 3-wheeled motorcycle in his mouth in amazement. 10 minutes ago, this 3-wheeled motorcycle drove in from outside the village, and after asking for the address, it came to his door and said that the things Xia Luoxue bought had arrived, and then they were going to move the things down. Xiada was very clear about his family's financial situation. How could his granddaughter Xia Luoxue have the money to buy something, especially something that looked so big? He asked Xia Luoxue, who also looked confused. So, Xiada stopped the delivery workers and kept emphasizing that the goods were delivered to the wrong place and that their family did not buy anything. It's impossible to deliver it to the wrong address. It's clearly written on the address. It's here, said a delivery worker, waving the note in his hand. But we have no money at all and can't afford such a big item, said Xiada. The money has been paid. Maybe your family bought some appliances and we haven't had time to tell you yet. The delivery worker said, Grandpa, our time is precious. We have a lot of appliances to deliver. How about you let me move the appliances to your house first, and then you can ask them slowly when your family comes back. Xiada was even more confused. There were only himself and his granddaughter in their family, so they didn't have any relatives at all, and yet he was willing to buy such a large appliance for them. Master, what kind of electrical appliance is on this car? How much does it cost? A curious villager couldn't help but ask. The refrigerators on the truck are imported Panasonic refrigerators, priced at 1,500 yuan each. The delivery worker said, for something this expensive, do you think someone would pay for it and write the wrong address? Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. A refrigerator for 1,500 yuan. They went without food or water for months and couldn't afford it. Many villagers nodded and said, for such an expensive item, no one wrote the wrong address and sent it to my house. What the hell, the address was wrong. It's definitely correct. Someone just sold it to Grandpa Xia's family. Who is so generous as to spend more than $1,000 to give Grandpa Xia a refrigerator? Maybe it's not for Grandpa Xia, but for Xia Luoxue. She is the beauty of our village, and there are so many people who like her. The discussions around them reached the ears of Lin Shan and his wife, and their expressions tensed. No matter who gave Xia Luoxue the refrigerator, he must be a rich man. If he really likes Xia Luoxue and wants to compete with his son for her, what should he do? No, such an expensive thing, no matter who bought it, I can't take it. Xiada knocked his crutches, blocked the door, and said to the delivery workers. The delivery workers all looked embarrassed. After receiving the money, they had to deliver the appliances to the address provided by the customer. However, the old man in front of them refused to let them carry the appliances in, and they couldn't do anything to him. They didn't expect to encounter such a situation again. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, Lin Yan came from the direction of the village entrance on a tricycle. Seeing so many people gathered in front of Xia Luoxue's house, he raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly increased his speed. The refrigerator was delivered so quickly. They're quite efficient. After Lin Yan squeezed into the crowd on his tricycle, he saw the red cloth object on the back of the tricycle in front of Xia's house and smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers looked at Lin Yan with surprised expressions. Xiaoyan, did you buy this refrigerator? Li Tsuehua asked in surprise. Lin Yan nodded and said, yes, I bought this for Luo Shui. Grandpa Xia only wanted a gift of 3,333, so I can only give Luo Shui more subsidies on the 3 electricity and 1 transfer. This is just a refrigerator. In the next few days, I will buy a color TV, air conditioner and motorcycle for Luo Shui. When these words came out, the whole village was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Yan to be so ambitious. To marry Xia Luoxue, he not only had to give a dowry, but also had to buy 3 electric cars and 1 turbine, which was a powerful weapon in the countryside. It turns out that this refrigerator was a gift from Lin Yan to Xia Luoxue. I've said long ago that this child has a promising future. Yeah, a refrigerator worth 1,500 yuan, you can buy it just like that, you have ambition. Grandpa Xia and Luo Shui are so lucky. Lin Yan has grown up. It seems that breaking off the engagement with Chen Mei from Qinjia village was the best thing Lin Shan did. Marrying a good daughter-in-law can bring prosperity to the family. Xia Luoxue didn't expect Lin Yan to have such a plan, and her face turned red. There is no girl who doesn't like her man to treat her wholeheartedly. Xiao Yan, how can you spend money recklessly? It's not easy for your parents to earn money. Xiada's old face sank. He pointed his cane at Lin Yan and said angrily, you should return this refrigerator quickly, otherwise I won't let Luo Shui marry you. If you spend lavishly before getting married, what will you do after you get married? Hearing what Xiada said, many villagers showed strange expressions on their faces. I almost forgot. Lin Shan prepared a betrothal gift of 8,888 to help Lin Yan marry Chen Mei. Even if he lost 1,000, he still has 7,888 yuan. Apart from the 3,333 betrothal gift, it's more than enough to buy a refrigerator. Although my parents have some savings, they can't spend it like this. Not to mention buying a motorcycle, the remaining money is not enough even to buy an air conditioner and a color TV. Is he planning to spend all of my parents' savings? It seems that Lin Yan still hasn't grown up. The villagers around were getting more and more excited, and their eyes looking at Lin Yan were even more stern. Lin Shan and his wife were a little confused. They had not yet recovered from the fact that Lin Yan spent 1,500 yuan to buy a refrigerator. But when they saw that the villagers around them misunderstood their son, the old couple hurried to clarify. Grandpa Xia, you misunderstood. Xiaoyan earned the money to buy the refrigerator himself. He never took a penny from us. Yes, Xiaoyan has been very motivated these past few days. He goes out to set up a stall every morning to make money. Xiada was stunned, and turned to look at Lin Yan. Xiaoyan, did you really earn the money to buy the refrigerator yourself? Yes, I set up a stall to sell breakfast, and also bought wild vegetables to sell in the city, making some money. Lin Yan knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would lose his wife, so he nodded quickly. Seeing this, the three dogs standing by also spoke up and agreed. Grandpa Xia, we can testify to this. Brother Yan asked us to go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables these past 2 days. He bought them from us at a price of 1 yuan per pound. We have earned dozens of yuan in these 2 days. Yes, Brother Yan is really trying to save money to marry Sister Luo Shui. Brother Yan has really changed. The words of Sangu and others immediately caused an uproar among the villagers. What? 1 yuan per pound for wild vegetables? When did wild vegetables become so valuable? I heard that Sango, Hui Zai, and Xiaobin were not strolling around the village these past 2 days. It turns out that they went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. There are so many wild vegetables on the mountain. Sangu and his friends can't pick them all. Can we also pick wild vegetables and sell them for money? Several villagers who had a good relationship with the Lin family said to Lin Yan urgently. Xiaoyan, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. We and Sangu are from the same village as you. When it comes to making money, you can't forget us. Seeing this, other villagers also echoed it. The village chief Qin Jiangwo also came up to Lin Yan and lowered his voice and said, Xiaoyan, if you have a way to sell wild vegetables, why don't you bring the villagers with you? When Qin San came to cause trouble and took Luo Shui away, every family sent someone to protect you. Lin Yan knew that the news of purchasing wild vegetables would spread in the village sooner or later. The villagers had been pretty good to their family over the years. If they only thought about Sangu and the others when making money, it would inevitably make people feel resentful. Today I will take this opportunity to help the villagers get rich together. Lin Yan waved his hand, signaling all the villagers to be quiet and listen to him. My dear uncles and aunts, it's not that I don't want to make money with you all, it's just that my channels for selling wild vegetables have not been established yet, and the quantity needed is not large. When the villagers heard Lin Yan's words, they looked a little anxious. Lin Yan went on to say, however, since the village chief said that I should not forget you all when I make money, then from today onwards, I will purchase a maximum of 20 kilograms of wild vegetables from each household. I cannot sell more than that, so you can arrange for people to go up the mountain to pick them. Dashi village is a big chicken-raising village. Most of the men in the village work in the town or outside the village, while the women in the family raise chickens in a yard in the backyard. Raising chickens is not a complicated job. Just feed them regularly, clean up their feces, and let them run around in the yard the rest of the time. Therefore, most women in the village have more time, so they can go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables and stay together. Generally, there will be no wild beasts chasing and attacking them. When the villagers around heard Lin Yan's words, their eyes lit up. Only 20 kilograms. 1 yuan per kilogram, that's 20 yuan, not a small amount. My husband works outside and only makes a little over 10 yuan a day. Then don't I earn more than my men? Xiaoyan is still the best. He never forgets us ants even when he makes money. Seeing the villagers' excited faces, Lin Yan quickly emphasized, Dear uncles and aunts, although the quantity of these wild vegetables is not much, you must control the quality for me. If anyone takes advantage of the situation and secretly stuffs rotten vegetable leaves in, I will never accept their wild vegetables again. Don't worry, Xiaoyan, we are all from the same village, we wouldn't do such a wicked thing. That's it, that's it. Seeing that the villagers could make money with the help of Lin Yan, the village chief Qin Jiangwo showed a look of relief on his face. He was not mistaken about Lin Yan. Good boy. When the freight workers nearby heard that every household could earn 20 yuan a day by selling wild vegetables, they all showed envy on their faces and wished they were from Dashi village. Reincarnation is also a technical job. Well, are you going to move this refrigerator or not? A freight worker who just wanted to move the goods quickly and leave asked. If he didn't leave, his jealousy would set in. Move, why not? This refrigerator is a betrothal gift from my grandson-in-law to my granddaughter. Carry it in. Xiada said with a kind smile. He watched Lin Yan grow up, and now he is very happy to see that Lin Yan is so successful. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even gotten married yet. Xia Luoxue blushed and said shyly. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. The delivery worker carried the refrigerator into the Xia family's house, connected it to the power supply, and told them that the refrigerator could only be opened after an hour, and then left. The villagers around were pointing and talking at the refrigerator with envy on their faces. It was the first time they had seen an imported refrigerator. I have already given 1/5 of the betrothal gift. Our marriage is a done deal. Wait for me to marry you. Lin Yan said with a smile, holding Xia Luoxue's hand. Okay. Xia Luoxue blushed, nodded slightly, and responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing this, the villagers around all cheered and praised Xia Luoxue for her good fortune. If she had not bravely accepted Lin Yan's proposal in front of the Chen family's door, she would not have been so happy. The noises around her made Xia Luoxue's face turn even redder. She glared at Lin Yan shyly and ran back to the house. After the surrounding villagers finished making a fuss, they all ran back home, picked up their sacks and ran up the mountain. They were still thinking about picking wild vegetables to sell. Sangu and the others did not leave, but looked at Lin Yan hesitantly. They opened their mouth several times, but no one could say anything. Do you guys have anything to say to me? Lin Yan also noticed the changes in Sangu and the others' expressions and asked. The three of them looked at each other, and finally pushed the 3 dogs out. Sangu hesitated for a few seconds, then mustered up his courage and asked, Brother Yan, you asked everyone in the village to pick wild vegetables, so are we still going to pick our wild vegetables? No matter how hard the 3 of them tried to pick wild vegetables, they could not match the amount picked by the whole village together. Plus, Lin Yan just said that the amount he wanted was not large, so did they not pick any wild vegetables? Of course I will. I'll take whatever you have. Lin Yan said. Collect. Brother Yan, but didn't you just say that the quantity you want is not large, only 20 kilograms per family? Lin Yan understood and smiled at San Go, Hui Zai, Xiao Bin, and the others. You are my good brothers. If there is money to be made, I will definitely give it to you first. He also knew the reason why Sangu and the others showed up at Xia Luoxue's house. They heard some noise down the mountain and thought that Qin San had brought people to cause trouble again, so they hurried down the mountain to protect their sister-in-law. How could I not help such a good brother? Finally, Lin Yan added, besides, no matter how hard you 3 try, you won't get that many more pounds. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Sangu and the others were so moved that their eyes reddened. Okay, since it's still noon, pick some more wild vegetables. Lin Yan patted the 3 people on the shoulders and said. Wait for me a moment, I'll go up the mountain with you. Lin Yan first moved the ingredients on the back of the tricycle into Xia Luoxue's yard, and told Xia Luoxue to put the ingredients in the refrigerator after an hour. Then he paid Xia Luoxue for the 30 kilograms of bean sprouts used in making bean sprout rice rolls in the morning. Seeing the 30 yuan in their hands, Xia Luoxue and Grandpa Xia were a little surprised. Xiaoyan, this money is too much. We can't take it. Grandpa Xia said. Lin Yan waved his hand for Xiada to accept it. Grandpa Xia, this 30 yuan is not only for me to buy bean sprouts, but also for Luo Shui's help in making breakfast for me. Grandpa Xia, your stove is bigger than mine. I would like to borrow your stove to make breakfast. It will be faster this way. The extra money will be used as firewood money. After saying this, without waiting for Xiaoda to refuse, Lin Yan waved his hand and left the Xia family yard. Looking at Lin Yan's departing back, Xiaoda leaned on his crutches and said to Xia Luoxue, "Girl, Xiaoyan is a good boy. You won't go wrong if you follow him." Xia Luoxue blushed and lowered her head slightly. After returning to the house and hiding the money he earned today, Lin Yan changed into casual clothes, picked up his tools, and went up the mountain with Sangu and the others. After arriving at the mountain, Lin Yan asked Sangu and the others to pick wild vegetables, while he went deeper into the mountain. He wants to find the 100-year-old ginseng that has not yet been born. The mountain behind Dashi village is composed of not just one, but several ridges. Most of the villagers in Dashi village dig wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain or on the mountainside. Lin Yan knew that ginseng naturally likes coolness and moisture, and hates direct sunlight. If he wanted to find wild ginseng, he had to go deep into the mountains, on the side facing away from the sun. But whether it was because Lin Yan had bad luck or his eyesight was not good enough, he searched for an entire afternoon but still could not find any ginseng from previous years. He did occasionally see one or two small wild ginsengs, which he picked and prepared to take home to make soup for his wife. When Lin Yan came down the mountain and returned home, the yard was already full of villagers who had picked wild vegetables, and every household was holding a bag of wild vegetables in their hands. Lin Shan and his wife were cooking dinner in the kitchen, while Lin Qing was helping to check the quality and weigh the wild vegetables from each household in the yard. Apparently, she had heard from Lin Shan and his wife that Lin Yan was going to purchase wild vegetables from the entire village. "Brother, you're back." After seeing Lin Yan, Lin Qing took the account book and excitedly handed it over. "The wild vegetables have been checked and weighed, take a look." Seeing that Lin Qing was so well behaved and obedient, Lin Yan smiled, touched her head, then took the notebook and settled the money for the wild vegetables with the villagers according to the weight recorded on it. Although the purchase limit was 20 kilograms, if someone occasionally picked an extra kilogram or half a kilogram, he would buy it at the same price. After a lot of operations, he bought a total of 405 kilograms of wild vegetables and sold them for 405 yuan. After seeing the 20 yuan in their hands, every family member's face was filled with excitement, with a gleam in their eyes, as if they had seen a way to make money. You know, there are endless wild vegetables on the mountain. After you cut them, they will grow again. As long as Lin Yan keeps picking wild vegetables, they can make money every day. Many villagers praised Lin Shan and his wife for having a good son, which made the old couple smile from ear to ear. After they left, they became worried again when they looked at the 405 kilograms of wild vegetables in the yard. "Xiaoyan, can you really sell all these wild vegetables?" Li Tsuehua asked with some concern. "Don't worry, Mom. This wild vegetable is very popular in the city." Lin Shan looked at the pedal tricycle at home and asked hesitantly, "How are you going to transport them to the city tomorrow? Doesn't the village chief have a 3-wheeled motorcycle? I'll talk to him later and ask him to lend it to me for a day." Lin Yan thought for a while and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nodded. At this time, Lin Qing had already prepared the meal and asked everyone to start eating. After dinner, Sangu and his friends appeared in the Lin family yard with dust on their faces, carrying a large bag of wild vegetables on their backs. After weighing them, Lin Yan gave them the money. The one who picked the most was Sangu, who picked 75 kilograms, Xiaobin picked 30 kilograms, and Huizi picked 30 kilograms, and they sold a total of 135 yuan. After seeing the 3 people carefully put away the money, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Sango, Xiaobin, Huizi, there is something I may need your help with. Brother Yan, if you have anything to say, just tell us. We brothers will listen." Sangu said, patting his chest. "When you go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables tomorrow, please help me keep an eye out for wild ginseng. The older the better." Lin Yan said. "Wild ginseng, Brother Yan, what do you want this thing for? Uncle Lin and the others are sick." Sangu asked with concern. For the villagers living in the mountains, wild medicinal herbs such as wild ginseng are the least valuable. They cannot be eaten and there are no sales channels. After digging them out, they can only be stored at home and occasionally taken out to make tea. Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on it for me. I need it urgently. Lin Yan said, if I dig up some aged ginseng, I will buy it for a lot of money. Don't worry, Brother Yan. Tomorrow we will go into the mountains and look for this wild ginseng. Sangu said seriously. You don't have to look for them specifically. Just continue picking your wild vegetables and pay more attention. After Sangu and the others left, Lin Yan went to the village chief's house again and asked to borrow a three-wheeled motorcycle. In those days, three-wheeled motorcycles were still rare items in the village and were very expensive. However, when the village chief Chen Jiangwo heard why Lin Yan wanted to borrow the car, he lent it to him without saying a word. The next morning, Lin Yan came to Xia Luoshua's yard, and the two of them made 600 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts and 200 servings of seafood and pork porridge. After stuffing the 30 yuan he spent on bean sprouts into Xia Luoshua's hand, Lin Yan went to the village chief's house to borrow a three-wheeled motorcycle. Before leaving, he stuffed 20 yuan into the village chief's hand. After loading the wild vegetables and chopping boards needed for setting up the stall onto the motorcycle, he twisted the handlebars of the motorcycle with his right hand and the tricycle drove out of the village. The back door of Jixiang Tea House. Lu Ying was wearing a red cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her proud curves. She stood at the back door, counting the food sent by other suppliers, her beautiful eyes looking towards the street outside. Soon, Lin Yan came in front of her on a three-wheeled motorcycle, and she raised her beautiful eyes slightly. Brother Lin Yan, are you buying a motorcycle? Lin Yan smiled awkwardly, I borrowed it from the villagers. How can I afford a car? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying was thoughtful. With Lin Yan's ability to make money, it would not be difficult for him to buy a three-wheeled motorcycle. At this time, Lin Yan had already unloaded all the wild vegetables from the car and said to Lu Ying, Sister Lu, I brought more than 500 kilograms of wild vegetables this time. I wonder if your tea house can digest them. Lu Ying's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Brother Lin Yan, I was just about to tell you that I have 2 branches of the Jixiang Tea House opening in the next 2 days. We need a lot of wild vegetables. Don't even mention 500 kilograms. Even if it's 700 kilograms, I can eat it. And the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, starting today, I will increase the number to 400. At this point, Lu Ying stared at Lin Yan with shining eyes. Brother Lin Yan, your cooking skills are so good that I want to invite you to be the chef in my tea house. Lin Yan waved his hands and said, Sister Lu, you are joking. My cooking skills are not as good as the chefs in the tea house. I just know 1 or 2 snack recipes. Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan with a half-smile and said, Brother Lin Yan, I have already sent someone to investigate the tea houses in the provincial capital. Is the method of your cold mixed wild vegetables something you invented yourself? Lin Yan was stunned. Isn't the method of preparing cold mixed wild vegetables popular in tea houses in the provincial capital? It was just a coincidence, not worth mentioning. Lin Yan had no choice but to wave his hand and said modestly. Lu Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed Lin Yan's hand. Brother Lin Yan, Longfeng Tea House and my sister are engaged in a price war recently. My small shop can't afford it, so you have to help me. Help? How to help? Lin Yan was stunned. Help me think of some novel new dishes and snacks as the specialties of the Jixiang Tea House to attract diners. Lu Ying said, Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. As long as the new snacks are good, I will buy the recipes at a high price. No, I will give you a share in the technology. How about 10% of the shares? The popularity of cold wild vegetables in recent days has made Lu Ying convinced that Lin Yan is a talented person. When Lin Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. The catering industry has been an industry that will not decline for thousands of years, and Lu Ying is the future catering king of the county. If he can invest in her Jixiang Tea House at this time, within a few years, with the dividends of 10% of the tea house's shares, he can easily accumulate a fortune of tens of millions. As for novel snacks, they are not simple. There are many internet-famous snacks in later generations. The chewy and chewy white rabbit coconut milk jelly, swan durian egg tart, cigar spring rolls, beef and fruit puff pastry barbecued pork buns. Which one of them, in this era, is not a deadly weapon? The countless internet-famous delicacies that Lin Yan has in his memory are enough to make Jixiang Tea House popular for decades. Sister Lu, I can think of some novel snacks. Thinking of this, Lin Yan said to Lu Ying. Lu Ying was delighted, but before she could say anything, Lin Yan shook his head and said, but only 10% of the shares is not enough. After all, the dividends of the shares have to wait until the end of the year. Lu Ying couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sure enough, 10% of the shares was still too little. She was just about to ask Lin Yan how much shares he wanted before he agreed to help her. Lin Yan has already said, more money. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying was stunned, then smiled and said, of course, as long as you can come up with a recipe that satisfies me, I will buy it at a high price of 3,000 yuan per portion. As long as you come up with 10 special recipes of this quality as cold wild vegetables, I will also give you 10% of the shares of Jixiang Tea House. How about it? Okay, let's do as you say, Sister Lu. Lin Yan nodded and agreed. I'll think about the menu of the tea house's new specialties when I get back. Although he remembered many recipes for internet-famous snacks and pastries, if he wrote a new snack recipe for Lu Ying now, it would inevitably seem too casual. The harder it is to get good things, the higher their value. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying was delighted and said with a smile, Brother Lin Yan, whether my Jixiang Tea House can become popular depends on you. Don't worry, I guarantee you will make a lot of money, Sister Lu. As he was speaking, Lin Yan had already unloaded the 400 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and all the wild vegetables that Lu Ying had ordered. After weighing the wild vegetables, there were 540 kilograms and the money was 2,160 yuan. With the addition of 400 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, Lin Yan suddenly had 2,960 yuan more in his pocket, and he looked a little excited. Even in later generations, there are only a very small number of people who can earn 3,000 yuan a day. At this rate, it is not difficult for me to earn 60,000 yuan in a month. Brother Lin Yan, when you finish selling breakfast at the stall, drive your 3-wheeled motorcycle back and then take the bus to find me. Before leaving, Lu Ying suddenly stopped Lin Yan and said. Although he didn't know what Lu Ying wanted to do, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. After leaving the back door of Jixiang Tea House, Lin Yan drove to the No. 1 middle school in the county. Because the security guard at the school gate, Mr. Lu, reminded him yesterday that the county No. 1 middle school would be selected as a civilized campus in the next few days, so he did not set up the stall at the school gate. After parking the car at the corner of the intersection less than 500 meters away from the gate of the county No. 1 middle school, Lin Yan got out of the car and started setting up his stall. The students standing in the old place saw that Lin Yan had changed the location of his stall, their faces changed slightly, and they immediately rushed over. Boss, why did you change the location of the stall today? I'm the first one in line, please don't cut in line. Boss, let's get started. I'll be craving for seafood and pork porridge and bean sprout rice noodles if I don't eat them for a day. Lin Yan smiled and didn't explain much. He just quickly took the rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, cut them into pieces, poured the sauce on them, and started selling them. Of the 600 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls he made in the morning, Lu Ying took away 400 of them, leaving him with only 200. They were sold out in less than half an hour, and he earned 400 yuan. A total of 198 servings of seafood porridge were sold, with a total sales of 396 yuan, and a total revenue of 796 yuan. Feeling the bulging wallet, Lin Yan's face broke out into a smile. His gross profit today reached 3,756 yuan. When closing the stall, Lin Yan saw 2 yellow Toyota buses approaching from not far away, and several leaders of No. 1 middle school hurriedly walked out of the campus. When they saw Lin Yan's stall at the intersection, they frowned slightly, but considering that it was still 500 or 600 meters away from the school gate, they didn't know what to say. At this time, the 2 Toyota buses stopped at the school gate. Many people who looked like leaders got off the buses. After a friendly handshake, the 2 sides entered the campus. Lin Yan was glad that he moved his stall to the school intersection, otherwise he would not be able to set up his stall starting tomorrow. After closing the stall, Lin Yan scooped up the remaining seafood porridge as usual and walked towards the security room at the school gate. When Mr. Lu saw Lin Yan coming towards him, he became nervous. He looked around and saw that the leaders were gone. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lin Yan, "Why are you here, kid?" "Uncle Lu, isn't it the usual practice to treat you to breakfast?" Lin Yan pointed at the seafood porridge in his hand and said with a smile. Uncle Lu's eyes lit up. He took Lin Yan's bowl, poured it into his own insulated lunchbox, and then handed it back to Lin Yan. His movements were so quick that he didn't look like an old man at all. He coughed lightly and said, "You are so polite, kid. I thought you were just saying it casually yesterday, but I didn't expect you to really treat me to a meal again." Seeing Uncle Lu prepare the insulated lunchbox in advance, Lin Yan saw through it but didn't say anything, just smiled. Uncle Lu looked around, hesitated for a few seconds, and then lowered his voice and said to Lin Yan, "This time the selection of the civilized campus activity will take at least a week. You'd better set up the stall at the intersection these days. If there is any new news, I will tell you." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." After getting the information he wanted, Lin Yan left. He drove to the market and bought enough food for 3 days at one time, then returned to the village satisfied. Xiao Luoshua's family has a refrigerator, so he doesn't need to worry about the food going stale. Qinjia Village, Qinjia. Damn it, that country bumpkin Lin Yan, he dared to hit me in front of so many people, and even wanted me to write a letter of guarantee in the Qinjia Village Ancestral Hall. He's dreaming. Chen San had been making a fuss at home for 2 days, talking about Lin Yan all the time, cursing him, and even smashing pots and bowls from time to time. Chen San's mother Feng Fang advised her son not to be angry, and turned to Chen Mei and scolded her. "Chen Mei, how can you be a sister? You saw your brother being bullied by Lin Yan and you didn't even say a word. Haven't you been in a relationship with Lin Yan for 2 years? How come you can't even control a man? I don't care what method you use, get Lin Yan here immediately and kowtow to apologize to my son." After hearing what her mother Feng Fang said, Chen Mei felt even more resentful towards Lin Yan. She didn't know why Lin Yan had flattered her for 2 years and listened to her in everything, but at the end of the day, he suddenly regretted getting married. She even dared to hit her brother. She was really rebelling against him. "Mom, don't worry. Lin Yan and I have been in love for 2 years. He once said that he would never leave me even if he died. He regretted the engagement before. Maybe he was hit on the head by his brother and his mind is not clear. As long as I move my fingers, he will come back to me like a dog." Hearing this, Feng Fang smiled and said, "She is worthy of being my daughter. You should not give face to a man. You should step on him and let him know his own strength. Then he will not dare to resist. You should really scold Lin Yan. I heard that Lin Yan found a way to sell wild vegetables these days, made some money, and bought a refrigerator for Xiao Luoshua. Go tell Lin Yan to send the refrigerator over. After you kowtow and apologize to Sanner, I can consider whether to agree to let you continue with the wedding." Chen San smiled evilly and agreed, and he must give me half of the money he earns, as my medical expenses. The fact that Lin Yan can afford a refrigerator means he has at least a few thousand yuan. If I give him half of it, it would be enough for him to live a life of luxury for a while. I will make him give me all the money he has. A man should not have any money after getting married. He has to do this before he is qualified to marry me." Chen Mei nodded and said. In her opinion, Lin Yan's money belongs to her, and in the past 2 years, all the money Lin Yan earned has been handed over to her. Otherwise, Chen Mei wouldn't have been unemployed after graduating from high school, and yet she could dress up beautifully, all thanks to the money Lin Yan gave her. However, the 200 or 300 yuan salary that Lin Yan earned every month was not enough for Chen Mei to make ends meet. She spent it all after going to the county bar a few times. If she hadn't been in a relationship with Lin Yan for the past 2 years, she would have secretly dated several boyfriends. After having several abortions, the doctor said that she would never have children again. She would never have thought of marrying Lin Yan, a poor boy from the next village. But now Lin Yan has made some money selling wild vegetables, and he is a little bit worthy of her. After returning to Dashi village, Lin Yan first returned the borrowed 3-wheeled motorcycle to the village chief. "Xiaoyan, have you sold all the wild vegetables you harvested?" Seeing the empty truck bed, the village chief Chen Jiangwo showed a look of surprise on his face. When Lin Yan borrowed the 3-wheeled motorcycle in the morning, he loaded it with more than 500 kilograms of wild vegetables. Lin Yan nodded and smiled, "Good luck." The village chief Qin Jiangwo couldn't help but admire, Xiaoyan, you have grown up and become capable. If you have the ability in the future, please help the brothers and sisters in the village. I am old, and the future of Dashi village will depend on you young people. At this point, the village chief looked sad, and mentioned that when there was a famine, the brothers and sisters in the village competed for food with each other and managed to survive the famine. Then he sighed again. Older people tend to be more verbose. Lin Yan always had a smile on his face, and he didn't leave until the village chief finished speaking. When he was about to return home, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the door with a slightly ugly expression. What are you doing here? Lin Yan said to Chen Mei in a bad attitude. Lin Yan, what's your attitude? Don't you know that you are the one who is doing something wrong? Chen Mei was a little angry. She looked at Lin Yan with a cold and arrogant look and said, I'm here to see you in person now. I've already given you face. Don't be so shameless. When Lin Yan heard this, he also laughed. I did something wrong. Tell me, what did I do wrong? He is no longer the Lin Yan of his previous life. He will no longer be unconditionally kind to Chen Mei. He is even stupid enough to register all his assets under Chen Mei's name. Chen Mei now is just a stranger to him. Did you hit my brother? So what? Are you crazy? Don't you know that my parents only have this one son? How dare you hit him? Aren't you trying to save my face? Chen Mei cursed in a sharp voice, pointing at Lin Yan's nose. It was your brother who attacked first, I was just fighting back. Lin Yan said. Even if my brother started it first, you shouldn't fight back. You are his brother-in-law. What's wrong with being hit by him a few times? Chen Mei said as a matter of course. Lin Yan smiled, you mean, it's okay for your brother to hit me, but it's not okay for me to hit back. In his previous life, because Lin Yan loved Chen Mei, he was so stupid that he didn't fight back when she hit him, didn't respond when she scolded him, and even kept giving money to Chen Sanhua. Now he realized how stupid his previous behavior was. Of course, getting hit by my brother won't hurt anybody. As the son-in-law of our Chen family, don't you have this little magnanimity? Chen Mei said. She now feels that Lin Yan is becoming more and more ignorant. In the past, Lin Yan never dared to talk back to her. Is it because of that woman Xia Luoxue that he thinks he has the qualifications to negotiate with him? I played with Xia Luoxue when I was in high school, but I only played with her because her grandfather often gave her pocket money, so I could often find opportunities to ask her for money to buy food. I didn't expect this woman to dare to steal her men. I'm very busy. If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. Lin Yan was already amused by Chen Mei's stupid words and said impatiently. Seeing Lin Yan's impatient tone, Chen Mei became even angrier. She swore that if Lin Yan wanted to marry her, she would never agree unless the bride price was doubled. This dogman. Lin Yan, you must go to Qinjia village right now, kowtow to my brother and apologize, and get my parents' forgiveness. Also, I heard that you bought Xia Luoxue a refrigerator as a betrothal gift just to piss me off. I have to say that your behavior is very stupid, and it only makes me think that you are very immature. My parents want this refrigerator. Hurry up and have someone move it out of Xia Luoxue's house and send it to my house. Also, give half of the money you earn from selling wild vegetables to my brother. After you finish these things, I will consider whether to forgive you. Chen Mei said to Lin Yan angrily. In her opinion, as long as she made a request, Lin Yan would have to carry it out unconditionally. Lin Yan is just a country bumpkin, but she is a woman who can make it in bars in the county town. She is giving Lin Yan a chance. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Chen Mei as if she was an idiot. This woman, doesn't she still think that I will come back and ask her to marry me? Lin Yan, are you mute? You didn't even say a word after hearing what I said. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't speak, Chen Mei became even angrier and said angrily. Lin Yan felt that he had reason to tell the other party about their current relationship. Chen Mei, are you still asleep? Who do you think you are? I have already broken off the engagement with you. There is no relationship between us. Xia Luoxue is my fiancé. I bought a refrigerator for my fiancé. What does it have to do with you? You still want me to give the money on me to your brother, are you dreaming? Hearing this, Chen Mei's face darkened and she said angrily. Lin Yan, that's enough. You are already in your 20s, and you are still playing this kind of trick. Can you be more mature? I am willing to marry you, which is the blessing you have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Hurry up and send my refrigerator to my house, and your money should also be kept by me. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me. The commotion here attracted the attention of many villagers in Dashi village, and they all gathered around to watch the fun. When they saw that the person arguing with Lin Yan was Chen Mei from Qinjia village, they all showed a look of contempt on their faces. I say, how can you be so shameless? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why should I give you the money I earn? Lin Yan chuckled. My money, even if I give it to you, is for my fiancée Luo Shui. At best, you can only be considered my ex-girlfriend. Chen Mei was stunned when she heard Lin Yan's words. What did he say? Am I his ex-girlfriend? Have you been dumped? In the 2 years that she has been in a relationship with Lin Yan, she can't count on both hands how many relationships she has had, and this is the second time she has been dumped. Chen Mei still remembers that half a year ago, while she was dating Lin Yan, she was also dating a man from a well-off family in the county. The two were in love and she even got pregnant. In order to marry that man, Chen Mei immediately broke up with Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan came to her house crying and knelt at her door for a day and a night, begging her to get back together, but Chen Mei was unmoved. Later, the parents of the men in the county town disliked her because she was a rural girl and did not allow their son to date her. They also gave Chen Mei a large sum of money to break up and asked her to have an abortion. Chen Mei returned to the village and rested at home for 2 months claiming to be sick. However, Lin Yan still brought her soup every day, asked about her health, and begged Chen Mei to get back together in both open and secret ways. Chen Mei agreed to Lin Yan's request to get back together only after she realized that she could not marry into the city. Thinking of this, Chen Mei's eyes turned unfriendly when she looked at Lin Yan. The man who only knew how to bow his head and beg her to get back together half a year ago, now dares to break up with her. Lin Yan, I know that you got engaged to Xia Luoxue just to piss me off. You've seen how angry I am, so you win. Go and break off the engagement with Xia Luoxue now, and I can give you another chance to get back together. Chen Mei said to Lin Yan in a commanding tone. Ill. Lin Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Mei. Why didn't he realize that this woman was hysterical before? You. Chen Mei was furious. Rebellion. Rebellion. This Lin Yan really thought that he could boss her around just because he made some money. My mother is right. It turns out that all rich men will become bad. If I don't teach this bastard a lesson, he won't even know his last name. I must let Lin Yan know that I am a woman beyond his reach. I am willing to marry him. He must have found a treasure. Chen Mei gritted her teeth and said in her heart. Just at this moment, a Honda motorcycle drove over from a distance, and sitting on it was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had mousse on his head, wore sunglasses, and a leather windbreaker, which was considered a very fashionable outfit at the time. Moreover, the Honda motorcycle he was riding was not something that everyone could afford. Chen Mei's eyes lit up. It's Wang Hu from Liqi village. In the past few years, Wang Hu had always wanted to marry her, but Chen Mei disliked Wang Hu's age, as he was already in his 30s, so she did not agree. Chen Mei's parents also prefer Wang Hu to be her son-in-law. A few days ago, when Lin Yan broke off the engagement with her, Chen Mei's parents went to find Wang Hu to discuss the issue of the bride price, but Wang Hu has not responded yet. Now that Wang Hu appears here, he must be looking for her. Chen Mei was just about to wave to tell Wang Hu that she was here, but she didn't expect that Wang Hu had already driven to the door of the Lin family. Wang Hu, how did you know I was here? Did my mother tell you? Chen Mei said in a pretentiously arrogant manner. At the same time, she looked at Lin Yan, as if saying, see, I have many suitors, and it is your blessing that someone falls in love with you. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake? Chen Mei, you are also. When Wang Hu saw Chen Mei, a strange look appeared on his face. Chen Mei smiled coldly and said to Wang Hu, do you want to talk to me about the betrothal gift? I can tell you that the betrothal gift and the items must be in accordance with my parents' requirements. Not a penny less. I will not accept any less. What I hate most is some men who are always calculating and fighting over every penny. Marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event for a woman. It is a big deal and must not be taken lightly. While saying this, Chen Mei did not forget to glance at Lin Yan. Lin Yan's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the people Chen Mei was talking about were him. The villagers around all looked a little surprised. They had not expected that after Lin Yan and Chen Mei broke off the engagement, Chen Mei's family quickly started discussing the issue of the bride price with Mr. Wang from Lichi village. We can talk about the betrothal gift slowly. Wang Hu seemed not to want to talk more about this matter and said it vaguely. Chen Mei wanted to show off her charm in front of Lin Yan, so she shouted, "Wang Hu, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me before? Now I'm talking about the betrothal gift, but you're evasive. Are you still a man?" Hearing Chen Mei's insulting words, Wang Hu's face turned ugly, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "Chen Mei, I think it's better to go to your house another day to discuss the betrothal gift. I came to Dashi village for other things." He felt that it was inappropriate to discuss the bride price with so many people around. "No, I want your answer now. Do you not want to give the betrothal gift my parents proposed?" Chen Mei didn't give Wang Hu a chance to avoid the topic and spoke directly. "You want a dowry? Are you worthy of it?" At this time, Wang Hu no longer gave Chen Mei face and sneered, "Who do you think you are?" "Wang Hu, what do you mean?" Chen Mei looked unhappy. "What do I mean? Haha, I should be the one asking you, what do your parents mean?" Wang Hu's face was full of sarcasm. He sneered at Chen Mei, "Chen Mei, do you know how much your parents and I want for the bride price? 9,999 yuan. Go ask around in the surrounding area, who would offer such a high bride price for marrying a daughter-in-law. Do you really think you are a rich girl in the city?" Chen Mei was stunned after being scolded by Wang Hu. She was full of anger. "Wang Hu, if you can't afford the bride price, just say it directly, why are you pretending?" "I can't afford the bride price. Haha, everyone knows that I, Wang Hu, am a wealthy man in Lizhi village. How can I not afford a mere 9,999 yuan? But are you worth this price? You are a bit pretty, but so what?" Wang Hu laughed disdainfully, "With this betrothal money, I can marry a female college student. Isn't she more attractive than a country girl like you? Wang Hu, I will never marry you in this life, even if you regret it." "Haha, you regret it? Come on, a brainless woman like you is so dirty that I feel ashamed to even touch you. Fortunately, brother Lin Yan broke off the engagement with you. Otherwise, a woman like you who only knows how to stand on the side of her brother and parents and doesn't know how to be considerate to her husband would drag brother Lin Yan down for the rest of his life." After saying that, Wang Hu spat in front of Chen Mei, scaring the latter so much that she took several steps back. When the villagers around heard what Wang Hu said, they all applauded. Wang Hu expressed what most of them were thinking. When Chen Mei reacted, her face turned extremely ugly. She didn't expect Wang Hu's words to be so harsh. Hearing the mocking laughter all around, Chen Mei was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. "It's all Lin Yan's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself in public. Chen Mei, hurry up and leave. Don't come to Dashi village anymore and bother Lin Yan." "That's right. Lin Yan is going to marry Xia Luoxue soon. They are a perfect match made in heaven. As for people like your brother and your parents, you should stop causing trouble for them." Hearing the words of the villagers from Dashi village around her, Chen Mei's face became even uglier. She looked at Lin Yan angrily and said angrily, "Lin Yan, you'd better think seriously about what I said. I will wait for you at home tonight. As long as you apologize to my brother and let my parents forgive you, I can consider letting bygones be bygones." After saying that, Chen Mei turned and walked out. Ill. Looking at Chen Mei's departing back, Lin Yan said speechlessly. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to scold Chen Mei, but after he was reborn, he found that Chen Mei was a bitch, and he was too lazy to waste words with such a mentally ill woman. When the villagers around saw the show was over, they all dispersed. Just as Lin Yan was about to return to the yard, Wang Hu suddenly called him, "Brother Lin Yan, wait a moment." Lin Yan turned around and looked at Wang Hu with some confusion. Speaking of which, he and Wang Hu were once rivals in love, and they had many conflicts in their pursuit of Chen Mei. The reason why Chen Mei's parents dared to raise the price when he married Chen Mei was because Wang Hu had also promised a high price for the bride price in order to marry Chen Mei. Logically speaking, after being reborn, Wang Hu knew Chen Mei's character and broke off the engagement with Chen Mei. At this time, he should have taken the opportunity to propose to the Chen family and marry Chen Mei. I heard about what happened to you in Qinjia village that day. The people in the Chen family are really worthless. They are asking for too much. Chen Mei is also stupid and only listens to her parents and brother. No matter how beautiful she is, I dare not marry such a woman home. As if he could see what Lin Yan was thinking, Wang Hu scratched his head and explained. Lin Yan suddenly realized and looked at Wang Hu, who looked honest, a few more times. Sure enough, in this era, people who can start from scratch and accumulate some wealth are not simple-minded. What's the matter with you looking for me? Lin Yan asked. Wang Hu thought for a few seconds and said, I heard that you are buying a lot of wild vegetables. Do you want to cooperate with me? It turned out that there were also a lot of wild vegetables on the mountain of Lychee village. After Wang Hu knew that Lin Yan was buying a lot of wild vegetables, he wanted to get a share of this business, so he came to find Lin Yan. While talking, Xiaobin took out a basketball-sized umbrella-shaped Ganoderma lucidum from his wild vegetable bag. Lin Yan took it and looked at it, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. This Ganoderma lucidum is at least over 50 years old. Whether it is even 100 years old or not, with his experience, he cannot tell for the time being. Who picked this Ganoderma lucidum? Lin Yan held the Ganoderma lucidum, turned to look at Sangu, Huizi, and Xiaobin, and asked. Sango and Huizai pointed at Xiaobin together. Ganoderma was discovered by Xiaobin. Xiaobin quickly added, the three of us discovered it together and picked it together. We are all brothers, and no one wants to create a rift because of the Lingji issue. Then let's consider the amount you three picked together. How much do you plan to sell this Ganoderma for? Seeing this, Lin Yan asked with a smile. Brother Yan, this Ganoderma lucidum is of no use to us. We just happened to see it and picked it. You can just take it. Why sell it for money? Sangu waved his hand and said. Huizai, Xiaobin, and the others also nodded. They were very grateful that Lin Yan gave them the opportunity to pick wild vegetables and sell them for money. No, this Ganoderma lucidum is the result of your labor. Lin Yan shook his head, thought for a few seconds, and said, how about this, I will buy this Ganoderma lucidum for 3,000 yuan, how about that? When Xiaobin and the other two heard this, they were all shocked. 3,000 yuan. To buy our Ganoderma lucidum. Brother Yan, you are not kidding, right? Isn't this too much? 3,000 yuan is not a small sum of money in this day and age. An ordinary rural family may only earn this much in a year. Just digging up a piece of Ganoderma lucidum can equal their annual income. Not only them, but even Xia Luoxue was shocked by Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan, where did you get so much money? Wife Ben. Lin Yan smiled at Xia Luoxue. When Xia Luoxue heard this, her face turned red. Seeing that Sangu and the others were shocked by the price, Lin Yan didn't waste any words. He went back to his room, took out 3,000 yuan, and divided it among Sangu and the others. Sangu, Xiaobin, and Huizai were all shocked when they saw the 1,000 yuan in their hands. It was the first time for them to see so much money. Everyone couldn't help but raise a silly smile on their face. If you follow Brother Yan, you can really get rich. Keep the money safe, don't lose it. Seeing the silly smiles of the three people, Lin Yan also said with a smile. The three of them nodded in agreement and quickly hid the money in the crevices of their clothes, sealing it tightly. After tasting the sweetness, Xiaobin was excited. Brother Yan, are we still looking for that aged wild ginseng? Sangu and Huizi looked at Lin Yan hopefully. Look. If you can find it, I'll still charge you the same price. Lin Yan said without even thinking. Because I don't know whether Lu Ying wants this Ganoderma lucidum, it would be safer to collect another wild ginseng. Besides, this kind of rare and aged medicinal material is very coveted by the rich people in the city. When Sangu and the other two heard Lin Yan's words, they were like being injected with chicken blood, and turned around and ran up the mountain again. Lin Yan, you spent so much money to buy Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng, is there any use for it? After Sangu and the others left, Xiao Luoxue asked curiously. It's useful, very useful. Whether I can earn enough money to build a wedding house before the wedding depends on it. Lin Yan put away the Ganoderma lucidum, turned to Xiao Luoxue and said, Luoxue, I still have to go to the county town, I'm leaving first. Looking at Lin Yan's back as he rode away on the tricycle, Xiao Luoxue's eyes were blurred. Thinking of what Lin Yan had just said about wanting to make money to build their wedding house, Xiao Luoxue's face couldn't help but blush. After returning to the county town, Lin Yan went straight to the Jixiang tea house. It was already noon, and after the busy hours in the tea house, Lu Ying had some free time. When she saw Lin Yan coming, a smile appeared on her face. Brother Lin Yan, you are here. Haven't you had lunch yet? Come on, I will treat you to a meal. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yan to refuse, he asked him to park the tricycle at the door, then took him into the Jixiang tea house, opened a small private room, and served 4 or 5 home-cooked dishes. Seeing Lu Ying so enthusiastic, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Lu Ying could become the catering tycoon and the richest woman in Fenghuang County in the future. Just based on her attitude towards others and her attitude of not judging people by their wealth, she deserves to be rich. Sister Lu, I'm just a small vegetable vendor. You're too polite. Lin Yan pointed at the delicious food on the table and chatted politely with Lu Ying. Brother Lin Yan, don't underestimate yourself. I think you are a man who can accomplish great things. Sister Lu said as she picked up some food for Lin Yan. Feeling the kindness in Lu Ying's words, Lin Yan felt a little warm in his heart. He hadn't had lunch yet, so he started eating without hesitation. The two of them ate and chatted, talking about everything from the past to current affairs and economy. After all, Lin Yan was a person who was reborn from 20 years ago, and many creative ideas of the future came to him casually. Lu Ying's bold and advanced business remarks from time to time also surprised Lin Yan. Some of her opinions even made Lin Yan wonder if Lu Ying was reborn. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked. There was a hint of surprise in the way Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan. Although she was in her early 30s, she had been busy making money in recent years and there was no one around her who cared about her. Although Lin Yan in front of her was a few years younger than her, she admired him for his courage and ideas. In addition, Lin Yan was also handsome. For a moment, her heart, which had been calm for a long time, was actually beating a little. Brother Lin Yan, you are the most thoughtful man I have ever met. You will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the future. Lu Ying opened her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Yan. After hesitating for a few seconds, she asked, do you have someone you like? Lin Yan has also lived once, how could he not understand the meaning of Lu Ying's words? The woman in front of me is the richest woman in Fenghuang County and the catering tycoon in the future. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man will bring a fortune, and a woman 30 years older than a man will bring the kingdom. Besides, the woman in front of him was only 7 or 8 years older than him, which was the most charming age. If I could seize this opportunity and say, Sister Lu, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm afraid he can save 20 years of hard work right now. But Lin Yan still said truthfully, Sister, I have a fiancé, and the wedding will be on the 25th of next month. You must come to the wedding then. He really wanted to make money, but that was only for the sake of giving Xiao Luoxue, his parents and his sister a good life. If he gave up his principles and bottom line for this, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Do you have a fiancé? When Lu Ying heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she quickly recovered and said with a smile, Brother, I don't know which girl is so lucky to marry you. Don't worry, I will definitely go there and give you a thick red envelope when the time comes. Although the two of them quickly changed the subject, the atmosphere in the private room still became somewhat subtle. Sister Lu, you specifically asked me to drive the motorcycle tricycle back this morning and come to see you. Is there something wrong? Lin Yan asked. Recently, I need a lot of wild vegetables. Your old pedal tricycle definitely can't carry so much. It's not a good idea to always borrow someone else's motorcycle tricycle. Lu Ying had regained her composure at this moment. She took out a bunch of keys, pushed them in front of Lin Yan, and said with a smile, I happen to have a Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle here. You can take it and drive it first. Hearing this, Lin Yan quickly refused. Sister Lu, this is impossible. It's too expensive. I'm not giving it to you as a gift. I'm just lending it to you. If it breaks, you have to fix it for me. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and said, besides, if you have a motorcycle tricycle, you can deliver the wild vegetables faster in the future, and I won't have to wait for you. Oh well. Seeing that Lu Ying said so, Lin Yan couldn't refuse. To return the favor, Lin Yan immediately took the bag on the table and opened it, saying to Lu Ying, Sister Lu, I have something here, would you like to take it? Cooperation. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, how do you want to cooperate? I have contracted the mountain behind Lychee Village. There are many wild vegetables on the mountain. If you buy a large amount, I can have people pick them. After talking with Wang Hu, Lin Yan roughly understood the other party's intention, but he declined the offer on the grounds that the amount of wild vegetables he needed was not much. The amount of wild vegetables that Jixiang Tea House needs now is at most 700 kilograms. Each household in Dashi Village is limited to picking 20 kilograms a day, and with the amount picked by Sangu and his friends, it is more than enough to meet the needs. Lin Yan promised the village chief Qin Jiangwo that he would help his brothers and sisters in Dashi Village to become rich. Naturally, he would not give up the benefits of wild vegetables to people from other villages. Wang Hu seemed to have known this result. After being slightly disappointed, he still asked Lin Yan for his contact information. I don't have a cell phone yet. If you have any problems, please call the village chief's house to find me. Seeing the flip phone in Wang Hu's hand, Lin Yan couldn't help but be surprised. He was worthy of being a wealthy man in Lychee Village and could actually afford a cell phone. However, he still spoke calmly. In Dashi Village, only the village chief's home has a public telephone. The village chief's wife and son set up a village store, selling daily necessities and providing paid public telephones to earn a living. Okay. Wang Hu didn't waste any words. He left his contact information, exchanged a few words, and then drove away on his Honda motorcycle. Looking at the Honda motorcycle speeding under Wang Hu, Lin Yan's eyes flickered with light. There is no boy of this age who doesn't like to ride a motorcycle and experience the thrill of flying close to the ground. After returning to the house, Lin Yan put away the more than 3,000 yuan he earned and prepared to ride his pedal tricycle to the county town again. As soon as he went out, Lin Yan ran into Xia Luoxue, who was rushing over here. Xia Luoxue's cheeks were flushed, beads of sweat appeared on her snow-white forehead, and she was panting, obviously having just experienced a fast run. Luoxue, why are you running in such a hurry? Lin Yan used the corner of his sleeve to wipe the sweat off Xia Luoxue's face and said with a smile. Feeling Lin Yan's intimate behavior, Xia Luoxue blushed. She seemed to remember something and asked nervously, did Qin Mei come here just now? What did she say? She was just picking soybeans outside when she heard someone from the same village coming to tell her that Qin Mei had come to reconcile with Lin Yan and asked her to come back quickly to see him. When Xia Luoxue heard this, she was a little hesitant. She looked strong on the outside, but was actually a very sensitive girl on the inside. She was worried that if she came back and happened to see Lin Yan and Qin Mei getting back together, what should she do? After all, Qin Mei and Lin Yan have been in a relationship for 2 years, and their emotional foundation is definitely not weaker than hers. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and came back. No matter who Lin Yan chose, she would come back and witness it with her own eyes. She wants to get back together with me, and asked me to deliver the refrigerator I bought for you to her house. Seeing Xia Luoxue lower her head, Lin Yan smiled. Xia Luoxue's body trembled slightly and she bit her red lips lightly. Sure enough, she came. Do I still have the qualifications to compete? Xia Luoxue knew how much Lin Yan loved Qin Mei. Once, in order to beg Qin Mei to reconcile, Lin Yan knelt at the door of Qin Mei's house for a day and a night. It was still she who stayed by Lin Yan's side, holding an umbrella for him and adding clothes for him at night. Even though Lin Yan was insulted at Qin Mei's house on the day of the wedding and turned around and got engaged to her in a fit of anger, Xia Luoxue knew that as long as Qin Mei came in person and said she wanted to get back together, Lin Yan would definitely nod and agree. Thinking of this, Xia Luoxue's expression was inevitably a little gloomy. She lowered her head, made way for Lin Yan, and said, "Grandpa is not at home right now. Please move the refrigerator out. When Grandpa comes back, I will explain to him and say, it's because I don't want to marry you that I asked you to move your things away." When she said the last sentence, Xiao Luoxue felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, and it seemed as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She bit her teeth lightly, trying hard to hold back the tears that were reddening in her eyes. She likes Lin Yan very much, very much. Even if Lin Yan finally chose Chen Mei, she still chose to help Lin Yan keep it secret. Xiao Luoxue once naively fantasized that if Lin Yan and Chen Mei broke off their engagement and chose to get engaged to her, would the two of them stay together forever and grow old together? But now it seems that it was just my wishful thinking. Lin Yan, you must be happy. Xiao Luoxue turned around and prepared to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Lin Yan would see her tears. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, a warm big hand grabbed her snow-white hand. "As my fiancé, don't you want to ask me how I rejected Chen Mei?" Lin Yan's voice sounded in Xiao Luoxue's ears. "Reject?" Xiao Luoxue's beautiful eyes sparkled again, and she suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yan. "What did he say?" "He rejected Chen Mei's proposal to get back together." Seeing the panic, hesitation, and helplessness on Xiao Luoxue's face, Lin Yan felt guilty. He deserved to die. How could he make Xiao Luoxue sad? He hurriedly told Xiao Luoxue in detail how he rejected Chen Mei. At the end, Lin Yan held Xiao Luoxue's hand and said seriously, "I said that I will only love you and be good to you in this life, and I will never break my promise." After hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiao Luoxue could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Lin Yan hurriedly hugged Xiao Luoxue into his arms, patted her back and comforted her. "Luoxue, it's my fault. I should have told you directly. It's all my fault for making you sad." Xiao Luoxue cried even harder. The worries, panic, and hesitation of these days had exhausted her, and it was not until now that Lin Yan personally gave her a reassurance pill that she felt at ease. Lin Yan didn't dare to say anything else. He was worried that if he continued, Xiao Luoxue would cry even harder. After finally waiting for Xiao Luoxue to finish crying and pull herself out of his arms, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile, not crying anymore. Xiao Luoxue blushed and shook her head without saying anything. "Brother Yan, we found it, we found it." At this moment, the voices of 3 dogs came from not far away. The two turned around and saw Sangu, Wheezy, Xiaobin, and others running towards them carrying bags of wild vegetables. Hearing Sango's words, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Have you found some aged wild ginseng?" He asked Sangu and the others to help him find 100-year-old ginseng just yesterday. He didn't expect that Sangu and the others found it so quickly. They were too quick. Could it be that in the previous life, it was Sangu and his friends who dug up the wild ginseng? Lin Yan couldn't help but look at Sangu and his friends a few more times. Although Sangu and his friends also started a small business in their previous life, they didn't make much money and could only be considered to be well off. But no matter what, with the 100-year-old wild ginseng, he could sell it for a huge sum of money, and also gain favors from Lu Ying and the big businessman in the county, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. "Brother Yan, we haven't found the aged wild ginseng yet." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Sango scratched his head and said. Lin Yan was stunned, the smile on his face froze, and he said helplessly, "We didn't find any wild ginseng from the previous year, why are you so excited?" His joy was for nothing. Sango smiled awkwardly, "Brother Yan, although we didn't dig up any old ginseng, we did dig up a Ganoderma lucidum that is of unknown age." "What?" When Lin Yan heard this, his face was shocked. When Lu Ying heard this, a curious look appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes stared directly at the bag in front of Lin Yan. When Lin Yan took out the things in the bag, she only took a look and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "This is Lingji." Lin Yan held a basketball-sized umbrella-shaped Ganoderma lucidum in his hand and handed it to Lu Ying. "Sister Lu, I can only tell that this Ganoderma lucidum is more than 50 years old, but I'm not sure exactly how many years it is. You run a tea house and have seen a lot of rare medicinal and dietary ingredients. Can you take a look?" Lu Ying wiped her hands, carefully took the Ganoderma lucidum, and after examining it carefully for a while, she concluded, this Ganoderma lucidum is about 65 years old, and it is considered a rare medicinal material. Sister Lu, I haven't found the aged ginseng you wanted yet. Will you take this Lingji that's over 60 years old? Yes, of course. Lu Ying said without even thinking. Although we couldn't find any aged ginseng, the 65-year-old Ganoderma lucidum is also a very nutritious food and can be given to the elder. She looked at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes and asked hesitantly, Brother Lin Yan, how much do you plan to sell this Ganoderma lucidum for? Sister Lu, just give me a price. As your brother, I will never bargain. Lin Yan said with a smile. Although this Ganoderma lucidum is rare, it has no value in his hands. If he sells it to Lu Ying, he can not only earn a huge sum of money, but also gain Lu Ying's favor. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying felt warm in her heart, but at the same time she was a little troubled. She thought for a few seconds and said, this 65-year-old Ganoderma lucidum has a market purchase price of about 20,000 yuan, but it is very difficult to find because it is out of stock. How about I buy it from you at 30,000 yuan? Okay, listen to Sister Lu. He bought this Ganoderma lucidum for 3,000 yuan and sold it for 30,000 yuan, with a return rate of 1,000%. Wait, I'll have someone get the money. Lu Ying smiled and prepared to get up. Sister Lu, I don't dare carry so much cash on me. Please deposit it into my bank card. Lin Yan stopped Lu Ying and told her his bank card number. After the 1990s, bank cards have gradually replaced passbooks. Small transactions are paid in cash, while large transactions have already been paid by bank cards. Soon, someone brought the payment receipt and handed it to Lu Ying respectfully. Brother Lin Yan, the money has been transferred. Please keep the receipt. Lu Ying handed the credentials to Lin Yan and gave instructions. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Soon, a middle-aged man with a somewhat fat body walked in from outside and said with a generous smile, Boss Lu, so you are here to accompany the guests. I was wondering why I couldn't find you drinking anywhere. When Lu Ying saw the person coming, she smiled neither servile nor arrogant, and said in a feigned anger, Boss Zhang Long, you knew I was entertaining guests, yet you still barged in. You scared my good brother. Zhang Long turned his head and looked at Lin Yan after hearing this. He said generously, Little brother, I'm sorry. In the whole Fenghuang County, only Boss Lu can drink well and is willing to drink with me. I'm drunk now and have no choice but to break in. I'll drink 3 cups by myself to apologize to you. Lin Yan couldn't help but look at Zhang Long, and a memory emerged in his mind. Zhang Long is a generous person who often donates money to help poor college students, take care of the elderly, and donate money to repair Hope Primary School. In the 1990s, he was a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist in Fenghuang County, mainly engaged in the scrap steel business. It's a pity that the ending is tragic. After a while, he will end up committing suicide by jumping off a building like him. While thinking, Zhang Long had already drunk 3 glasses of wine in a row, and raised his glass to Lin Yan, Little brother, 3 glasses of wine have been drunk, shall we be friends? Seeing that Zhang Long was so generous and open-minded, and willing to make friends with him without asking who he was, it seemed that he was indeed a kind-hearted person. It would be such a pity if such a philanthropist and entrepreneur committed suicide by jumping off a building. Thinking of this, Lin Yan looked at Zhang Long and said, Brother Zhang Long, have you collected a batch of scrap steel recently and are you ready to sell it? How do you know that? A strange look appeared on Zhang Long's face and he looked at Lin Yan in surprise. He had indeed gone to another county to collect a batch of scrap steel not long ago, but it had just been transported back to the warehouse and even the company's senior executives didn't know about it. How did this young man in front of him know about it? Brother Zhang Long, if you trust me, Lin Yan, you'd better not rush to sell this batch of scrap steel. Check it first. Lin Yan did not explain much, but just advised seriously. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhang Long became more and more confused about Lin Yan's background. However, he had purchased that batch of scrap steel at a high price in order to sell it quickly so as to raise funds to purchase scrap steel abroad. Because an old friend of his found a batch of extremely cheap scrap steel abroad. As long as he can raise funds to ship the scrap steel back and sell it, his assets can at least double. Brother Lin Yan, today we just met, let's not talk about business first, come, let's drink. Zhang Long smiled, obviously not taking Lin Yan's words seriously. He turned a blind eye and prepared to pour wine for Lin Yan. Forget about drinking. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yan politely declined Zhang Long's kindness and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he emphasized again, Brother Zhang Long, remember my words, don't rush to sell that batch of scrap steel, check it first. It will definitely be beneficial to you. I remember that year, Zhang Long was involved in a major theft case because of the batch of steel he bought, and it even alarmed people in the provincial capital. Although Zhang Long later proved that he had nothing to do with the case, he still lost a lot of resources because of it, and his company went into decline. In order to revive the company, he took a desperate risk, sold all his assets, raised funds, and purchased a batch of scrap steel from abroad. Unexpectedly, just after he shipped it back to China, another major incident happened in the country, causing him to lose all his money and eventually commit suicide in hatred. Lin Yan didn't know whether his reminder to Zhang Long would cause any butterfly effect, so he could only say a few words vaguely. Whether Zhang Long can listen or not depends on Zhang Long himself. After Lin Yan left, Zhang Long turned around and asked Lu Ying curiously, Boss Lu, what is the origin of this brother Lin Yan? Lu Ying pointed at the Ganoderma lucidum on the table and chuckled to Zhang Long, he is a capable man. If we give him a few years, it won't be difficult for him to surpass us. Seeing the Ganoderma lucidum on the table, Zhang Long couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. This is an aged Ganoderma lucidum. You want to give it to the one in the county? That's right. He found this Ganoderma lucidum for me. It only took him 2 days. Boss Lu, you are so lucky to find such a capable person to help you. Zhang Long said with envy. Hearing this, Lu Ying showed a proud look on her face, but then a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is she blessed? No, the lucky one should be the girl who is engaged to Lin Yan. If you marry such a capable man, you won't have to worry about money in your life. When Lin Yan returned home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Lin family's yard was full of villagers from various families. When Lin Yan parked the Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle at the door, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Look, it's a Fatesai brand 3-wheeled motorcycle with a front compartment and a built-in steering wheel, just like a car. I heard that this car is not cheap, at least 4 or 5,000. My goodness, 4 or 5,000, I can't even afford it if I don't eat or drink for a year. In our village, only the village chief's family has a 3-wheeled motorcycle, right? The village chief's motorcycle is no match for this 3-wheeled motorcycle with a carriage. When Lin Yan got out of the car, many villagers were shocked again. Brother Yan, did you buy this car? Sanggu said in surprise. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, my friend, he saw that it was too dangerous for me to transport wild vegetables on a tricycle every day, so he lent it to me for a while. When the villagers around heard Lin Yan's words, they all showed a look of realization on their faces. Lin Yan didn't waste any time and immediately took out the scale to weigh the freshly picked wild vegetables for each villager to check the quality. After weighing, we found that each family's wild vegetables weighed about 23 kilograms, and they obviously picked a little more. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at them. When the villagers noticed Lin Yan's gaze, they all showed a smirk on their faces. Xiaoyan, we accidentally picked too much. If you don't want them, we can just take them back and fry them ourselves. Lin Yan shook his head, but still took out the money and paid for the wild vegetables according to their weight. It was understandable that the villagers were tired of being poor and wanted to make more money. Although these wild vegetables were picked in large quantities, they were of the best quality, and he was too lazy to haggle over them. When every household saw the 23 yuan in their hands, a smile appeared on their face. I still say the same thing, I will only accept 20 kilograms from each household, and no more than that. Everyone, remember this, don't make trouble with me when someone doesn't want yours. Lin Yan emphasized. His words were a reminder to the villagers. Now if the weight exceeds 2 or 3 kilograms, he would pretend not to notice it, but if it exceeds 25 kilograms, he would definitely not accept it. Everyone nodded in agreement, praised Lin Yan a few words, and then went home to cook dinner. Lin Yan weighed the 3 bags of wild vegetables picked by Sangu, Xiaobin, and Huizai, a total of 200 kilograms. He gave them 200 yuan and asked them to divide them. The 3 of them had just sold Ganoderma lucidum to Lin Yan during the day and earned 3,000 yuan. Now when they saw the 200 yuan, they were not so excited. Okay, take the money home and hide it. I won't keep you for dinner. Seeing Sangu and the other 2 like this, Lin Yan kicked each of them and ordered them to leave. Just at this moment, Xiao Luoxue came from next door carrying some food. When the 3 of them saw this, they all smiled knowingly. Brother Yan, then we won't disturb you and your sister-in-law's world of 2. Yes, let's go home and have dinner. You 2 can develop your relationship slowly. I envy Brother Yan. When Xiao Luoxue heard this, her face turned red. Get out, get out, get out. Lin Yan made a gesture, ready to kick again. Upon seeing this, Sangu and the others turned around and ran away, occasionally making booing noises from the distance. Xiao Luoxue's face was as red as a ripe apple. Don't pay attention to them, they just like to talk nonsense. Lin Yan scratched his head and said. It doesn't matter. Why are you here? Xiao Luoxue raised the lean meat porridge in her hand and said with a red face, I saw you were busy going out to do things at noon, and you probably didn't have time to eat lunch, so I brought some porridge cooked at noon for you. At the end of her speech, Xiao Luoxue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she was almost speechless due to embarrassment. Lin Yan also understood. It turned out that Xiao Luoxue was worried that he was busy working and had not had lunch yet, so she brought some porridge to warm his stomach so that he would not be hungry until dinner. I've already eaten. Lin Yan said with a smile. Ah. Well, then I'll take it back. Xiao Luoxue was a little flustered. Lin Yan took the porridge from Xiao Luoxue's hand and said with a smile, you can eat it again after you've eaten it. My wife gave me porridge, and I can't waste it even if I die of fullness. In his previous life, when Lin Yan's career was just starting out, he was often so busy that he had no time to find food, and Chen Mei never thought about whether he would be hungry, but was only concerned about whether he dressed well every day and where he was going to go out for fun. Even after a busy day, Lin Yan would not see any steaming food on the table when he returned home. In the end, he could only cook some egg noodles for himself, eat a few bites, and then fall asleep on the bed. Chen Mei didn't care about anything else except how much money he earned and how much money he could give to herself and her brother. You haven't gotten married yet, who is your wife? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiao Luoxue blushed and retorted with a little shyness. Lin Yan chuckled and took a mouthful of warm porridge. A trace of warmth surged into his heart and his eyes actually turned red. Is the porridge too hot? I might have been in a hurry and used too high a heat. How about letting it cool down before drinking it? Noticing that Lin Yan's eyes were red, Xiao Luoxue thought that the porridge was too hot and scalded Lin Yan, so she asked with concern. No, this temperature is just right. Lin Yan shook his head and smiled. This is the warmth of home. Fenghuan County, Chairman's Office of Zhang's Resources Company, Ltd. After Zhang Long came back from the Jixiang tea house, he told his subordinates about a batch of scrap steel shipped back from the neighboring county. On the one hand, he calculated the cost of purchasing the batch of scrap steel and made an expenditure report, and at the same time, he asked his subordinates to contact the buyers. He planned to sell this batch of scrap steel at a good price. Boss Zhang, you are really very powerful. You actually received such a large amount of scrap steel. If we sell all of this scrap steel, we can make at least 100,000 or 200,000, right? Below, a bald middle-aged man who looked like an accountant complimented Zhang Long. In this era, 1,800,000 is definitely an astonishing number. Hearing this, Zhang Long showed a hint of pride on his face. He had spent a lot of effort to collect this batch of scrap steel. At first, this batch of scrap steel was in the hands of a boss named Chen from the neighboring county. I negotiated with him for nearly a week and treated him to a week of hanging out in the bar before he agreed to give up the batch of scrap steel. The price was still 30% higher than the price of peers. If Zhang Long did not have the resources to ensure that this batch of scrap steel would be profitable, and if he did not want to enter the foreign scrap steel market, he would not be willing to pay such a high price compared to his peers. But for some reason, whenever he thought of what Lin Yan said to him at the Jixiang tea house at noon, he began to feel uneasy. How did he know that I had just received a batch of scrap steel? I clearly didn't tell anyone. Also, he told me not to sell this batch of scrap steel so quickly. What does that mean? Is there something wrong with this batch of scrap steel? The bald accountant saw Zhang Long suddenly fall into deep thought and asked, Mr. Zhang, you are about to receive a huge sum of money, but you don't seem happy at all. This bald accountant has been with Zhang Long for more than 10 years and can be said to be a veteran of the company. He also owns shares. Zhang Long will discuss things with him whenever he has something. Zhang Long thought about it and decided to tell the bald accountant everything about what happened to Lin Yan today. Mr. Zhang, your worries are not without reason. Upon hearing this, the bald accountant showed a thoughtful expression on his face and said, the price of scrap steel has been rising over the past 2 years, and many people have set their sights on this piece of cake. It's hard to guarantee that some people won't have shady ideas. Besides, I just heard from Mr. Zhang that the original owner of this batch of scrap steel sold it to you reluctantly. It's hard to guarantee that this is not a trap. Otherwise, I will take people to the warehouse and carefully check whether there are any problems with the scrap steel. We need to check it out carefully. Zhang Long nodded. I'll go with you. He now feels more and more that what Lin Yan said to him was definitely not just a simple reminder. Lu Ying said that the young man was a capable person, so who knows if he had heard any rumors. In Xia Luoshue's kitchen, Lin Yan was cooking enthusiastically, and Xia Luoshue was helping him. Lin Yan originally planned to cook at home and then let Xia Luoshue call Grandpa Xia over for dinner, but he found that the ingredients were all in Xia Luoshue's refrigerator. It would be better to cook directly at Xia Luoshue's place so that he could chat with Grandpa Xia. Xiada sat in the yard, smoking a pipe, and said with a kind smile, Xiao Yan, is the 3-wheeled motorcycle outside the door yours? It's from the boss who bought my wild vegetables. She lent it to me for a while. Lin Yan replied from across the kitchen, after a while, I'll buy another 2-wheeled motorcycle for Luo Shui. I can't drive, why buy it for me? Hearing this, Xia Luoshue said shyly, I promised you that I would buy you 3 electric appliances and a motorcycle. I've already bought the refrigerator, but I still need a color TV, an air conditioner, and a motorcycle that can rotate. Lin Yan said with a smile, I remember everything Chen San said at the door of Chen Mei's house that day. The son of the wealthy Wang from the next village wants to marry you, and he promised to give you 3 electric appliances and a motorcycle and a betrothal gift of 10,000 yuan. I want to give you what others can give you. Xia Luoshue moved her lips slightly, and wanted to say that she didn't marry Lin Yan for these things. Lin Yan was the first to speak, I gave you these things not because I was angry, but because I wanted you to know that you are so outstanding and deserve these things, or even better. Swish. Hearing Lin Yan's unquestionable love words, Xia Luoshue's face suddenly turned red. The lethality of these words was indeed great. Seeing this, Xiada, who was standing by, smoked a few more cigarettes and sighed, it's great to be young. Back then, Grandma Luo Shui and I. Xia Luoshue listened to the old man talking about the past, while Lin Yan turned back to the kitchen to cook. After Lin Shan and his wife and Lin Qing returned home, they heard the noise and came over. Seeing Lin Yan cooking in the Xia family's kitchen, they immediately understood and moved small tables over, set them up in the yard, and waited for dinner to start. At first glance, it looks like 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are enjoying family happiness in the yard. The next day, Lin Yan got up early and washed up. When he arrived at Xia Luoshue's house, Xia Luoshue had already gotten up. She considerately helped Lin Yan take out the ingredients from the refrigerator and put them aside. When she saw Lin Yan, there was some shyness in Xia Luoshue's beautiful eyes, obviously thinking of the sweet words Lin Yan said to her last night. The two worked together and quickly prepared 600 servings of bean sprout pork intestines. Because he had a new motor tricycle, Lin Yan didn't need to worry about the weight issue, so he cooked an extra pot of seafood porridge and loaded the breakfast and 660 kilograms of wild vegetables onto the back bed of the tricycle. Then Lin Yan and Xia Luoshue had breakfast together and drove to the county town. Along the way, feeling the lightning speed brought by the 3-wheeled motorcycle and the difference from the previous effort of pedaling a 3-wheeled motorcycle and still being unable to move forward, Lin Yan couldn't help but sing out loud. If you have too many complaints about this world. He fell. I don't dare to move forward. Why? As he was singing, Lin Yan suddenly remembered that this song seemed not to have been released in this era, and the famous singing star Zhou Zong in later generations did not make his official debut until 4 years later. If I take the lead and sing all of that person's songs in advance, will I also be popular in the entertainment industry? But soon, Lin Yan gave up the idea. Instead of being a star, it would be better to be a sponsor. What if he really becomes famous because of this, and one day I hear that person say in an interview that he has always lived in his shadow? That would be kind of funny. 15 minutes later, Lin Yan arrived at the back door of Jixiang Tea House and carried down 660 kilograms of wild vegetables and 300 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts. When Lu Ying saw the more than 600 kilograms of wild vegetables, she decisively paid for the wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts. Lin Yan earned 3,240 yuan. Excluding the cost of purchasing wild vegetables and rice rolls with bean sprouts, he still made a small profit of more than 2,500 yuan. Based on the speed at which he makes money, even if he didn't receive the 30,000 yuan from the Ganoderma lucidum yesterday, he could still earn 60,000 yuan within a month. At the current rate at which he was making money, Lin Yan felt that he could completely determine the address for building the house, find a construction team, and discuss a date to start construction. After all, the rate at which money was spent on building a house might not keep up with the rate at which he was making money. Brother Lin Yan, with your current daily gross profit, it won't be difficult to earn $1 million a year. Lu Ying teased, such a young millionaire, let alone Fenghuang County, even in the city, there are not many. Sister Lu, you are too kind to me. Excluding the cost of materials and labor, I don't make much money. Lin Yan said modestly. Lu Ying looked at him with a half-smile, but she didn't say anything. She just said, Brother Lin Yan, you have a small fortune now. How about treating me to lunch? Under Lu Ying's scorching gaze, Lin Yan surrendered and nodded helplessly, forget about lunch. I'll treat you to morning tea after I finish setting up the stall. Good. When Lin Yan left the Jixiang Tea House, he did not notice that at the back door of the Longfeng Tea House, there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at his back. This country bumpkin actually used a recipe to make Boss Lu's tea house popular, and he also made a lot of money selling wild vegetables. I really don't know what kind of luck he had. The fat manager looked at me with resentment and spoke with gritted teeth. Ever since the cold mixed wild vegetables at Jixiang Tea House became popular, diners from all over have been flocking to the tea house, and the business of Longfeng Tea House has been getting worse day by day. The fat manager even heard that the higher-ups had noticed that Longfeng Tea House's business was bad. If the situation could not be reversed, it would not be long before the higher-ups would withdraw the state-owned shares and sell Longfeng Tea House as a private tea house. By then, he, a pampered manager, would probably end up washing dishes in the back of some restaurant. Fat manager, since the Jixiang Tea House's business is so hot because of the recipe for the cold wild vegetables, why don't we spend some money and secretly buy the recipe, suggested the lackey at the side. The fat manager frowned and said coldly, that guy won't sell us the wild vegetables, so what's the point of us buying the recipe? Diners eat for the taste. If there are no wild vegetables, we can just use other vegetables instead. Hearing this, the fat manager's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of this? My brain has not been used for a long time and it seems to be really rusty. Okay, let's do this. Find someone to secretly buy the recipes from the chef of the Jixiang Tea House. We will launch new dishes during the afternoon tea and evening tea markets. The fat manager's face became full of energy, and he said proudly, you are just a country bumpkin, and you dare to look at me. I want to let Boss Lu and that kid know that they can't overthrow the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House by just serving 1 or 2 special snacks. Principal Li, you are right. In order to ensure that students can have enough food to attend classes, I am willing to be the breakfast agent for the school cafeteria. Lin Yan said, looking at Li Ping with a righteous face. Li Ping's face lit up, and then he said cautiously, but the subsidies given to the school cafeteria are not much. Little brother, can the unit price of this breakfast be? I sell these bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood pork porridge for $2 each at my stall. If I supply them to the school, I'll charge them for $1.5 each. Lin Yan asked righteously, Principal Li, how many servings do you want every day? He calculated the cost of rice rolls with bean sprouts, and found that a serving was only a little over 30 cents, and the cost of seafood and pork porridge was about the same. So based on the unit price of 1 renminbi and 50 cents per serving, he still has a 500% profit. There are about 900 students in the 3 grades of the County No. 1 middle school. Let's start with 1,000 copies of each and see how the students react. Li Ping was delighted when he heard Lin Yan's words and said hurriedly. Finally, he looked at Lin Yan hesitantly, "Little brother, after the unit price is reduced, the quality of the ingredients will not be." He had encountered a situation in the past where a supplier openly agreed to a low-price contract with a school, but secretly lowered the quality of the ingredients, which almost caused students to get food poisoning. Hearing this, Lin Yan looked a little angry. "Who does Principal Li think I am? It is my honor to see students eating the breakfast I made. How can I cut corners on the ingredients? The breakfast ingredients you have in your hand will be the ingredients I will serve to my students in the future." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Li Ping was so moved that his eyes turned red. He took Lin Yan's hand and said, "Little brother, I want to thank you on behalf of the students of the No. 1 middle school in the county. Principal Li, can the breakfast payment be settled on a daily basis? After all, this is a small business." "No problem." When leaving the county's No. 1 middle school, Lin Yan had an unconcealable smile on his face. According to the demand of the canteen of the county's No. 1 middle school, 1,000 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 1,000 servings of seafood and pork porridge have to be made every day. The daily gross profit reaches 3,000. After deducting the cost, more than 2,000 can be earned. The most important thing is stability. As long as the ingredients are clean and fresh and the taste remains unchanged, this business can last until Principal Li Ping retires. However, Lin Yan knew that with such a huge demand, he and Xiao Luoxue could not meet it alone, so he planned to let his parents get involved. Lin Shan and his wife got up early every day and went out to plaster. It was not only hard work, but they also inhaled a lot of dust. In his previous life, his father Lin Shan worked so hard to plaster in order to repay the debt he owed when he got married that he died of lung cancer within a few years. After his father Lin Shan passed away, his mother Li Tsuehua became depressed and passed away a few years later. His sister had no money to go to college, so she went out to work and suffered a lot. In this life, Lin Yan will never allow such a tragedy to happen again. Let my parents get up early and help make breakfast, so they can rest for the whole day. They won't be too tired, and they will have something to do, so they won't be too bored. When I marry Luo Shui in the future, they can also help take care of the grandchildren and enjoy life. Lin Yan murmured to himself, and had already secretly decided in his heart that after returning home, he would ask his parents to put down their plastering work and come home to help. In the office of Zhang Resources Company, Zhang Long was drinking tea with a handsome man in casual clothes. The latter smiled at the former and said, "Mr. Zhang, you were lucky to have checked the scrap steel before selling it this time. Otherwise, if this batch of scrap steel really flowed into the Fenghuang County market, you would probably have to live there for a while." Zhang Long smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Captain Li, please don't scare me. You know I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do something like selling black scrap steel?" Li Aigua smiled and did not scare Zhang Long anymore. He said, "Okay, you have explained all the problems on your side. Next, you may need our cooperation to help us lead out the gang that steals and sells scrap steel so that we can catch them in one fell swoop. Then, you may be able to recover the money you lost." "Yes." Zhang Long gave a standard military salute without even thinking. Although he has retired, he is still a soldier of the people, and it is his duty to defend the country and fight crime. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Mr. Zhang, from what you said just now, you only realized that there was a problem with this batch of scrap steel after a young man reminded you." Li Aigua changed the subject and asked curiously. "That's right." Zhang Long nodded and told Li Aigua everything that happened at the Jixiang tea house yesterday. After hearing this, Li Aigua showed a look of surprise on his face. "A small vegetable vendor actually knew that there was something wrong with your scrap steel. Could he be a fortune teller?" "That's hard to say, but from what Boss Lu said, that young man is a capable person." Zhang Long smiled and did not discuss further. "Is it Lu Ying, the boss of Jixiang Tea House?" A strange look appeared on Li Aigua's face. He is an old man in the county bureau and knows much more than ordinary people. In the eyes of businessmen like Zhang Long, Lu Ying might just be a capable wealthy woman with good business, but Li Aigua has heard a lot of rumors about Lu Ying. Rumor has it that Lu Ying came from the provincial capital and came from a wealthy family. Several generations ago, some of their ancestors had climbed snow-capped mountains, and they did so on horseback. Even Lu Ying was optimistic about this young man, so Li Aigua had to take him seriously. Li Aigua pondered and said, "Boss Zhang, no matter what, that young man saved you once, you have to thank him." "Okay, it's getting late. I'm leaving now. I'll find you if I need anything else." After saying that, he stood up and left. After Zhang Long escorted Li Aigua out of the company gate, he murmured, "I really should thank that little brother." Immediately, he returned to the office, opened the safe, took out an elaborately carved wooden box, looked at it with some pain for a few seconds, and resolutely rushed to the Jixiang tea house. When they arrived at the Jixiang tea house, it was just after 8 in the morning, when the morning tea market was bustling. Lin Yan saw Lu Ying busy in and out of the tea house, but did not say anything to disturb her. After finding a table in a secluded corner and sitting down, Lin Yan ordered some snacks, then made some tea and sipped it slowly. He has been very busy these days, and it is rare for him to have such a leisurely moment. Looking at the diners in the tea house laughing and talking from time to time, his mood is unprecedentedly peaceful. Lin Yan sat there for 2 hours. There were fewer diners in the tea house, and only then did Lu Ying notice him in the corner. "Brother Lin Yan, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Yan smiled awkwardly. "I just got here not long ago, and I saw you were busy, so I didn't disturb you." Lu Ying glanced at the snacks on the table and said with a half-smile, "You promised to treat me to morning tea, but you started eating first. Sister Lu, you've been busy all morning. You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something together?" Lin Yan said with a shameless smile. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan. If an ordinary man heard what she said, he would have invited her to have lunch at a high-end Western restaurant. Only Lin Yan treated her to the remaining breakfast snacks without batting an eyelid. But Lu Ying was really hungry, so she sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating, muttering, "Brother Lin Yan, this morning tea doesn't count, you still owe me a meal." Lin Yan made tea for her to moisten Lu Ying's mouth, and said with a smile, "Okay." At this time, a sturdy figure appeared at the entrance of the Jixiang tea house. When he saw Lin Yan, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. "Little brother, I guessed you would be here, and it really paid off." Zhang Long held Lin Yan's hand and said with gratitude, "You saved my life." In the warehouse, Zhang Long's face looked a little ugly. There were already 7 or 8 cigarette butts scattered on the ground. He was not in a good mood. Even the bald accountant next to him didn't look good at the moment. "Have you finished checking everything? Have you found all the problematic scrap steel?" Zhang Long said with a gloomy face and a slightly angry tone. Upon hearing this, the bald accountant's face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Although we have found a ton of problematic scrap steel, there should be some that we haven't found yet. But if we work hard, we can check them all today." At this point, a haggard look appeared on the bald accountant's face. Last night, he and Mr. Zhang came to the warehouse to inspect the newly received batch of scrap steel. Not long into the inspection, they discovered the problem. In this batch of scrap steel, in addition to scrap steel of ordinary materials, there is also some scrap steel that has been specially treated, as if someone deliberately wanted to conceal the original use of these special scrap steels. After a night of inspection and searching, the bald accountant finally found out most of this special batch of scrap steel. After a simple reorganization, he discovered that this special scrap steel was actually a batch of stolen steel. Before this, the companies that manage resources had already been informed by their superiors that once discovered, they must immediately notify the superiors and not engage in private transactions, otherwise they would bear the consequences themselves. It was a close call. If we had sold this batch of scrap steel without knowing it and our superiors had discovered it, we wouldn't have been able to explain ourselves even if we had 10 mouths. The bald accountant sighed as if he had just survived a disaster. Zhang Long's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He nodded heavily. Yes, it was almost trouble. "Mr. Zhang, these problematic scrap steels are worth hundreds of thousands. What should we do with them?" asked the bald accountant. As the company's accountant, he must act in the company's interests. There are only two ways to deal with this batch of problematic scrap steel. The first is to hand it over to the authorities to help catch those who steal and sell black scrap steel. The second way is to transport this batch of scrap steel away and sell it at a low price in a remote city. The former will lose a lot of money, and although the latter can make back the investment, it is risky. Hand it over, all of it. If you lose money, you can earn it again. I, Zhang Long, am also a veteran. I cannot do anything that would let down my country and its people. Zhang Long said without hesitation, notify the people above immediately and have them take over the warehouse, count all the black scrap steel, and fully cooperate with the people above. Yes, Mr. Zhang. On the other side, Lin Yan drove to the intersection outside the gate of the County No. 1 Middle School and quickly set up his stall. The students who couldn't wait any longer gathered together and paid for their meals. In less than half an hour, all 300 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and 400 servings of seafood and pork porridge on Lin Yan's stall were sold out, making a profit of 1,400 yuan. As usual, he gave the remaining seafood porridge to Uncle Lu at the school gate. After chatting for a few words, Lin Yan packed up his stall and prepared to leave. Little brother, wait a minute. Just then, a powerful voice came from the direction of the school gate. Lin Yan looked back and saw a middle-aged man in a white shirt walking slowly towards him. He had a scholarly air. Uncle Lu followed beside him and blinked at Lin Yan from time to time, as if reminding Lin Yan to hurry up. Lin Yan did not leave, but stood there, waiting for the other party to come over. Uncle Lu was a little anxious when he saw Lin Yan was so straightforward. He pretended to be angry and said, "Little brother, this is our vice principal Li Ping. Who allowed you to set up a stall here to sell breakfast? Hurry up and leave." Li Ping waved his hand to stop Uncle Lu, then turned to Lin Yan and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't be too nervous. You are setting up a stall at the intersection, which is not within the scope of our school's responsibility. I can't control you, but you are selling breakfast to our students, so I have to ask about it." Lin Yan smiled and said, "Principal Li is right. I wonder what you want to ask." Seeing that he was powerless to save the situation, Uncle Lu could only stand aside, squinting his eyes and basking in the sun. "What are you selling at your breakfast stall? Are the raw materials hygienic?" Li Ping asked. There happened to be some leftovers of bean sprout rice noodle rolls on the chopping board, so Lin Yan didn't waste any time. He put together a portion, poured the sauce on it, and then scrambled between two iron pots for a long time. He scooped out a small half-bowl of porridge and handed it to Li Ping. "Principally, what I sell at my stall is rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and seafood and pork porridge. The bean sprouts are grown at home, and the rice noodle rolls are steamed with glutinous rice flour. The porridge ingredients are dried shrimp, scallops, fresh pork and other ingredients. They are all made on the same day, so they are absolutely fresh and clean. You, try it." Li Ping wanted to say that he had already eaten, but when he saw the bright-colored bean sprout rice noodle rolls and porridge that Lin Yan brought over, he couldn't help but take them and tasted a few bites. After eating, he looked a little surprised. "It tastes really good. No wonder the students love the food from your stall so much." Lin Yan smiled and said, "Principal Li, you are overpraising me. After all, we are doing business with students, so we must act with conscience." Li Ping nodded in agreement. Uncle Lu standing by secretly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up and praised him for his ability to speak. Li Ping suddenly spoke up, "But your stall is on the roadside, and students are gathered at the intersection to eat breakfast. There are cars coming and going, and the environment is dusty. There are still significant health and safety risks, and it will also affect our school's selection as a civilized campus." Uncle Lu raised his eyes slightly, and he was determined to drive Lin Yan away. "Principal Li, this..." Lin Yan was about to say something. Li Ping was the first to speak, "So, are you willing to be the agent for breakfast in our school cafeteria?" "What?" Lin Yan was startled, and seemed to have not yet recovered from Li Ping's unexpected words. Being an agent for breakfast for a school cafeteria is not an easy job, and the profit is definitely not small. Who is the person who makes the most money in the school? It is not the staff of the school logistics department, but the supplier of the school cafeteria. And the owner of the store. Lin Yan remembered that 20 years later, the annual agency fee of an ordinary high school canteen in Fenghuang County was as high as 1 million, not including the shop rent provided by the school to the canteen owner. There are also suppliers to the school cafeteria who drive multi-million-dollar Range Rovers when entering and leaving the school. For a top high school like the County No. 1 high school, the wealth of the school cafeteria suppliers and canteen owners cannot be underestimated. To be honest, the cooking skills of the chefs in our school cafeteria are average, and students don't like the food they make. Often, students pay for breakfast but refuse to go to the cafeteria to eat, preferring to go to class on an empty stomach. This greatly affects the quality of class and is not conducive to learning. Li Ping thought Lin Yan was reluctant, so he explained quickly. Your breakfast has fresh ingredients and tastes great. Students will love it. Only when students are well fed can they study hard, learn knowledge, and serve the country. Seeing Zhang Long's expression, Lin Yan guessed something and said calmly, "Have you found the batch of problematic scrap steel?" Zhang Long was even more shocked when he heard Lin Yan's words. The young man in front of him really knew that there was black scrap steel in the batch of scrap steel he collected. "I found it, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been involved in a lawsuit," Zhang Long said with gratitude. Lu Ying, who was standing by, had a strange look on her face when she heard this. She asked curiously, "Boss Zhang, what are you two talking about? I don't understand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long told Lu Ying everything about a batch of scrap steel he had collected in the neighboring county, among which there was a lot of black scrap steel. After hearing this, Lu Ying was surprised and turned to look at Lin Yan. "Brother Lin Yan, when did you become able to predict the future? Could it be that you are also a fortune teller?" Lin Yan didn't know how to explain it, so he could only smile and say nothing. His action seemed even more unfathomable in Zhang Long's eyes, and he hurriedly pushed the precious wooden box respectfully in front of Lin Yan. "Brother Zhang, what are you doing?" "Brother Lin Yan, you saved my life. Please accept this small token of my gratitude." Zhang Long respectfully opened the wooden box, revealing a jade Buddha the size of a baby's fist. "Mr. Zhang, this jade Buddha seems to be carved from the ice-type raw stone you bought for 50,000 yuan last time." Lu Ying, who was standing by, saw the jade Buddha and was also surprised. This ice-type jade Buddha would only cost 150,000 yuan if it were put on the market. "You just gave it away like this." "Although the jade Buddha is precious, it is nothing compared to brother Lin Yan saving my life." After learning from Lu Ying the value of this ice jade Buddha, Lin Yan's expression became serious and he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Zhang, you are older than me, so I will call you brother. This icy jade Buddha is too precious. I can't accept it. Besides, I'm just reminding you a few words. It's nothing. You should take this jade Buddha back." Zhang Long was about to say something when Lu Ying, who was standing beside him, echoed him, "Boss Zhang, my brother is a man of great importance. He keeps his word. If he asks you to take it back, you should take it back. If you really want to thank me, just treat me and Sister Lu to a meal," Lin Yan said with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Long had no choice but to put away the ice jade Buddha and said, "Then I'll set up a table at the Jixiang tea house at noon. Brother Lin Yan, please come and have a look." "Mr. Zhang, I wonder if I can have a part in this meal." Lu Ying chuckled. Of course, of course." At noon, Lin Yan stayed at the Jixiang tea house. Zhang Long booked a large private room and served him a bunch of expensive dishes. Zhang Long wanted to open the wine, but was stopped by Lin Yan on the grounds that he wanted to drive and not drink. The three of them drank tea instead of wine, and chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Yan admired Zhang Long very much, and he was happy to be able to save this philanthropist. Zhang Long admires Lin Yan's talent, knowledge and vision. After the meal, Zhang Long and Lin Yan became brothers. "Brother Lin Yan, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I will remember this favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me and I will definitely help you." After the meal, Zhang Long patted his chest and assured Lin Yan, "Brother Zhang, this is what you said. I will remember it. Next time I ask you for help, don't make excuses to avoid it," Lin Yan said with a smile. "What kind of person is brother?" The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Lu Ying, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Because Zhang Long had a lot of things to deal with in the company, he chatted with Lin Yan for a while and then got up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he stuffed 10,000 yuan into Lin Yan's hand and drove away without giving Lin Yan a chance to refuse. This brother Zhang. Looking at the 10,000 yuan in cash in his hand, Lin Yan smiled helplessly. Lu Ying smiled and said, "You have helped Mr. Zhang so much, he is grateful to you. If you don't want the ice jade Buddha, just accept the money." Lin Yan nodded. Zhang Long forced the gift on him. If he insisted on giving it back, it would be like he was not treating the other person as a friend. "Sister Lu, I just heard you say that Brother Zhang's ice jade Buddha was bought from gambling on stones. I wonder if this gambling on stones." Lin Yan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Ying. Seeing that Lin Yan was interested in gambling on stones, Lu Ying smiled and said, "With your current wealth, you can try a little gambling on stones. The gambling stone market is outside the county town. If you want to try it, I'll ask Mr. Zhang to take you there in a few days." "Thank you so much, Sister Lu. I should be the one thanking you. I have given the lingji you sent me yesterday to an elder in my family. After he took a small portion, his health improved. My business has also received a lot of help. As for the ginseng, you need to pay more attention to it. I will buy it at a high price." "I'll pay attention, Sister Lu." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. On the way back to the village, Lin Yan was thinking while driving. He earned more than 4,000 yuan today by setting up a stall and selling wild vegetables. Adding the 10,000 yuan thank you gift from Zhang Long, his savings are almost 50,000 yuan. It's time to put house building on the agenda. After returning to the village, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yan took the dirty dishes off the back of the truck, washed them, dried them, and put them in the utility room. After cooperating with the canteen of the No. 1 middle school in the county, he no longer needed to set up a stall. He only needed to put the cooked porridge and the chopping board with bean sprouts and rice rolls on the car. After delivering them to the school, the chef from the school canteen would naturally distribute breakfast to the students. These bowls and chopsticks are useless. After Lin Yan washed the dishes and prepared dinner, the villagers of Dashi village brought him picked wild vegetables one after another. Together with the wild vegetables brought by Sangu and his friends, Lin Yan collected a total of 700 kilograms of wild vegetables and spent 700 yuan. Several villagers picked 26 kilograms of wild vegetables, and Lin Yan paid them for 25 kilograms. He had set the rules yesterday and they could not be violated. When the villagers saw this, they knew they were in the wrong and just smiled awkwardly. After the villagers left, Sango and the others leaned close to Lin Yan's ear and whispered in a low voice. "Brother Yan, when we were picking wild vegetables today, we found some ginseng on the shady side of the North Mountain." When Lin Yan heard this, his eyes lit up. "Oh. You found ginseng? We only saw a few small ginseng plants, and we haven't found any older ginseng yet." Sangu said truthfully. Huizai at the side added, "However, now we see ginseng appearing in Beishan. If there really is aged ginseng, it's possible that it can be found there." Lin Yan also understood that it was hard to find 100-year-old ginseng, so he nodded and said, "I'll ask you to take care of this matter. When you look for ginseng, you must also be careful of snakes, insects, rats and ants and take precautions. Don't worry, Brother Yan, we all grew up in the mountains, how could we not understand this?" Sangu patted his chest and said. After seeing off the 3 dogs and 3 other people, Lin Yan loaded all 700 kilograms of wild vegetables onto the back of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. "Brother, let me help you." Lin Qing had just come back from get out of class and hurried over to help move the wild vegetables. Country girls are not spoiled and are able to move and lift things. In no time, she loaded all the wild vegetables into the car. "Wash your hands, go call Sister Luo Shui and Grandpa Xia, and get ready for dinner," Lin Yan said, brushing the dust off his hands. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. At this time, Lin Shan and his wife also finished their work and came back. Their bodies were covered with white dust, their hair was dirty, and they coughed from time to time. It was obvious that they had inhaled a lot of dust into their lungs after a day of dealing with it. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan became more determined to ask his parents to give up working outside and help him make breakfast at home. After dinner, when Xia Luoxue and Grandpa Xia went back, Lin Yan asked the family to sit in the yard and prepare for a small family meeting. Xiaoyan, look, your mother and I are covered in dust. We need to take a shower quickly. If there is anything important, can't we wait until we take a shower to talk about it? Lin Shan took a puff of his pipe and said helplessly. Li Tsuehua glared at Lin Shan and said unhappily, my son wants to have a family meeting, so it must be something important. What's wrong with him going to take a shower after listening to it? Lin Yan didn't waste any words and said directly, there are two main things to discuss at the family meeting tonight. The first thing is there any land at home? I want to build a wedding house. When these words were spoken, Lin Shan and his wife and Lin Qing were all shocked. Brother, why do we need to build a wedding house? There are 2 floors in our house. When you and sister Luo Shui get married, you can live on the 2nd floor and I can move to the 1st floor, said Lin Qing. The 1st floor is too humid, which is not good for my parents' health. I was not married before, but now I am getting married. I plan to let my parents move to the 2nd floor, and Luo Shui and I will build a wedding room. Lin Yan explained. After hearing this, Lin Shan fell silent. Li Tsuehua, who was standing by, looked embarrassed. Xiaoyan, our family doesn't have much money. Do you think we should wait until later to build a wedding house? The old couple also wanted to help their son build a new home, but they did not have much savings. Even if their son was capable and could make money now and did not need them to give him a dowry, the money they had was still not enough to build a house. Dad, Mom, I'll pay for building the house myself, I just want to ask about the homestead. Lin Yan saw the worry on his parents' faces and said with a smile. What? When Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan heard this, a strange look appeared on their faces. Xiaoyan, where did you get the money to build the house? Although his son started making money by selling breakfast at a stall, building a house was not an easy task. Lin Yan smiled and said, this brings me to the second thing I want to talk about. He glanced at his parents and sister, and said slowly, you all know that I have to collect wild vegetables every day and sell them in tea houses in the county town. I also make some money by setting up a stall to sell breakfast. Brother, you are making money now, but you can't spend it recklessly. You have to save money to marry sister Luo Shui. Lin Qing couldn't help but say. Don't worry, I already have the money for the wedding gift and the money for the 3 electricity and 1 transfer. What? When these words were spoken, Lin Shan and his wife and Lin Qing were shocked again. Xiaoyan, are you kidding me? The betrothal gift and the 3 electricity sales together would cost at least 10,000 yuan. You made so much money just by selling breakfast and wild vegetables for a few days. Li Tsuehua said in surprise. Lin Yan was well prepared. He took out the money he earned today from the house, spread it in front of his parents and sister, and said calmly. This is all the money I earned today. When the 3 saw the money all over the floor, they were stunned, their eyes widened, as if they were in a dream. Hiss! My God, how much money is here? Li Tsuehua gasped and exclaimed in surprise. Not much. I only made a little over 4,000 yuan from setting up a stall and selling wild vegetables today. Boom. After these words came out, Lin Shan almost broke the pipe in his hand. Li Tsuehua almost fell off the bench. Fortunately, Lin Qing reacted quickly and supported her in time. How much? Son, say it again. Li Tsuehua asked again with a shocked look on her face. Mom, you heard me right, I made more than 4,000 yuan today. Lin Yan smiled helplessly. And I have reached a cooperation agreement with the school cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school. I will provide 2,000 breakfasts to the school cafeteria every day. The gross profit from selling breakfast alone will reach 3,000 yuan a day. Hiss! When Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan heard this, they took a deep breath again. With a gross profit of 3,000 yuan a day, wouldn't the gross profit for a month be 90,000 yuan? They had never seen so much money in their lives. Thinking of this, the old couple's eyes reddened. My son, you have made great progress. Seeing his parents wiping away tears, Lin Yan was glad that he did not tell anyone that he had 50,000 yuan in savings. He was really worried that the old couple would not be able to bear the shock and faint. Xiaoyan is now able to make money, so it's not impossible for him to build a wedding house. However, our family has no residential land. If we want a residential land, we can only buy one from someone in the same village. 10,000 yuan can buy a 300 square meter piece of wasteland. Lin Shan looked a little excited. After thinking for a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, I feel proud that my son has money to build a new house, so naturally he is happy to support me. After handing over the land sale matter to his father Lin Shan, Lin Yan brought up the second matter. Dad, Mom, this dusty job is tiring and dirty. You will cough every night, which hurts your lungs and your body. You'd better not do it. I need help to provide breakfast for 1,000 students in the school cafeteria. Why don't you stay at home and help me? Lin Yan said seriously, although I have to get up early every day to mass-produce bean sprout rice noodle rolls, the advantage is that the working hours are short. After the ingredients are prepared, I will be responsible for delivering them to school, and you can have a day off. He didn't mention the salary, so his family wouldn't care too much about it. If they talked too much, it would make them feel distant. When I was young and naive, it was my father who supported the family. Now, it is his turn. Lin Shan showed hesitation on his face. After all, it was me who did it. If I asked him to work for my son, he would inevitably think more. Lin Qing held Lin Shan and Li Tsuewa's hands and said coquettishly, Dad, Mom, I think what brother said is right. You go out early and come back late every day, doing the work of distributing ashes. It is not only dirty and tiring but also hurts your lungs and body. You might as well help me sell bean sprout rice noodle rolls. I am mature and sensible now. When I make money in the future, I will definitely be filial to you. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Lin Shan took a few puffs of his pipe and exhaled heavily. Okay, while we are still young, let's help Xiaoyan more. After getting his father's consent, Lin Yan's face immediately showed joy. In this way, the business cooperation with the canteen of the #1 middle school in the county is on the right track, and the family will have a stable income of more than 2,000 yuan a day in the future. On the night he gave up on marrying Chen Mei, among the many plans he had written in the room, several were about to be completed. Chenjia village, in the Chen family courtyard. Mother Chen pointed at Chen Mei's face and scolded her, Didn't you say that Lin Yan would listen to you? Come over to apologize to your brother, and bring the refrigerator over. It's been 3 days, and where is Lin Yan? You still say that Lin Yan can't live without you. I see that you have been dating Lin Yan for 2 years, and you don't even know what kind of person he is. Chen Mei's face looked a little ugly, and she clenched her fists. Impossible, he was willing to die for me before, why would it be like this time? There must be something wrong. Chen San's injuries had almost healed. Hearing his sister's words, he couldn't help but sneer and said, Sister, if there's nothing wrong with your charm, then it must be that woman Xia Luoxue who is interfering and seducing Lin Yan. Men, they always get tired of the old and love the new. When Chen Mei heard this, her face turned pale. In terms of beauty, Xia Luoxue is not inferior to her at all. If she is the village beauty of Chenjia village, then Xia Luoxue is the village beauty of Dashi village. Villagers from all over the country often compare the two of them. On the surface, Chen Mei gets along well with Xia Luoxue and they are best sisters, but secretly, she doesn't consider Xia Luoxue as a friend at all. Back then, Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue were childhood sweethearts and almost fell in love with each other. However, she often flirted with Lin Yan, took the initiative to get close to him, and performed some intimate actions, which made Lin Yan, who was still a novice, unable to resist the temptation and fell at her feet. She was with Lin Yan just to show off to Xia Luoxue and make Xia Luoxue feel inferior to her. It can be said that Lin Yan is just a tool she uses to suppress Xia Luoxue. It's all Xia Luoxue's fault. If it weren't for her, Lin Yan would have married me. His family savings, the money he earned these days, and the refrigerator he bought are all mine. Chen Mei looked at him with some resentment, and gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Sis, Xia Luoxue was able to seduce Lin Yan, so can't you snatch Lin Yan back from her? Chen San said with a smirk on his face. Whatever you say, you've been with Lin Yan for 2 years. You know his hobbies and habits better than Xia Luoxue. Chen Mei's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't she think of this? Relying on his charm and giving Lin Yan a little sweetness, it would be easy for him to snatch Lin Yan back from Xiao Luoxue. Chen's mother said snobbishly, "Chen Mei, I heard that Lin Yan drove a three-wheeled motorcycle back to the village. It seems that he made a lot of money." Wang Hu suddenly changed his mind and was unwilling to give the bride price. "You must hold on to Lin Yan tightly." "I know, Mom," Chen Mei said impatiently. She had already figured out how to deal with Lin Yan. The next morning, when Lin Yan woke up, he found that his parents had gotten up early and were busy in Xiao Luoxue's kitchen. When he arrived at Xiao Luoxue's house, 500 servings of bean sprout rice rolls were already out of the oven. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan decided to help their son make breakfast for students, and naturally they kept their word. This business made a lot of money, and they had to help their son support it. With the help of Lin Shan and his wife, and the addition of Lin Yan, in less than an hour, 1,000 servings of bean sprout rice rolls and 1,000 servings of seafood and pork porridge were cooked and loaded onto Lin Yan's tricycle. After Lin Yan finally loaded all the wild vegetables into the car, he drove to the county town. Because the students all got up early, in order to prevent them from going hungry, Lin Yan did not go to the Jixiang tea house this time, but went to the school cafeteria of the county No. 1 middle school first. When he arrived at the school gate, Uncle Lu was sitting there wearing a military coat and squinting his eyes. "Boss Lin, you're here so early." Lin Yan now supplies breakfast to the school cafeteria and is no longer the breakfast vendor he used to be. Uncle Lu also has a little more respect in his attitude towards him. "Uncle Lu, you should just call me Xiaoyan. My family members call me that and it feels more intimate this way," Lin Yan said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a bowl of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and a bowl of seafood porridge and handed them to the old man. "Your breakfast." Uncle Lu didn't expect that Lin Yan would be so friendly to him after he became successful. He couldn't help but show a little more admiration in his old eyes. "You are so honest, kid." "Uncle Lu, look at what you said. Aren't I the same person today and yesterday, the same person as me?" Lin Yan said with a smile. "Okay, hurry up and send the food in. Many students are already up." "Okay." When they arrived at the school cafeteria of the county's No. 1 middle school, the principal, Li Ping, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Yan coming, he hurriedly asked the cafeteria chef to come out and bring in breakfast. Now there were already many studious students in the cafeteria waiting for breakfast. When he came out of the county's No. 1 middle school, Lin Yan had 3,000 yuan in meal settlement money in his arms. Excluding the costs, he earned more than 2,000 yuan. "Boss, why are you leaving? You're not selling breakfast today." When they arrived at the school intersection, a old customer who rarely got up early saw Lin Yan driving out and shouted. He has been eating the bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge made by Lin Yan every day for a while, and his taste has become picky. If Lin Yan doesn't set up a stall here to sell breakfast in the future, he will starve to death. Not only him, many students on the roadside had nervous expressions on their faces. Obviously, they had all eaten the breakfast sold by Lin Yan and were reluctant to give up this delicacy. "From today on, I will no longer sell breakfast at a stall." Lin Yan stopped the tricycle and explained. As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him burst into cries of grief. "No, boss, how can I live without your breakfast? Is the breakfast price too cheap and you can't make any money? Otherwise, you can raise the price a bit, and we won't blame you." Yes, boss, you must continue to set up the stall." Hearing the words of these lovely students, Lin Yan's heart warmed and he felt that it was worth it for his hard work of getting up early and working in the dark to make breakfast these days. By allowing students to study without going hungry, he has made a contribution to the future of the motherland. "Although I don't set up a stall anymore, you can still eat the breakfast I made." Lin Yan smiled and explained, "From today on, I will provide breakfast for your school cafeteria. The cafeteria is open now, so go get some food quickly. Don't go to class on an empty stomach anymore." When the students heard this, their eyes lit up. "What? The breakfast in the school cafeteria has been changed to bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge made by the boss. When did the school become so generous? Then what are you waiting for? I paid for breakfast, I'll go first to show my respect." "Brothers, Have as much seafood porridge as you want for free, come on. In the blink of an eye, all the students in front of Lin Yan ran towards the school, running faster than when they heard the school bell. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly, and was very happy in his heart. By cooperating with the school cafeteria, although the unit price is reduced, we can make small profits but sell a large number of products, the quality of breakfast is improved, and students can also have a full breakfast before going to class. The expenses of the school cafeteria are subsidized, and it will not be like before, where breakfast was made but no students eat it and the food was thrown away and wasted. It can be said that we kill 3 birds with 1 stone. After leaving the number 1 middle school of the county, Lin Yan drove to the back door of Jixiang Tea House. Before he got close, he heard a loud noise coming from afar, as if someone was arguing about something. Manager Pan, you are capable of stealing my skills. You are breaking the rules. Boss Lu, look at what you said, there is no stealing or not, it's just that your kitchen guys don't like the low salary you offer, so they jump to my place. The master brought his skills to our door, so can't I not sell them my skills? You. When Lin Yan drove closer, he saw Lu Ying and a group of waiters from the Jixiang Tea House confronting the people from the Longfeng Tea House. Next to the fat manager of the Longfeng Tea House stood 2 chefs with their heads lowered. Lin Yan felt that they looked familiar, as if they had worked at the Jixiang Tea House before. Lin Yan's tricycle appeared here and attracted a lot of people's attention. Brother Lin Yan, you're here. I just happened to have something to tell you. When Lu Ying saw Lin Yan, her face looked a little unhappy. The waiters at Jixiang Tea House all knew Lin Yan and knew that he had a good relationship with their boss. The recipe for cold wild vegetables was also provided by Lin Yan. When they saw Lin Yan coming, they felt like they had seen their backbone. Sister Lu, what happened? Through the conversation between the 2 parties, Lin Yan had guessed what was going on, but he still asked. Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with anger. She pointed at the fat manager and said, our recipe for mixed wild vegetables was stolen by their tea house. The fat manager was unhappy when he heard this. Boss Lu, we all run restaurants, and it's common for chefs to change jobs. It's an exaggeration to say that I stole your recipes. The waiter from the Longfeng Tea House had a smug look on his face, looking at the person opposite him with a joking expression. Their tea house used to be the best tea house in the county, so even if they used the other person's recipe, it would be an honor for the other person. You. Hearing what the fat manager said, Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with anger and she was about to explode. Lin Yan stopped her and said with a smile, Sister Lu, I think Manager Pan is right. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even the waiters at Jixiang Tea House did not expect that Lin Yan would speak for them. Could it be that even Lin Yan has seen that the strength of Jixiang Tea House is not as good as their Longfeng Tea House, and intends to get close to their Longfeng Tea House? The fat manager on the side raised his lips and said, Boss Lu, did you hear me clearly? Even Boss Lin thinks I'm right. This recipe for cold wild vegetables comes from him. What else do you have to say? Brother Lin Yan, do you know what you are saying? Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan in disbelief and said, Sister Lu, isn't it just a recipe for cold wild vegetables? If Manager Pan wants it, just give it to them. Lin Yan said. The waiters at Jixiang Tea House felt chilled when they heard Lin Yan's words. Their boss treated Lin Yan sincerely, but he didn't expect that he would be treated ungratefully in return. Boss Lu, even Boss Lin said that there's nothing wrong with me using this recipe for mixed wild vegetables, so I'm sure you won't have any objections. Manager Pan said with a smirk on his face. Lu Ying had an unpleasant expression on her face and remained silent. Since Boss Lu has no objection, then starting today, Longfeng Tea House will officially serve the dish of mixed cold vegetables. Manager Pan showed a proud look on his face and added to Lu Ying, I forgot to tell Boss Lu that yesterday afternoon, when our Longfeng Tea House launched the cold mixed seasonal vegetables snack, it was recognized by many old customers. I believe it will bring countless customers to our Longfeng Tea House in the future. After saying that, he waved his hand and took the waiters from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House back. Before leaving, the waiters from the Longfeng Tea House bared their teeth smugly at the waiters from the Jixiang Tea House, looking so arrogant that the latter were so angry that their faces were full of resentment. They looked at Lin Yan as if he were a traitor. After the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House left, Lin Yan turned his head and looked at Lu Ying. Sister Lu. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Ying. No, Boss Lin, I am not worthy of your calling me sister. I have misjudged you before. Please keep the wild vegetables you sent me today. I will settle the bill for you. You don't need to send me wild vegetables starting tomorrow. The waiters of the Jixiang tea house around him looked at Lin Yan with unfriendly expressions. Sister Lu, are you mad at me for doing nothing when I saw the people from the Dragon and Phoenix tea house stole the recipe for mixed wild vegetables? Lu Ying's attitude did not surprise Lin Yan. He smiled and said. Seeing Lin Yan say this, Lu Ying also said frankly, that's right, I used to think you were a courageous person who could not tolerate any sand in your eyes. Have you forgotten how the Dragon and Phoenix tea house looked down on you when you sold wild vegetables a few days ago? Have you forgotten so quickly? Of course I haven't forgotten. Lu Ying snorted coldly and said, since you haven't forgotten, why did you give them your signature dish of mixed wild vegetables? Even if I don't allow them to do so, won't they launch this dish? Lin Yan asked back. Lu Ying's red lips moved slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Longfeng Tea House has already poached her 2 chefs, and both of them know how to make cold mixed wild vegetables. Even if she doesn't allow it, Longfeng Tea House will still launch this dish of cold mixed seasonal vegetables. When the guys around heard Lin Yan's words, the dissatisfaction on their faces faded a little. The key point of this dish of mixed wild vegetables is the crispy taste of the wild vegetables and the gimmick of being purely natural. This is also the reason why people still pay for this snack even though you sell it at such a high price. At this point, Lin Yan looked at Lu Ying and asked, Longfeng Tea House doesn't have wild vegetables. They use ordinary seasonal vegetables instead. Although the taste is similar, it is not wild vegetables after all. If it were you, would you be willing to spend such an expensive price just to eat a delicious seasonal vegetable? Lu Ying's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped something, but also as if she had grasped nothing. What if Longfeng Tea House lowers the price when it launches this cold vegetable dish and competes with us for customers with its low price? Lowering the price means that the product quality of this snack will decline. It's like pork originally cost 5 yuan a pound, and I suddenly sell it to you for 50 cents a pound. Would you feel that you have made a profit? I think this pork is too cheap, there must be something wrong with it. Lu Ying said. Yes, the same principle applies to the transformation of mixed wild vegetables into mixed seasonal vegetables. Lin Yan nodded and said, once Longfeng Tea House launches the dish of mixed vegetables, it will be a dead end no matter if they sell it at the original price or at a reduced price. If that's the case, why should I be angry that he stole my recipe? Hiss. When the waiters at the Jixiang Tea House heard Lin Yan's words, they all gasped and looked at Lin Yan as if he were a monster. In just a few minutes, Lin Yan thought so much. No wonder he makes a lot of money. Lu Ying also looked at Lin Yan in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of light. Brother Lin Yan, being a vegetable vendor is a waste of your talent. Why don't you be a marketing consultant for my tea house? In addition to paying you a salary, I will also give you 10% of the tea house shares. Sister Lu, last time you said that if I could come up with 10 menus for the tea house, you would give me 10 shares. If you give me 10 more now, that would be 20 shares. Aren't you afraid that I will sideline you and take over your tea house? Lin Yan teased after hearing this. Lu Ying raised her beautiful eyes slightly and said in a teasing tone, you can be bolder. Isn't it good to have both money and beauty? The waiters around had never seen the proprietress in such a charming manner. They all gasped and looked at Lin Yan with envy. Boss, I have bad teeth, I also want to eat free food. Ahem. Lin Yan coughed lightly and avoided Lu Ying's burning gaze. He was afraid that if he looked at Lu Ying directly, he would be melted by this enchantress. He hurriedly changed the subject and said, Sister Lu, let's talk about the new snacks. Sure enough, when Lu Ying heard Lin Yan's words, her beautiful eyes lit up. Have you thought of a new recipe? Lin Yan smiled and pointed to the 700 kilograms of wild vegetables on the back of the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Sister Lu, are you still going to take these things from my car? Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and said unhappily, take it in, of course. In a private room of Jixiang Tea House. Lin Yan patted the 2,800 yuan from selling wild vegetables that had just come into his pocket, smiled, picked up a cup of tea and drank it happily. Seeing Lin Yan's look, Lu Ying said unhappily, "Brother Lin Yan, I have also collected the wild vegetables, and you have also drunk the tea. It's time for you to tell me about the new tea snacks, right? I have already written the new recipe, but it's at home and I forgot to bring it," Lin Yan said with a smile. When Lu Ying heard the first half of the sentence, her face was full of joy, but after hearing the second half, the smile on her face immediately turned into disappointment. "Brother Lin Yan, you didn't bring the new recipe. What did you say? Are you teasing your sister?" Her face puffed up slightly and she said in a pretended angry tone. "Sister Lu, don't be angry. You should have paper and pen here, right? Can't I just rewrite it?" When Lu Ying heard this, she also thought it made sense, and immediately asked someone to bring paper and pen and put them in front of Lin Yan. "Brother Lin Yan, hurry up and write out the new recipe. If you can't, you won't be allowed to go back today." Hearing this, Lin Yan also became excited. He pointed to his shoulder and sighed. "Oh, I can't do it anymore. I've been getting up early these days to make bean sprout rice noodle rolls and move wild vegetables. My shoulders are so sore that I can't even hold a pen." Hearing this, how could Lu Ying not know what Lin Yan meant? She bit her red lips and thought to herself, "You stinky little brother, just wait for me. If you don't come up with a novel recipe for tea and snacks, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Although she was thinking this, she had already walked behind Lin Yan, and her slender jade fingers were massaging Lin Yan's shoulders very naturally. "Brother, is the strength of my hand okay?" Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, it's okay, it will be better if you use a little more strength. It's hard to use force through the clothes. If you want to be more comfortable, you can come to my office later and lie on the sofa. It will be more convenient." "This isn't good. We are siblings, what's wrong with that?" Outside the private room, Zhang Long looked at Li Aigua in front of him with embarrassment. He had originally wanted to invite Li Aigua to have morning tea with Boss Lu today, but he didn't expect that before he could greet Boss Lu, he heard this intriguing voice coming from Boss Lu's private room. It would be fine if he was the only one who heard it, but Li Aigua was right in front of him. This person is from the county bureau and is involved in every case. Would he force Boss Lu to go to the bureau so early in the morning? Captain Li, this. Just as Zhang Long was about to plead for mercy, Li Aigua stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it's my duty," Li Aigua said with a righteous look on his face. After saying that, he twisted the door handle and rushed into the private room. "Everyone, put on your clothes and raise your hands. You don't have to speak, but everything you say will become your testimony." In the private room, Lin Yan and Lu Ying turned around at the same time and looked at Li Aigua with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Zhang Long also rushed in. When he saw that Lu Ying's hand was on Lin Yan's shoulder, as if she was pressing the latter's shoulder, and there was no other special movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. When Li Aigua saw this scene, he was a little surprised. He seemed to realize that he had misunderstood something and his face was a little embarrassed. "You guys, are you pressing my shoulders? What else do you think you are doing?" Lin Yan asked back. Li Aigua's face became even more embarrassed. "Boss Lu, Brother Lin, let me introduce you, this is Captain Li from the County Bureau." Seeing this, Zhang Long hurriedly introduced Li Aigua. Lu Ying was a businessman. Although she was disturbed by someone pushing the door, she did not look unhappy. She just withdrew her hand from Lin Yan's shoulder and chuckled. "It's Captain Li. It's our honor to have you come to our Jixiang tea house. If you don't mind, would you like to sit down and have some tea together?" After learning about Li Aigua's identity, Lin Yan looked a little strange. He always felt that this name was very familiar, as if he had heard of it in his previous life. Don't mind, don't mind," Zhang Long on the side said hurriedly. Li Aigua knew that his action of breaking into the room just now was a bit abrupt. After sitting down, he also picked up a cup of tea and apologized. "Boss Lu, just now it was me and Mr. Zhang who heard some noise outside the door and misunderstood. I apologize to you. I should have punished myself with 3 cups of wine, but I am about to go on a long journey, so I can only replace the wine with tea." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Hearing this, Lu Ying also picked up the teacup and chuckled, since it's all a misunderstanding, Captain Li, there's no need to say anything more. Drink this cup of tea and we'll be friends. She is a businesswoman and has to deal with all kinds of people every day. If she could get to know an official like Li Aigua, she would at least have some protection if she encountered harassment in the future. Hearing Lu Ying's neither humble nor arrogant words, Li Aigua sighed inwardly. He was worthy of being from the provincial capital. His manners and conversation were different from those of ordinary businessmen. After Lu Ying drank the tea, Li Aigua turned to look at Lin Yan and poured another cup of tea. Brother Lin, I heard that there was a problem with Mr. Zhang's batch of scrap steel. It was you who reminded him of it. You are really powerful. I hope you don't take what happened just now to heart. When Lu Ying heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She originally thought that Zhang Long and Li Aigua came to the Jixiang tea house simply to drink tea, but now it seems that they want to meet Lin Yan. Li Aigua mentioned the scrap steel issue probably with the intention of testing him. But she didn't expect that what Lin Yan reminded Zhang Long would actually come true. Lin Yan's face looked slightly strange. It seemed that he was right. There was indeed something wrong with the batch of scrap steel that Zhang Long had collected. At the same time, Lin Yan also knew why he felt Li Aigua's name was so familiar. It turned out that at this time in his previous life, Zhang Long did not discover the problem with the scrap steel, so not long after he sold it, he was visited by people from the county bureau. The person leading the team was Li Aigua. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Li Aigua temporarily controlled Zhang Long, asked Zhang Long to cooperate in luring out the gang from the neighboring county that was selling black scrap steel, and then personally led people to arrest them. Who would have thought that the gang of evildoers were so cruel and had hot weapons in their hands? In order to protect his companions, Li Aigua was shot in the waist. Although the gang of evildoers was eventually brought to justice, Li Aigua had to retreat to the second line due to health problems. Lin Yan naturally respects such a person with a sense of justice. Captain Li, Sister Lu said that we shouldn't talk about what happened just now. Why are you still talking about it? Lin Yan picked up the tea and said to Li Aigua respectfully, I have always respected those of you who are at the forefront of the charge to protect people's property. This cup of tea is for you. When Li Aigua heard this, a smile appeared on his face. After a few cups of tea, everyone became familiar with each other and started chatting. Brother Lin, I have a personal question for you. If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. Li Aigua said to Lin Yan. Brother Li, you want to ask me how I know that Mr. Zhang purchased a batch of problematic black scrap steel? Lin Yan knew what the other party wanted to ask and asked back. Right. Li Aigua also nodded directly. Lu Ying and Zhang Long looked at Lin Yan. They were also very curious. Lin Yan thought for a few seconds and asked, Brother Li, before I answer your question, please answer me a question first. Do you believe in numerology? When he reminded Zhang Long about the black scrap steel, he knew this day would come. He couldn't say that he knew these things after being reborn, so he could only find a more mysterious excuse. I have always kept my distance from matters related to ghosts, gods, and divinations. After hearing this, Li Aigua pondered for a few seconds and gave an ambiguous answer. His identity can only be an atheist. Then I understand. Then I can also tell you to remind Mr. Zhang that there is something wrong with that batch of scrap steel. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and then said, It's just my intuition. Intuition. Hearing this answer, the three of them looked a little strange. This answer obviously could not satisfy them. Li Aigua also knew the answer, it was just Lin Yan's excuse. Lin Yan must be a talented person hidden in the city. I just don't know why I choose to hide myself. Brother Lin's intuition is so accurate. Li Aigua said with a helpless smile on his face. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan. She felt that Lin Yan was lying with his eyes open. Brother Lin Yan, if your intuition is really so accurate, can you tell me which stock will rise recently? I want to buy some stocks and make a little money. Sister Lu, I've consulted my intuition. All the stocks that are showing green should be bought in one go. I don't believe you, that's strange. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. It was almost noon and Li Aigua's face suddenly became serious after he received a phone call. Boss Zhang, I received information from a brother department that the group suddenly bought train tickets out of the province and might be trying to escape. I need to take people to the neighboring county immediately. You have to come with me and find a way to lure them out. Zhang Long nodded when he heard this and said, I'll contact them right away. They stole so much black scrap steel, but they sold me less than 70% of it. There should be another 30% that they didn't dare to sell. I'll tell them that I sold that batch of scrap steel and made a lot of money, and ask them if they have any more stock. If they want to run away, they must want to sell all the black scrap metal. The two discussed for a few words and prepared to leave. Lin Yan suddenly stopped Li Aigua and said, Captain Li, wait a moment. Li Aigua was very anxious at the moment. Seeing Lin Yan stopping him, he suppressed his anxiety and said, Brother Lin, we had a great chat today. I will treat you to a drink when I finish my mission. Now I have something urgent to do, so I won't waste my time talking to you. Having said that, he was about to leave. But Lin Yan said, Captain Li, if you believe me, wear an extra bulletproof vest and bring an extra box of bullets. Li Aigua paused and turned to look at Lin Yan. Brother Lin, this is your intuition again. If you believe me, then this is intuition. Lin Yan said with a smile. Li Aigua showed a rare serious look on his face, and nodded heavily at Lin Yan. Brother Lin, when I come back, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Captain Li, I'll wait for your triumphant return. After Li Aigua and Zhang Long disappeared outside the Jixiang tea house, Lin Yan turned around and saw Lu Ying with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him with curiosity. Lin Yan was stunned. Sister Lu, is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like this? I'm just curious. You were born in Dashi Village, Dashi Town. You dropped out of school after graduating from high school and have never been to the provincial capital. How come you know so many things and seem to have the ability to predict the future? Lu Ying smiled charmingly and looked at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes teasingly. You have so many secrets that I, your sister, can't wait to cut open your brain to see what's inside. Sister Lu, cannibalism is against the law. Go away, who is eating people? I am just curious about your secret. Okay, then I'll tell you frankly. After I graduated from high school, I met a white-haired old man in the mountains. He saw that I had extraordinary bones and said he wanted to teach me. Sister Lu, why did you leave? I haven't finished yet. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan as she walked towards the Jixiang tea house. If I believe all your nonsense, I'll just close this tea house and come in to write a new menu. Lin Yan spread his hands. Soon, Lin Yan wrote a new recipe and asked Lu Ying to gather the dim sum chefs in the kitchen to try it out. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning and there are not many customers in the tea house, so there is enough time for them to try it out. This time, Lu Ying learned her lesson. The dim sum chefs she selected were all veterans of the Jixiang tea house, and some of them even had shares in the company. Such people would not be afraid of being poached again. Soon, the dim sum chefs made the dim sum that Lin Yan wanted according to the recipe. Is this the white rabbit coconut milk jelly you mentioned? It looks like there's nothing special about it except its snow-white color. Lu Ying looked at the 3 snow-white white rabbit coconut milk jellies on the tea table and said with a look of doubt. It's not that Jixiang Tea House doesn't have jelly snacks, but the method is very simple. Just boil a little white jelly, white sugar, milk and black tea and let it cool. For the sake of aesthetics, tea houses in the provincial capital even insert an exquisite little umbrella into the jelly, which is quite popular among children, but the sales are only average. This white rabbit-shaped coconut milk jelly in front of you, although it follows Lin Yan's new recipe and has extra coconut milk added, and the shape has been changed from the traditional round jelly to a white rabbit shape, but compared with traditional jelly snacks, only the taste and texture have improved slightly. In the past, jelly snacks only had 2 characteristics, good-looking and delicious. The target audience was children. If parents were unwilling to let their children eat too much jelly, sales would definitely not be high. Lin Yan explained with a smile, but the target audience of my white rabbit coconut milk jelly is young couples. I can assure you that once this snack is launched, it will definitely become a must-order snack for couples when they come for tea. Lu Ying also showed a strange look on her face. Why are you so confident? Lin Yan smiled and asked a Cheongsam waitress to bring a porcelain spoon. Sister Lu, my white rabbit coconut milk jelly is not only beautiful and delicious, but also has another feature, which is, it's fun. Fun. Lu Ying was stunned. It was the first time she heard that a snack could be praised as fun. Shouldn't an excellent snack be good in color, aroma, and taste? When the tea house chefs and Cheongsam waitresses around heard Lin Yan's words, they all showed a strange look on their faces. If these words came from someone else, these dim sum chefs would probably flip the table on the spot, but these words were said by Lin Yan. Good brother, don't keep me in suspense. What's so fun about this white rabbit coconut milk jelly? Lu Ying shook Lin Yan's hand and asked. Lin Yan didn't waste any words. He picked up the porcelain spoon and, under the gaze of everyone, hit the snow-white skin of white rabbit coconut milk jelly with it. Boom. 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 As the porcelain spoon fell, the white rabbit's buttocks immediately twisted left and right like a water ball, extremely elastic, just like a lifelike rabbit twisting its cute buttocks towards the diners. Hiss. The dim sum chefs around gasped when they saw this scene. Could such a chewy and cute white rabbit jelly really be made by them? It's really beautiful, delicious, and fun. The waitresses in Cheongsam's all found it extremely novel and their appetites were aroused. They all wanted to swallow the cute and chewy white rabbit jelly into their throats in one gulp. Brother Lin Yan, why is this jelly so elastic? Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan in wonder and amazement. Sister Lu, just tell me, is this white rabbit coconut milk jelly fun? Is it interesting enough? Can it attract young diners? Yes, definitely. I have a feeling that once this dim sum is launched, it will definitely attract a large number of young diners. Lu Ying said confidently. We can't give up on the audience groups of children and the elderly. When launching this snack, we can tell diners that the ingredients of white rabbit coconut milk jelly include milk and coconut milk, both of which are high in protein. They can not only supplement calcium but also beautify and clear away heat, and improve immunity. Lin Yan said with a smile. When Lu Ying heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yan. This stinky little brother definitely knows marketing. A born businessman. If this slogan is released, everyone from 70-year-olds to 3-year-old children will definitely want to order one and taste it. Because, originally this was just a snack for kids, but now it has become a tonic. Start mass production immediately and do as Lin Yan said. I want to see this snack appear on every tea table in the afternoon and evening tea markets. Lu Ying raised her head and gave instructions to all the chefs in the kitchen, waiters in Cheongsam's, and lobby managers in front of her. Also, today all employees' salaries will be tripled. She anticipated that the snack bar would be very popular and the employees' workload would increase, so she gave them an early salary increase to boost morale. Sure enough, when all the employees heard Lu Ying's next sentence, they were energized and took action quickly. At the afternoon tea market, once the white rabbit coconut milk jelly was launched, just as Lin Yan said, it quickly won the favor of all diners with its gimmick of being beautiful, delicious, and fun, and every table must order one. The smooth texture, chewy texture, calcium supplement, heat clearing, and beauty-enhancing properties of the white rabbit coconut milk jelly instantly captured the hearts of every diner. The kitchen keeps making batch after batch of white rabbit coconut milk jelly, and they simply can't make enough. Looking at the bustling scene in the tea house, Lu Ying felt full of strength. With the two special snacks of cold wild vegetables and white rabbit coconut milk jelly, she believed that it would not be long before she could open auspicious tea houses in every corner of Fenghuang County. By then, even marching into the provincial capital might not be impossible. Just when Lu Ying was in high spirits, a voice suddenly came from the side. Sister Lu, I've helped you come up with the new snacks. Isn't it time to settle the bill for the new menu? Hearing Lin Yan's words, the smile on Lu Ying's face froze. She rolled her eyes at Lin Yan, her face full of anger. This naughty little brother only knows how to spoil my fun when I'm having the best time. After she gave Lin Yan the 3,000 yuan for buying the new cookbook, she quickly let Lin Yan go so as not to spoil her mood. Lin Yan was not angry. He left the Jixiang tea house with a smile on his face, carrying the 8,800 yuan he earned today. He then went to the market again, bought some food and snacks for Xia Luoxue, and drove back to the village. The manager's office of the Longfeng tea house. Manager Pan leaned comfortably on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hand and singing a little tune. After he poached the chef from Jixiang Tea House and introduced the cold seasonal vegetables, the tea house's customer flow increased significantly. Today's sales chart for morning tea and afternoon tea has also come out. Relying on the gimmick of cold seasonal vegetables, the sales of their tea house have tripled compared to the past. He now feels that his good days are about to come. What auspicious tea house! What country boy! Won't he be trampled under his feet? When the sales of Dragon and Phoenix Tea House go up, I will apply to open a branch and swallow up Jixiang Tea House. I want to see how Lu Ying can still act so arrogant in front of me. When Manager Pan thought about how he had taken over the Jixiang Tea House, forced Lu Ying to kneel before him, and let him do whatever he wanted with her, a sly smile appeared on his face. Bang! At this moment, the door of the manager's office was suddenly knocked open, and an employee ran in a panic. "Oh no, Manager Pan, something happened. Why are you so flustered? Can't you be more mature like me? Speak slowly." Manager Pan seemed to have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He sipped his tea and spoke leisurely. The employee said in a panic, "Manager Pan, Jixiang Tea House has launched a new snack called White Rabbit Coconut Milk Jelly. Once launched, it has been favored by many diners. Now Jixiang Tea House is full of people, and there are even many people queuing for tables. Many diners in our tea house have dropped their bowls and chopsticks and ran across the street." Bang! Hearing this, Manager Pan's eyes widened and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. "How so? Lu Ying, you are going to kill us all." The employee continued, "Manager Pan, the chairman just called and said that he wants to close the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. He asked you to take inventory of the good stuff in the next few days and then resign." Hearing this, Manager Pan's eyes widened, as if he hadn't reacted yet. "Did I lose my job just because I didn't buy Lin Yan's wild vegetables to maintain the sales of Longfeng Tea House? If he had known this would happen, he should have treated Lin Yan well." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a temporary meeting room at the railway station in the neighboring county, a group of people with real guns and live ammunition sat around. Li Aigua stood in front of them and explained to the people below, "There is news that the scrap steel case gang we are closely monitoring has bought interprovincial train tickets and will escape in the next 2 days. There are so many people. If they really succeed in escaping, it will be very difficult to arrest them again." At this point, Li Aigua pointed to Zhang Long standing by and said, "This is the boss of Fenghuang County Zhang's Resources Company, Limited. He is also the victim of this case and a veteran. I can fully trust his loyalty to the country and his people, so I specially invited him to assist us in handling the case. Mr. Zhang, please say something." Zhang Long nodded, looking at everyone, and said seriously, "On the way here, I had already contacted that group of people by phone. I successfully aroused their greed by saying that I wanted to buy another batch of scrap steel. But their escape plan remained unchanged. We agreed to meet at the telephone booth east of the train station exit. I would pay the money and he would hand over the key to the warehouse where the black scrap steel was hidden. I mean, it would be best if I acted while I was dealing with that gang and captured them in one fell swoop, so that I could catch them red-handed." After saying that, Zhang Long stepped aside. He is just a citizen now and can make proposals, but how to enforce the law depends on the people present. When everyone heard Zhang Long's words, a thoughtful look appeared on their faces, as if they were thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Li Aigua looked around at everyone and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of Mr. Zhang's proposal? If you have a better idea, you can bring it up." Everyone shook their heads and agreed with Zhang Long's proposal. "Since everyone has no objection, let's do it this way." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Zhang Long came to the telephone booth east of the train station exit with a box of cash, and soon a group of people came up to him. Just when they were about to complete the transaction, the passers-by around them suddenly transformed into plainclothes policemen with guns and arrested the thieves. When the gang of villains saw that their actions were exposed, they immediately fled in all directions, but they were all captured by plainclothes police hiding in the dark. Only the leader escaped. When Li Aigua saw that the leader was trying to escape, he chased after him alone, holding on to him tightly and not giving him any chance to escape. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the gang leader immediately pulled out his gun and shot at Li Aigua. Li Aigua dodged and fired back with a gun. "You damn cop, You only make a few $100s a month, why are you risking your life for so much? The gang leader had a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, why don't you let me go? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, which is enough for your salary for 20 years. Li Aigua was unmoved, his face full of righteousness. My family has been in the army for 3 generations, and we were born to defend our country. You are a black sheep, and you still want to bribe me, you are dreaming. Seeing that bribery failed, the gang leader was furious and said with a ferocious look, then you can die. As he was talking, he quietly approached Li Aigua and was now very close to Li Aigua. Because he was very sensitive to sounds, he had just had a gunfight with Li Aigua, and the opponent had used up all 12 bullets, but he only had 1 bullet left. After saying that, he jumped in front of Li Aigua, pulled the trigger in his hand, and a bullet shot at Li Aigua. Li Aigua didn't expect the gang leader to be so bold that he dared to shoot at close range at this time. He quickly raised his gun and fired. Click. Unexpectedly, there was a blank sound from the pistol, the bullets had been used up long ago. Bang. A bullet hit Li Aigua's chest and he fell straight down. The gang leader saw this scene and showed a ferocious smile on his face, you dare to play with me? You don't know how to live or die. I can still live happily after killing you. After saying that, he turned and left. Bang. But at this moment, the sound of a bullet being fired suddenly rang out. The gang leader opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at his right leg which was hit by a bullet, with a look of astonishment. He looked back and saw Li Aigua holding a gun in one hand and tearing off 2 layers of bulletproof vest with the other hand, his face full of surprise. You, how come you still have bullets? Li Aigua's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, after you go in, you will have some time to figure it out. As they were talking, many policemen had already rushed over, quickly pounced on the gang leader and locked him up. Captain Li, are you okay? At this time, Zhang Long also rushed over. When he saw Li Aigua was shot in the chest, his face suddenly changed and he said worriedly. Li Aigua sat on the ground exhausted and scratched his bulletproof vest with his fingers. He saw that the bullet penetrated the first layer of bulletproof vest and stopped on the second layer. If I hadn't worn 2 layers of bulletproof vest, this bullet would probably have killed me. Looking at the new box of bullets that had just been loaded into the pistol, Li Aigua's expression was a little complicated. If he had not taken Lin Yan's words seriously, he would probably not only die today, but the criminal would not even be brought to justice. Mr. Zhang, Brother Lin is really an amazing person. After dinner, the villagers also brought the wild vegetables they picked, still 700 kilograms. After settling the bills, the villagers left with smiles on their faces. Sangu and his friends were the last to come back. In addition to wild vegetables, they also had a bag full of dirt in their hands, which looked very inconspicuous. After Lin Yan weighed their scales and paid them the money, Sango opened the bag, revealing the small ginseng roots inside. Brother Yan, in addition to digging wild vegetables today, we also dug up some wild ginseng. It's not very old, only about 7 or 8 years old. Do you want to collect it? Sangu asked tentatively. Xiaobin at the side added, Brother Yan, don't feel embarrassed. If you don't want to accept it, we can take it home to dry it and keep it for making soup. It turned out that while they were digging wild vegetables, they were also looking for wild ginseng of older years. They didn't find any ginseng of older years, but they did find quite a few that were 7 or 8 years old. They felt it was a pity to throw them away, so they picked some and brought them back to see if Lin Yan wanted them. Oh! Wild ginseng that's 7 or 8 years old. Lin Yan also became interested and reached out to carefully examine the wild ginseng in the bag. These wild ginsengs are indeed only a few years old. Although their medicinal effects are not as good as those of century-old ginsengs, they also have excellent medicinal value. Considering that Lu Ying's tea house not only runs a tea market but also a food market, she might be able to use these wild ginsengs of small vintages. Lin Yan immediately said, I want these wild ginsengs of young years. I'll give them to you at 10 yuan each. Do you want to sell them? Sangu and others were shocked when they heard this. A piece of wild ginseng, the purchase price is 10 yuan. There are at least 80 or 90 wild ginsengs in this bag, so it can be sold for more than 900 yuan. The 3 of them only earned 200 yuan in total after picking wild vegetables all day. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison without hesitation, "We sell it." Lin Yan immediately counted the number and found exactly 100 wild ginsengs. He decisively took out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into their hands. If divided equally, each person can still get more than 300. This is equivalent to their previous monthly salary. For a moment, Xiaobin and the other two were excited, even more excited than when they discovered the Ganoderma lucidum from last year. After all, although the aged Ganoderma lucidum was sold for several $1,000s and made them rich, it is a rare medicinal herb and is not easy to find. But the wild ginseng from these small years is huge in number. "Brother Yan, will you collect this wild ginseng in the future?" Xiaobin couldn't help but ask. His family situation was the worst among the others, and the tile-roofed house he lived in with his grandmother was in danger of collapsing at any time. He had originally planned to use the money he had earned these days to repair the house so that his grandmother could live more comfortably. But now that he saw that picking wild ginseng seemed to make more money, he couldn't help but have an idea. If he had such a harvest every day, maybe he could just build a one-story cement house so that his grandmother could also enjoy the life. "Are there many wild ginsengs from these small years?" Lin Yan asked curiously. There are many mountains in Dashi village, and he doesn't know the conditions on every mountain. We found these wild ginsengs on the medicinal mountain behind Beishan. There are still a lot of them there, all over the mountain. We can't pick them all in a short time. Xiaobin said hurriedly. Lin Yan had a thoughtful look on his face. Although Yaoshan belonged to Dashi village, it was already deep in the mountains. There used to be a Yaowang temple on Yaoshan. Whenever villagers were sick, they would go up the mountain to worship. But later, the place was affected by the turmoil decades ago and the Yaowang temple was destroyed. Since then, few people go to Yaoshan anymore. However, there are indeed many medicinal herbs growing on Yaoshan mountain, and it is said that they were planted by the priest of the former Yaowang temple. Can I grow medicinal herbs through the medicine mountain and get involved in the medicinal herbs business? I also collect wild ginseng from small years, but not too much, just 100 pieces a day. Thinking of this, Lin Yan said, "Also, go to the town and buy some ginseng seeds. Every time you pick wild ginseng, plant some ginseng seeds." Hearing this, Sangha showed a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Yan, there are a lot of wild ginseng of small vintages on Yaoshan mountain, why do we still need to sow it? No matter how much wild ginseng there is, there will be a day when it will all be picked. You have planted the seeds now, and new wild ginseng will grow every year. Can't you keep picking it?" Lin Yan smiled and said that this is also his sustainable development strategy. Sangha showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. "Brother Yan, you still think long-term." Xiaobin was excited. "Sango, we will do whatever Brother Yan says. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You kid, after making money, you've become more confident and dare to talk back to me. It seems like you're itching for trouble. Let's go out and practice." "Let's practice, let's go." Seeing Sangu and his friends playing and walking out of the yard, Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled. The next day, Lin Yan got up early and came to Xia Luoshua's kitchen, and started making bean sprout rice rolls and seafood porridge with everyone. Yesterday, he only made enough student meals for the school cafeteria and did not supply bean sprout rice rolls to Jixiang Tea House. Although Lu Ying did not say anything, she was definitely a little disappointed. He planned to make 500 more servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls today and supply them to Jixiang Tea House. With the current customer flow of Jixiang Tea House, these can be easily digested. After finishing everything, Lin Yan drove to the number 1 middle school in the county, unloaded the student meals, and after settling the meal bill with Principal Li Ping, he prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, Boss Lin." Li Ping suddenly called out to him. Lin Yan turned to look at Li Ping and said respectfully, "Principal Li, what can I do for you?" "It's like this. The bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge you made are so delicious that the students said they can't get enough of them. Starting tomorrow, I want to increase the number of student meals to 1,500 each. Can you provide them?" Li Ping asked tentatively. He knew that adding 1,000 student meals at once might put a lot of pressure on Lin Yan, but there was nothing he could do because the students really liked the combination of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and seafood porridge. Even the school staff stopped cooking at home and ran to the school cafeteria to clamor for the same specifications of teacher meals. Even the leader of the working group that was previously responsible for selecting the civilized campus heard that the breakfast in the cafeteria of the county's #1 middle school tasted good and wanted to inspect the hygiene issues of the school cafeteria again. If I can't meet the needs of the three parties, I'm afraid I'll suffer. That's why his attitude towards Lin Yan was humble in the midst of testing. If we add 1,500 copies each, that means we add 500 copies each. A thoughtful look appeared on Lin Yan's face. 500 servings of seafood porridge is not a lot, it's just a matter of cooking 2 more pots of porridge, or 500 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts. The workload is a little bigger, but with the help of parents and Luo Shui, it is not a difficult task to complete. Okay, no problem. Under Li Ping's grateful gaze, Lin Yan drove out of the county's #1 middle school, carrying 3,000 yuan for the meal, and rushed to the Jixiang tea house. When he arrived at the Jixiang tea house, the entrance was already full of diners waiting in line for a table. Business was booming. On the other hand, the Longfeng tea house across the street was still open but very empty. Several receptionists stood listlessly at the door, looking low in spirits. The atmosphere on both sides is completely different and quite dramatic. The Dragon and Phoenix tea house will eventually decline. I believe it will be acquired by Lu Ying in the near future. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan pondered. After Lin Yan returned to Dashi village, it was getting dark. He delivered the food to Xia Luoshue's house, put it in the refrigerator, and took out a few bags of snacks for Xia Luoshue and Grandpa Xia. Xia Luoshue wanted to refuse it, but Lin Yan said that it was a little snack he bought for his wife and she couldn't refuse it. Grandpa Xia also agreed and asked Xia Luoshue to accept it. Xia Luoshue accepted it with a blushing face, and Lin Yan immediately took out a plum and fed it to Xia Luoshue. The plums made her mouth water, and the sour and sweet taste blossomed on her taste buds. Xia Luoshue couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Her family was not rich, and she rarely had snacks on weekdays. Is it delicious? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Yeah. Xia Luoshue responded shyly. It's delicious. I will buy it for you often. If you have morning sickness during pregnancy, eating some snacks will help you feel more comfortable. Lin Yan said with a smile. Charlotte gave Lin Yan a white look, and said shyly, when did I promise to have a baby for you? Aren't you ashamed? Lin Yan laughed. After staying at Xia Luoshue's house for a while, Lin Yan returned to the Lin family yard. Mother Li Tsuehua was cooking in the kitchen, while father was calculating something in the yard. After seeing Lin Yan coming back, Lin Shan also said, Xiao Yan, I spent 9,000 yuan to buy the homestead for your house. I have completed all the formalities. It is at the entrance of the village, very close to the village chief's house. There is a small pond behind it, and it is also close to the village road. So soon. Lin Yan was somewhat impressed by his father's speed of doing things. Not everyone is willing to sell their homestead land at will. Most villagers want to leave their homestead land to their children and grandchildren. The homestead belongs to Tang Zheng from our village. His parents passed away early and there are not many people left in the village. There is no use for him to keep the homestead, so he sold it to me. Lin Shan explained. Hearing this, Lin Yan's face showed a look of realization. This Tang Zheng was 10 years older than him. He was one of the first people in Dashi village to get rich by riding the spring breeze of reform in the 1980s. He was in the fruit reselling business and was a very generous and open-minded person. He moved out of the village a few years ago and settled down in the town. In addition to the old house left to him by his parents in the village, he also had a residential plot. If this piece of residential land was really to be sold, even 12,000 would not be too much. Selling it to his father Lin Shan for 9,000 yuan shows how generous Tang Zheng is. It turns out that this is brother Tang Zheng's homestead. We are getting a good deal by selling it to us at this price. When I get married, I have to invite him back to attend the wedding. Lin Yan said with a smile. Lin Yan suddenly thought of something. If he only relied on collecting wild vegetables, he would not be able to make the whole village rich. After all, the demand for wild vegetables in the tea house was limited. It would take some time for Jixiang Tea House to become a chain store. Perhaps I could develop a fruit industry and help the villagers get rich. The soil in the mountains of Dashi village is fertile and very suitable for fruit planting. He remembered that in his previous life, the west mountain of Dashi village had been contracted out to someone to build an orchard. The lychees, longans, and oranges produced there were all sweet and juicy, and became a local specialty. Not only fruit merchants from the surrounding area, but even big fruit merchants from other provinces rushed to buy them, and they were in great demand. If I contract the land in advance, I can not only lead the villagers to get rich through hard work, but also establish a commercial base for myself. As for the early sales volume and the reputation of the fruit, Lin Yan is not worried at all. Tang Jing is in the fruit business and he has fruit shops in several nearby towns. In the early stage, he can cooperate with Tang Jing to expand the fruit channels. Furthermore, after a period of time, online e-commerce will emerge, and JD.com and Taobao will open shopping websites one after another. You can register an online store in advance and use the internet to sell fruits to various places. By then, money will flow in like water. Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. Lin Shan did not notice his son's excitement and nodded, "Yes, yes, Tang Zheng is a good kid. When you were chased by the village dogs, he helped you chase them away with a stick. Now that you have grown up, you should not forget his kindness." "Dad, I understand." As they were talking, Li Tsuehua had already prepared dinner and Lin Qing had also returned from school. The family sat together in the yard and started eating. "Dad, the school cafeteria's student meal payment has been settled today, a total of 3,000 yuan. Excluding the cost, there is still a profit of 2,400. From now on, you and Mom will be responsible for preparing the student meals in the school cafeteria. As for Luo Shui, I have also made an agreement with her that her salary will be counted towards the cost of the bean sprouts. You can keep the rest of the money." After finishing his meal, Lin Yan took out the school cafeteria bill and handed it to his parents. His parents have raised him for more than 20 years, and now it's time for him to repay them. A profit of 2,004. My goodness, this is too much money. Li Tsuehua widened her eyes and said in surprise, but did not take the money. Lin Shan glared at Lin Yan and said, "Xiao Yan, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree before that your mother and I would make bean sprout rice noodle rolls to help you share some of the pressure? This business is still yours. Besides, your mother and I don't spend any money, why would you give us money?" Li Tsuehua nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao Yan, you should save this money yourself. You will need money to build a house, give a betrothal gift, buy electricity, and have children after marriage. Mom and your dad don't like to spend money. We can't sleep well if we have so much money." Lin Yan wanted to say something, but Lin Qing interrupted him. "Brother, just take the money. Dad and Mom are not good at managing money. After you get married, give the money to Sister Luo Shui and let her manage it for you. Sister Luo Shui is the best at budgeting. Maybe she can help you invest and manage your money and make a lot of money in the future." Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan both nodded in agreement. Lin Yan thought about it carefully and felt that this was the truth. After Grandpa Xia passed away in his previous life, Xia Luoxue went out to work. Lin Yan occasionally heard news about Xia Luoxue, and they all said that while she was working, she studied accounting, finance, and other knowledge, and also attended night school and obtained a diploma from an adult university. Later, through stock speculation and investment, his net worth reached tens of millions in 20 years. Before she jumped off the building to commit suicide, Xia Luoxue found him and said that she was willing to take on his debts. This was definitely not empty talk, she had the ability to do so. But because of the guilt over Grandpa Xia's death and Xia Luoxue, Lin Yan was unwilling to accept Xia Luoxue's gift and committed suicide out of shame. Lin Yan suddenly felt that after he and Xia Luoxue got married, if he let Xia Luoxue go to night school to learn financial management knowledge, and then let her invest in financial management, she might earn as much money as he did. He is responsible for earning the investment capital, while Xia Luoxue is responsible for investment and financial management, expanding the capital pool, and being the condor heroes in the business world together. Isn't that a bad idea? Brother Lin Yan, you're here, hurry up, drink some ginseng soup first to warm your stomach, you have a lot of cold in the morning. As soon as Lin Yan arrived at the back door of Jixiang Tea House, Lu Ying came out to greet him. followed by two Cheongsam waiters, one holding ginseng soup and the other holding a mink coat, ready to cover Lin Yan with them. Lin Yan had never been treated like this before and felt flattered. "Sister Lu, what are you up to? I'm a little scared of you. Please drink the ginseng soup. What are you afraid of?" Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and said unhappily. Although Lin Yan said he was afraid, he still took the ginseng soup and drank it. The soup tasted good, but the ingredients were a bit poor because the ginseng was artificially grown and was very new. "This ginseng soup tastes good, right? It's a new dish we launched in our tea house." Lu Ying asked with a smile. "Not bad." Lin Yan nodded slightly and asked, "Sister Lu, the tea house business seems to be very hot today. I was just about to tell you about this. The new tea snack you developed, White Rabbit Coconut Milk Jelly, became a hot new product as soon as it was launched. The customer flow of the tea house has increased by 2 times. I plan to promote this tea snack to other branches and increase the customer flow of other branches as well." Lu Ying was excited and looked at Lin Yan with an extremely hot gaze. If it weren't for Lin Yan's new snacks, the business of Jixiang Tea House would probably have been taken back by Longfeng Tea House, and all his previous efforts would have been in vain. At the same time, she also received a rumor that the Longfeng Tea House was about to change from a semi-state-owned, semi-private unit to a fully private one, and that its shares would be publicly transferred soon. "As long as I get the shares and management rights of Longfeng Jixiang, I can have a lot of regular customers just because of this brand. Congratulations, Sister Lu. It won't be long before the sign of the Jixiang Tea House will be famous all over the country." Lin Yan picked out some auspicious words and said, "Brother Lin Yan, I have to thank you for this. Come, I must treat you to morning tea today." After saying that, Lu Ying was about to take Lin Yan's hand and go into the tea house to drink tea. "Sister Lu, the wild vegetables and rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts have not been unloaded from the car yet. Just put it there. Someone will help you unload it. After it's weighed, I'll pay you directly, isn't that enough?" Faced with the enthusiasm of Lu Ying, Lin Yan could only refuse disrespectfully, as he happened to need Lu Ying's help with something. At a table in the tea house hall, Lin Yan and Lu Ying were chatting while eating snacks. "Sister Lu, do you know any reliable engineering team?" Lin Yan asked. "Construction team? You want to build a house?" Lu Ying's face looked slightly strange. "My wedding date is on the 25th of next month. I want to build a wedding house and move in with my wife before the wedding." When she heard that Lin Yan was going to get married, a strange light flashed in Lu Ying's beautiful eyes, but she quickly concealed it. There should be quite a few engineering teams in the countryside. Your village should also have a familiar engineering team, right? It's okay for the rural engineering team to build small houses, but I want to build a small villa with a yard," said Lin Yan. After hearing this, Lu Ying understood what Lin Yan meant. If it came to building a villa, the engineering team in the county would indeed be more professional. "Have you figured out the start date?" "I don't care about these things. The sooner the better." "So anxious." Lu Ying frowned slightly. "I do know someone reliable in the engineering team, but I have to ask if they have time." After saying that, Lu Ying took out her phone, dialed the number in front of Lin Yan, and started chatting with the other party. A minute later, she hung up the phone, turned her head and smiled at Lin Yan. "You are very lucky. Their engineering team just finished a project and happened to be free. I have arranged for their designer to come to your house tomorrow to conduct an on-site survey. You can discuss the plan. Is there any problem?" "No problem, thank you, Sister Lu." Lin Yan's eyes lit up and he expressed his gratitude to Lu Ying. If he had done this himself, it might have taken some time and effort, but Lu Ying helped him a lot. "No need to thank me. When I go to your place tomorrow, just treat me to a good meal," Lu Ying said with a smile. "You want to go too?" Lin Yan was stunned. "Why, you're not welcome." Lu Ying raised her eyebrows slightly and asked back with a smile. "No, you're welcome, of course you're welcome." Lin Yan, sensing the murderous intent, smiled innocently. Only then did Lu Ying drink her tea contentedly. She thought to herself, "I want to see what kind of wonderful person Brother Lin Yan's fiancé is, and how she could be so lucky to marry Brother Lin Yan." At this time, an employee in charge of weighing came in and said to Lu Ying respectfully, "Boss, the wild vegetables have been weighed, 700 kilograms, 500 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls, and a bag of 7 or 8-year-old wild ginseng, exactly 100 roots." Lu Ying's face was slightly strange, and she looked at Lin Yan. "You also brought wild ginseng?" "Before, I asked someone to look for wild ginseng of a certain age on the mountain. I didn't find any old ginseng, but I did find quite a few of these young ginseng. I didn't know if you wanted them, so I brought them here," Lin Yan said with a smile. "Yes, of course," Lu Ying said without hesitation. The medicinal properties of wild ginseng from a young age are also amazing. It can be used to make medicinal ginseng turkey soup, which is definitely a top dish that diners are vying for. Especially for the old Cantonese people, a bowl of delicious ginseng turkey soup symbolizes the beginning of a sumptuous dinner, and it is also the greatest comfort and reward for them after a day of hard work. The old Cantonese people can make do with dishes and rice, but they have extremely high requirements for the quality of their soups. Lu Ying could foresee that an 8 or 9-year-old wild ginseng, paired with an old hen and a medicinal chicken soup made from red dates, wolfberries, and other ingredients, would definitely be a big hit in the rice market. "I'll buy these wild ginsengs at 30 yuan each, and I'll take as much as you have," Lu Ying said to Lin Yan with an excited look on her face. Lin Yan's face showed a strange look when he heard that. If they were buying wild ginseng at the price of 30 yuan each, wouldn't 100 roots of wild ginseng be 3,000 yuan? Including 700 kilograms of wild vegetables and 500 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, he made 7,800 yuan from Lu Ying today. With the money from the school cafeteria meals, he made nearly 10,000 yuan today. Hiss! Lin Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. When did it become so easy to make money? "Sister Lu, this wild ginseng grows in the mountains, and there aren't many of them. I can't guarantee how much I can supply you every day." After paying the bill, Lin Yan stuffed more than $700 bills into his pocket and said with a smile, "I understand, just do your best." As they were talking, another employee came in and said to Lu Ying, "Boss, Mr. Zhang is here, and he wants to see Mr. Lin." "Zhang Long is here?" Lu Ying raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Did he come alone? Or is there someone else with him?" "Captain Li from the county bureau is here too." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan, as if asking what he thought. After all, the person who came wanted to see was Lin Yan. It seems that Brother Li has returned triumphantly. He still owes me a drink, so we can't let him get away, Lin Yan said with a smile. When Lu Ying heard this, she immediately understood what Lin Yan meant, and asked her employees to invite Zhang Long, Li Aigua and others in. "Brother Lin, it's all thanks to you." As soon as Zhang Long approached, he gave Lin Yan a big hug with an excited expression. Apparently, the money he paid to the gang that stole the scrap metal was recovered, so he didn't suffer a heavy loss. Li Aigua's eyes were red and he looked a little tired, as if he had not slept all night. Lin Yan looked at Li Aigua and said with a smile, "Captain Li, it seems that you have successfully captured the bad guys. Are you not injured?" When talking about this, a look of gratitude appeared on Li Aigua's face. If Lin Yan hadn't reminded him to wear an extra bulletproof vest and carry an extra box of bullets, he would have died in the neighboring county. Lin Yan saved his life. "Brother Lin, your intuition saved me," Li Aigua said gratefully. Zhang Long on the side also briefly talked about what happened in the neighboring county. After hearing this, Lu Ying's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect Lin Yan's intuition to be so accurate that he actually saved Li Aigua's life. Lin Yan was a little surprised. The bullet hit Li Aigua's chest, not his waist. In his previous life, didn't Li Aigua have to retreat to the second line because he was hit in the waist? Could it be that because of my own reminder, a butterfly effect occurred, causing the process to deviate? It's just a coincidence, Brother Li, don't worry about it. Lin Yan couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and smiled at Li Aigua. Hearing this, Li Aigua thought that Lin Yan was a low-key person and didn't want his ability to be known, so he nodded and said, "Brother Lin, I understand what you mean. It's just a coincidence, a coincidence." Zhang Long at the side said with a smile, "Captain Li, I remember you said yesterday that when you come back from the neighboring county, you will treat Brother Lin to a drink. Why not wait for a day? Liagua nodded and said, yes, we must have a drink. Brother Lin, come to my house tonight and I will ask your sister-in-law to cook you a big meal. Captain Li, can I have some of this wine? Zhang Long said with a smile. And me. Lu Ying said hurriedly. Okay, come all of you. After surviving this disaster and returning from a neighboring county, he solved another major black scrap steel case. Liagua was very happy that he would receive commendations from the bureau and might even have a promotion. After they agreed on the time and place for dinner, Zhang Long and Liagua left first. Zhang Long's company still had a lot of things to deal with, and Liagua had not slept all night and also needed to go back to catch up on some sleep. Brother Lin Yan, are you really good at fortune-telling? Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan curiously and asked. If Lin Yan's first intuition that Zhang Long received a batch of black scrap steel was just a coincidence, then Lu Ying's second intuition that Liagua's life would be in danger if he went to the neighboring county was certain that it was definitely not a coincidence. Lin Yan knew that Lu Ying was not easy to fool, so he could only smile and ask, Sister Lu, do you have any extra financial management funds? Why are you asking that? Lu Ying didn't know why Lin Yan asked this, and asked in confusion. With deep technology, Shishu Changhong, and development banks. Lin Yan said lightly. What? Lu Ying was stunned by the three nouns that Lin Yan suddenly said and couldn't react to their meaning. Lin Yan took a sip of tea and said in a pretentious tone, Sister Lu, didn't you ask me yesterday if I could guess which stocks are the most profitable recently? I've already told you. If you have extra funds, you can try investing in them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was even more stunned. Does Lin Yan really know numerology? Can you also calculate which stocks will rise? Reason told her that this matter was a bit absurd. Her sensibility made her believe Lin Yan involuntarily. Maybe Lin Yan really has this ability. After all, she had vaguely heard of these stocks and they did exist, but she just didn't pay much attention to them. If Lin Yan wanted to make up a lie to deceive her, he couldn't have made up the names of the stocks on the spot. Okay, sister, I'll trust you this time. I'll buy 10,000 yuan each of the stocks you mentioned. Lu Ying looked directly at Lin Yan and said sternly, You, please don't let me lose too much money. Lin Yan smiled when he heard this. He even wanted to tell Lu Ying that in half a year, she would regret that she bought too little. You should know that the stocks with the most terrifying growth in the stock market in 1996 were Shenzhen Technology, Shishu Changhong, and Development Bank. Among them, the stock price of Shenzhen Technology increased by 2,300%, or 23 times, within 1 year. If Lu Ying buys 10,000 yuan worth of stocks, by the end of the year, she can earn 230,000 yuan without doing anything. This is equivalent to the total income of an ordinary family in this era who works hard for 46 years without eating or drinking. Stock trading is one of the few ways that can make ordinary people rich overnight. After coming out of the Jixiang tea house, Lin Yan had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by a fat figure. Manager Pen was wearing a washed-out suit, no longer arrogant as before, and smiled at Lin Yan. Boss Lin, long time no see, how are you these days? Manager Pan, we just met yesterday. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm very busy. Lin Yan's face was indifferent and he spoke in a calm tone. Lin Yan looked down upon people like Manager Pan who were successful but had little ambitions. Boss Lin, you've seen that Dragon and Phoenix Tea House's business is bleak right now. To be honest, this tea house will be closed and transferred soon. Manager Pan said with a smile on his face. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yan interrupted, frowning. Boss Lin, I know what happened before. I was too short-sighted. Look, I ended up like this. You are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with me. Manager Pan smiled awkwardly. Lin Yan's expression was calm, and he looked directly at Manager Pan, waiting for his next words. Boss Lin, I heard that you are very familiar with Boss Lu. Can you tell Boss Lu that as long as she is willing to hire me as the manager of the Jixiang Tea House branch, I can secretly sell the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House to her at a low price? Manager Pan smiled awkwardly. Lin Yan frowned when he heard this. This Manager Pan is a piece of shit. After all, he is the manager of Longfeng Tea House and has worked there for so many years that he has won the trust of his old boss. Now that he sees that the business of Longfeng Tea House is getting worse day by day and is about to close, he is not thinking about how to revive the tea house, but how to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, seek a way out, and sell out his boss for fame and fortune. Manager Pan, you are joking. Although I know Boss Lu, I am not a shareholder of Jixiang Tea House after all, so I have no say in such matters. Lin Yan said calmly, if you have any ideas, you should talk to Boss Lu yourself. This. Manager Pan looked embarrassed. You know, he had been fighting with Lu Ying for so long and had suppressed Lu Ying for so long. Now, how could he save face by asking that yellow-haired girl to beg him? He still wanted to be thick-skinned and ask Lin Yan for a few words. Okay, Manager Pan, I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. Lin Yan interrupted Manager Pan, started the three-wheeled motorcycle, and drove away. Billowing black smoke spewed out from the rear of the car and headed straight for Manager Pan's face. Seeing that Lin Yan was so disrespectful to him, Manager Pan's face became extremely resentful, and his eyes were fixed on the direction where Lin Yan left. What's so arrogant about this country bumpkin? Does he really think he is nobody? Without your help, I can still sell the valuable things in Longfeng Tea House. After buying a batch of ingredients at the market, Lin Yan returned to Dashi village. Now the school cafeteria and Jixiang Tea House need huge quantities of rice rolls with bean sprouts, and he has to buy ingredients once a day to meet the demand. When Lin Yan returned to Xiao Luoshue's house, he saw Xiao Luoshue busy in the yard, apparently checking the germination of mung beans. You know, it is not easy to grow high-quality bean sprouts. The method of growing bean sprouts in Xiao Luoshue's family is very complicated, and it mainly consists of 4 steps: separating the beans, soaking and washing, laying out the yarn, and watering. To sort the beans, you need to wash them in water twice, pick out the shells and bad beans, and then wash the selected beans with water, also letting the water soften the shells. This step is very important. If the shells are not softened, the germination rate will be greatly reduced. After completing the steps of sorting the beans and soaking and washing, you need to choose good containers that are not light permeable and have water permeable bottoms. Then you can start laying the yarn. To spread the gauze, put a piece of clean white gauze on the bottom of the container, then put the soaked mung beans on it, then put a second piece of white gauze soaked in water on the mung beans, and then you can cover the container. Finally, you just need to sprinkle an appropriate amount of water on the gauze every day to keep the mung beans moist, and bean sprouts will appear in about 3 days. This kind of purely artificially grown bean sprouts has extremely high nutritional value and is incomparable to those bean sprouts that were grown in various ways in the vegetable markets in the previous life. This is why Lin Yan's bean sprout rice rolls are sold at such a high price. Luo Shui, are you busy? Lin Yan asked with a smile. The consumption of bean sprouts has been quite high recently. I want to plant more to prevent shortages. When she saw Lin Yan coming, Xiao Luoshue blushed slightly and nodded. You haven't been out for a long time, right? Lin Yan asked tentatively, do you want to go to the county town with me? As far as I can remember, Xiao Luoshue hasn't been to the county town for several years since she graduated from high school, and the farthest she's been is to the town. In addition to growing bean sprouts, she also takes care of Grandpa Xia every day. To put it in the terms of my previous life, I was just a little homebody. Going to the county town to play. When Xiao Luoshue heard this, her eyes lit up slightly, and she was obviously interested. She was just a girl in her early 20s, and her playful nature was still there. However, she rarely went out because she had to take care of her grandfather and Duya on weekdays. But I still have to take care of the bean sprouts. Xiao Luoshue looked a little hesitant. Luo Shui, Xiaoyan asked you to go, so just go. I'll take care of the bean sprouts in the yard. At this time, Grandpa Xiada came out of the house and said with a smile. Grandpa, can you do it alone? Xiao Luoshue was a little worried. Didn't I ride a tricycle every day to sell bean sprouts at the market in town? Xia Desi smiled and said, now Xiaoyan has taken care of all our bean sprouts, so I'll just take care of the bean sprouts, there's nothing wrong with that. Xiao Luoshue couldn't help but be moved when she heard this. Luo Shui, I have a 3-wheeled motorcycle now. It only takes about 10 to 20 minutes to go to the county town and back. If there is anything urgent, I can just rush back. Lin Yan instigated from the side. Well, all right then. I'll go change my clothes. In the end, Xiao Luoxue couldn't resist Lin Yan's temptation, nodded and agreed, then turned and went into the house to change clothes. When Xiao Luoxue came out, she was wearing a light yellow round-neck shirt, black jeans, and her jet-black hair was tied into a ponytail with a pink bow. It seemed an ordinary combination, but against the backdrop of her crystal big eyes and slender eyebrows, she looked extremely charming. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. He was really blind before. He ignored such a beautiful woman and instead licked Chen Mei like a dog. Am I wearing something wrong? Should I go change my clothes? Noticing Lin Yan's direct gaze, Xiao Luoxue said nervously. No, no need, you look best this way. Lin Yan shook his head and said seriously. My own wife is the most beautiful. No big star can compare to him. Before leaving, Grandpa Xia suddenly grabbed Xiao Luoxue, stuffed a passbook into Xiao Luoxue's hand, and said in a low voice, Luoxue, take this money. When you get to the county, go buy some new clothes, jewelry, and the like. Although our family doesn't have much money, you have to have some jewelry when you marry into someone's family. Grandfather. Hearing what her grandfather said, Xiao Luoxue blushed extremely. Grandpa Xia didn't say anything else, just waved his hand and told Xiao Luoxue to go and come back early. The three-wheeled motorcycle was driving on the road. Xiao Luoxue sat on the side seat of the car, watching Lin Yan controlling the steering wheel easily and comfortably, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Is this considered a date? Wait a minute, will Lin Yan hold her hand, or will he do other bold things? Should I refuse or accept? Luoxue, we're here. Just as Xiao Luoxue was daydreaming, Lin Yan's voice suddenly came to her ears. Xiao Luoxue came to her senses, looked out of the car window, and saw the tricycle parked outside the pedestrian street of the county town. Although it is only afternoon, there are still many people shopping in the pedestrian street, and the cries of snack vendors and shop owners can be heard everywhere. Xiao Luoxue hadn't seen such a scene for a long time, and her eyes were full of light. Come on, it's my treat today. Whatever you want to eat or buy is all mine. Lin Yan patted his chest and said with a proud look on his face. I have money, so I don't want you to treat me. Xiao Luoxue pouted and smiled. After saying that, she took Lin Yan's hand and walked towards the pedestrian street. The two walked around and bought a lot of local specialties, including taro cooked in a winnowing basket with sesame oil, potato dumplings with the right salty and sweet taste, grass jelly similar to tortoise jelly, and beef offal from western Guangdong eaten with hot sauce. Everything makes them salivate. Lin Yan ate while examining it. It is now the mid to late 1990s, and the street stall economy has become increasingly prosperous, especially in places like the pedestrian streets in county towns. If you can get a stall and sell any snacks, you can make a fortune. There are many people who buy houses and cars by setting up street stalls. Should I also take over a stall and sell those internet-famous foods from my previous life? Fried potato towers, handmade lemon tea, dirty buns, cheese hot dog sticks, crispy pork belly, strawberry tower. Any one of them, in this era, is a king bomb, right? Immediately, Lin Yan shook his head and dispelled the thought, although selling snacks on a stall can make money, it is too tiring. Not to mention anything else, just making the lemon tea by hand would break his hands. Let's do some big business with more money and less work. Lin Yan thought secretly in his heart. Set up a few orchards and medicinal herb gardens, hire people to help with planting, run sales channels yourself, save up some initial capital, and then throw it into the stock market. Wouldn't it be nice to just go all in and win in one go? Lin Yan, do you want to set up a stall and sell snacks? Xiao Luoxue, who was standing by, saw Lin Yan shaking his head and mumbling, and asked in surprise. No, 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 the school cafeteria's student meal supply business alone is enough to tire us out. I was just saying that casually. Lin Yan hurriedly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luoxue nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lin Yan, why are you here? And with Xiao Luoxue. Lin Yan turned his head and saw Chen Mei standing not far away, looking at him angrily. Next to Chen Mei stood a neatly dressed man. Lin Yan recognized this man. His name was Li Sheng. After graduating from high school, he confessed his love to Chen Mei. After being rejected by Chen Mei, Lin Yan became Chen Mei's male best friend. In her previous life, when Chen Mei and Lin Yan were dating, she often went shopping with Li Sheng. Lin Yan became jealous, but Chen Mei didn't care. She just said that Li Sheng was her good friend and she didn't like Li Sheng at all. If the two of them had a relationship, they would have been together a long time ago. Every time they quarreled, Chen Mei would run away from home for a few days, and I would call and promise her various gold and silver items before she would agree to come home. Chen Mei. Are you okay? Seeing Chen Mei and Li Sheng appear together, Lin Yan's face remained calm and he spoke slowly. Chen Mei pointed at Xia Luoshue's nose and said in a bad tone, "Why did you go shopping with her? Do you want to piss me off to death? Don't you also go shopping with your best friend of the opposite sex?" Lin Yan asked back. "Lin Yan, don't get me wrong. Chen Mei and I are just ordinary friends. We have no other relationship. The person she loves most is you." Li Sheng on the side quickly explained. "Lin Yan, you heard it all. Li Sheng and I are just ordinary friends." "You misunderstood it," Chen Mei said. "I didn't misunderstand, and whoever you go shopping with is your freedom. I'm not interested." Lin Yan's face was indifferent. He took Xia Luoshue's hand and said, "So, my wife and I are out shopping. It has nothing to do with you. I have already broken off the engagement with you." Hearing the last sentence, Li Sheng's eyes brightened up. During all these years that he had been Chen Mei's best male friend, apart from being able to hold Chen Mei's hand, touch her shoulders and massage her thighs, he had never had any further opportunities. The breakdown of Chen Mei and Lin Yan's relationship may help him hit a home run. "Lin Yan, you know that you broke off the engagement with me and got together with Xia Luoshue just to piss me off. Cut off contact with Xia Luoshue now. I don't want you to apologize to my brother. I will marry you according to the previous betrothal price." Chen Mei spoke to Lin Yan in a commanding tone. She wanted to see Xia Luoshue's expression of being abandoned right now. This best friend actually dared to steal her men and her things. She wanted to make Xia Luoshue desperate and miserable. After being abandoned, she would humiliate Xia Luoshue severely and step on her under her feet. Neuropathy. Lin Yan glanced at Chen Mei and uttered 3 words. After saying that, he pulled Xia Luoshue and prepared to leave. Seeing Lin Yan's attitude, Chen Mei jumped up like a female cat whose fur was stepped on, and rushed towards Xia Luoshue with bared teeth and claws. "Don't leave, this matter hasn't been made clear yet. Xia Luoshue, it's all your fault. You shameless woman, you stole my men. I'm going to scratch your face and make you unmarried for the rest of your life." No one expected that Chen Mei would suddenly throw a tantrum. Seeing that Chen Mei's sharp nails were about to scratch her face, Xia Luoshue's face showed panic. No girl doesn't love beauty. At the critical moment, a strong hand blocked Xia Luoshue and grabbed the sharp hand. "Chen Mei, have you had enough of the trouble?" Lin Yan looked at Chen Mei with disgust and spoke coldly. "I haven't made enough trouble, hit me if you can." Chen Mei had an arrogant look on her face. After she finished speaking, she tried to break free from Lin Yan's hand and grab Xia Luoshue's face. When she was with Lin Yan in the past, every time she threw a tantrum, Lin Yan would not dare to say a word and let her scratch himself. She didn't believe that the current Lin Yan would dare to disobey her. Bang! A crisp slapping sound rang out in the air. Chen Mei opened her eyes wide with a look of disbelief on her face, and saw a slap mark slowly appearing on her right cheek, which was particularly fresh. "Are you awake now?" Lin Yan let go of Chen Mei's hand and asked calmly. Li Sheng hurried over, holding Chen Mei in his arms, and reprimanded Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, how could you hit someone? Chen Mei is your girlfriend after all. She has been with you for 2 years. Do you think you can live with your conscience by treating her like this?" There are many pedestrians on the pedestrian street, and they have already noticed the situation here. After hearing Li Sheng's words and seeing the 2 men and 2 women in front of them, they instantly imagined a TV drama in their minds and started pointing fingers at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked calm. He glanced at Qin Mei, who was being held in Li Sheng's arms without any resistance, and said calmly, Li Sheng, do you want to think about what you just said? I was with Qin Mei for 2 years, but in those 2 years, she spent more time with you than with me, right? In order to marry her, my parents used up all their life savings as a dowry, but what about her and her family? After I brought her in, they raised the price. I can't afford to marry a woman like that. When the passers-by around heard this, they immediately changed their tune and started pointing fingers at Qin Mei. Even Li Sheng was among those who were scolded. Li Sheng's face turned blue and purple. Li Sheng, haven't you always had a crush on Qin Mei? Now that I've broken off my engagement with her, you can pursue her with a clear conscience. Lin Yan continued, there's just one thing. I hope you can keep her under control and stop harassing me. After saying that, he took Xia Luoshue's hand, turned around and left, leaving Li Sheng and Qin Mei being pointed at by everyone. Seeing this, Li Sheng hurriedly pulled Qin Mei away. No one noticed that among the crowd, there stood a fat middle-aged man, looking at Lin Yan and Xia Luoshue beside him with a look of resentment on his face. Lin Yan, I didn't expect you to be here. This is a good opportunity for you to know the consequences of offending me. After saying that, he picked up the phone and started contacting people. Not long after, in Li Sheng's old house, Qin Mei held a beer bottle in her hand and kept pouring it into her mouth. The malt-colored beer flowed down her red lips and chin, forming a beautiful scenery that made Li Sheng, who was standing beside her, stare in amazement. Qin Mei, stop drinking. You'll get drunk if you drink any more. Li Sheng, tell me, why am I inferior to Xia Luoshue? Why did he break off the engagement with me and be with Xia Luoshue? Qin Mei's voice was choked with sobs. After she finished speaking, she took another sip of wine. Li Sheng comforted him, Lin Yan didn't choose you, it's his loss. He doesn't want a woman as good as you, he must be blind. As he spoke, Li Sheng patted Qin Mei's fragrant back to comfort her. My parents just want to add more betrothal gifts. What's wrong with that? I will only get married once in my life, and I am their only daughter. Can't he just follow my parents' wishes? Qin Mei's pretty face was a little red from being drunk. She leaned on Li Sheng's shoulder and said aggrievedly. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Qin Mei's hair, Li Sheng felt his heart beating fast. He didn't dare to make any big movements. He put his hand on Qin Mei's shoulder somewhat stiffly to comfort her. I also think that Lin Yan has gone too far. Isn't it just a betrothal gift? You are such a good woman. Don't even mention 10,000 yuan for a betrothal gift. I'm willing to give you 20,000 yuan. What Li Sheng said was not a lie. He had been working for 4 or 5 years since he graduated from high school and had saved more than 20,000 yuan. This old house was bought for him by his parents. If they really wanted to get married, he could fully meet Qin Mei's request for a dowry. At this time, Qin Mei was already drunk and her eyes were blurry. When she heard Li Sheng's words, she raised her beautiful eyes slightly and looked at him. Even if it's 20,000 yuan as a gift, are you willing to give it? When had Li Sheng ever been looked at with such passionate eyes? And it was the girl he had secretly loved for many years. He was an honest man. Apart from work, he had no extra hobbies and not much life experience. Hearing Qin Mei's words, his heart skipped a beat, his face turned red, and he nodded heavily, I do. Qin Mei's eyes were blurred and she was instantly moved. She hugged Li Sheng's neck with both hands and kissed him. Li Sheng's eyes widened. I just want to be Qin Mei's male best friend. Unexpectedly, she would really give it to him. Lin Yan held Xia Luoshue's hand and strolled along the pedestrian street. Occasionally, when they saw a nice clothing store, they would go in together. Xia Luoshue would choose clothes while he would observe the marketing model of these clothing stores. Although the market economy is developing rapidly in this era, people's marketing methods are still very simple. When a customer comes in and asks about the price, they will bargain and complain that the goods are not cheap. The customer will then turn around and leave, and the boss will call him back to make friends. Whether or not you can sell clothes depends entirely on the customer's preference. Unlike the previous life, 20 years later, various marketing methods emerged one after another, such as buy one get one free, discounts and free gifts, discount promotions, seasonal promotions, and the last 10 days of clearance sales. Lin Yan remembered that in his previous life, there was a large clothing mall that had a red sign saying that it had 10 days left to close down and clear out all the inventory. This sign lasted for several years. The owner of the clothing store changed his car every year, from BMW to Mercedes-Benz, and from Mercedes-Benz to Maybach, but he never saw his clothing store go bankrupt. However, Lin Yan's pensive look had another meaning in Xia Luoshue's eyes. Lin Yan, are you unhappy about Chen Mei's matter? Otherwise, let's go back. Xia Luoshue said to Lin Yan cautiously. She didn't want Lin Yan to force himself to smile because of her. The appearance of Chen Mei may have reminded Lin Yan of unhappy memories. Lin Yan came back to his senses, and seeing Xia Luoshue's concerned eyes, he couldn't help but smile. I'm not unhappy, but you've been shopping for so long, you must be tired, right? How about we find a beverage store and have some drinks? At that time, there were no milk tea shops in the county, and most beverage shops sold ice cream, fruit juice, cola, and the like. Hearing this, Xia Luoshue swallowed her saliva. After playing for a few hours and with the sun being so hot, she was indeed a little thirsty. Good. The two of them chose a drink shop. Xia Luoshue sat at the table at the door, and Lin Yan went into the shop to buy drinks. At this moment, several thugs dressed in shabby clothes seemed to walk straight towards them with a purpose and appeared around Xia Luoshue. Little sister, you are alone. What do you want to drink? The brothers will treat you. Watermelon juice, mango juice, or milk? Hee hee. As they spoke, these thugs had a sly smile on their faces. When Xia Luoshue heard their words, a look of panic appeared on her pretty face. She was just an innocent little girl. How could she have seen such a scene? My boyfriend is inside buying drinks, please go away. The yellow-haired thug in the lead was not afraid at all when he heard this, and grinned evilly. Oh. Your boyfriend is here too. That's great. When he comes out, we can tell him that we want to borrow his girlfriend's room. I don't think he will dare to object. After saying that, he stretched out his pig hand and wanted to touch Xia Luoshue's face. The thugs around all laughed evilly and started to make a fuss. Xia Luoshue's pretty face changed drastically, and she quickly stood up and wanted to escape into the beverage store. She was only safe with Lin Yan. She also believed that Lin Yan could protect her, just like he did when they were children. But those thugs would not let Xia Luoshue escape, and immediately blocked her way. Go away. Seeing this, the yellow-haired young man became even more excited. She's quite hot-tempered. I like girls like this. Old Pan is really nice to call me over and let me play with such a great girl. Hey, come here, let your brother touch you. After saying that, the yellow-haired young man turned his hands into claws and prepared to touch Xia Luoshue. At this moment, a transparent glass bottle suddenly smashed down and broke into countless pieces on the yellow-haired young man's forehead. The yellow-haired young man felt pain and took a few steps back, looking at the person who hit him with wide eyes. Who dares to do something bad to me? Do you think your life is too long? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Lin Yan's face was grim, his eyes were like a beast that wanted to devour people, staring at the thugs in front of him. As soon as he turned around, someone dared to harass his wife. If I hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't my wife have been bullied? Lin Yan, they. After seeing Lin Yan, Xia Luoshue's eyes suddenly turned red and she almost shed tears of grievance. Just sit aside, I'll be done soon. Lin Yan stuffed the watermelon juice he had bought into Xia Luoshue's hand and asked her to sit aside and wait. Xia Luoshue was still in shock and said to Lin Yan, "You, be careful." Good. Seeing that the couple in front of him didn't take him seriously at all and just talked to themselves, the yellow-haired young man covered his bleeding forehead and flew into a rage. Boy, you dare to throw a glass bottle at me, are you tired of living? Lin Yan turned around and looked coldly at the yellow-haired young man, and said in a stern tone, "Just now, which hand did you intend to use to bully my wife?" "I want to bully with both hands, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Yan's words, the yellow-haired young man sneered. "Why are you pretending in front of me? Do you really think you are a martial arts master from a martial arts movie? Brothers, catch him. I want him to have a taste of the feeling of having his head blasted by a glass bottle." The thugs behind him were all battle-hardened men. As soon as the yellow-haired young man finished speaking, several of them rushed towards Lin Yan. They didn't believe that an ordinary young man could do anything. Seeing several people rushing towards him, Lin Yan's face remained calm, without the slightest panic. He clenched his fists, swung his arm like a heavy hammer, and hit the first thug who rushed to him, breaking his teeth. Then, one of them dodged by leaning forward, rushed into the middle of the group, and punched each person in the face with his fists like hammers. His fists were very powerful, and every punch he delivered would either break the opponent's nose or burst their teeth. In a matter of seconds, 4 or 5 thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Shit, I hit a hard spot. When the yellow-haired young man saw this scene, a look of horror appeared on his face. Seeing Lin Yan walking towards him with a grim look, the yellow-haired young man suddenly panicked. Brother, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. I was driven by someone to come to you to cause trouble. I didn't really want to take advantage of my sister-in-law. However, Lin Yan seemed not to have heard what the yellow-haired young man said. He used a close-range push to knock the other person away. The man fell to the ground 5 or 6 meters away and rolled several times. When he got up again, the yellow-haired young man had blood in his mouth and looked at Lin Yan in fear. Lin Yan would not show any mercy to anyone who dared to bully his wife. If it were not for the rule of law in this society, he would even want to kill the person. But his ferocious look had already frightened the yellow-haired young man to death. That look was something he had never seen even in the big guys he had met. He had an illusion that if he had touched Xia Luoshua's body just now, the other party would definitely kill him. Please spare my life, I will repay you by working like a slave. Seeing Lin Yan approaching, the yellow-haired young man kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Who asked you to come? Lin Yan stood in front of the yellow-haired young man and asked in a cold voice. It was Old Pan from the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. He said there were beautiful girls here and offered us 3,000 yuan to teach them a lesson. At the end of his speech, the yellow-haired young man looked at Lin Yan nervously. Teach whom a lesson? Teach me a lesson. Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. The yellow-haired young man nodded. So, I'm only worth $3,000. Lin Yan looked at the yellow-haired young man coldly and asked with a smile. He also understood something in his mind. It turned out that it was Manager Pan from the Longfeng Tea House who was causing trouble for him. It seemed that he was angry and humiliated because he did not give him face due to what happened in the morning. The yellow-haired young man was frightened by Lin Yan's gaze and quickly slapped himself in the face. Snap. Snap. Brother, we know we were wrong. We didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive us. We won't do it again. The slaps from the yellow-haired young man were very loud and showed great strength. It can be seen that he was really afraid of Lin Yan and was frightened by being beaten by Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't say anything, but just stared at the yellow-haired young man, watching him slap himself. When the pedestrians around saw the commotion here, they all showed surprise on their faces. They stood in the distance and looked at this side in surprise. Seeing more and more people coming, Xia Luoshue felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Yan also noticed this, so he stopped the yellow-haired young man. Okay, I don't have time to watch you hurt yourself. The yellow-haired young man felt relieved when he heard this, and slowly withdrew his hand from his face. But none of him and the other thugs dared to run away. They all looked at Lin Yan nervously. My wife was scared by you. Shouldn't you apologize? Lin Yan said. Yes, I should. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired young man nodded hurriedly. Immediately, he pulled a group of thugs to bow and apologize to Xia Luoshue, then took out the 3,000 yuan that Manager Pen gave him and handed it to Xia Luoshue respectfully. Sister-in-law, we were wrong just now. Consider this 3,000 yuan as your tea money to calm your nerves. Seeing several thugs bowing to her and apologizing, and demanding compensation, Xia Luoshue couldn't help but reveal a look of panic on her face, and took a few steps back. This. Never mind. I don't want the money. Although these thugs wanted to bully her just now, they were all dealt with by Lin Yan now, so she did not suffer any loss. She did not want to take the ill-gotten gains of the yellow-haired young man. Seeing that Xia Luoshue didn't want it, the yellow-haired young man suddenly broke out in sweat. He secretly glanced at Lin Yan and found that the latter was looking at him coldly. His legs suddenly became weak and he hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, you must accept this money, otherwise we brothers will not be able to sleep." Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue looked hesitant. "Luo Shui, this money is a token of their appreciation, just accept it." Lin Yan also spoke. Seeing that she had no way to refuse, Xia Luoxue could only nod and accept it. However, she still gave the money to Lin Yan and let him deal with it. When the yellow-haired young man saw Xia Luoxue accept the money, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Lin Yan respectfully. "Brother, what do you think about this?" "That's all for today. My name is Lin Yan, and I live in Dashi village. If you still have any objections, feel free to come find me," Lin Yan said lightly. After these words were spoken, the thugs were so scared that they shook their heads. The punches that Lin Yan threw at them just now were as heavy as hammers. If they had hit them, all their bones would have been broken. Such people are definitely martial artists. They are scoundrels to be sure, but they are not stupid. How could they dare to go against such martial artists? "Brother Yan, how dare we disobey? My name is Huang Feng, and I have some respect in these streets. If you need anything in the future, just come to me," the yellow-haired young man said to Lin Yan with a smile. When the passers-by around heard this, they all showed surprise on their faces. Who doesn't know that Huang Feng is the gangster boss of this pedestrian street and several nearby streets? He not only likes to act like a spoiled brat, but also likes to fight. Now he has been beaten into submission. Lin Yan just hummed lightly and didn't say much. Huang Feng saw this and left without further ado, taking his gang of thugs with him. When the people around saw that there was nothing to watch, they dispersed. Xia Luoxue held 2 glasses of watermelon juice and looked at Lin Yan with a fangirl look on her face. "Lin Yan, you are amazing. When did you become so good at fighting? Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be bullied? Isn't it because my husband's potential has exploded?" Lin Yan said with a smile. Xia Luoxue blushed, handed a glass of watermelon juice to Lin Yan, and said shyly, "Shame on you, who is your wife? You haven't even got married yet, why are you talking nonsense?" When Lin Yan took the watermelon juice, he took Xia Luoxue's snow-white jade hand and said with a wicked smile, "It will be soon. In more than a month, you will be mine." The latter struggled symbolically for a few times and then let Lin Yan lead him. "Wait till we finish drinking the watermelon juice, where are we going? I'll buy you a few sets of clothes and take you to meet my friends tonight. Do you dare to go? Why are you afraid? I'm your fiancé." Xia Luoxue said this, feeling very happy in her heart. The fact that Lin Yan was willing to take her to meet his friends showed that he really cared about her. On the other side, Huang Feng and others appeared in a Western restaurant. Manager Pan was sitting by the window, with a scarf on his collar and a knife and fork in both hands. He was eating Western food elegantly, occasionally smelling the red wine on the table, with an intoxicated look on his face. "Boss Huang, you guys are here." After seeing Huang Feng coming, Manager Pan asked with a sly smile, "How is it, did you deal with that kid? Is the chick next to him hot?" "It's exciting. It's really exciting." Huang Feng showed a sinister smile on his face and spoke with gritted teeth. Manager Pan did not notice Huang Feng's unfriendly expression. He lowered his head, cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, grinning wickedly. "Just be strong, Boss Huang, enjoy it slowly, Bang. Before Manager Pan could finish his words, he was slapped in the face, leaving him with a bloody mess, steak flying everywhere, and red wine splashing everywhere. "Didn't you say that the boy was just a vegetable vendor and was easy to control?" Huang Feng was so angry that he pointed at his own face and the faces of several of his men and cursed. Because it was afternoon, there were not many diners in the Western restaurant and not many people noticed the commotion here. But when the waiters in the Western restaurant saw this scene, they all retracted their heads and dared not meddle in other people's business. Manager Pan was also stunned by Huang Feng's slap. He looked up and saw that Huang Feng and others all had injuries on their faces, with crooked noses, black eyes, and swollen faces, which looked quite funny. "Boss Huang, what happened to you guys? Were you beaten by that kid?" Manager Pan asked in surprise. Huang Feng's face darkened as he angrily said, "You ask even though you already know the answer. Brothers, drag him out and clean him up. Don't let him dirty up the place. Those thugs who were beaten had been holding a grudge in their hearts for a long time. If Manager Pan hadn't scolded them, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Even the 3,000 yuan that the boss had to be paid to the other party. Manager Pan was dragged out of the restaurant by several people with a look of horror on his face. No matter how he begged for mercy, it was of no avail. Soon, bursts of terrible screams were heard outside the Western restaurant. By the time Huang Feng and the others had vented their anger and left, Manager Pan was already covered in wounds, with a bruised face and nose, and walked out of the pedestrian street in a panic. Just at this time, he received another call from the chairman. Old Pan, the higher-ups have decided to withdraw the state-owned shares from tomorrow, and the Dragon Phoenix Tea House will be turned into a private unit and publicly transferred. From now on, the Dragon Phoenix Tea House will no longer need you to manage it, so you can leave. When Manager Pan heard the news, he was shocked. Just as he was about to say a few words to plead for mercy, he heard a busy tone on the other end of the phone. He was hung up. From today on, he became an unemployed vagrant. He is already old and has been the manager of Longfeng Tea House for many years. If it weren't for the fact that Longfeng Tea House has state-owned shares, the tea house would have closed down long ago. If he were asked to find a new job now, there might not be anyone who would want him. Lin Yan was unaware of all this. After he and Xiao Luoxue strolled on the pedestrian street for a few hours, they drove to Li Aigua's home when it was getting dark. When they arrived at Li Ai's house, they found that Lu Ying, Zhang Long and others had already arrived, looking towards the kitchen with strange expressions. Lin Yan followed their gaze and saw Li Aigua wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen with 2 kitchen knives in his hands. However, he seemed to have not been able to find the gas stove switch for a long time, and Li Aigua's wife did not seem to be at home. "Sister Lu, Mr. Zhang, what's going on with Captain Li?" Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but ask curiously. Captain Li's wife's hospital had an emergency surgery and she couldn't come back, so the task of cooking fell to Captain Li. Zhang Long said with a wry smile. It turned out that Li Aigua's wife was a doctor at the county hospital. They had originally planned to treat everyone to a banquet after get off work, but unexpectedly they encountered an emergency patient, so Li Aigua had to cook the meal himself. "Brother Lin Yan, this girl next to you, could it be that you always talk about your fiancée? She is so beautiful, no wonder she can charm you." Lu Ying noticed Xiao Luoxue beside Lin Yan and asked with a smile. When Xiao Luoxue heard Lu Ying's praise, her face turned red and she was secretly happy. It turned out that Lin Yan had always mentioned her in front of outsiders. "Sister Lu, hello, Brother Zhang." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying and Zhang Long both smiled. "Brother Lin Yan, you brought your wife here without telling us. We, your brothers and sisters, didn't even prepare any gifts." Sister Lu glared at Lin Yan and said unhappily. Zhang Long took out a small wooden box from his bag and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a small jade Buddha here. I'll give it as a gift to my sister-in-law." When the small wooden box was opened, there was a small jade Buddha with exquisite carvings inside. It looked lifelike and you could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Lin Yan helped him so much, preventing him from losing hundreds of millions. He had previously given Lin Yan a large jade Buddha, but the other party didn't want it. But this time, he should be able to accept a small jade Buddha. Xiao Luoxue waved her hands quickly. "This is too expensive, I can't take it." Although she had never seen jade jewelry before, she knew that the contents of the small wooden box were worth a lot of money. Seeing that the things could not be delivered, Zhang Long's face showed anxiety. "Luo Shui, since it's a meeting gift from Brother Zhang, just accept it." It was Lin Yan who spoke first and advised Xiao Luoxue. Zhang Long gave Lin Yan the jade Buddha twice, and Lin Yan understood the other party's thoughts. If he did not accept the jade Buddha, the other party would not give up. It would be better for him to accept it generously and compensate Zhang Long in other places later. "Yes, Sister Luo Shui, this little jade Buddha of mine is not worth much, just accept it." Zhang Long nodded quickly. Seeing that Lin Yan said this, Xiao Luoxue could only reluctantly accept the small jade Buddha. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Zhang Long and said with a helpless smile, "Boss Zhang, you even gave me a small jade Buddha. It seems like I have no choice but to give you something else." After saying that, she slightly pulled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. On her wrist, there was an icy jade bracelet, which was simply polished and not overly carved, giving a sense of returning to nature. Lin Yan knew that the less craftsmanship a jade artifact had, the more precious it was. Sister Luo Shui, this jade bracelet is not worth much. You are going to marry brother Lin Yan soon. This jade bracelet can be considered as your wedding gift. Lu Ying took Xia Luoshue's hand, put the jade bracelet in her hand on Xia Luoshue's jade hand, and said with a smile. When Zhang Long, who was standing by, heard Lu Ying's words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Others might not know, but he knew very well that the jade bracelet on Lu Ying's hand was a pair. Even if they were taken apart and sold, they would still be worth a lot of money. It would be easy to exchange this jade bracelet for a Toyota car. But he didn't quite understand why Lu Ying would give one of the pair of jade bracelets to Xia Luoshue. Sister Lu, thank you. After Zhang Long's preparation, Xia Luoshue did not refuse Lu Ying's gift. She just blushed and said shyly. Lin Yan seemed to have told everyone that they were going to get married. This is to make it final and not leave any chance for regret. Lin Yan, who was standing by, saw everything and smiled slightly. Ping pong. At this moment, there was a sudden noise of dishes colliding in the kitchen. It seemed that Li Aigua hadn't cooked for a long time and was a little flustered. I'd better go into the kitchen and help Captain Li, otherwise, I don't know when we can have dinner tonight. Seeing this, Lin Yan stood up and smiled. I'll help, too. Xia Luoshue quickly stood up and said. Lu Ying took Xia Luoshue's hand and said with a smile, Sister Luoshue, let's leave things like cooking to their men. Let's sit down and chat for a while. Charlotte looked hesitant. Luo Shui, just sit down and chat with Sister Lu, I'll go and help. Lin Yan said. Xia Luoshue is very interested in finance and business management, and Lu Ying is the youngest and most promising female entrepreneur in the county, so it is a good opportunity for her to learn more from Lu Ying. After Lin Yan entered the kitchen, he quickly tidied up the messy kitchen. Brother Lin, I haven't cooked for a long time, so my cooking skills are a little rusty. Li Aigua smiled awkwardly. Captain Li is busy with work every day, so let me take care of this. Lin Yan took the kitchen knife and spatula from Li Aigua and said with a smile. Then I'll help you. Lin Yan did not refuse and quickly glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen, which included pig's trotters, shrimps, ribs, pork tenderloin, beef, etc. In just a moment, he had a recipe in his mind. Half an hour later, everyone sat around the dining table, which was filled with delicious dishes, including braised pig's trotters, salt and pepper shrimp, pork rib soup, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried beef, and 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. In total, there were 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was a very sumptuous meal. At this moment, Li Aigua's wife came back and saw the table full of delicious dishes. She looked at Li Aigua in surprise and said, Did I see a ghost? Did you cook all these dishes? Forehead. Li Aigua's mouth twitched slightly, and he uttered, I prepared all the ingredients. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Brother Lin Yan, your cooking skills are better than the chef at my Jixiang tea house. I am getting more and more curious now. Do you know everything? Lu Ying said with a smile. My wife is still responsible for giving birth to a child. Lin Yan waved his hand, holding Xia Luoshue's hand and said. When Xia Luoshue heard this, her face turned red and she stepped on Lin Yan under the table. Lin Yan felt pain but he could only endure it, with a strange look on his face. When the people around saw this scene, they all smiled knowingly. After the meal started, Li Aigua took out the matai that he had collected for many years and started drinking with everyone. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Yan thought of the jade Buddhas that Zhang Long had taken out twice, both of which were of good quality, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, I heard from Sister Lu that you have made some achievements in the jade business. Zhang Long smiled and said, I only know a little about jade. I have opened a few jade shops in the county town. Business is average. I can only keep a profit. Scrap steel business is my main business. At this point, Zhang Long asked Lin Yan tentatively, Brother Lin, I plan to go abroad in the near future to buy a batch of scrap steel and sell it back. Can you help me calculate whether this trip will be smooth and profitable? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan's ability to predict the future twice has made them convinced that Lin Yan is a master of divination, but he cannot say it openly due to the times. Now that Zhang Long asked him this, it could be considered a disguised test. Even Xia Luoshue's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. When did Lin Yan acquire the ability to tell fortunes? She and Lin Yan were childhood sweethearts, and she had never seen Lin Yan learn fortune-telling. I can't tell fortunes. Lin Yan shook his head and said. When everyone heard this, they all understood. It seemed that Lin Yan was still unwilling to be too high-profile. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan changed the subject and asked Zhang Long, but I don't know if you, Brother Zhang, believe in my intuition. Zhang Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew there was hope, and nodded quickly. I believe it, Brother Lin, just tell me. My intuition tells me that this trip of yours will be very dangerous. If you are not careful, it will make your fortune disappear, or even bring about a fatal disaster. Lin Yan said seriously. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. When Zhang Long heard this, his face turned pale. Brother Lin, don't scare me, my heart can't stand it. This is just my intuition. You don't have to take it to heart, Brother Zhang. Lin Yan said lightly. There were some things he couldn't tell Zhang Longming, but what he said was not meant to scare Zhang Long. I remember that in his previous life, Zhang Long was noticed by his superiors because he sold a batch of black scrap steel. He took great efforts to clear himself of suspicion, but his reputation had already been damaged. He made a desperate move and used all his fortune to buy dozens of tons of scrap steel from abroad. Zhang Long had been planning to make a fortune, but he didn't expect that the international steel price would plummet. The large amount of scrap steel in Zhang Long's hands was directly smashed into pieces. He suffered heavy losses and owed a lot of foreign debts. He was so depressed that he jumped off the building and committed suicide. Therefore, when Lin Yan said that Zhang Long's trip abroad was very dangerous and might even lead to his death, he was not joking. No, Brother Lin, how can I not trust you? Zhang Long heard this and immediately said with a smile, I won't go abroad anymore, and I won't take that batch of scrap steel either. He changed the subject and turned to Lin Yan, saying, Brother Lin, you are very powerful. Do you have any good ideas? I don't have anything else but a little money. How about we start a business together? I heard that it was you who gave Boss Lu's tea house the most popular one in the county. When Lu Ying heard this, she glared at Zhang Long and said, Boss Zhang, isn't it too much to poach my people in front of me? Boss Lu, what are you saying? Brother Lin is not your tea house partner. I want to do business with him with money, but it's not allowed. Who said he wasn't? Lu Ying hurriedly grabbed Lin Yan's shoulders and took out a share transfer contract from her bag. Brother Lin Yan, this is the 15% share transfer agreement for Dragon and Phoenix Tea House. As long as you sign it, you will get 15% of the shares as dividends every year. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Boss Lu, are you serious? Zhang Long said in surprise. What? You are allowed to see Lin Yan's ability, but I can't see that he has a business acumen that far surpasses ours. Lu Ying snorted coldly. She definitely didn't do this on impulse. Just because of the two special snacks developed by Lin Yan, Longfeng Tea House has firmly established itself as the #1 tea house in the county. Lu Ying was also impressed by the marketing methods that Lin Yan thought of when launching the White Rabbit Coconut Milk Jelly. If we can firmly bring Lin Yan to the Jixiang Tea House, it will definitely make Jixiang Tea House a famous tea house in Guangdong Province. Sister Lu, I won't accept the reward without merit. You just gave me 15% of the shares right away. How dare I take it? Looking at the share transfer agreement in front of him, Lin Yan chuckled. Who said you didn't do anything? Mr. Zhang has just made it very clear about your contribution. You deserve this 15% stake. Lu Ying said seriously, besides, I didn't give you this share for free. I promised you before that as long as you come up with 10 specialty recipes, I'll give you 10% of the shares. Now it's just like signing the agreement in advance. Xia Luoxue on the side looked surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Yan would be so popular outside and so many bosses would be vying to work with him. For a moment, Xia Luoxue's eyes narrowed slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Such a capable man is about to become her husband. After Lin Yan signed the share agreement, Lu Ying couldn't help but smile. Zhang Long saw this and said hurriedly, "Brother Lin, you are now cooperating with Boss Lu to run a tea house, so we won't interfere in the catering industry. If you think there is a way to do other industries, we can talk about it again. Brother Zhang, if you trust me, then don't do the scrap steel business anymore." After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Yan said to Zhang Long, "If we want to do it, we can do the jade and gold business. We can find a time to discuss the specific matters in detail." When Zhang Long heard this, his face became overjoyed and he nodded quickly. As he spoke, he was about to pour a glass of wine for Lin Yan. Li Aigua knocked on the table and said angrily, "You guys are going too far. It was clearly me who invited Brother Lin to a banquet, but how did it become a drinking party for you to discuss business? Forget, Captain Li, this is our fault. Let's drink 3 cups as punishment." Zhang Long said hurriedly. "You wish? You want to punish yourself with 3 cups? I've kept this Mount I for a long time, and you still want to finish it all at once." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. When the dinner was almost over, Lin Yan suddenly remembered something and said to Li Aigua, "Captain Li, if you have nothing else to do recently, you can take more people to patrol the east, especially the scenic spots in the east, and pay special attention to them." Li Aigua was stunned when he heard Lin Yan's words, patrol in the east. The east of the county town is mountainous and has many scenic spots. It's not a residential area. Except for the occasional tourists, there are not many people there. Why should I patrol there? Lu Ying, who was standing by, reacted immediately and said to Li Aigua, "Captain Li, Brother Lin Yan asked you to patrol the east more often, so just go more often. You patrol the streets every day anyway, so these few steps won't make a difference." "Yes, Captain Li, you should listen to Brother Lin, that's right." Zhang Long also winked at Li Aigua and said. Hearing what the two said, Li Aigua was stunned at first, then he suddenly reacted and stared at Lin Yan. "Brother Lin, is this your intuition again?" "Captain Li, I looked at your face. You looked like a dying man, but now the dead air has disappeared and you have a more rosy complexion. As long as you are more careful in the future, you should be able to retire peacefully." Lin Yan's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. "However, your face lacks official aura. You can only see a hint of official aura facing east. If you want to climb higher, you may need to go more to the east." At this point, Lin Yan did not forget to add, "Of course, these words of mine are just casual. Just pretend you didn't hear them." After hearing Lin Yan's words, Li Aigua became alert and the drunkenness on his face faded a little. Lin Yan has explained it so clearly. If he still pretends not to have heard it, he would be a fool. If you want to climb up, just go more eastward. Brother Lin, I'll remember your words. I will patrol seriously." Li Aigua looked directly at Lin Yan and nodded heavily. Lin Yan nodded, "Then I wish Director Li and sister-in-law good health and all the best in advance." Hearing the change in Lin Yan's address, Li Aigua's body trembled and his old face turned red. "If I handle this matter well by myself, can I jump 3 levels? After leaving Li Aigua's home, Lin Yan sat on the side seat of the tricycle, and Xiao Luoxue was responsible for driving the tricycle back to the village. "Lin Yan, what did you mean by the last words you said to Brother Li? Can you really tell fortunes?" Xiao Luoxue asked curiously while driving. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head without further explanation. The reason why he reminded Li Aigua to run more often to the east of the county town was because he remembered that in his previous life, not long after the black scrap steel case ended, another major incident occurred in the county town. A young man from another province came to Fenghuan County with his girlfriend for a trip, but he met a serial killer who had been on the run for many years and was almost brutally killed. Finally, he happened to meet a police officer who was patrolling the scenic area. He acted decisively, shot and killed the serial killer, and saved the young man from the province. Because this incident happened quickly and ended early, it was not well known to the public. It was not until more than 10 years later that Lin Yan heard about it by chance from a retired staff member of the county bureau. It is said that the young policeman in the scenic area who saved the provincial doll brother was promoted continuously in just 5 years and enjoyed great success due to this achievement and his own excellent skills. Lin Yan was reborn, and since he remembered this good thing, he naturally couldn't forget to help Li Aigua. In the old house, Chen Mei sat in front of the dressing table, fixing her hair and appearance. She was already 80% sober. On the bed behind him, Li Sheng half leaned against the headboard, looking at Chen Mei with admiration, and asked tentatively, "Chen Mei, when are we going to meet your parents?" "Meet my parents? Is this necessary?" Chen Mei said in a cold tone without even turning her head. Li Sheng was stunned. "Chen Mei, shouldn't we meet each other's parents and then set a date for the wedding? When did I ever say I was going to marry you?" Chen Mei turned her head and looked at Li Sheng with an indifferent expression. Li Sheng was stunned and said in astonishment, "Aren't we all like that? I will be responsible for you. Just treat what happened just now as a dream. Besides, you didn't suffer any loss. Just remember that it's impossible for us to be together." Chen Mei said coldly. "Why? Can't you let go of Lin Yan?" "That's right, I want to marry Lin Yan. He's already with Xia Luoxue, he doesn't like you anymore, why did you still want to marry him?" Li Sheng couldn't figure it out and looked unwilling. "How am I inferior to Lin Yan? I have a house in the county town and a stable job, while he is just a country boy. He makes more money than you do. He now buys wild vegetables in Dashi village and has already bought a 3-wheeled motorcycle. He also bought a refrigerator worth several thousand yuan for Xia Luoxue. He can make at least a few hundred yuan a day." Chen Mei turned her head and glared at Li Sheng, saying in a cold voice, "Can you do that?" Li Sheng fell silent. "I only earn a few $100s a day, which is only my monthly salary. Don't think too much. We are still best friends. What you did just now made me very satisfied." Chen Mei walked up to Li Sheng, patted his shoulder and comforted him. "In the future, as long as it doesn't affect each other's lives, we can." She has seen countless men and knows the technique of giving a sweet after a beating. Although Li Sheng is just an honest man who doesn't make much money and is not suitable for marriage, she still has to rely on Li Sheng for her daily food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She didn't plan to throw away such a purse so soon. Hearing Chen Mei's suggestive words, Li Sheng remembered what happened just now, clenched his fists slightly, and then slowly loosened them. "Chen Mei, I will always wait for you. If one day you figure it out, I will definitely marry you." Chen Mei heard this and touched Li Sheng's cheek. "Be good. Keeping a spare tire is not a bad thing." When Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue returned to the village, it was already evening. Many villagers who had picked wild vegetables were waiting outside the Lin family's yard. Seeing Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue driving back together, everyone had different expressions and started to make a fuss. "Xiaoyan, Luoxue girl, where did you go to play? Needless to say, didn't you see the large and small bags on the back of the truck? It's obvious that they went to the county town to buy things. The wedding is just over a month away, so it's time to prepare the dowry. Xiaoyan is so lucky that he even managed to get the most beautiful girl in our village. Look at what you said. Xiaoyan is not bad. He is tall and can make money." When Xia Luoxue heard the villagers booing, her face turned red. "I'll go back with my things first." After saying something to Lin Yan, she took her things and ran towards the Xia family's yard. When Lin Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Aunts, let me tell you something. Luo Shui and I are about to start building our wedding room. Someone will come tomorrow to inspect the design drawings. The construction period is about a month. Go back and ask the men in your family if there are any men willing to help out. I will pay you 10% higher than the market price." After weighing the wild vegetables for the villagers, Lin Yan settled the bill for them and said. When these words were spoken, the auntie's eyes lit up. Many men in the families worked on construction sites, so it didn't matter where they worked. Now Lin Yan offered a salary that was 10% higher than the market price, which was enough to make them excited. Besides, they feel at ease knowing that their men are working in the village, just around the corner. "Xiaoyan, are we going to build a house now?" "I've said it before, Xiaoyan is a capable kid. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. I'll tell your uncle when I get back and ask him to put aside his other work and help you build the wedding room first." Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, aunts. He has his own considerations in mind." According to convention, when building a house in the village engineering team is usually asked for help. The homeowner makes money from building the house, and the villagers also make some money, which is considered mutual help. In addition, the construction team members are all from the same village, they know each other well and will not cut corners. There is another reason, that is, when building a house, if you need to transport materials, you can take the village road and no one will stand up to stop or oppose it. You have to know that many of the village roads these days are half donated by the villagers. If you make them unhappy and they don't let you drive on this road, you have no way to complain. Although the people of Dashi village are relatively united, and even if the village's construction team is not used to build houses, the villagers will not do anything to hinder the transportation of materials, but there will inevitably be barriers in their hearts. Therefore, Lin Yan has now found an engineering company in the county to design the villa he wants, and has placed some villagers in the construction team, so that he can have an explanation. After the villagers left, Xiaobin and his friends came hurriedly, put down the wild vegetables and ginseng bags, borrowed the tools for cracking clams from Lin Yan, and prepared to leave. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Lin Yan asked curiously. "Brother Yan, Chen Min's hand is stuck and is about to break. Let's go over and take a look." Sangu hesitated for a few seconds and gave a brief explanation. The reason why he didn't elaborate was because Chen Min was the son of Boss Chen at the head of the village. He had been secretly in love with Xia Luoxue for a long time. Boss Chen came to the house several times and wanted to propose marriage to Grandpa Xia, but Xia Luoxue refused because she didn't have any feelings for Chen Min. It can be said that Chen Min is half of Lin Yan's love rival. After listening to Sango's words, Lin Yan also understood the general situation. Chen Min's family owns several fishing boats and makes a living by going out to sea to fish. He is one of the wealthiest families in Dashi village. This time, when Chen Min came back with his family's fishing boat, he accidentally discovered a large pearl oyster that was several decades old in the fishing tank. He thought of opening the clam to get the pearls, but he didn't expect that an accident occurred while opening the clam and his arm was pinched by the clam shell. You know, although the meat of the pearl oyster is soft, it can unleash a tremendous force by staying inside the clam and relying on the opening and closing of the clam shell. Especially for aged pearl oysters, it is not difficult to break an adult's arm even if you want to. When the several fishing boat guys following Chen Min saw this scene, they were terrified and hurried to help pry open the clam shells. Unexpectedly, the pearl oyster seemed to sense the danger. The harder it pried, the more it clamped down, causing Chen Min to scream in pain. Seeing that their arm bones were about to be broken, Chen Min hurriedly stopped them and asked them to go back to the village to find the elderly to help. Sangu and others happened to pass by, and when they saw this happening, they prepared some wild vegetables and went over to help. "Let's go and take a look together." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan picked up his tools without saying a word and prepared to close the door and leave. "Brother Yan, are you going too?" Sango was stunned and said in surprise. Huizai was also a little bit unbelievable. "Brother Yan, Chen Min pursued Sister Luo Shui and even came to propose marriage." Lin Yan's face was calm. "We are all from the same village, so I will help if I can." As he spoke, he walked into the kitchen again and took out some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other things, which left Sangu and the others stunned. "Are you going to help rescue people or to cook?" Lin Yan and his group soon arrived at the dock. At this time, the village chief Chen Jiangwo, Boss Chen, and several elderly people who went out to sea to fish all year round came. Chen Min slumped on the ground, his face pale. His left hand was clamped by a pearl oyster the size of a tray. Blood was flowing out of the cracks in the shell, and his breathing was a little weak. Everyone gathered around him, looking worried. "Village chief, what should we do? The clam seems to be frightened. If we use a knife to pry open its shell, it's very likely that Chen Min's arm will be broken," an old fisherman said. "No, you can't use the knife to pry the shell open anymore. I only have this one son, and you guys must help me save his hand." When Boss Chen heard this, he spoke hurriedly in panic. "If that doesn't work, we can boil some water and pour it over the clam shells to scald them to death, and then the shells will open," an old fisherman suggested. "No, if you put in a pot of boiling water, Chen Min's hands will be burned. Better to get burned than to have your hand broken, right?" Immediately, the old fishermen on the scene were divided into two factions, one supporting the use of boiling water to scald the clams, and the other opposing the use of boiling water to scald the clams. The more Bastian listened, the more frightened he became, and he almost fell to his knees in fear. He only has this one precious son and he doesn't want anything to happen to him. Lin Yan, who had just arrived, understood what was going on after hearing this. There are two ways to open the pearl oyster. One is to use a knife to cut along the mouth of the clam and cut the two ligaments of the clam, then you can easily open the clam and take out the pearl. Another way is to wash the clam shells and blanch them directly in boiling water. After taking out the pearls, you can also cook a pot of clam meat soup. Village chief, you are knowledgeable. Is there any other solution? Nothing can happen to my son's hand. Bastian looked at the village chief Chen Jiangwo and said hopefully. Boss Chen, the flesh on your son's hand has come out. If you don't pry open the clam shell, he will die even if he bleeds. The village chief Chen Jiangwo took a few puffs of his pipe, looked at Chen Min who was bleeding from the clam shell, sighed softly and said. Boil the shells with boiling water, that's really the only way. When Boss Chen heard this, his face turned pale, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, several fishing boat workers were quick to support him. After thinking it over carefully, he could only grit his teeth and nod, and asked his men to boil water and prepare to open the clams to save his son. Lin Yan came to Chen Min and observed the pearl oysters that were several decades old. Deep-sea pearl oysters of this vintage mostly produce extremely high-quality pearls, including black pearls, blueberry pearls, and even gold pearls. If you are lucky enough to get a demon child or an emperor child, you can really sell it for hundreds of dollars. Lin Yan, why are you here? When Chen Min saw Lin Yan, a look of surprise appeared on his face, with a special light in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and said in a deep voice. Obviously, he knew about Xia Luoxue and Lin Yan's engagement, and he was upset. He couldn't show any good face in front of his love rival. I heard that your arm was caught by a clam. I came to see if I could help. Lin Yan chuckled. Chen Min's face looked a little strange. He always felt that Lin Yan's words were somewhat insulting. He frowned and said in a deep voice, so many old fishermen don't have a good solution. What can you do to help? If I tell you that I can open the clam shell without boiling water and without breaking your hand, would you believe me? Lin Yan asked back. His voice was not loud, but everyone nearby could hear it clearly. Lin Yan, what did you say? Can you really open this clam shell without scalding it with boiling water and save my son's hand? Bastian looked at Lin Yan with hope on his face and asked. Being scalded by boiling water is no small matter. In severe cases, it may cause necrosis of arm cells, requiring major surgery and transplantation of new skin. In mild cases, it may take several months to heal. That's right. Lin Yan nodded. In his previous life, he traveled far and wide and saw many new things. In the southern waters, there were some boat people who specialized in collecting pearls from deep-sea clams and knew many ingenious ways to open clams. Lin Yan happened to talk with an old boatman and learned something from him. It was not difficult for him to help Chen Min open the clam shell. Xiao Yan, are you sure? This is no joke. If you're not careful, Chen Min's hand will be gone. Village Chief Chen Jiangwo reminded. Village Chief, don't worry. When have I ever told a lie? Lin Yan said seriously. Upon hearing this, the village chief Chen Jiangwo also nodded slightly. Although Lin Yan was a bit of a mess in the past, he was a man who always kept his word. Now that he has become mature and stable, he has become more reliable. Xiao Yan, then quickly help open the clam shell and save Chen Min. Uncle Chen will owe you a favor. When Boss Chen heard Lin Yan's words, he was already extremely anxious. Just as Lin Yan was about to speak, the old fisherman nearby immediately disagreed. No, village chief, Boss Chen, do you really believe that Xiao Yan can open the clam shell without hurting Chen Min's arm? I have been fishing and collecting clams at sea for decades. Apart from scalding with boiling water and prying with a knife, I don't know any other methods. We can't let Xiao Yan mess around, this concerns Chen Min's arm. Xiao Yan, we know you have strong business skills, but this is not the same as prying open a clam shell. When Boss Chen heard what everyone said, hesitation appeared on his face again. I told you I have a way. If you don't believe me, then do it your way. It's not my hand that was scalded. Lin Yan spread his hands and said. Although he had a way, he didn't want to be suspected by others when doing it. If someone uses this as an excuse to get entangled with him later, he will also be annoyed. When Qin Min heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. When Boss Qin heard that his son's hand might be scalded, his legs went weak again. Boss Qin grabbed Lin Yan's hand and said seriously, Xiao Yan, I believe you, so you should open the clam. Seeing this, the old fishermen were ready to speak again. The village chief Qin Jiangwo interrupted first and said, let Qin Min decide on this matter. When everyone heard this, they also thought it made sense and turned to look at Qin Min. Noticing everyone's gaze, Qin Min looked up at Lin Yan, hesitated for a few seconds, and slowly said, let Lin Yan come. After hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say. I have one more request. Seeing that no one had any objection, Lin Yan turned to look at Boss Chen and said. Can you sell me this pearl oyster? As long as you save my son's hand, I'll give you this pearl oyster. Boss Chen was only thinking about saving his son's hand at the moment and had no time to think about these things, so he spoke quickly. That won't work. Lin Yan shook his head. I'll charge you the market price, 40 yuan. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Such a large pearl oyster would only be sold for 20 or 30 yuan at most, and the price Lin Yan offered was 40 yuan, which was already a sky-high price. They originally thought that Lin Yan wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't expect that Lin Yan really intended to buy it at the market price. Boss Chen was so eager to save his son at the moment that he did not think much about the high price Lin Yan paid to buy his pearl oysters. He only wanted Lin Yan to pry open the clam shell quickly and save his son's hand. He agreed to Lin Yan's request without hesitation, sell it at your price. He decided to give the money and the pearl oysters to Lin Yan later. Lin Yan immediately took out 40 yuan and gave it to Boss Chen, and then began to prepare to pry the clams. Lin Yan didn't have many tools to pry the clams, just a pry knife, a handful of sea salt, a spoonful of white vinegar, and a spoonful of soy sauce mixed together. When everyone saw Lin Yan walking towards Qin Min with a bowl of seasoning, they all showed a look of surprise on their faces. Aren't you trying to save people? Why does this look like they are making raw marinated seafood? At this moment, many villagers in Dashi village had heard about Qin Min being trapped by a clam, and they all came to watch the fun. Even Xia Luoxue and Lin Qin came to the dock, and when they saw Lin Yan in the center of the crowd, a strange look appeared on their faces. Xiao Qin, when did your brother learn to pry open clam shells? Xia Luoxue asked in surprise. Lin Qin shook her head and said, I don't know either. It might be a little painful in a moment, bear with it. While the two girls were curious, Lin Yan had already come to Qin Min with a bowl of seasoning and said lightly. Seeing the bowl of seasoning in Lin Yan's hand, Qin Min's mouth twitched slightly, but things had come to this point, he could only choose to trust Lin Yan. Good. Lin Yan didn't waste any time. He picked up the seasoning bowl and poured it into the gap between Qin Min's arm and the clam shell. This seasoning bowl looks a bit ridiculous, but it really works. A large amount of sea salt will make the clams open their shells on their own. A bowl of seasoning was poured into the clams. Qin Min, who was the first to be touched, felt a sharp pain in his wound from the saltiness. He could not help but scream in pain. Fortunately, Sangu and his companions were well prepared and held down Qin Min's body in advance to prevent him from struggling wildly and scaring the pearl oysters. Xiaoyan, why hasn't this clam shell opened yet? When Boss Qin saw this scene, he was very worried. He came up to Lin Yan and asked. Just a few minutes longer. Lin Yan said lightly. Xiaoyan, Uncle Qin only has this one son, so you better take it easy. Seeing Lin Yan's confident and calm appearance, Boss Chen's nervousness subsided a little, and he said in a deep voice. Uncle Chen, don't worry. Although this is my first time opening clams, I have seen others do it at least 10 times. Lin Yan smiled. Upon hearing that it was Lin Yan's first time to open clams, Boss Chen's forehead twitched. It turned out that this kid was also a novice. Why would I hand over my son's hand to a newbie? Boss Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Look, the clam is open. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted that. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to look. All I saw were the decades-old pearl oysters, which seemed unable to bear the saltiness of the sea salt and slowly opened their shells. Quick, gently pull Chen Min's arm out, don't scare the clam. When the village chief Chen Jiangwo saw this scene, he made a prompt decision and gave orders. Several fishing boat guys finally reacted and quickly grabbed Chen Min's hand and slowly pulled it out, moving very slowly so as not to disturb the clam. Chen Min also knew the importance of the matter. Even though his arm was pulled out and the wound was very painful, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. After seeing Chen Min's arm finally pulled out, Boss Chen suddenly let go of the breath he had been holding and hurried to Chen Min. Son, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. How come you're okay? Come on, let's go to the hospital. Boss Chen said anxiously. Dad, I'm really fine. The clam didn't break my hand. I just need to go back and bandage the wound. Chen Min waved his uninjured hand. Boss Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his son say this. He turned around and looked at Lin Yan, and said gratefully, Xiao Yan, thanks to you today, my son's arm would not be saved. As he spoke, he stuffed the 40 yuan back into Lin Yan's hand. Uncle Chen, what do you mean by this? You are not going to regret not selling this pearl oyster to me, are you? Lin Yan quickly blocked Boss Chen's hand and said nervously. Take the money back, and take the pearl oyster. You saved my son's hand, and if I want this little money back from you, am I still a human being? Boss Chen said seriously. No, Uncle Chen, you take this money, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Lin Yan said seriously. In his previous life, he and the boat people in the southern waters had learned a lot about collecting, identifying, and opening clams. There must be good things in the pearl oyster that Chen Min caught. If Boss Chen doesn't take his money and then changes his mind later, it will be difficult to deal with. Xiaoyan. Boss Chen still wanted to shirk his responsibility. Boss Chen, since Xiaoyan wants to buy your pearl oysters, you should just take the money. It's not easy for your fishing boat to go out to sea. If Xiaoyan finds some high-quality pearls in the oysters later, you just need to not regret it. It was the village chief Chen Jiangwo who spoke. Village chief, who do you think I am, old Chen? I am not capable of doing such an immoral thing. Upon hearing this, Boss Chen spoke righteously. He looked at Lin Yan, then at the villagers around him, and finally decided to accept Lin Yan's money in front of everyone. He wanted to tell everyone that he was a man of his words and was definitely not someone who liked to go back on his word. Uncle Chen, you have already received the money. The whole village is watching. If I reveal the Emperor's pearl later, don't regret it. When Lin Yan saw Boss Chen accept the money, a smile appeared on his face. You brat. Even if you take out the heavenly maiden pearl, I won't say a word. Everyone laughed when they heard the conversation between the two. Immediately, curiosity showed on everyone's face, and they all looked at the pearl oyster. It is not easy to find pearl oysters that are decades old. There must be good quality pearls inside them, but it depends on luck to see the specific quality of the pearls. Opening clams to get pearls is somewhat similar to gambling on stones. Although the former is not as profitable as the latter, and one cut can make you rich or poor, it is very common to make a small profit if you get good pearls. Brother, open the clams quickly. If you get good beads, you can make jewelry for Sister Luo Shui. Lin Qing said impatiently. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers around looked at Xiao Luoshui with smiles on their faces. Xiao Luoshui's face turned red, and she patted Lin Qing's hand. Xiao Qing, don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I talking about? You're going to be my sister-in-law soon. Isn't it normal for my brother to give you some jewelry? My brother will definitely agree, right, brother? You still say that? Sister, stop teasing your sister Luo Shui, but if you find something good, you can make a piece of jewelry for your sister Luo Shui. Seeing Xiao Luoshui blushing, Lin Yan said to Lin Qing. When the villagers around heard this, they all started to make a fuss. Sangu, Xiaobin, Huizai and others were shouting loudly and were extremely happy. When the village chief Chen Jiangwo saw this, he smoked a pipe and sighed, it's great to be young. Lin Yan walked up to the pearl oyster and prepared to use a pry knife to cut the ligaments of the pearl oyster to prevent it from having the strength to close its shell. But when I tried to use it, I found that the pearl oyster was too big. I had to use one knife to hold the open shell and another knife to cut the ligament to be safe. The reason why Chen Min's arm was pinched was because he failed to do this. Here, use it to open the clams. Just then, a pry knife stretched out from the side. Lin Yan turned around and saw that the person who gave him the knife was Chen Min. Luo Shui is a good girl. I know that Luo Shui refused to agree to my proposal because the person she has a crush on is you. Chen Min had already bandaged the wound and handed the pry tool in his hand to Lin Yan, saying seriously, "In the past, you lived in a daze every day, relying only on your parents for support. I looked down on you. But now you have changed a lot. Luo Shui should be happy with you. You should treat her well." Chen Min's voice was not loud, but he did not hide it from others, so the villagers around him could hear it. They seemed to have heard some gossip and became excited. "I will make her the happiest woman in the world." Lin Yan took the pry knife from Chen Min and chuckled. When Xia Luoxue heard Lin Yan's words, her beautiful eyes became a little dazed. Lin Yan is now many times better than before. He seems to know everything. He is completely different from the boy who only knew how to get by. He would make breakfast for himself, go out to set up a stall to make money, and find ways to sell wild vegetables that no one in the village wanted. Not only did he know Captain Li from the county bureau, but he also knew two friends who were very generous with him, and they gave her valuable jade jewelry. Lin Yan is becoming increasingly difficult for her to understand now. But such an outstanding and mysterious man is about to become her husband, and will express his love to her in front of so many people. He truly loves himself. Xia Luoxue felt that being able to marry Lin Yan was a blessing from her previous life. At this time, Lin Yan had already pried open the clam shell and cut off the clam's ligaments, making it impossible for the clam shell to clamp tightly. After he opened the clam shell, villagers from all around gathered around, wanting to see how the clam produced pearls. Wow! Seeing this, everyone was shocked. As expected of an old clam, the number of pearls it produces is too many, isn't it? There are at least 40 or 50 of them, but I don't know what their quality is. Even if it's the worst quality white pearl, it can still be sold for $5 or $6 a pearl. With such a large quantity, it's not a problem to sell it for more than $200. Xiao Yan is so lucky. The discussions around him reached Lin Yan's ears, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The worst white pearl. You really underestimated his vision. I saw him casually dig out a pearl with the pry knife in his hand. When he took it in his hand, he saw that the pearl was round, half black and half gray, and a bright rich purple, which was shocking. Hiss! This is the Emperor's pearl. Several elderly people who had been dealing with clams for many years saw this scene and took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise. I never thought that after living for most of our lives, we would still have the chance to encounter the Emperor Pearl. Oh my God! I thought the Emperor's Pearl was just a legend. Village Chief Qin Jiangwo took a long puff of his pipe and suppressed his shock. Xiao Yan is such a lucky kid. San Go asked curiously, Village Chief, aren't pearls all the same? What are the different types? Dashi village is surrounded by mountains and the sea. Our ancestors have relied on the mountains and the sea for their livelihoods. You country kids don't even know this. Each generation is worse than the previous one. Village Chief Qin Jiangwo shook his head, sighed, and explained. Only the pearls produced by freshwater pearl oysters are white. The color of the pearls produced by deep-sea pearl oysters often changes. And the change in the color of the beads will actually increase the value of the beads. Above freshwater white pearls, there are purple pearls, blueberry pearls, gold pearls, black pearls, etc., and their value increases in that order. When Sangu and the others heard this, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that pearl had so many tricks. Village Chief, is the bead in Brother Yan's hand the black bead you mentioned? Wheezy pointed at the black and gray beads in Lin Yan's hand and asked curiously. The villagers around were also curious. No, the bead in Xiao Yan's hand is of higher quality than the black bead. It can even be said to be the best among pearls and is called the Emperor's bead. Village Chief Qin Jiangwo shook his head and said seriously. Among the top-grade pearls, the only ones that can be compared with the Emperor Pearl are the Demon Child Pearl and the Heavenly Maiden Pearl. But the probability of opening the beads of those two qualities is 1 in hundreds of thousands. Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing were both shocked by the village chief's words. The pearl that Lin Yan casually opened was actually a top-quality pearl. Village chief, how much can one of these imperial beads sell for? Lin Qing asked curiously. Village chief Chen Jiangwo looked thoughtful. At least $100 apiece, right? Wow. When everyone heard this, there was another round of shock and uproar. Hundreds of dollars each. Their monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan. If they just take out a few pearls from the clam that Lin Yan opened, would that be enough to pay for their hard work for a month? Xiao Yan, I'll give you 150 yuan for each of your imperial pearls. Sell them all to me. Boss Jin said to Xiao Yan with a serious look on his face. He happened to have a friend who wanted this kind of high-quality beads, and asked him many times to keep an eye out for it. But as the owner of a fishing boat, Boss Jin has gone out to sea to fish and collect clams countless times, but the quality of the deep-water pearls he has harvested can only be considered good. I didn't expect that Lin Yan could see the imperial pearl when he opened the clam for the first time. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. 150 per piece. Sangu and the others were shocked. There are at least 50 imperial pearls in this clam. Doesn't that mean Brother Yan spent 40 yuan to buy this pearl clam and made 7,500 yuan by just reselling it? A full 200 times profit. They looked at Lin Yan with shock in their eyes. Brother Yan is awesome. Not for sale. Unexpectedly, when Lin Yan heard this, he just shook his head and said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why? Xiao Yan, do you think the price is too low? How about you name a price? Boss Jin said a little nervously. No, I just said that if I find high-quality beads, I will use them to make jewelry for my wife. Lin Yan shook his head and told about his plans. Xia Luoxue already had the jade bracelet given by Lu Ying on her hand. Although she wore a jade Buddha around her neck, it could only be used as an ornament like a talisman. He also wanted to get a pearl necklace and a ring for Charlotte. Xiao Yan, 20 beads are enough to make a pearl necklace and a ring. Can you sell the remaining imperial beads to Uncle Chen? After hearing Lin Yan's meaning clearly, Boss Chen pondered for a few seconds and said. His attitude was sincere and his tone contained a hint of pleading. Boss Chen, we really need these high-quality deep-sea pearls. Okay then, I'll do as you say. Lin Yan had already taken out all the beads, a total of 70 beads. You can keep 20 for yourself and sell 50. After all, the clam was sold to him by Boss Chen, and the price he offered was higher than the market price, so he just regarded it as a favor. After the money was paid and the goods were delivered, the surrounding villagers looked at Lin Yan with envy. This is a profit of 7,500 yuan, which is really enviable. Okay, you all don't have Xiao Yan's luck, stop watching and go home to cook. If you go back later, your wives will be mad. Seeing this, the village chief Chen Jiangwo waved his hand and said. When everyone heard this, they all laughed and dispersed. Before leaving, Boss Chen asked the villagers to pick some seafood to cook at home in order to thank them for their help. Boss Chen still needed to check the catch of the fishing boat this time. He turned around and saw that Lin Yan had not left. He was stunned. Xiao Yan, what else do you want? Boss Chen, I want to discuss a business deal with you. Talk about business. I'm just a fisherman. What business can we talk about? Boss Chen was stunned and asked curiously. Nowadays, few young people are willing to do the fishing boat business. Each time they go out to sea, they have to spend more than half a month. They cannot take care of their family and their wives may easily run away with others. Although I can make some money, every time I come back, I smell like fish, and I will get rheumatism when I get older. If Chen Min was not his only son, he would not be willing to bring Chen Min to follow in his father's footsteps. Do you catch many pearl oysters in your fishing boat's pond? Lin Yan asked with a smile. I want to buy a batch of clams. Xiao Yan, do you still want to gamble on pearls? Uncle has to advise you, not all pearls are sold after opening the clams, and even if they are sold, the quality is not high, and you may not even be able to get back the cost of buying the clams. Boss Chen said with some caution. After all, Lin Yan is from the same village and a younger generation. Although he wants to make money, he can't do anything to cheat the younger generation. Uncle Chen, you misunderstood. I don't gamble with pearls. I just take them to the county town to sell. Lin Yan said with a smile. These pearl oysters won't sell for much. Are you sure you want to buy a batch? Hearing that Lin Yan was not planning to gamble, Boss Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but still said. Generally, when they salvage pearl oysters, they open the oysters to take out the pearls, and sell the valuable pearls to the owners of jade jewelry stores. The remaining clam meat is dried and shipped to the dried seafood market, making money on both ends. Uncle Chen, I'm sure. Okay, I have about 100 deep-sea pearl oysters on my boat. I'll give you 100 of them, 10 yuan each. How about that? Before Lin Yan could speak, Lin Qing beside him exclaimed, 10 yuan each, so expensive. Lin Yan was not surprised at all. In this era, ordinary beef, mutton, and pork were already very common on people's tables, and the rich began to pursue delicacies from land and sea. Seafood like shark fins and sea cucumbers are all very expensive. Okay, I'll take them all, but I don't have a water tank. Put them on your fishing boat first, and I'll come back to get them tomorrow. Okay, I'll prepare a water tank for you, just return it when you're done. After the discussion, Lin Yan paid half of the deposit to Boss Chen, and then left with Xiao Luoxue and Lin Qing. This Xiaoyan has really grown up. He is mature and steady, and he is also experienced in doing things. In the future, he will be the richest man in Dashi village. Boss Chen looked at Lin Yan's departing back and turned to Chen Min. You can't compete with Luo Shui, that girl. Dad will find you another good girl. Hearing his father's words, Chen Min looked at the direction where Lin Yan left with a complicated expression. When he returned home, Lin Shan and his wife had already prepared dinner. I heard that Boss Chen's child was trapped in a clam shell. How is it? Has he been rescued? Li Tsuehua asked after seeing Lin Yan coming back. They rescued him, and I made a lot of money. Before Lin Yan could speak, Lin Qing spoke excitedly. Xiao Yan, you kid, you went to help someone, but you actually charged them money. They are all from our village, return the money to them quickly. Mom, this is not the money I earn. If it's not this money, then what else could it be? Return it quickly. Lin Qing stepped forward and chuckled, Mom, my brother really didn't get paid for helping me. He earned money by opening clams and taking pearls. She simply told Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua that Lin Yan had spent money to buy the clam that had clamped Chen Min's hand. After hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if I don't help collect the money, Li Tsuehua said. Lin Shan took a puff of his pipe and asked in confusion, Have you opened the clams to get the goods? How many pearls have been opened? Dad, you have to ask what quality of beads you opened. Lin Qing chuckled. Girl, you're still keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. I heard from the village chief that I opened the best pearls, the emperor pearls, which can be sold for 150 yuan each. I opened 50 pearls and made 7,500 yuan. Hiss. When these words came out, Lin Shan and his wife both took a breath of cold air. What? The emperor's pearls were actually opened, and 50 of them. 7,500 yuan, my goodness, our entire family savings don't have that much. To be exact, 70 of them were opened, and I kept 20 of them to make a necklace and a ring for Luo Shui. Seeing his parents' surprised expressions, Lin Yan raised the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Li Tsuehua nodded and said, Luo Shui will be marrying into our family soon, so it's time to prepare jewelry for her. Lin Qing looked envious, Brother, I want jewelry too. Girl, you are so young, what kind of jewelry do you want? When you grow up, your brother will prepare it for you. Lin Shan said unhappily. Lin Qing pouted. Next time I find some good beads, I'll make you some jewelry. Seeing his sister feeling lost, Lin Yan comforted her. When Lin Qing heard this, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Finally, Lin Yan said, Dad, I have already made an appointment with the county engineering company. They will come down tomorrow to survey and design the blueprints, and then we will build the house. Xiaoyan, Dad always forgets to ask you, how high and how big your house is going to be. Your land is nearly half an acre. Lin Shan asked. The ordinary families in the village only build houses on 100 square meters of land, leaving an aisle in front of the door. If they add 2 or 3 floors, they are considered wealthy. But Lin Yan asked him to buy half an acre of land, and I really don't know what kind of house Lin Yan plans to build. Dad, I plan to build a big villa, 3 floors, and leave 100 square meters to enclose a small yard. The yard should have a fish pond, a pavilion, a rockery, and a gravel road. Lin Yan gave a brief description of the kind of house he wanted. After listening to this, Lin Shan showed a look of surprise on his face. Xiaoyan, the people in the village can't do what you want. We really need to find an engineering company in the county. But if possible, let the villagers help as well. Dad, don't worry. I have arranged everything. If anyone is willing to help, I will pay 10% above the market price and invite them to come. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. My son has grown up and is very thoughtful, so I don't need to say anything more. The next morning, Lin Yan rushed to the county town with the prepared student meals and wild vegetables. After arriving at the cafeteria of the county's number 1 middle school, the 3,000 breakfasts on the truck were unloaded. Boss Lin, you are amazing. I was worried that you wouldn't come so soon to order another 1,000 breakfasts. Principal Li Ping said to Lin Yan with a smile. At this time, many students walked by and greeted him respectfully. Li Ping nodded to them one by one and asked them to prepare for breakfast. Principal Li, it seems that you have a good relationship with the students. Lin Yan chuckled. These students are all very cute. I really hope they can get into a good university and live up to their parents' expectations of the school. Li Ping chuckled. When Lin Yan heard this, the smile on his face froze slightly, as if he remembered something. Boss Lin, am I wrong? Noticing the change in Lin Yan's expression, Li Ping couldn't help but ask. Principal Li, do the students have a lot of homework? Lin Yan looked directly at Li Ping and asked. Many students in our school come from ordinary families, and studying is their only way out, so they usually set high standards for themselves. Even if we teachers don't say anything, they will add more homework to themselves. Li Ping was stunned, not knowing why Lin Yan asked this, but he still answered. In your school, are there any students who come from poor families but study hard? Now that you've mentioned that, I remember a female student in the 3rd year of high school named Qinyali. She studied very hard. She got up at 5 o'clock every day to read in the playground. After breakfast, she went back to class and prepared for her lessons an hour in advance. She would not return to the dormitory until the lights were turned off every night. Li Ping heard this, thought for a few seconds, and said. And her family seems to be in financial difficulty. She has 2 younger brothers who are in junior high school, and her parents are somewhat biased towards boys. Hearing this, Lin Yan already had the answer in his mind. He stared at Li Ping and asked, Principal Li, do you believe in fortune-telling and face reading? Li Ping was startled again. Why was Lin Yan so weird today? He hesitated for a few seconds and said, I only believe 30%. I think if people want to change their destiny, they have to rely on their own efforts. Lin Yan was not surprised to hear Li Ping's words. He thought that Li Ping's half-believing and half-disbelieving attitude was the best. Principal Li, I know a little bit about face reading. I just looked at your face and saw that your forehead is dark. You may get into some bad trouble in the near future. You may even be fired from your position as principal. Boss Lin, are you kidding me? What bad things will happen to me? Li Ping's face was startled. The secret cannot be revealed. I can only tell you that this matter implies a bloody disaster. Avoid going up high buildings. All doors leading to the rooftops of buildings in the school should be locked. In addition, you should organize more student psychological counseling activities and campus activities, such as sports meets, to relieve student study pressure. Having said this, Lin Yan paused, as if hinting at something. Also, if you pay more attention to those students who come from poor families but study hard and keep abreast of their mental states, you might be able to avoid this disaster. Lin Yan said that the secret cannot be revealed, but in fact he had already hinted it clearly. As long as Li Ping was not stupid, he should understand what he meant. Sure enough, after listening to Lin Yan's words, Li Ping showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Immediately, he looked at Lin Yan suddenly. "Boss Lin, are you talking about Qinya?" "Principally, it won't work if you tell it to others. You should think about it carefully." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Lin Yan remembered that in his previous life, around these few days, a major event occurred in the county's #1 middle school, which not only alarmed the county's education bureau, but also the city's education bureau. There was a female student from a poor family in the county's #1 middle school who committed suicide by jumping off a building the night before the college entrance examination. After investigation, it was found that this female student studied very hard and dreamed of being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University and changing her destiny. But her parents were very patriarchal and bluntly said that even if she got into university, they would not let her go to school. They asked her to go out to work after graduating from high school to pay for the tuition of her 2 younger brothers. In addition, the girl's failure in the last mock exam before the college entrance examination became the last straw that broke the camel's back. She was so depressed that she chose to end her life. After this incident happened, it resonated with many students in the school and caused them to become depressed. Many students who originally had good grades performed poorly in the college entrance examination. The reputation of the county's #1 middle school plummeted instantly, and school leaders such as Li Ping were demoted to the lowest position because of this incident. Lin Yan thought of this incident at this moment and reminded Li Ping, firstly to protect Li Ping's position and his own business, and secondly to save the life of a young girl. "Boss Lin, I've remembered what you said. Regardless of whether your photo is real or fake, I will organize some psychological counseling activities and campus activities to help students relieve stress." Li Ping looked at Lin Yan seriously and said. Lin Yan nodded and said nothing more. After paying the bill for the student meal, he drove out of the campus. Boss Lin's words reminded me that I can't just care about students' grades and ignore their mental health issues. After watching Lin Yan's figure disappear, Li Ping thought for a few seconds and murmured in a low voice. After that, he turned around and walked towards the school cafeteria. At this time, Chen Yali should be having breakfast. After Lin Yan arrived at the Jixiang tea house, he brought down the bean sprout rice noodle rolls and wild vegetables. Now the daily supply of Jixiang tea house has become stable, with 500 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts and 700 kilograms of wild vegetables, for a total profit of 3,800 yuan. Lu Ying didn't even need to show up, as the manager of Jixiang tea house paid the bill to Lin Yan. "Boss Lin, our boss is in the tea house lobby. He has told you to go in and find her after the scale is weighed." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nodded, said thank you, and walked into the Jixiang tea house. From a distance, he saw Lu Ying and a few others sitting around the tea table chatting. "Brother Lin Yan, you are here." When Lu Ying saw Lin Yan, she called him over and immediately introduced him to the others. "This is the boss Lin I told you about, my brother. Please pay more attention to the house construction." "Boss Lu, what are you talking about? This is our job." Lu Ying turned around and introduced Lin Yan. "Brother Lin Yan, these are the friends I found for you who run a construction company. They are all top university students who graduated from a serious architecture major." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately nodded to the people in front of him. After the introduction, Lin Yan also got to know these people. The boss of this engineering company is surnamed Li, who is in charge of architectural design, while the one who is responsible for all engineering matters is surnamed Wang. After the two parties sat down, they started talking. "Boss Lin, can you tell me your specific requirements for the house?" Mr. Li asked with a smile. Lin Yan nodded and briefly explained his thoughts and designs. Mr. Li was indeed a professional and understood what he meant instantly. The two sides kept talking. During this period, some novel designs proposed by Lin Yan even amazed Mr. Li. "Boss Lin, if Boss Lu hadn't told us that you would go out to start a business after finishing high school, I would have thought you were a top student majoring in architecture in college. I didn't even learn some of your design theories in college." Pass. Mr. Li looked at Lin Yan in surprise and praised. "Mr. Li is overly complimentary. I just read some more books in my spare time." Lin Yan said modestly. He lived 20 years longer in his previous life and had seen a world far larger than these people. Just a few of the basics he mentioned were enough to astonish them. It's not that he is excellent, but that the motherland is excellent. In the next 20 years, with the rapid development of our motherland, too many new things will emerge that they could not have imagined 20 years ago. Lu Ying smiled complacently and said to Mr. Li, "Mr. Li, I told you a long time ago that my brother is a capable person. Do you believe it now?" Mr. Li nodded. "Mr. Li, Mr. Lin, we have roughly understood the design of the villa, but I think we still need to conduct an on-site survey and measure the details before we can finalize it." Engineer Wang at the side hesitated for a few seconds and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nodded in agreement with Mr. Wang. After having morning tea, several people drove to Dashi village to prepare for an on-site investigation. The gate of the county office. Li Aigua changed into his patrol uniform and prepared to go out on patrol. "Captain Li, is there a major case that requires you to go out on patrol in person?" When several subordinates saw this scene, they all showed a look of surprise on their faces and asked in unison. "Nothing. I'm tired of reading documents in the bureau. I'm going out for some patrol. Do any of you want to go with me?" Li Aigua waved his hand and said lightly. "Captain Li, the patrol is handled by the colleagues on duty. We still have a lot of documents to sort out, so we won't go out." Upon hearing that no case had occurred, several subordinates looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. "Yes, go out and get some fresh air." After saying that, they turned and ran away. Li Aigua didn't say anything when he saw this. Normally, these subordinates followed him through fire and water, and the black scrap steel case had prevented them from having a good rest for several months. Some people even gave up their vacation time to come back and help. Now that they have some free time, it's time to let them take a break. "Captain Li, I'll go with you." At this time, a young figure smiled at Li Aigua. "Tang Yu. You just came to the county bureau not long ago. You can first familiarize yourself with the documents in the bureau. Patrolling is quite hard." Li Aigua looked at Tang Yu and said with some doting. Tang Yu is a new recruit who graduated from the police academy. He works very hard, but most of the work he does is clerical work. She has a lively personality, and the old men in the bureau are very fond of this little junior sister. They all plan to let her take charge of clerical work and not let her, a girl, do any frontline work. "Captain Li, I'm almost bored to death organizing documents in the bureau every day. Just take me out on patrol. I promise not to cause any trouble for you," Tang Yu said coquettishly. Seeing this, Li Aigua said helplessly, "Well, go put on the bulletproof vest and I'll let you go." "Bulletproof vest? Captain Li, didn't you say there were no major cases? Why are you still wearing this?" "I'll wear it if you're told to. Do you still want to go?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yu had no choice but to agree. After putting on her equipment, she got into Li Aigua's car. "Captain Li, which area are we patrolling now?" Li Aigua remembered Lin Yan's reminder yesterday, thought for a few seconds, and said, "Let's go to the eastern scenic area. The patrol there is relatively weak, so we will focus on patrolling that side." Patrolling the scenic area. Great. Tang Yu was at an age when he loved to play, and he was overjoyed when he heard that he could patrol and visit the scenic area at the same time. The two of them quickly arrived at the scenic spot. Today happened to be Friday, so there were quite a few people visiting the scenic spot. Tang Yu followed Li Aigua on patrol for a long time. He saw many beautiful mountains and rivers and his face was full of smiles. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Could it be that he miscalculated? Li Aigua looked puzzled and murmured in a low voice. "Captain Li, what's wrong? What are you talking about?" Tang Yu asked curiously. "Nothing, you must be tired after walking around for so long. I'll buy you some water," Li Aigua said casually. "Okay." The two of them chose a chair in front of a convenience store in the scenic area, sat down, bought 2 bottles of ice water, and drank them in big gulps. It was a hot summer morning and they were already sweating profusely after patrolling for a while. "I'm finally recovered. No wonder my brothers never let me go out on patrol. It turns out patrolling is so tiring." After Tang Yu finished drinking the water, he let out a long breath and said, If you're tired, you can go back first. I'll patrol alone. Liagua asked with concern. Captain Li, you seem to be very persistent in patrolling this scenic area. Have you heard any rumors? Why don't you tell me? I'm very tight-lipped. Tang Yu asked tentatively. She also noticed that Liagua seemed a little absent-minded the whole morning, as if something was on his mind. At this point, she added, just treat it as a casual conversation. After listening to it, I will forget it. Liagua shook his head and chuckled, nothing much. A friend told me that if I want to get promoted, I should come here more often. After I got up today, I felt a little uneasy, so I came here for a walk. Captain Li, do you actually believe this kind of charlatan talk? Tang Yu glanced at Liagua and said in surprise. I can't say I believe it, but I just had nothing else to do, so I came here to take a look. Liagua chuckled. He regretted saying this to Tang Yu. Young people today are more convinced of atheism than he was before. Anyway, I don't believe in these things. If we could really tell where a case will happen and where the criminal is just by counting on our fingers, our archives wouldn't have so many unsolved cases piled up. Tang Yu pouted and muttered. But at this time, Liagua seemed not to hear her words. He looked straight in one direction with a serious look. Captain Li, what are you looking at? Noticing Liagua's gaze, Tang Yu looked puzzled and followed his gaze. At this sight, she was also stunned. In the cafeteria of the County No. 1 middle school, a girl student with twin ponytails dressed simply had just washed her lunch box and was about to go back to the classroom to study. Her face was full of fatigue and her eyes were red, as if she had just cried last night. Chen Yali, wait a moment. As she walked out of the school cafeteria, a voice called her from behind. Chen Yali looked back and saw Li Ping, with a look of respect on her face. Principal, you're looking for me. Don't be nervous. The principal wants to have a brief chat with you. Is that okay? Noticing that Chen Yali's eyes were red, Li Ping immediately guessed something and spoke in a gentle tone. Okay. Chen Yali was a little nervous, but still nodded. Li Ping noticed that there were people coming and going at the entrance of the school cafeteria, so he asked Chen Yali to chat with him while they walked to the teaching building. Have you been under a lot of pressure from studying recently? Li Ping asked. No, not big. Chen Yali gritted her teeth and shook her head. Really? It's not nice to lie to the principal. Chen Yali lowered her head. If you have something on your mind, why not talk to the principal? Maybe the principal can help you, whether it's study or life. Li Ping encouraged. Perhaps it was because she hadn't confided in anyone for a long time, or perhaps Li Ping's words made her feel at ease. Chen Yali hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. Principal, I want to study, I want to go to college, I don't want to get married right after graduation. The world is so big, I haven't seen enough, I don't want to go back to the village and marry someone I don't know. Get married after graduation. You haven't reached the legal age for marriage yet, who dares to let you get married? Li Ping looked surprised. My parents said that no matter how my college entrance examination results were, they would not support me to go to college. After graduation, I would go to a family in the next village and become someone else's daughter-in-law. I would wait a few years before getting the marriage certificate. Chen Yali's voice was choked with sobs, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. I originally thought that after the mock exam is out, I would take the transcript back to show them, so that they would know that my grades were very good, and maybe I could convince them. But during the days before my exam, I had my period and couldn't concentrate on the exam. I knew I had failed and I had no chance to study anymore. Principal, I really don't want to get married so early. I'd rather die than do that. Hearing this, Li Ping's heart was suddenly in an uproar. He had paid attention to Chen Yali's grades, and she had always been ranked among the top 5 in the school. As long as she performed normally in the college entrance examination, it would not be a problem for her to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. He was somewhat glad that he listened carefully to Lin Yan's words and paid attention to the student's mental health issues. Otherwise, given Chen Yali's current mental state, after the mock exam results come out, she will probably do something impulsive because she can't stand the failure of the exam and the pressure from her family. Thinking back to Lin Yan asking him to lock the rooftop doors of all the school buildings, he couldn't help but shudder and felt a little scared. Student Chen Yali, don't worry. As long as you want to study, the principal will support you unconditionally. Just focus on your studies and don't worry about the results of this mock exam. Just focus on the college entrance examination. With your grades, it will definitely not be difficult for you to get into an ideal university. Li Ping looked at Chen Yali seriously and counseled her. As for your parents, I will talk to them. If they don't agree or are unwilling to support you to go to college, then the principal will give you a guarantee. As long as you get into college, the principal will pay for your tuition. For a girl of 18 or 19, Li Ping's words were undoubtedly a ray of light in the darkness and a life-saving rope that pulled her out of the abyss. Chen Yali could no longer control herself, tears flowed out, and she threw herself into Li Ping's arms, crying loudly. It's okay, everything will be fine. The principal is here. Li Ping patted Chen Yali on the back very gentlemanly and comforted her like an elder. Although his salary was not high, it was not a problem for him to sponsor several poor students to go to college. Seeing that his students have books to read, learn knowledge and serve the motherland in the future, he feels that his job as principal is not in vain. Seeing Chen Yali crying, Li Ping felt relieved. It seemed that this girl would not commit suicide. He secretly decided to hold a teachers' meeting today to mobilize all teachers to carry out psychological counseling activities for students. Although the college entrance examination is coming soon, we still hold a school sports meet 1 week in advance to allow the senior students to relax and combine work and rest. Principal Li, I will pay you back for your university tuition when I start working. I will never forget the favor I owe you. After a while, Chen Yali stopped crying and got up from Li Ping's arms. She choked and said, "The principal doesn't want anything in return from you. When you finish college and go out to work, if you have a promising future, just help others as much as you can within your ability." Li Ping shook his head and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Yali nodded thoughtfully. Li Ping didn't know that because of his help and a casual remark, many years later, a female student who was only 30 years old would be on the national rich list. The year before he retired, this female student returned to her alma mater and donated a new campus. Because of this relationship, he was promoted to a higher level before his retirement. In her later years, during her free time, the female student would often visit him and treated him like a father. Dashi Village, in front of Lin Yan's newly purchased residential land. Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were measuring with tools and discussing the design of the new villa from time to time. Lin Yan stood aside and did not interrupt. He has already told Mr. Li, Engineer Wang, and others about his idea of the house he wants. The specific design will depend on these professionals. Although Lin Yan was reborn, he is not omnipotent. Boss Lin, the survey and measurement of this land have been completed. We need to go back and draw the specific design plan and drawings. I will show you the design drawings when the time comes. If there are no problems, we will start construction. How about that? Mr. Li came up to Lin Yan and said. Lin Yan nodded and smiled, then I'll trouble Mr. Li and Engineer Wang. I believe in your professional ability. Brother Lin, your Dashi village is really a beautiful place with mountains and rivers. It is close to the mountains and the sea. I want to buy a piece of land here and build a villa to live in. Lu Ying smiled at Lin Yan. Sister Lu wants to come to Dashi village to build a house. I welcome you, of course. I'm just worried that you won't be used to living in this rural area. Lin Yan smiled. What's there to be uncomfortable about? I've always dreamed of living in the countryside with fields, insects chirping, and rice smelling fragrant. Lu Ying said. Sister Lu, how about giving me your money and I'll give you my house, let's exchange. Lin Yan teased. I would like to give you the money, but you won't eat my free food. Lu Ying glanced at Lin Yan charmingly and spoke with a slightly resentful tone. Lin Yan coughed to divert the awkwardness. Seeing this, Mr. Li and Engineer Wang on the side turned their heads and looked in other directions. Brother Lin, it's almost noon. It's a rare opportunity for us to come to the beach. Why don't you treat us to a seafood dinner? Seeing Lin Yan pretending to be stupid, Lu Ying bit her teeth and said. Well, since you guys are coming to Dashi village, I will naturally treat you well. You guys can go sit at my house first, and I'll go get some seafood. Lin Yen smiled. After saying that, he took Lu Ying, Mr. Li, Engineer Wang and others back to the Lin family yard. At this time, Lin Shan and his wife were in the yard, helping Xia Luoxue plant soybeans and some vegetables. Apart from helping Lin Yen steam bean sprouts and rice rolls in the morning, they don't have much to do every day. When they have nothing to do, they help their future daughter-in-law plant soybeans to pass the time. Xiaoyan, who are these people? Seeing Lu Ying and others, Li Tsuehua asked curiously. Mom, this is Sister Lu, the owner of the Jixiang tea house in the county town. She is the one who collects wild vegetables from our family. Lin Yen pointed at Lu Ying, Mr. Li, Engineer Wang and others, and explained to Lin Shan and his wife. These people are from the county construction company. They are helping me build a new house. When they heard the origins of Lu Ying, Mr. Li and others, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan became serious and hurriedly moved tables and chairs and poured tea. Lin Yen told Xia Luoxue that he would get some seafood and invite Lu Ying and the others to have lunch. He asked her to help entertain them and then went out. Sister Luoxue, I won't disturb you, will I? Lu Ying took Xia Luoxue's hand and asked with a smile. Don't bother, I can't say welcome enough. Xia Luoxue and Lu Ying met each other. They got along very well and started chatting quickly. The atmosphere in the yard was harmonious for a while. After Lin Yen went out, he went straight to the pier. Chen Min was cleaning the cabin of his own fishing boat. It seemed that most of the seafood that was caught had been sold. Lin Yen. When he saw Lin Yen, Chen Min showed a look of surprise on his face. Are you here to get the pearl oysters? I'll get the pearl oysters later. Do you have any better seafood here? Sell me some. Lin Yen said. Chen Min groaned and said, yes, there are some, but not many. You can choose for yourself. He led Lin Yen to the fishing boat pond. Lin Yen glanced over and saw that there were not many seafoods in the pond. He picked out some oysters, clams, crabs, 2 lobsters and other seafoods, paid the bill with Chen Min, and went back to the village. When they returned to the yard, Xia Luoxue was learning some business knowledge with Lu Ying, while Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were discussing some details of building the house with Lin Shan. Seeing this, Lin Yen said hello and went back to the kitchen to cook. He had a lot of seafood, and the crabs were steamed directly to preserve their original flavor. Lobster porridge will be very sweet. Steamed oysters with minced garlic powder are absolutely delicious. Leech clams, commonly known as finger mules, are stir-fried with green peppers and some fermented black beans, and are simply a delicacy. In addition, Lin Yen fried a plate of bacon and some vegetables. Everyone sat around the dinner table, looking at the 7 or 8 delicious dishes on the table, and their mouths were watered. I didn't expect Boss Lin's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. He is really multi-talented. Mr. Wang sighed. The aroma of this dish is in no way inferior to that of the chef at Boss Lu's tea house. Mr. Li also praised it. My brother's cooking skills are really amazing. As Lu Ying spoke, she picked up a piece of leech scallop and started eating the leech meat inside. The leech meat melts in the mouth, and the spicy sauce, the fragrance of fermented black beans, mixed with the taste of seafood bloom in the mouth, and her face can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. Sister Luoxue, you will be blessed to marry my brother. After eating, Lu Ying did not forget to tease Xia Luoxue, who was standing beside her. Xia Luoxue blushed and said shyly, no way, Sister Lu, please stop laughing at me. When everyone saw this, they all burst into laughter. Soon, everyone couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks, picking up dishes and tasting them. After lunch, everyone had a full stomach and burped from time to time. This dish is so delicious. I don't know what to do if I can't eat such delicious food again. Mr. Wang sighed. Just for this meal with Boss Lin, I'm willing to spend 500 yuan. Mr. Li exclaimed. Mr. Li, my brother is a capable man. He makes money every day at an unknown speed. Your 500 yuan can't buy him a meal. Lu Ying chuckled. I'm sorry for being so abrupt, Boss Lin. Mr. Li apologized. Lin Yen waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. He remembered that 20 years later in his previous life, the private cooking industry was popular and many wealthy people wanted to invite chefs to cook for them at home. There are also farm stays, which only began to emerge in the 21st century. It seems that we can also do this after Dashi Village's economy develops. After dinner, Mr. Li and engineer Wang went back to design the blueprints of the villa. Brother Lin, I'm leaving first. When your wedding room is ready and you have your wedding, please invite me to the wedding banquet. Lu Ying waved at Lin Yan and prepared to drive away in her Volkswagen Santana. As soon as her Volkswagen Santana appeared in the village, it attracted the attention of many villagers. This car can be said to be a king bomb in the countryside of this era. The sky-high price of 200,000 yuan is a fortune that many people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Sister Lu, can you lend me your phone so I can call Brother Zhang Long? Lin Yan said. Lu Ying was stunned. Why are you looking for him? Talk about a business deal. Talking about business, don't you count me in. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying pretended to be angry. It's just a small business, but you have a share, too, Sister Lu. Lin Yan chuckled. Oh. What business? Lu Ying's eyes lit up and she asked curiously. What kind of business it is? It's kept secret for now, but at least it can increase the customer flow of the tea house and restaurant by 30%. Lin Yan said. When Lu Ying heard this, she was surprised. Without saying a word, she took out her cell phone and called Zhang Long for Lin Yan. After Lin Yan finished the call and returned the phone to Lu Ying, he said, Sister Lu, please go back to the Jixiang tea house first. I will come to find you later. Seeing Lin Yan's mysterious look, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes turned strange, but she didn't ask any more questions and drove away. Just at this moment, Boss Chen came over with a few of his men, carrying a few water tanks. Xiaoyan, I have delivered the pearl oysters and water tanks you requested. Remember to return them to me after you use them. Boss Chen said. Boss Chen, please be a good person and help me put it on the back of the tricycle. Lin Yan smiled awkwardly. When did you become so smart? Boss Chen looked helpless and waved his hand to ask his men to move the goods. Lin Yan thanked them repeatedly. After Boss Chen and others left, Lin Shan and his wife and Xia Luoxue also noticed the things in the back of the tricycle. Xiaoyan, why did you buy so many pearl oysters? Li Tsuehua asked in confusion. Mom, don't ask so many questions. I can only tell you that this batch of pearl oysters can make me at least $1,000. Lin Yan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan and his wife and Xia Luoxue were all surprised. After saying goodbye to his parents and Xia Luoxue, Lin Yan drove to the Jixiang tea house in the county town. At this time, Lu Ying and Zhang Long were already waiting at the door, the latter looking excited with an expectant smile on his face. Boss Zhang, what did Lin Yan tell you? Why are you so happy as if you made hundreds of thousands of dollars? Lu Ying asked curiously. Boss Lu, didn't Lin Yan tell you about the pearl oysters? Zhang Long asked doubtfully. No, he just told me to wait here and said he could help me increase the customer flow of the restaurant. Lu Ying shook her head. Then I can't tell you. Let's wait for him to come and explain it to you in person. Seeing that Zhang Long also started to be mysterious, Lu Ying just felt itchy in her heart. Just then, Lin Yan was seen driving over from not far away, and his car was parked steadily beside the gate of Jixiang Tea House. That location is the seafood selection area of the tea house and restaurant, with many glass tanks for customers to choose their favorite seafood. Brother Lin Yan, what exactly do you want to do? Can you tell me now? Lu Ying walked up to Lin Yan and asked. Sister Lu, if you believe what I say, don't ask any more questions. You will know in a moment. Lin Yan said with a smile. Ask the tea house guy to help me move the water tank down. Lu Ying's beautiful eyes swept towards the water tank at the back of Lin Yan's tricycle. When she saw that it was full of pearl oysters, she looked puzzled, but still did as she was told. Soon, there were several water tanks in front of Lin Yan. Wearing rubber gloves and holding a prying knife, he sat beside the door of the Jixiang tea house. There was a sign next to the water tanks that read, Deep-sea pearl oysters, there is a chance to produce priceless pearls, 20 yuan per mussel, no cheating. Is this the idea that Brother Lin Yen came up with to increase the flow of customers to the tea house? This doesn't seem very smart. When Lu Ying saw the sign, she was stunned. Boss Lu, I admire your business acumen, but this time, you may have made a mistake. Lin Yan's idea can definitely help you and me. Zhang Long's face was all smiles. Half an hour ago, he received a call from Lin Yan. When he heard Lin Yan's plan, he was stunned for a few seconds. But soon, he felt that Lin Yan's plan was absolutely feasible. Customers spend money to buy clams, and Lin Yan is responsible for opening the clams to get the pearls. If pearls are found, Zhang Long is responsible for purchasing them. The opened clam meat can be taken to the tea house for processing on the spot and served to customers as a side dish. All three links here can be profitable. Lin Yan can make a profit by selling pearl oysters. Zhang Long purchases high-quality beads, makes them into pearl jewelry and sells them in jade shops. Or they can help customers process pearl jewelry at a low price or even for free. Once customers enter the jade and gold shop and see the jewelry all over the shop, they will inevitably be tempted to buy one or two pieces to match the pearl jewelry in their hands. No matter which one it is, Zhang Long can make a profit. Customers are reluctant to throw away the opened clam meat and will definitely choose to have the tea house process it. Once they enter a tea house, can one dish satisfy their appetite? Once they sit down and order a few more dishes in the tea house, Lu Ying will also make a profit. After listening to Zhang Long's analysis, Lu Ying still had doubts, but the question is, who would open a pearl oyster for 20 yuan? In this era, 20 yuan is equivalent to 2 days' salary for many people. Boss Lu, you don't understand human nature. Whenever there is an opportunity to make money, there will be people willing to try. Zhang Long chuckled. Opening clams to get pearls is very similar to gambling on stones, both of which offer the opportunity to make high returns. The only difference is that gambling on stones can only be played by wealthy people, but opening clams to get pearls is a game that everyone can participate in. He had gambled on stones before, and on a whim, he lost half a year's income. Now there are many people who would play with just 1 or 2 days' salary. As they were talking, some passers-by had already noticed the strangeness here and gathered around. After seeing clearly what was written on Lin Yan's sign, they were all shocked. It costs 20 yuan to open a clam. Isn't that too expensive? Boss, you are so cruel. This is not the way to make money. That's it, that's it. Lin Yan didn't get angry when he heard this, and explained, brothers and sisters, I don't agree with what you said. This event is a big reward for the first anniversary of the opening of Jixiang Tea House, and it's a benefit for everyone. My water tank is full of deep-sea pearl oysters. They have a low yield and are widely distributed, making them extremely difficult to catch. I buy them from fishing boat owners for 15 yuan each. They are almost 100% pearl producing. If you can get even one ordinary white pearl, you can make your money back. If you are lucky enough to get a purple bead of good quality, it can be sold at a high price of more than 50, which means you can double your money. When the pedestrians around heard this, their eyes lit up slightly, but they still said with some doubt, can you really sell good beads for money? Why would I lie to you? Lin Yan immediately pulled Zhang Long over and introduced him. This is the boss of Zhang Liufu Jewelry Store. I personally brought him over to buy the beads on the spot. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Long. That's right. As long as the beads are of good quality, I will buy them at a high price. Even if they are of poor quality or not round in shape, I will buy them at 5 yuan each, or I will process them into jewelry for you for free. Noticing everyone's gaze, Zhang Long nodded quickly. Not only that, the clam meat you opened will be processed into special stir-fried clam meat by Jixiang Tea House for free, and white rice will be provided. You can take it away or eat it in the tea house. We will definitely not let you waste a penny. Lin Yan added. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became excited. This activity is not only fun, but also provides the opportunity to make money. Even if you don't make any money, at least you can earn some food to eat, so it's a good deal. Immediately, a beautifully dressed lady came out with her male companion and said, we want to play, give me 5. My dear, isn't this too much? What if no beads are found? The male companion beside him looked embarrassed when he heard this. Why? I've been with you for so many years, and you've never given me a piece of jewelry. I'm opening clams to get pearls now. If the pearls are good, they can help you make money. If they're bad, I can make jewelry myself and treat it as a gift from you. Isn't that okay?" Upon hearing this, the lady said with some dissatisfaction, "You don't even want to spend this little money. Do you not love me?" After hearing this, the male partner thought about it carefully and felt that what his partner said made sense. He hadn't bought jewelry for his wife in many years, so this time he would just spend several days' salary to buy jewelry for his wife. "Okay, we want 5. Lin Yan pointed to the water tank beside him and said, "Pick 5 for yourselves and I'll help you open them." The lady and her male companion found it interesting and immediately picked out 5 deep-sea pearl oysters. After seeing the other party select the pearl oysters, Lin Yan quickly picked them up and settled the bill before picking up the pry knife to open the oysters. His hands were so fast that he opened 3 in a row. The first and second ones each had only one pale white pearl, not very round in shape, and were worth 5 yuan each. The lady and her companion lost 30 yuan. The third one produced a pure white bead with a round shape and good color. Zhang Long offered a purchase price of 25 yuan. In the end, the lady and her male companion still lost 25 yuan. When the people around saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. "I told you this thing won't make any money. I opened 3 and still lost 25 bucks. It's fun, but it's impossible to make money. The 2 pearl oysters at the back will probably only produce white pearls at best." The lady and her male companion heard the discussions around them and a look of nervousness appeared on their faces. As he spoke, Lin Yan had already opened the 4th pearl oyster. There was only one pearl inside, hidden in the clam meat. As soon as he took out the bead, a ray of purple light flashed before everyone's eyes, and it seemed to be a purple pearl. Zhang Long's expression changed slightly, and he said in amazement, This is a purple bead, round in shape, and has a good luster. I'm so lucky." Upon hearing this, the lady asked nervously, "How much can this purple pearl be sold for?" "If I buy it, I can give you 100 yuan. Zhang Long thought for a few seconds and said, "Wow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The lady and her companion lost 25 yuan from the 3 pearl oysters in front of them. Once this purple pearl came out, they could make 35 yuan in addition to the money they spent on the 4th and 5th pearl oysters. The 5th pearl oyster will make money even if it opens a pearl at random. Lin Yan ignored the sounds around him and opened the 5th pearl oyster. As soon as this was opened, there was another uproar all around. I saw that in the 5th pearl oyster, there were a total of 12 pale white beads, each of which was not small. These 12 pale white beads have a bad shape and are not of good quality, but if sold individually, they can be sold for 5 yuan each, so 12 beads would be 60 yuan. Do you plan to sell them or make them into pearl jewelry? Zhang Long asked. Not for sale, but for jewelry. The lady spoke without thinking. After saying this, she did not forget to look at her male companion proudly, as if she wanted to say how rational her decision was. People around looked at the lady and her male companion with envy. They spent 100 yuan to open 5 pearl oysters. Not only did they break even, they also earned 35 yuan and a string of pearl jewelry worth 60 yuan, which was equivalent to many days' hard-earned wages. It was a small fortune. Many people thought to themselves, if others can produce good beads, why can't they? Boss, we want to open clams too. I'll open 5. I'll open 5 too. I want to open 10. For a moment, Lin Yan's stall was crowded with people, all scrambling to open the clams and take out the pearls. Lu Ying looked at this scene, her eyes full of shock. At this time, the young couple who had made a fortune just now had already entered the tea house with the clam meat, ordered a few main dishes, and wanted to have a big meal. She could foresee that these passers-by would become customers of her tea house. Not only Lin Yan is going to get rich, she is going to get rich too. An hour later, there was no one in front of Lin Yan's stall, the pearl oysters in the water tank had been emptied, and the tea house behind him was full of people. He leaned back in his chair and counted the money leisurely. He opened 120 pearl oysters today. The purchase price was 10 yuan each, and he sold them for 20 yuan each, with a gross profit of 2,400 yuan. Zhang Long, who was standing aside, also had a big smile on his face. His waist bag was filled with purple beads. When he took them back and processed them into jewelry, he could make at least 3 times the money. Brother Lin, you have a lot of ideas for making money. In just 1 hour, you have made thousands of dollars. I can hardly catch up with your speed of making money. Zhang Long gave a thumbs up and said to Lin Yan. Brother Zhang, these purple beads in your waist bag can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan, right? I am far behind you. Lin Yan said. Zhang Long smiled awkwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. I earn a little hard-earned money from processing, but I can't compare to you, Brother Lin. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at the two of them and said unhappily, you two should stop bragging to each other. It's too hypocritical. Zhang Long laughed when he heard this. Brother Lin Yan, you set up a stall in front of my tea house and used the tea house's resources to process clam meat for customers. Don't you have to pay me some hard work? Lu Ying turned her head to look at Lin Yan and said. Sister Lu, I'm doing this to bring customers to the tea house. Look at how many people are there now. You can't just finish fasting and then give up being a monk. Lin Yan smiled. Look at my hands. I've got calluses from opening clams. As a shareholder, there aren't many who work as hard as I do, right? Lu Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yan and said, all right, you're pretending to be pitiful again. Sister Lu, can you assign a chef who can handle seafood ingredients to me from the tea house? Lin Yan said. What do you want to do? Lu Ying said vigilantly. You still want to take advantage of my tea house? How can that be possible? Find me a clam opener. I'll pay him 30 yuan a day. He will be responsible for opening clams for me. After that, he can choose to go back to the tea house to work or go home. Lin Yan smiled. He found that hard work like opening clams was not suitable for him. In the past, I had no money, so I had to do everything myself. Now that I have money, I have to hire people to do the work for me, right? 30 yuan a day. You're still willing to pay for it. Okay, I'll find you one. Lu Ying agreed. After discussing some details, Lin Yan left the Jixiang tea house. When he was ready to go back, he agreed with Boss Chen on the quantity of pearl oysters to be provided every day, and asked Boss Chen to deliver them directly to the Jixiang tea house in the county town. Lu Ying would advance the money for the pearl oysters for him, and then deduct it from the money earned from selling and opening the oysters. Lin Yan believed that since his daily quota of pearl oysters exceeded 100, Boss Chen would not refuse his request to deliver the goods. After thinking about this, Lin Yan drove to the telephone office. After what happened in the past few days, Lin Yan realized that he couldn't live without a phone call. He planned to install a landline phone at home so that it would be more convenient to contact Lu Ying, Zhang Long and others in the future. Nowadays, if you want to install a landline phone, you must first go to the telephone bureau to register, and then wait for the installer to come. It costs 3,000 yuan to install a landline phone. Nowadays, in Dashi village, except for the village chief's family and Boss Chen's family, few families have landline phones. In the past, Lin Yan had no money in his pocket, so he had never thought of installing a landline phone. Now that he has money, he naturally has no hesitation. At this time, in the eastern scenic area, Li Aigua and Tang Yu bent over and quickly shuttled through the jungle. Not far from them, a couple with strange faces and stiff bodies were walking forward. Behind them stood 2 men in black with scarves on their faces, so their appearance could not be seen clearly. Their right hands seemed to be wrapped with something, which was pressed against the backs of the couple, and they kept urging them to hurry up. Captain Li, there seems to be something wrong with these passengers. Should we go up and question them? Tang Yu said. The couple in front are being held hostage, and the 2 people behind them may have guns. We must not act rashly. Li Aigua, who is experienced, shook his head and said. Being held hostage. Kidnapping. Tang Yu was surprised when she heard that. Did she encounter such a serious case on her first patrol? Captain Li, what should we do now? Go back and gather the brothers in the bureau. I will track them down and leave marks along the way. No, this is deep in the scenic area. By the time I go back and bring people here, the flowers will be cold. And it will be dangerous for you to be alone. Captain Li, why don't we find an opportunity together and find a way to rescue the couple? Tang Yu shook his head and said. No, it's too dangerous. Li Aiguo was about to scold. Tang Yu interrupted first. Captain Li, when I was in school, I was a fighting champion. I can protect myself. You have to trust your comrades. Seeing Tang Yu's determined look, Li Aiguo knew that no matter how much he persuaded him, he could not change the other party's mind. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said, Okay, but you have to listen to me for the next actions. Yes, Captain Li. It was already evening when Lin Yan returned to Dashi village, and many villagers were coming in and out of the yard. The villagers who came out all had satisfied smiles on their faces and patted their pockets from time to time. Obviously they were paid for picking wild vegetables. When Lin Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, his sister Lin Qing hasn't finished school yet, so who is helping him collect wild vegetables? Xiaoyan, you are such a lucky kid. You haven't even married her yet, but she's already busy running around for your affairs. Luo Shui is such a good girl. When Lin Yan heard this, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After he walked into the yard, he saw Xia Luoxue weighing the wild vegetables and recording the weight. Lin Shan was holding a stack of money to help with the bill. Luo Shui, what are you doing? Lin Yan walked over and asked curiously. Seeing Lin Yan, Xia Luoxue was a little nervous and explained, I saw that everyone was waiting anxiously, and you haven't come back yet, so I wanted to help you. Another point is that she has learned a lot about business, financial management, and accounting from Lu Ying in the past 2 days, so she wants to put it into practice. Seeing that Lin Yan was becoming more and more outstanding, she didn't want others to think that she married Lin Yan just because of his face. Especially after seeing that Lu Ying was not only beautiful but also capable, she secretly set Lu Ying as her target. When she saves enough money, she also wants to start a small business. She wants to be independent. It's getting dark. Even if you're helping me, you should put on more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Lin Yan took off his coat, covered Xia Luoxue with it, and said with a smile. He knew Xia Luoxue's character. She was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. She looked weak, but she was actually very tough on the inside. Her progress during this period may have brought pressure to Xia Luoxue, so she started to try to manage accounts and keep records, wanting to make herself better. On this point, Xia Luoxue and Chen Mei are fundamentally different. In her previous life, after he made more and more money, Chen Mei didn't think about making herself better, but asked Lin Yan to transfer all his assets to her name, under the pretext of needing a sense of security. Chen Mei will only be satisfied if he has no money at all. In his previous life, Lin Yan was obsessed with Chen Mei and agreed to many of Chen Mei's unreasonable requests without hesitation. It was precisely because he transferred all his assets to Chen Mei's name that several times when he encountered opportunities to make money and wanted to increase his investment, he was rejected by Chen Mei, and he missed the chance to double his assets. In the end, Chen Mei cheated on him and betrayed him, and he committed suicide by jumping off a building in anger. And when Xia Luoxue discovered that Lin Yan had become outstanding, what she did was to keep making herself better and catch up with Lin Yan, and the two of them made progress together. Lin Yan could foresee that after marrying Xia Luoxue, the couple would definitely be able to work hard together, make progress together, and continuously accumulate capital. When everyone heard Lin Yan's words, they all smiled, and even the younger villagers started to make a fuss. Sister Luo Shui, our brother Yan is very considerate. Marrying our brother Yan is absolutely the right thing to do. The 3 dogs and their companions were the loudest in making a fuss. Hearing the booing around her, Xia Luoxue blushed and glared at Lin Yan. This glance of charm made Lin Yan's heart beat faster. I was really blind before. I ignored such a beautiful girl and chased after a girl like Chen Mei who supported her brother. After harvesting the wild vegetables, the villagers left one after another, leaving only the ginseng in the hands of Sangu and his men, which was the last to be harvested. After Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue discussed the price of purchasing ginseng, they went out and walked towards the dock. He also had to talk to Boss Chen about the business of purchasing pearl oysters in bulk. What Lin Yan didn't know was that after he went out, Chen San had been secretly observing the Lin family's yard under a big tree not far away. Chen San has figured it out these days. The reason why Lin Yan had the confidence to break off the engagement with their family and dump his sister was because Lin Yan made money. He has been wandering around Dashi village these days and has found out a lot of information. Lin Yan used to make some money by setting up stalls outside, selling bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls. Then he started buying wild vegetables and selling them in tea houses in the county town. Although it is not known how much Lin Yan sold it to the tea house, it was definitely higher than the purchase price he paid to the villagers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to buy a refrigerator, a three-wheeled motorcycle, and even build a house in such a short period of time. Chen San thought, if Lin Yan could make a fortune by purchasing wild vegetables, why couldn't he? There are wild vegetables on the mountains of Dashi village, and there are also wild vegetables on the mountains of Qinjia village. After he decided to go back, he asked his villagers to go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Not only that, he also wants to suppress Lin Yan. If Lin Yan buys it for $1, he will buy it for $1.50. On the way back to Qinjia village, Chen San's face was full of secret joy. He could already imagine the scene where everyone in the village would call him Mr. Chen after tomorrow. He would no longer be a little punk in the village, but would be respected by all the villagers. However, purchasing wild vegetables requires capital, which I don't have, so I can only ask my sister for it. My sister has dated so many boyfriends over the years, she should have quite a bit of money. Her ex-boyfriend Lin Yan alone gave her 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. When Chen San returned to the Chen family, he ran into his sister Chen Mei, who was coming back from outside. Chen San turned his head and looked outside, and saw a figure riding away on a motorcycle. "Sister, do you have a new boyfriend? Does he have money? Does he have a house?" Chen San's eyes lit up and he asked Chen Mei. "He's just my former high school classmate. Lin Yan also knows him. We're just ordinary friends. There's nothing wrong with us." Chen Mei glanced at Chen San and said casually. Although she had drunken sex with Li Xing yesterday, she had taken medicine afterwards. If you took the medicine, it doesn't count as having sex. This guy has a motorcycle, so he should have some money. "Sister, you can actually consider it," Chen San said with a smile. "Although his house is in the county town, it is too old." Chen Mei shook her head and said, "I still want to give Lin Yan a chance. As long as he is willing to change his mind, I can forgive him for what happened in the past." "Sister, you are so soft-hearted. Isn't Lin Yan just a little bit of money? Soon, I will make more money than him," Chen San said with an arrogant look on his face. "My son wants to make money. Great, son, what do you want to do? Mom supports you." Chen's mother Feng Fang came out of the house and happened to hear Chen San's words and encouraged him. Chen Mei's father was skeptical. "What can he do? I've never seen him work." "You damn old man, your son has finally come to his senses and wants to make money, but you don't even bother helping him, but you're also throwing cold water on him. Are you still his biological father?" Feng Fang scolded with an angry look on her face. "Is it okay if I'm wrong?" Chen Mei looked at Chen San with puzzled eyes and said, "Brother, what do you want to do?" "Mom, sister, there are a lot of wild vegetables in the back mountain of our Qinjia village. I've asked around and found out that people in the county town love to eat them. We can just ask people to pick them and sell them in the county town. We can definitely make a lot of money," Chen San said excitedly. "Son, you mean, we sell wild vegetables? Is that possible?" A look of hesitation appeared on Feng Fang's face. "Of course you can. Lin Yan made his fortune by selling wild vegetables in tea houses in the county town. If he can make a fortune, why can't I?" Chen San patted his chest and said seriously. "Isn't Lin Yan that brat so arrogant? He thinks he can look down on our family just because he's made some money. Wait until I take over his wild vegetable business, and I'll see how he can still act arrogantly." When Feng Fang heard Lin Yan's name, a hint of anger appeared on her face. "Okay, son, I support you. Mom, there is a problem now. If you want to buy wild vegetables, you need capital, and I am a little short of money." Seeing that his mother agreed with his idea, Chen San smiled awkwardly and said, "It's easy. Just ask your sister." Feng Fang said disapprovingly, "Are you asking me for it?" Chen Mei showed a look of astonishment on her face. You are the elder sister. Now your younger brother wants to do some business. If it's not you who gives, should I give? Feng Fang looked as if it was a matter of course. As a girl, it's useless to keep so much money. You will marry someone else sooner or later. As long as you marry into a rich family, what don't you have? At this point, Feng Fang said with a sad face, your brother is different. He is not good at studying, and our family doesn't have much money. If he doesn't do some small business and make some money, he won't even be able to find a wife in the future. As a sister, you should help your brother. Mom, I understand. No need to say more. Chen Mei bit her red lips and said, I've given you the principal, how much do you need? Chen San thought about it. Lin Yan seemed to collect 700 kilograms of wild vegetables every day. If he wanted to surpass him, he would need to collect at least 1,000 kilograms. At least 1,500. He gave the number immediately. So much. Chen Mei frowned slightly. Although many men gave her money over the years, she spent it lavishly and still had more than 2,000 yuan left in her hands. Sis, you said you would support me. Chen San smiled awkwardly. Chen Mei had no choice but to go back to her room and take out more than 1,000 yuan. She told Chen San, when you make money, return the principal to me. Don't worry, sister. When I make money, I will give dividends to you and my parents. Chen San said sweetly. The two old men were immediately delighted when they heard this. Immediately, Feng Fang went out to help her son promote the collection of wild vegetables. According to Chen San's request, 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables must be harvested before noon tomorrow. Chen's father took a knife for digging wild vegetables and went to the foot of the back mountain, where he dug more than 10 or 20 kilograms of wild vegetables, preparing to take them to the county town to sell for Chen Sanming early in the morning. After everything was ready, a look of pride appeared on Chen San's face. He was about to become a well-known boss in Qinjia village, and those villagers who used to look down on him would now have to beg him for food. And those girls who looked down on him before will definitely throw themselves into his arms and flirt with him. Just thinking about it, Chen San felt his blood boiling. At the Dashi village dock, Boss Chen looked at Lin Yan in astonishment. Xiao Yan, are you serious? Do you really want to take so much cargo in one day? It's no wonder that he was so surprised. As soon as Lin Yan returned the water tank he lent him, he said he wanted to discuss a business deal with him. Right from the start, we placed an order for at least 100 deep-sea pearl oysters per day. You know, based on the purchase price of 10 yuan per deep-sea pearl oyster, Lin Yan has orders worth thousands of yuan with him every day. That's 30,000 yuan a month. He has several fishing boats under his control and goes out to sea every day, so ensuring the quantity is not a problem. All he had to do was to ensure that the goods were delivered to the Jixiang tea house in the county town at noon every day. In the past, when he went out to sea to fish, he would sell the seafood he caught on the dock to seafood merchants who came to pick up the goods. Not only was the price low, but the seafood was also easily picked out. The ones that were left over that no one wanted had to be given to his colleagues, relatives, and friends. It's rare that someone places a special order for seafood. This order from Lin Yan can be said to be a stable income for him. Uncle Chen, we are all from the same village. If there is money to be made, we will definitely take care of our own people first, don't you think? Lin Yan said with a smile. Xiao Yan, since you've taken such good care of me, I won't let you suffer any loss. From now on, I'll buy 10 and get 1 free for every item you get. Boss Chen was very pleased to hear this and made the decision immediately. Uncle Chen, thank you very much. Lin Yan didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Buy 10 and get 1 free. He wholesales 100 units every day, so that means he gets 10 free. At 10 yuan each, Boss Chen gave him pearl oysters worth 100 yuan more. After the two discussed some details of the cooperation, Lin Yan left first. Looking at Lin Yan's departing back, Boss Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. The Lin family's ancestral grave is really smoking, having given birth to a promising child. As he was talking, Chen Min came out with a bowl of fried rice. When he saw his father, he asked if he wanted to eat something. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Look at Lin Yan, his ability to make money is almost catching up with your father. How can you still eat? Boss Chen slapped his hand and said something stupid. Dad, even if we want to make money, we still have to eat enough. Chen Min said with a look of grievance. No matter how he said it before, he was the son of Boss Chen, who was envied by everyone in the village. He could make a lot of money by going out to sea with his father. How come after coming back from this trip to sea, I became Lin Yan's negative example? The next day, Lin Yan got up early and steamed 500 servings of rice rolls with bean sprouts together with his parents, Luo Shui and others, and then let them rest. Today is Saturday and the county's #1 middle school is on holiday, so they are not required to provide meals for the students. After loading 500 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and wild vegetables into the car, Lin Yan drove to the county town. Not long after he left the village, a motorcycle secretly followed him from behind. Chen San looked serious, staring at Lin Yan's tricycle, not daring to lose Lin Yan for a moment. If he wanted to steal Lin Yan's business, he had to know which tea house Lin Yan sold his wild vegetables to. Soon, he followed Lin Yan to the back of the Jixiang tea house. From a distance, he saw the waiters of the tea house unloading bean sprouts, rice noodle rolls and wild vegetables from the car. After the wild vegetables were weighed, the manager of the tea house gave Lin Yan a stack of money, which stunned Chen San. He didn't expect that selling wild vegetables could be so profitable. Manager, did you just collect Lin Yan's wild vegetables? After Lin Yan left, Chen San hurried to the back door of Jixiang Tea House and asked the manager of Jixiang Tea House. Who are you? Do you know Boss Lin? Upon hearing this, the manager of Jixiang Tea House glanced at Chen San and asked in confusion, I know him, of course I know him, he is my future brother-in-law. Seeing the way the manager of Jixiang Tea House addressed Lin Yan, Chen San felt extremely envious and smiled awkwardly. Hearing that Chen San was Lin Yan's brother-in-law, the alertness on the face of the manager of Jixiang Tea House faded a little. So you are Boss Lin's brother-in-law, what can I do for you? How much is 1 pound of wild vegetables you buy from Lin Yan? Chen San asked curiously. $4 a pound, what's wrong? When Chen San heard this, he was shocked. Lin Yan collected wild vegetables in the village for only 1 yuan per caddy, but when he sold them in the county town, it was 4 yuan per caddy, which was almost the same price as pork. Lin Yan collects 700 kilograms of wild vegetables in the village every day. Doesn't that mean he can earn 2,800 yuan a day? No wonder Lin Yan has been so proud recently, it turns out that he has become more confident. Chen San thought again, he now has 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables on hand, 4 yuan per kilogram. If he sells them, wouldn't he be able to make 4,000 yuan a day? This is so much money, not to mention him, even his parents can't earn it in a year. If he really made so much money and went back, wouldn't he be able to marry any girl he wanted in the village? Even my sister has to look up to him. Manager, I also have some wild vegetables here. The quality is no worse than Lin Yan's. Would you like to take a look? Chen San smiled widely, took out a bag of wild vegetables, spread it out and showed it to the manager. The manager of the Jixiang Tea House had a strange look on his face when he heard this. He looked at Chen San and said, Brother-in-law, we have already cooperated with your brother-in-law. I'm afraid we can't buy your wild vegetables. Why not? Isn't the purpose of your tea house opening its doors to do business to make money? You need wild vegetables, and I happen to have some. Why can't I accept them? Chen San said. Besides, my brother-in-law's money is my money. We are all family. It's the same if you collect my wild vegetables. This. Seeing that the other party was not willing to give in, Chen San gritted his teeth. How about this, you guys buy Lin Yan's wild vegetables at 4 yuan a pound, and I'll sell them to you at 3.5 yuan a pound. I still have 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables, so my supply is even higher than Lin Yan's. After hearing this, the manager of Jixiang Tea House thought for a few seconds and said, I need to consult the boss about this matter. Please wait here for a moment. Okay, go now. When Chen San heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly spoke. After the tea house manager came in, Chen San raised a sly smile. Lin Yan. Your wild vegetable business is about to be taken away by me. You don't deserve to earn $3,000 or $4,000 a day, so I'll take care of it for you. Not long after, the tea house manager came out, followed by a charming woman. When Chin-san saw this woman, his eyes widened. There was actually such a beautiful woman in their county. You want to sell wild vegetables? Lu Ying looked at Chin-san with her beautiful eyes and said lightly. The tea house manager introduced Chin-san at the right time. This is the owner of our tea house, his surname is Lu. Yes, I have 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables on hand. You can take them all as long as the price is right. Chin-san suddenly came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly and nodded. Lu Ying's eyes were slightly cold. You said you are Lin Yan's brother-in-law. Yes, I am Lin Yan's brother-in-law, and my name is Chin-san. Chin-san said with a smile. Why haven't I heard Xia Luoxue say that she has a younger brother? And your last name is not correct. Lu Ying's face was unfriendly and her tone was questioning. The smile on Chin-san's face froze, and he smiled awkwardly. This is a long story. Then I'll make it short. Lin Yan was originally going to marry my sister, but Xia Luoxue intervened and snatched Lin Yan away from my sister. She is my sister's best friend, but she is actually a bitch. Chin-san's face was full of anger as he explained the whole story. Based on my understanding of Xia Luoxue, she is not the kind of person who would steal someone's love. Hearing Chin-san slandering Xia Luoxue, Lu Ying's face darkened and she said in a cold voice. As for you, no matter what your relationship with Lin Yan is, it's hard for me to trust your character if you snatch Lin Yan's wild vegetable business like this. I don't think your sister is a good person either. Go away. Boss Lu, what do you mean by this? Chen-san was stunned. Our boss has made it very clear that we don't accept these wild vegetables. You can take them away. The tea house manager said in a deep voice. No, why don't you buy my wild vegetables? I've asked around. Lin Yan only supplies you with 700 kilograms of wild vegetables every day, and I can supply you with 1,000 kilograms every day. Chen-san suddenly became anxious. He absolutely could not let the duck in his mouth fly away. Are you trying to bargain down the price? Okay, I'll sell it to you for 3 yuan a pound. Is that okay? Lu Ying looked coldly at Chin-san. Auspicious tea house will not cooperate with people with bad character, no matter how cheap your things are. $2.50 a pound, no less. Chen-san gritted his teeth and said with a pain in his heart. Lu Ying didn't even have the mood to answer Chen-san, and turned around to go back to the tea house. Seeing this, Chen-san immediately became anxious. No, you can't leave. If you don't take my wild vegetables, how can I explain to the villagers? If 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables fell into his hands, he would be finished. After saying that, he prepared to pull Lu Ying. My dear little brother, please calm down. It is our tea house's business whether to collect wild vegetables or not. If you want to cause trouble, don't blame us for being rude. The tea house manager stood in front of Chen-san and said coldly. As they were talking, 2 tea house security guards noticed the commotion here and were walking towards them quickly. When Chen-san saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a little timid and took a few steps back. But he still said viciously, you profiteers, who are in cahoots with Lin Yan, will not have a good end. If you don't want my wild vegetables, there are plenty of tea houses that do. You don't know what you're talking about, ugh. Hearing what Chen-san said, the faces of the tea house manager and the 2 security guards darkened and they were about to lose their temper. Seeing this, Chen-san hurriedly picked up the bag of wild vegetables, turned around and ran away. After leaving the Jixiang tea house, Chen-san's face was gloomy and he was filled with anger. He didn't understand why the people at Jixiang tea house refused to accept the wild vegetables he brought. The quality of my wild vegetables is no worse than Lin Yan's, and the price is even lower than Lin Yan's. The owner of the Jixiang tea house has a pretty face but no business acumen. When you open a business, isn't the purpose to make a profit? Jixiang tea house doesn't want his wild vegetables, but there are many tea houses that do. There is more than one tea house in Fenghuang County. If you don't snatch the business, then don't blame him. Carrying a bag of wild vegetables, Chen-san went to several tea houses one after another and asked if they bought wild vegetables, but the answers he got were all that they refused or only wanted a small amount. After walking around, he only sold a dozen or 20 kilograms of wild vegetables in his hands. No one was willing to buy the 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables in the village. He was completely dumbfounded. Jixiang Tea House could digest 700 kilograms of wild vegetables in one go, so why did so many tea houses only dare to take a dozen kilograms? After some inquiries, Chen San finally understood that the reason why Jixiang Tea House wanted so many wild vegetables was because it had a recipe for cold wild vegetables provided by Lin Yan, which tasted delicious and had become the signature dish of Jixiang Tea House. Moreover, Jixiang Tea House has opened several branches in the county and can consume these wild vegetables internally. Other tea houses only know how to cook ordinary blanched wild vegetables, which taste so and not many customers order them, as there is no demand for wild vegetables at all. Chen San came to a conclusion that if Jixiang Tea House didn't want his wild vegetables, it would mean that the wild vegetables in his hands would be wasted. Thinking of this, his face looked a little ugly. Damn Lin Yan, why did he provide the recipe to Jixiang Tea House, causing other tea houses to not even dare to buy the wild vegetables he had? No, he had to ask Lin Yan for the recipe of the cold wild vegetables. As his brother-in-law, he should give him this. Lin Yan had no idea that his former brother-in-law had already set his eyes on his recipes. He had just returned to Dashi village when he bumped into a telephone installer who had just entered the village and was asking around for the location of his home. Lin Yan hurried over to meet the engineer who was installing the telephone at home and gave him a bottle of Arctic Ocean from the refrigerator to quench his thirst. The master who was installing the telephone was also flattered when he saw Lin Yan take out the Arctic Ocean to treat him. This drink is not a cheap one. He usually doesn't want to drink it when he works outdoors and only dares to drink the boiled water he brings with him. After drinking the Arctic Ocean, the telephone installer was full of energy. He asked Lin Yan where he wanted to install the telephone. When he learned that the telephone should be installed in the hall, he started pulling wires and installing it without saying a word. The commotion here attracted the attention of many villagers, and they gathered around. What is the Xiaoyan family going to do? I recognize that engineer. He's the engineer who installs telephones at the telephone bureau. I saw him last year when he installed a telephone for the village chief's home. Xiaoyan has made great progress. It seems that installing a phone costs 3,000 yuan, and he said he would pay it out. Yes, I remember that not long ago, the several thousand yuan dowry he used to marry Chen Mei was all borrowed from his father. So, it was the right choice for him to dump Chen Mei and get engaged to Xia Luoxue. He married the right wife and became a third-generation rich man. Look, isn't Xia Luoxue bringing him good luck now? There was a hint of envy in the discussions of the surrounding villagers. Although it is already the mid to late 1990s, there are still very few families in the village who can install telephones. The Lin family gradually became wealthy, and many villagers whose family conditions were similar to the Lin family couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Boss, the phone has been installed. Do you want to make a call and test the sound? Soon, the master installed the phone and asked Lin Yan. Lin Yan thought about it, picked up the phone and dialed Lu Ying's number. Hello, who is this? Soon, the call was connected, and Lu Ying's voice came from the other end. Sister Lu, it's me, Lin Yan. Lin Yan and Lu Ying explained that a new telephone had been installed at home and tried the tone. After the two chatted for a few sentences, Lu Ying suddenly asked, Brother Lin Yan, do you know a man named Chen San? Lin Yan was startled. Sister Lu, how do you know him? Is he really your brother-in-law? Just the former brother-in-law. Former brother-in-law. How many other wives have you married besides Xia Luoxue? Lu Ying asked curiously. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we meet. Lin Yan said with a wry smile. Okay, but I want to remind you that your former brother-in-law brought a bag of wild vegetables today and asked me if I would buy them. He also said that he had 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables in stock and wanted to steal your business, but I refused. Lu Ying on the other end of the phone reminded. But one of my subordinates is too quick to speak. I told him the price I paid for the wild vegetables. Be careful that he might trip you up. It doesn't matter. He can't do anything big. Lin Yan said disapprovingly. Chen San had 1,000 kilograms of stock in his hands, which he should have mobilized the villagers of Qinjia village to collect. Now that these wild vegetables cannot be sold, this is enough to make him very anxious. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan exchanged a few polite words with the operator on the phone. Before the master left, Lin Yan gave him some snacks, some homemade bacon, which made the master feel very embarrassed. He left his phone number with Lin Yan and told him that if there were any problems with the phone, he could contact him. At this time, Lin Shan and his wife also learned that a telephone was installed at home and rushed back from the next yard. When they saw the telephone in the house, they were stunned. "Xiaoyan, did you have someone install this phone?" Lin Shan said with a sharp gaze. There are not many people in Dashi village who have telephones at home, and he never believed that there would be a telephone installed at home. "Yeah." Lin Yan nodded. "How much does it cost to install a phone?" "Xiaoyan, you can't spend the money you earn carelessly." Li Tsuehua touched the phone, her wrinkled face full of curiosity and pain. "Only $3,000. $3,000, my goodness. That's too expensive." Lin Shan and his wife were both shocked. "It's not expensive anymore. With a phone, it's also convenient for me to contact other bosses. In business, if information is not transmitted in time, it's easy to suffer losses." Lin Yan made up an excuse and said. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. Li Tsuehua touched the receiver and asked tentatively, "Is this call expensive? Will there be an extra charge if I call the next county?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately understood what his mother Li Tsuehua was thinking. Li Tsuehua's parents' home is not in Fenghuang County, but in the neighboring Wudong County. When she was young, she fled famine and came to Fenghuang County, where she met Lin Shan by chance. Lin Shan was a simple and honest man. Seeing that Li Tsuehua was almost starving to death, he gave his few remaining rations to Li Tsuehua. Li Tsuehua was a woman who could no longer survive on her own. Seeing that Lin Shan was kind-hearted, she married him. The two relied on each other and came this far. After escaping the famine, Li Tsuehua also contacted her family. But because they lived in a separate county and she had 2 children to raise, Li Tsuehua rarely returned to her parents' home more than once a year. She is the eldest sister in the family, and she has a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. The 4 sisters have a very good relationship. Not long after Li Tsuehua gave birth to Lin Qing, her younger brother became rich and was considered a famous wealthy man in the neighboring county. After learning that his sister was just marrying a countryman, Li Tsuehua's younger brother, Lin Yan's uncle, suggested that Li Tsuehua go home, cut off contact with Lin Shan, and find a good family for her. Li Tsuehua was a simple-minded woman. She was loyal to her husband and unwilling to leave him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan's cheap uncle was so angry that he told Li Tsuehua not to return to Wudong County for the rest of her life. Li Tsuehua also has a stubborn temper. She has never returned to her parents' home in all these years. She only occasionally contacts her 2 younger sisters through letters to inquire about her parents' health conditions. Now that she saw that there was a telephone installed at home, Li Tsuehua also had the idea of calling home and contacting her sisters. "Mom, phone bills are not expensive. The price is the same across the country. You haven't contacted your uncle and aunt for a long time. How about calling them and chatting with them?" Lin Yan saw what Li Tsuehua was thinking and said with a smile. Li Tsuehua was obviously moved when she heard this, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she shook her head. "Forget it. I haven't been back for so many years. If I call them now, they might not recognize me. Mother, try to call him. My brother-in-law was angry before because he thought you would suffer for marrying a country boy like me who has no future. He was angry that you didn't listen to him." Lin Shan scratched his head and a silly smile appeared on his dark face. "Now that our son has made some progress, I believe my brother-in-law won't say anything. He knows his own abilities, and his wife has suffered a lot following him over the years. Fortunately, his son is doing well now." Li Tsuehua was still a little hesitant after hearing this. Lin Yan picked up the phone directly, asked his father Lin Shan for his uncle's phone number, and called. "Hello. Who is this?" Soon, the call was connected, and a middle-aged man's powerful voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Yan handed the microphone to his mother Li Tsuehua and motioned for her to speak. When Li Tsuehua heard the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, her eyes reddened slightly and her voice choked a little. "Huzi, it's me, your sister." There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if the person on the other end had not yet recovered from the voice. Lin Yan, who was standing aside, could vaguely hear the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone choking up, as if he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. Several minutes later, the middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Sister, after all these years, you finally forgive me and call me. I thought you were angry about the harsh words I said to you last time, and you would never acknowledge me as your brother for the rest of your life." As soon as these words came out, the tears in Li Tsuehua's eyes suddenly burst out like a flood. The sadness, grievance, longing, guilt and other emotions that I have experienced over the years came to my mind. Her son and daughter are in Fenghuang County, and her husband is in Fenghuang County. This is her home. How could she be willing to leave Fenghuang County? But Wudong County is also her home, her parents' home is there. For the sake of this family, she gave up her own family. Even her own brother didn't understand her. How could she not be sad and aggrieved? But now, because of the telephone, she finally has the opportunity to reconcile with her brother and avoid being cut off from each other for the rest of her life. "Huzi, sister, how could I be angry with you? We are a family." "Sister, I'm sorry. I was too young and impetuous before." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was halfway through his speech when two women's voices rang out. "Brother, is this the eldest sister calling? Come to me, I want to talk to the eldest sister." When Li Tsuehua heard the voices of her two younger sisters, an excited smile appeared on her face. "Youngest sister." Seeing his mother Li Tsuehua and her relatives from her mother's side put aside their past grudges and chat animatedly, Lin Yan also showed a smile on his face. "In her previous life, after my father died of lung cancer, my mother was alone in the village, with no one to accompany her and no one to talk to, and she died of depression. Before her mother died, she was still mumbling about her brothers and sisters. In this life, I was able to help my mother and her family resolve their past grievances, which can be considered as making up for some of the regrets." He left the house, leaving the space to his mother Li Tsuehua and her family. Given my mother's excitement during the conversation, it would take several hours to finish. As soon as he walked out of the yard, he saw Mr. Li from the engineering company, who came from the county town with a stack of design drawings to show him for the final draft. Mr. Li originally wanted to let Lin Yan see the final villa design renderings, but he didn't expect that after Lin Yan took the drawings, he would look at them one after another, as if he knew how to read these architectural drawings drawn with CAD software. "Mr. Li, I took a rough look at the design drawings. I am satisfied with everything else, but there is a small problem. I said before that all the exterior walls of the villa should be 1.5 brick walls. There are several exterior walls here, but only one brick is drawn." After reading the drawings, Lin Yan pointed out several minor problems. "Boss Lin, can you read CAD drawings?" Mr. Li was a little surprised. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled and said, "I know a little bit, Mr. Li, can you do what I ask?" "No problem, I'll just go back and revise it." Mr. Li nodded quickly. Lin Yan nodded slightly and didn't say much. The error in the drawing could not be entirely blamed on Mr. Li. The external load-bearing walls of ordinary houses are made of one brick wall, which is 24 centimeters thick. He thought that this villa was his and Xia Luoshua's wedding room, so he wanted to make it better. That's why he added a wall of 1.5 bricks, which is 36 centimeters thick, so that the sound insulation would be better. "Mr. Li, we can just go back and revise the design drawings. Now we can sign the contract first, and then have Engineer Wang start preparing the materials for the site," Lin Yan said. Mr. Li's face lit up when he heard this. He immediately took out the contract that he had prepared in advance and showed it to Lin Yan. Lin Yan read the contract and signed it immediately after seeing that there were no loopholes. According to his own requirements and design, the cost of building this villa is close to 70,000 yuan. In this era, 70,000 yuan can be considered a huge sum of money. Many people work hard for more than 10 years, even without eating or drinking, and may not be able to earn that much money. After Lin Yan signed the contract, he paid half of the agreed house construction fee on the spot, and the remaining fee will be paid in installments as the construction progressed. "Mr. Li, I have very high requirements for this house. My fiancé and I will have our wedding in a month and a half. I wonder if this house can be built within a month and a half with guaranteed quality. Lin Yan asked. Boss Lin, rest assured, I will personally supervise the construction of this villa, and there will be no mistakes. Mr. Li patted his chest and made the promise. Lin Yan immediately paid half of the house construction fee. He hadn't met such a straightforward partier for a long time. In fact, what Mr. Li said was not empty talk. Half an hour after he left Dashi village, an excavator drove into the village, arrived in front of the homestead, and started digging the foundation in full swing. An hour later, Engineer Wang entered the site with materials and a construction team and began preparations for laying the foundation. The villagers who had previously agreed to come and help were also arranged by Lin Yan into the construction team, under the unified command of Engineer Wang. Many villagers gathered at the entrance of the village and watched Lin Yan's residential land being dug up by the excavator. When many children saw the rumbling excavator bucket, their eyes lit up and they jumped up and down from time to time, as if they were the ones driving the excavator. When many adults saw this, they simply told their children to watch from a distance to avoid getting hurt. For the next 10 days or half a month, they didn't have to worry about the children running around. This working excavator was enough to attract all the children in the village to watch it for a whole day. Xiaoyan, you're going to start building the house so soon. This is a big deal, why don't you ask the master to calculate the date? Even the village chief was startled by the noise at the entrance of the village. After seeing that Lin Yan's homestead was being broken into, he couldn't help but say to Lin Yan. Village chief, I've already calculated that these few days are good days, so we can start construction. Lin Yan replied. He was not talking nonsense. His father Lin Shan told him about this a few days ago after he helped him buy the residential land. Upon hearing this, the village chief Chen Jiangwo said nothing more. Xia Luoxue heard Uncle Lin say at home that the foundation of the residential land purchased by Lin Yan had already been dug, and she couldn't help but come over to watch. When Lin Yan proposed to her, he said that he would build a wedding house for her and they would live in it after they got married. She thought Lin Yan was just talking, but she didn't expect Lin Yan to be serious. Luo Shui, now that you're here, I can show you the renderings of our future house. If you don't like it, I'll have someone redesign it. When he saw Xia Luoxue coming, Lin Yan smiled and handed Xia Luoxue the rendering of the villa. You can build it however you want. I like it. Xia Luoxue blushed immediately, and quickly pushed him away, stammering. Take a look at it. This is our future home. As the mistress of the house, how can you not take a look at it? Lin Yan looked at Xia Luoxue seriously and said in a serious tone. Seeing Lin Yan's firm attitude, Xia Luoxue had no choice but to take the renderings of the villa. When she saw this, she was completely stunned. A 200 square meter 3-story European-style villa with a 100 square meter yard with a small lawn and a fish pond. There is a rockery on the fish pond, and there is a small pavilion next to the rockery. A small pavilion stands above the pool, connected by a glass plank road. You can see carp swimming under the glass plank road, which is very beautiful. Such a house is exactly like her dream house. Do you like it? After noticing Xia Luoxue's surprised expression, Lin Yan raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a smile. Whether it is the style of the villa or the appearance of the yard, they were actually designed by Lin Yan according to the requirements of the villa where Xia Luoxue lived 20 years later in her previous life. Before he jumped off the building to commit suicide in his previous life, Xia Luoxue showed him the villa where she lived when she wanted him to stay. She hoped that he could live in it with her. This villa feels like a home only with him. In his previous life, Lin Yan, out of guilt towards Xia Luoxue and unwilling to rely on her for free, chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Lin Yan lived a new life and naturally copied the style of the villa. In this life, he wants to give Xia Luoxue a home. Like. Xia Luoxue nodded and said seriously. This is exactly my dream home. I feel like I've lived here in my dreams. As long as you like our home, we and our children will live happily in this yard in the future. Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue blushed slightly. After the two returned to the door of their house, they went back to their own yards. Lin Yan returned to the house and saw that Li Tsuehua had finished her phone call. She had a smile on her face and was excitedly cleaning the house, with Lin Shan helping her. "Mom, have you finished talking with Uncle and the others?" Lin Yan asked. "Well, I also told them that you are getting married next month. Your uncle and his family said that they will come to attend your wedding next month." Li Tsuehua smiled and nodded. "Okay, I want to meet my uncle and aunt too," Lin Yan said with a smile. He was also happy to see his mother and her family reconciled and to have a new home. At the same time, he secretly thanked God that he had built a wedding house, otherwise he might not have a place to live when his uncle and his family came next month. By the way, the phone at home rang just now. It was Boss Lu calling, saying that someone from the county bureau wanted to see you, and asked you to go to her tea house as soon as you get back. Lin Shan on the side suddenly said to Lin Yan. "Someone from the county bureau is looking for me." Lin Yan was stunned. "Son, have you gotten into any trouble? Why would someone from the county bureau come to you for no reason?" Li Tsuehua also came back to her senses from her excitement and said worriedly. "Mom, don't think too much. If I really got into trouble, I'm afraid someone would have come to arrest me a long time ago. Why would I go to a tea house in the county town?" Lin Yan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuehua also felt that this was true. Lin Yan packed up his things, asked his parents to take care of the house building, and went to the county town. The only person in the county bureau he knew was Li Aigua. I think this matter is related to Li Aigua. On the other hand, after Chen San returned to Qinjia village, he saw many villagers standing in his yard, holding bags of wild vegetables in their hands, with expectant faces. After seeing Chen San, many villagers praised him. "Chen San is back, that's great. We can exchange the wild vegetables we picked for money. I've said it before, Chen San is a capable kid, he'll do big things in the future, now he's become a vegetable shop owner. San, I picked 30 kilograms of wild vegetables this morning. You have to give me 45 yuan. I'm waiting for your money to eat." Chen San's parents were both in the yard. When they heard the compliments from everyone, a look of pride appeared on their faces. On weekdays, these villagers often mocked their family, saying that her son was useless, a ruffian, had no future, and could only rely on her daughter for a living. Now that Chen San is being complimented by so many villagers, they feel extremely proud. "Everyone, rest assured, my son is a man who can do great things. Your money for wild vegetables is just a drop in the bucket for him." Feng Fang waved her hands and spoke proudly to everyone. The villagers nodded in agreement. Feng Fang turned her head to look at Chen San and said with a smile, "You said so, son." The tea house didn't collect the wild vegetables. Chen San was holding back his anger and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Why are you collecting them? I won't collect these wild vegetables. Everyone go back home." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. "San, you are kidding us, right? You don't want to harvest these wild vegetables?" Chen San looked impatient and said in a cold voice, "Yes, I didn't find a source of wild vegetables, so I don't want your wild vegetables either." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became unhappy and their faces turned angry. "Chen San, are you kidding us? Don't you know how hard it is for us to get up early in the morning and go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables? You just say you don't want these wild vegetables. That's right, are you making fun of us? No way. You have to take this wild vegetable today even if you don't want it. Yes, and you must charge me $1.50 per pound, otherwise I will never forgive you." The crowd was furious and were about to catch Chen San and give him a beating. When Chen San saw this scene, his face turned pale and he quickly hid behind Feng Fang and Chen Mei. "Son, what's going on? Didn't you say yesterday that these wild vegetables were in hot demand? Why can't they be sold?" Feng Fang asked doubtfully. "Don't mention it. Today, I took the wild vegetable samples and followed Lin Yan to the county town. I wanted to do the same as him and sell the wild vegetables to the tea house he cooperated with, but they didn't want my samples and were unwilling to buy them even at a lower price." Chen San didn't dare to show any impatience at this moment. He said timidly, "I went to a few tea houses, but they said they didn't have the wild vegetable recipes provided by Lin Yan, and they didn't want them either. I really can't find a market for them. I really can't sell these wild vegetables. If I do, it will be a waste for our family. When Feng Fang heard this, her face turned pale. If the wild vegetables cannot be sold, it would be a waste of their time to collect them. After hearing what Qin San said, the villagers in the surrounding Qinjia village all showed a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces, and looked at Qin San with eyes full of contempt. No wonder Qin San suddenly started collecting wild vegetables in Qinjia village. It turned out that he was planning to steal Lin Yan's wild vegetable business. This kid is nothing. After all, Lin Yan is his sister's ex-boyfriend, and he actually wanted to use such despicable means to steal other people's business. But these are not what they should consider. They only have one thought now, and that is to get money. Qin San, I don't care whether you can sell them or not. We have already picked these wild vegetables according to your requirements. The total harvest from each family is exactly 1,000 kilograms. You have to collect these wild vegetables today even if you don't want to. A burly villager stood up and snorted coldly at Qin San. I can't even sell these wild vegetables, so why should I keep them? I don't want them anymore. Qin San hid behind Feng Fang and said, I don't care about you so much. If you don't accept it, don't blame us for destroying your house. The burly man snorted coldly. Immediately, several villagers picked up sticks and prepared to smash Qin Mei's house. The other villagers looked at each other coldly, they also wanted to get back the fruits of their labor. When Qin San saw this scene, his legs almost went limp with fright. Feng Fang and Qin Mei both looked pale. Stop. Just then, the chief of Qinjia village arrived and stopped the villagers who were about to smash the houses. Seeing the village chief coming, Feng Fang pointed at all the villagers in front of him as if she had seen a savior, and said, Village chief, please give us justice. These people want to rob us of our money, and if we don't give it to them, they will smash our houses. When the villagers heard Feng Fang's words, anger showed on their faces. They had long known about the shamelessness of the Qin family, but they never expected that Feng Fang would be so shameless as to do such a disgusting thing as turning the tables. What happened? The village chief ignored Feng Fang and pointed at the burly villager and asked. The burly villager did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. They did nothing wrong in this matter. Your son asked them to pick wild vegetables, so you have to collect them. How much you sell them for per kilo, or whether you can sell them or not, is all your business. After listening to this, the village chief frowned and spoke coldly to Feng Fang. When Feng Fang heard what the village chief said, her face turned pale, knowing that the matter had been determined. Why? Qin San was still a little unconvinced. The village chief said coldly, because this is Qinjia village, you are from Qinjia village, and the homestead under your house belongs to the village collective. All the villagers of Qinjia village have the right to decide whether to reclaim this homestead. His words were undoubtedly a warning to Feng Fang that your family might act like a spoiled brat at other times, but now that money is involved, if you offend all the villagers, you won't even have a place to live. Village chief, we got it. Qin Mei and her husband obviously understood what the village chief said. Their faces looked a little ugly, but they nodded together and said, Xiao Mei, give the money to everyone. Qin Mei, who was standing by, looked unhappy when she heard this. Whenever the family needed to spend money, it was all paid by her. No matter how many men she hooked up with, the family seemed like a bottomless pit. But in this situation, if he didn't pay the money, not only might the homestead be taken back, but even his brother might be beaten by the angry villagers. If her brother gets hurt, her parents will definitely not forgive her. Qin Mei gritted her teeth and finally took out the money to settle the villagers' wild vegetable bills. After getting the money, the villagers didn't have a good attitude towards Qin Mei and the others. If we had settled our bill earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble. That's right, who do you really think you are? Only Lin Yan would indulge you. Humph, you don't have Lin Yan's ability. Why do you copy others to buy wild vegetables? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? After hearing what the villagers said, the faces of the 4 members of the Qin family turned green and purple. After all the villagers left, Qin San heaved a sigh of relief and yelled, Bah, a bunch of dog-eyed people who look down on others. One day, I will make a lot of money. Shut up. Qin Mei glared at Qin San and said angrily, Look at what you have done. Now you have 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables in your hands. What do you say you should do? Sister, can you blame me for this? If you have to blame someone, it's you. Chen San said unconvincedly, if you were not incapable of keeping Lin Yan's heart, wouldn't this wild vegetable business belong to our family now? You. Hearing what Chen San said, Chen Mei's face looked a little ugly. Chen San continued, I have asked the tea house owner. They buy Lin Yan's wild vegetables for 4 yuan a pound. Lin Yan now makes 2,800 a day. Only 2,800 a day. After deducting the cost of collecting wild vegetables, you can still make 2,100. When Feng Fang heard this, her eyes widened. Oh my goodness, is Lin Yan so rich now? She immediately turned to Chen Mei and said, Chen Mei, your brother is right. If you were not useless, Lin Yan's wild vegetable business would belong to our family. Mom. Chen Mei was a little angry. I don't care what method you use, just ask Lin Yan to take the 1,000 kilograms of wild vegetables from us. Also, ask him to hand over the business to Chen San. I can consider asking for less betrothal gift when he marries you. Feng Fang waved her hand to interrupt Chen Mei and spoke with blind confidence. He has some earning power now, so he is worthy of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei recalled Lin Yan's cold attitude towards her on the pedestrian street before, as well as how close he was to Xiao Luoxue. She looked hesitant. If she wanted to capture Lin Yan's heart again, she was afraid she would have to give Lin Yan some sweetness. Speaking of which, she and Lin Yan had been together for 2 years, but Lin Yan had never touched her once. She often rejected Lin Yan on the grounds that she was a traditional woman and could only have sex after marriage. If I take the initiative to seduce Lin Yan and give him some sweet treats, he should immediately abandon Xiao Luoxue and be with me, right? Thinking of this, Chen Mei showed a confident smile on her face. Mom, leave this to me. After Lin Yan arrived at the Jixiang tea house, he saw that in addition to Lu Ying, Zhang Long was also in the tea house, and both of them looked unhappy. Sister Lu, Brother Zhang, what happened? Why are you calling me here in such a hurry? Lin Yan went straight to the point and asked. Brother Lin, Captain Li is missing. After seeing Lin Yan, Zhang Long said with some excitement. Li Aigua is missing. Lin Yan was also stunned when he heard this. What's going on? Zhang Long did not hide anything and told everything he knew. It turned out that early this morning, Zhang Long received a call from Li Aigua's wife, asking if Li Aigua had been drinking at his place. Only then did he realize that Li Aigua had not returned home all night. Li Aigua's wife initially thought that Li Aigua went to drink with Zhang Long after get off work. After asking Zhang Long, she found out that it was not the case. She then called the police station and found out that the police station had also discovered Li Aigua's disappearance. A female subordinate who had been on patrol with him was also missing. The police station was conducting an emergency search. In order to avoid Li Aigua's wife worrying, they did not tell her. After all, it is easy for people to speculate when a captain and his female subordinate go missing while on patrol. However, Li Aigua's wife was not the kind of woman who would panic and be unable to walk when encountering something. She immediately inquired about what happened in detail and learned from several of Li Aigua's subordinates that Li Aigua suddenly said yesterday that he wanted to go to the eastern scenic area for patrol, and that was why he disappeared. She thought of what Lin Yan had said the day before yesterday when Li Aigua invited Lin Yan to dinner, asking Li Aigua to patrol the eastern scenic area more often. After hearing this, Lin Yan roughly understood what was going on. It seemed that the events of his previous life were about to begin. When he looked up, he saw Lu Ying and Zhang Long staring at him, as if they wanted to see flowers on his face. You guys, what are you all looking at me like that for? Lin Yan asked. Brother Lin Yan, Captain Li disappeared because he listened to your advice. Now there are no outsiders here. Should you say something to us? Lu Ying asked with a half-smile on her face. Yes, Brother Lin, Captain Li is now in danger of death. Why don't you use your intuition to calculate, is there any solution? Zhang Long and Li Aigua are very good friends, and he spoke anxiously at this moment. This is a long story, and I don't have time to go into detail. Captain Li is missing, and he may have encountered some danger. The most important thing is to save him first. Lin Yan stood up and said to Zhang Long, Brother Zhang, if you believe me, let Captain Li's wife notify the bureau and ask them to send someone to the Eastern Scenic Area. There is a big case. After saying that, he walked out of the tea house, got on his three-wheeled motorcycle, and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Lu Ying caught up and asked with concern. Go save them. Lin Yan replied, and drove away without waiting for Lu Ying to reply. Seeing this, Lu Ying and Zhang Long hurriedly contacted Li Aigua's lover. Only if Li Aigua's lover stepped forward could the county bureau take this matter seriously and send people to the Eastern Scenic Area. In the Eastern Scenic Area, outside a small mountaintop hut, two groups of people were confronting each other. Next to Li Aigua, there was a struggling figure lying. Tang Yu held his head and back tightly, preventing him from getting up. This man was not a criminal, but the boy from the couple that Li Aigua and his friends wanted to rescue. Yesterday, after Li Aigua and Tang Yu discovered the couple being held hostage by two gangsters at a scenic spot, they followed them all the way without even having time to contact the bureau for reinforcement. The two sides, one in the light and one in the dark, quickly passed the periphery of the scenic area and entered the depths of the scenic area. This is an undeveloped area of the scenic spot, and it can even be said to be a primitive jungle. After finally waiting for the criminals to come to the cabin on the top of the mountain to rest, Li Aigua and his team discovered that the phone had lost signal and they could not get in touch. They could only think of ways to create an opportunity to rescue the hostages. But these two criminals seemed to be desperate criminals. They were extremely vigilant and took turns on duty even during sleep. By the time they finished resting, it was already early morning. One of the gangsters in a torn shirt, seeing that the girl in the couple was pretty, had evil thoughts and dragged the girl into the big shed outside, ready to act. The boy did not want to see his female companion being humiliated, so he stood up in resistance and was severely beaten. Seeing that the girl was about to be insulted, Tang Yu could no longer sit still and took the initiative to rescue the hostage. Unexpectedly, these two desperate criminals reacted extremely quickly. After dodging Tang Yu's attack, they quickly counterattacked. After a fight between the two sides, only the boy was rescued in the end, and the girl was still in the hands of the other side. Afterwards, the two groups confronted each other outside the house, and one group leaned against the outer wall of the house to hide their bodies. One party hid in the greenhouse and dared not show his head. No one dared to act rashly. The stalemate lasted until noon. Both sides were exhausted to the extreme, but no one dared to relax. Let me go, I want to save her. The boy kept struggling, saying, calm down. I know you care about your girlfriend's safety, but they are two vicious criminals. Your impulsiveness will only make them lose their minds. Li Aigua on the side spoke to comfort the boy. You have to trust us. I will rescue your girlfriend, but before that, I have to ensure your safety. Behind us is the path down the mountain. You leave first. The boy was a little excited when he heard this. What do you know? I can die, but nothing can happen to her. Otherwise, not only will my family suffer, but your county and even your city will suffer too. Seeing that the boy was so excited that he was talking nonsense, Li Aigua gave Tang Yu a look, signaling her to hold on tight and not let the boy cause more trouble. The latter obviously noticed Li Aigua's eyes and exerted slight force with his hands and feet. We just want a way to survive. Let us go. Once we are safe, we will return this girl to you. At this time, the voice of a gangster came from the opposite side. The gangster was wearing blue work clothes and had a simple and honest look. If he hadn't been holding an imitation gun in his hand, it would have been impossible to imagine that he was a desperate gangster. Another gangster in a torn shirt also echoed, that's right, we'll let her go when we're safe. Impossible. You have taken hostages, which constitutes kidnapping. If you release the hostages now and go back with us, you can still seek leniency. Li Aigua's face was solemn and he spoke in a deep voice. These desperate criminals in front of us are full of evil spirits. I don't know how many lives they have taken. They are definitely not people who keep their promises. Once they escape, they will definitely kill the hostages decisively and then escape. What Li Aigua can do now is to continue to fight with the opponent, test endurance, see who can't bear it first, and then look for the opportunity when the opponent relaxes and shoot and kill the gangster with one shot. But he obviously overestimated the mental resilience of these two desperate criminals. They were murderers who had been on the run for a long time. They had been hiding here and there for so long that their mental state was on the verge of collapse. In the past 2 days, they fled to Fenghuang County and wanted to hide in a remote mountain scenic area for a few days. Unexpectedly, a couple saw the pistols on their waists. They had to kidnap the couple and prepared to take them to the mountains to kill them. Unexpectedly, they ran into 2 more policemen. Now that the truth had been exposed, Li Aigua was unwilling to let them go. He was completely hopeless and had a mental breakdown. He immediately decided to perish along with them. If you don't give us a way out, then we'll all die. The gangster in blue overalls suddenly turned extremely ferocious and roared. He grabbed the girl's neck with one hand and held the gun with the other, ready to shoot the people in the room first and then fight to the death with Li Aigua. Don't want. Seeing this, the boy shouted in horror. Others may not know, but he knew very well the girl's identity, background, and origins. In order to please her, he specially asked her out for a trip just to build a good relationship with her. Unexpectedly, instead of building a good relationship, he caused the girl to lose her life. Even if he returned alive, he would probably be skinned alive by his family and then handed over to the girl's family for disposal. Wait a minute, I agree to your request. Don't kill her and I'll let you go. Seeing this, Li Aigua quickly spoke up, trying to calm the criminal. You want to trick me? It's too late. Go to hell. The gangster in blue overalls had lost his mind, his face was ferocious, and he roared. At this critical moment, a stone suddenly hit the side of the gangster in blue work clothes and hit his gun hand accurately. After the pistol was knocked down, a figure rushed out from the side, grabbed the gangster in blue overalls, pulled him away from the girl, and threw him over his shoulder. Lin Yan. After seeing the person coming, Li Aigua showed a look of joy on his face and said excitedly. The shirt-wearing gangster next to him saw his companion being knocked down by Lin Yan, his eyes turned fierce, raised his pistol, and was ready to kill the girl and Lin Yan. Bang! The sound of a bullet being fired was heard. A black hole suddenly appeared on the shirt-covered gangster's temple, and he fell down. Li Aigua was still in the shooting posture. After seeing a gangster being shot dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he and Tang Yu rushed forward and protected the girl behind them. From beginning to end, the girl's face was extremely calm, as if she had experienced many storms. Even though she was almost killed by a pistol a few seconds ago, she was not afraid at all. The blue overalls gangster saw his companion being shot dead and the female hostage in his hand being rescued. He knew that he could not escape even if he had wings. All this was caused by the young men in front of him. He was so angry that he took out a dagger from his waist and said in a grim tone, "Boy, even if I die, I will take you with me." "That depends on you. Do you have the ability to do it?" Lin Yan said with a faint smile. The gangster in blue work clothes had a ferocious look on his face and stabbed towards Lin Yan with a dagger in his hand. Seeing this, Tang Yu was about to step forward to help, but was stopped by Li Aigua. She looked puzzled and asked, "Captain Li, let's see first." Tang Yu immediately became anxious. "Captain Li, the criminals have daggers, how can he not handle it alone?" "Not necessarily." Li Aigua pointed at the 2 people fighting back and forth on the court and said to Tang Yu. Tang Yu also saw the problem. Although the gangster in blue overalls had a dagger in his hand, he was mentally ill and his attack was disorganized. On the other hand, although Lin Yan had no weapon in his hand, he was moving step by step, constantly looking for opportunities to fight back, and judging by the speed and power of his punches, he was a fighting master. Tang Yu was sure that even if the school's fighting instructor fought against Lin Yan, the odds of winning or losing would be 50-50. "Captain Li, who is this fighting expert?" Tang Yu looked surprised and turned to ask Li Aigua. The girl next to him also glanced at Li Aigua with her beautiful eyes. "A great friend of mine." Li Aigua smiled and didn't explain further. In less than a few minutes, Lin Yan found the right opportunity and punched the gangster in blue work clothes on the temple, knocking him unconscious. Seeing this, Tang Yu rushed forward and put on handcuffs. "Brother Lin, thanks to you for showing up, otherwise I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult for me to deal with this situation today." Li Aigua came to Lin Yan and thanked him. Finally, he asked curiously, "How do you know we are here?" Lin Yan smiled and said, "Intuition." After he arrived at the eastern scenic area, the memories in his mind became much clearer. He recalled that in his previous life, the police officer seemed to have fired shots in the cabin on the top of the mountain, killing the gangster. Then he sneaked up and saw the gangster about to attack, so he had to take action. However, when his words fell into Li Aigua's ears, they seemed a little unfathomable. Li Aigua said to Lin Yen solemnly, "Brother Lin, this is the second time you have helped me so much. I owe you a favor, and I am afraid I will never be able to repay it in this lifetime." Lin Yen glanced at the boy beside him who was concerned about whether the girl was injured. Seeing that the boy had a good temperament, he turned his head and smiled at Li Aigua and said, "Brother Li, do you still remember what I said to you a few days ago?" When Li Aigua heard this, he was stunned at first and was about to speak. Lin Yen pointed lightly at the boy not far away and waved his hand to interrupt. "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed, your benefactor is right beside you." Li Aigua immediately realized that he had solved a kidnapping case and would definitely receive a reward. Moreover, these two criminals were extremely vicious and must have been responsible for many deaths. They might be heinous fugitives. He shot and killed a prisoner and saved 2 lives. He should be awarded a third-class merit. No, a second-class merit is not impossible. Is this the promotion opportunity that Lin Yen told me about before? This time, he completely believed in Lin Yan's ability. This intuition is so accurate. As they were talking, many plainclothes officers at the foot of the mountain heard the noise caused by the gunfire and rushed over. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lin Yen patted Li Aigua on the shoulder and said, "Director Li, there is nothing to do here. I will leave first. Come to Jixiang Tea House for tea when you have time." After all, Li Aigua is a captain of the county bureau. If someone else pats him on the shoulder, he will immediately get angry. But when Lin Yen patted him on the shoulder, he didn't feel the slightest bit disgusted. Instead, he felt very happy. Not for any other reason, just because Lin Yen called him Director Li. "Once I'm done with this, I'll treat you to a big meal," Li Aigua said with a smile. Lin Yen waved and prepared to leave. "You saved me, I owe you my life. What's your name? Tell me so I can repay you someday." Seeing this, the girl hurriedly asked Lin Yen. When the boy next to him heard this, he looked at Lin Yen with great envy. In the entire Fenghuang County, even in Qinxiang City, no one can get what the girl said. Even though he tried his best to please the girl, he didn't dare to ask for this sentence. "Just call me Lei Hong." Lin Yen waved his hand without even turning his head. Thunder. The girl was stunned for a second when she heard that, then she burst out laughing after she realized what was going on. This guy is quite humorous. Do you think of yourself as a good person who does good things without leaving a name? But she doesn't like to owe others things, so she must repay this favor.